Song Yulu made a bet to win over Qi Yin within 3 months. It is often said that a forcibly picked fruit lacks sweetness. However, Song Yulu insists that one must taste it to discern its flavor. As she prepares to pursue Qi Yin, a barrage of messages suddenly appears before her eyes. It turns out this world is a book, and she is cast as the spiteful antagonist, while Qi Yin takes the role of the villain, who is destined to seek furious revenge against her. Glancing at Qi Yin, who lies on the bed, Song Yulu exclaims, "You tell me this now, after I've already lost my pants?" At this moment, the question arises, to continue or not. Chapter 1. The drug you administer, you must also resolve. In the recesses of the mind, signing in brings untold riches. Let go of me. The man on the bed was bound by silver chains. Despite his icy demeanor, a blush akin to bloodied begonia petals spread at the corners of his eyes. Song Yulu reached out and poked a certain spot, saying, with such a defiant mouth, "Your body is remarkably honest." Qi Yan's face flushed crimson. "It was you who drugged me." He inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within him, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Song Yulu, release me now, and I shall consider this incident to have never occurred." Song Yulu was resolute. He had no intention of letting go. He had wagered that he would sleep with Qi Yin within 3 months. Yet, despite employing every tactic at his disposal, Qi Yin remained unyielding. Even a block of stone should have warmed up by now. Today marked the final day of the 3-month deadline, and Song Yulu was determined to fulfill his goal. He could not afford to lose. The word defeat did not exist in his lexicon. Undressing, Song Yulu positioned himself atop Qi Yin, leaning in to kiss him, only to be predictably evaded. Unfazed, he looked up to see a flurry of comments appearing before him. What was this? Wow, is it starting off this intensely? To be fair, despite being a vicious pawn, Song Yulu is quite handsome. Indeed, it's a pity to think he will later be mercilessly punished by the antagonist, meeting a gruesome end. Pity? He deserves it. He tarnished the antagonist's purity. The antagonist is the real victim here. Song Yulu was taken aback. Him? A vicious pawn? Qi Yin the antagonist. Amidst the overwhelming barrage of comments, he gleaned critical information. This world was a novel. He was an unscrupulous, usurping fake heir, while Qi Yin was the antagonist who harbored feelings for the protagonist, the true heir, Song Mian. Later in the story, once Qi Yin was acknowledged by the Ji family, he would vie for Song Mian's affection against the protagonist while unleashing a relentless campaign of vengeance upon Song Yulu, the vile pawn who had tarnished his purity. Casting a glance at Qi Yin, bound to the bed, Song Yulu mused. "Seriously? You tell me all this after I've already removed your pants?" At this moment, whether to proceed or retreat was indeed a dilemma. Qi Yin felt an unbearable heat coursing through him, unable to restrain the soft gasps escaping his lips. Why had Song Yulu stopped? Opening his eyes, Qi Yin found Song Yulu staring vacantly into space. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his features. Overwhelmed by desire, he couldn't help but emit a soft moan. At that, Song Yulu appeared startled, abruptly leaping off him and pulling the covers over Qi Yin. "Qi Yin? I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Song Yulu had no desire to meet a grim fate and bolted away. Wait, why is he running? Something's off. Oh my, someone has entered the room. No, if I'm defiled by such an unattractive person, I'd rather it be Song Yulu. At least he's good looking. Song Yulu, hurry back. My Qi Yin, please don't. Seeing the comments, Song Yulu was alarmed and swiftly turned back. Before he reached the door, he heard Qi Yan's sharp reprimand. "Get out. Get away. Song Yulu." Qi Yan's eyes blazed. Was this the person Song Yulu had summoned? The thought of being humiliated by such an individual deepened his resentment towards Song Yulu. "Stop it." Qi Yan glanced toward the entrance, spotting Song Yulu panting at the door, seizing a vase from the table and hurling it at the man. The man didn't even dare to dodge, bracing himself for the impact. Clutching his body, he stammered an apology. Song, I'm so sorry. I thought you had left." The man's complexion turned pale. Everyone in their circle knew Song Yulu's reputation. He was not to be trifled with, and those who offended him met grim fates. He was finished. Furious, Song Yulu thought that if it weren't for the comments, Qi Yin might have been in grave danger. How dare this person encroach upon what was rightfully his? "Get out!" The man scrambled away in haste. Turning to Qi Yin, Song Yulu offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't know there would be." Qi Yin interrupted him. "Song Yulu, do you find it amusing to humiliate me like this?" Song Yulu yearned to explain, but felt that words would fail him. After all, he was the one who had bound him, drugged him, and forgotten to close the door. "Forget it." Song Yulu untied the ropes binding Qi Yin, turned to leave, only to have his wrist grabbed. In the next moment, he was spun around and pinned to the bed. Qi Yin, his eyes ablaze, gritted his teeth. "The drug you administered, you must also resolve." Song Yulu. No, he did not wish to die yet. He pushed against Qi Yin, but his hands were captured and held firmly against his head, leaving him utterly immobile. How was Qi Yin so strong? Ew. The rest of his sentence was swallowed by silence. Song Yulu's lips were so soft. The moment they made contact, the last remnants of rationality in Qi Yan's mind shattered. Song Yulu awoke in pain. His body felt as though it had been run over by a vehicle, limbs aching, and a particular area was throbbing painfully. This was not what he had envisioned. He thought he would be the one in control. Struggling to sit up, the covers slipped away, revealing a torso marred by countless red marks and bite marks. What on earth? Was Qi in a dog? As he moved, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. Song Yulu. The room was empty. Qi Yin had vanished. Steeling himself, Song Yulu rose, his legs trembling as he made his way to the bathroom. Glancing in the mirror, he beheld a visage of striking beauty, androgynous in its allure. With swollen lips and marks adorning his body, the evidence of last night's fervor was unmistakable. The comments returned once more. Why did it have to go dark at such a crucial moment? I saw nothing. Judging by the aftermath, it must have been intense. No wonder he's the antagonist. Oh, how I wish to inhabit Song Yulu's body. I'm envious. My dear is so beautiful. How enchanting. Heh, truly a vicious pawn. Such cruel tactics. You lot only care about thrills. Have you considered how pitiable Qi Yin is? Pitiable. He was the one who deserved pity. Song Yulu surveyed the relentless barrage of comments and finally spotted an X in the corner. He clicked it, and the comments vanished, leaving a serene silence. Lacking experience, he hastily tended to his body. Returning to the room, he gathered the scattered clothing and dressed, wincing as the fabric brushed against his wounds. Dialing the driver, he braced himself to descend the stairs and took a car home. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a flurry of messages in the group chat, all inquiring whether he had succeeded. How could this not be considered success? Song Yulu quickly skimmed through the messages. Not at this hour, Song Xiao hasn't emerged yet. Could it be that he truly succeeded? That seems unlikely. Qi Yin is notoriously stubborn and wouldn't easily submit to Song Xiao's will. Are you not aware? Song Xiao obtained the newly released medication for me. What? Xia Wenjing suddenly interjected. What medication? The one that causes loss of reason and induces intense desire. Recalling his earlier statements, Song Yulu resolutely decided that the matter of his being overwhelmed must not be disclosed. Thus, he remarked in the group chat, "It was a success. Remember to transfer the money to me." Xia Wenjing replied, "Xiao Lu, do not jest that. I am not joking. We truly spent the night together." To validate his assertion, Song Yulu shared the photographs of the disheveled sheets he had taken earlier. The state of disarray clearly indicated what had transpired. Oh my goodness, it really happened. Song Xiao is impressive. Haha. Let Qian boast all he wants. Isn't he now utterly captivated by Song Xiao's tailor trousers? He then received a private message from Xia Wenjing. Xiao Lu, did you really sleep with him? Yes. Why? Xia Wenjing's status indicated he was typing, yet no message followed. Song Yulu grew impatient. Feeling slightly feverish and disoriented, he shut his phone and soon succumbed to slumber. Half an hour earlier, Qi Yin awoke to discover his marks adorning Song Yulu's body, a sight that was quite alarming. He had not anticipated that he would engage in such behavior. Under the influence of the drug, he had completely lost his rationality, relying solely on primal instincts. Qi Yin ventured out to procure medication, but found that the local pharmacies were still closed at that early hour. Upon his return, he found the room devoid of any presence. Song Yulu had departed. Qi Yin opened WeChat and hesitated momentarily before messaging Song Yulu. Where have you gone? Yet, there was no reply. In the past. A message from him would elicit an immediate response from Song Yulu. Qi Yin bit his lip, gripping his phone tightly, the veins in his hand visibly prominent as, oh, once possession was attained, it was no longer cherished, was it? Chapter 2, the aloof campus heartthrob of the computer science department, CY, was once again a young boy in his dreams. In this dreamscape, he chased after his departing parents, crying out in desperation, only to stumble and rise again, yet they seemed impervious to his pleas, leaving him stranded in place. Suddenly, Song Yulu jolted awake, his body drenched in an uncomfortable sweat. "Young master, you have finally awakened." Upon hearing Wang Ma's voice, Song Yulu gingerly touched his heavy head. "Wing Ma, what has happened to me? You have been feverish for 3 days, and the family doctor has just removed your four. I shall summon him back at once." "No need. I am fine now." Wang Ma, though uncertain of the events that transpired, could not ignore the evident marks upon him. She hesitated, then gently admonished, "Young master, please take care of your health." "I will." Reassured by his response, Wang Ma smiled. "I shall prepare you some food. I wasn't sure when you would awaken, so I kept it warm." Wang Ma, he recalled his dream and inquired, "Have they returned these past few days?" The pronoun they held a mutual understanding between them. Wang Ma's expression grew awkward. "Sir and madam have not returned. They are likely busy." "I see." Song Yulu lowered his gaze, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Was it not expected? What was he truly hoping for? It was rather laughable. During his 3-day fever, the only person who cared for him was Wang Ma, who bore no blood relation. He opened his phone and navigated to the pinned family group chat, the scant messages within a stark contrast to the group's name. A loving family. It struck him as deeply ironic. In a self-punishing manner, he ventured into the social media posts of his parents. His father shared a photo of his illegitimate daughter preparing a meal for him, while his mother flaunted a gift from her illegitimate son. It was as if they were engaged in a competition of ostentation, one boasting while the other felt compelled to follow suit. Song Yulu typed a few words in the chat, only to delete them one by one. He had to admit that some individuals were destined to be devoid of their parents' love. The union of his parents had been one of affluence, and he, Song Yulu, was merely a product of this union, a tether meant to sustain the connection between two wealthy families. After his birth, they had seemingly fulfilled their obligation, neglecting him entirely. In his childhood, he often envied other children who had their parents attend parent-teacher meetings, while he had only Wang Ma by his side. He resorted to rebellion in a bid to capture their attention, yet they merely exchanged sarcastic remarks, blaming one another. "Young master, please have some porridge." Wang Ma's voice interrupted his reverie. "All right." Having gone 3 days without food, sustained solely by intravenous nutrients from the family doctor, Song Yulu was famished. He accepted the porridge, savoring it slowly, pondering how Chi Yin was faring. "Chi Yin, you need not come today after you finish your tasks." Upon hearing his employer's words, Chi Yin paused momentarily before replying, "Understood." Coming from a humble background, Chi Yin had been raised by his grandmother after being found abandoned. Once in university, he consistently earned scholarships and juggled multiple jobs to support himself. However, in recent days, he had been dismissed from all his positions. This was his last opportunity. He felt no surprise. Chi Yin changed out of his uniform, gathered his belongings, and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, his boss, feeling reluctant, reminded him, "Chi Yin, have you offended anyone recently?" Offended someone? Chi Yin pondered, and the only person he had upset was Song Yulu. Since that fateful night, his messages had vanished in his silence, leading to his dismissal. Was it Song Yulu's doing? Was he upset about how Chi Yin treated him? Yet, it was he who had laid the trap. Chi Yin could not comprehend. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chi Yin found his roommates, Jiang Linhe and Huang Wenhao, exchanging surprised glances. "Why are you back so early today? Should you be working your part-time job?" "I was dismissed," Chi Yin replied nonchalantly. "Dismissed?" Jiang Lin was astounded. That wasn't supposed to happen. The boss seemed quite decent. Not the type to act in such a manner. It wasn't his fault, but Chi Yin refrained from elaborating further. Feeling a gaze upon him, Chi Yin looked up to see Huang Wenhao hesitantly observing him. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Have you seen the school forum?" Yan, usually occupied with his part-time job, had no time to check the forum and didn't even know where to access it. Huang Wenhao handed him his phone. Taking the phone, Chi Yin scanned the content, his expression growing increasingly somber. The aloof campus heartthrob CY from the computer science department, first floor, I heard CY was taken by the young master, but then the young master found it lacking and dumped him. Second floor. Really? Eighth floor. Impossible, absolutely impossible. CY has no interest in the young master. How could he be taken? 73rd floor. Is this true? How do you know? 119th floor. Who was on top then? 133rd floor. Huh. Thought he could hold out longer, but he gave in, sigh, what a bore. 324th floor. The sky is falling. My friend wanted to confess to CY. And now he actually... Although names were replaced with initials, it was evident to anyone what was being discussed. CY referred to Chi Yin, while the young master was Song Yulu. Both were renowned figures at the university, albeit with differing reputations. One was a humble academic star from the computer science department, while the other was a proud, domineering heir from the business school. Initially, they had no connections, yet recently, Song Yulu had boldly pursued Chi Yin with fervor. Everyone thought the young master would soon lose interest, but they watched in disbelief as he continued his pursuit for nearly 3 months. The entire school was invested in the outcome of this affair. Huang Wenhao cautiously remarked, Chi Yin, don't take it to heart. We believe in you. Zhang Lin echoed, yes, these people are simply unwell, with nothing better to do. Why should they concern themselves with others' private lives? They attempted to speak up in support, but due to the post's overwhelming popularity, their voices were quickly drowned out. Rest assured, I am fine. Chi Yin returned Huang Wenhao's phone. He truly felt unbothered. The words held no weight for him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. He is concerned about whether he can find another job. His grandmother's health is poor, and the monthly medical expenses are quite substantial. After finishing his meal, Song Yulu resumed checking the unread messages on his phone, having been absent for 3 days. Many people had sent him messages expressing their concern. Notably, Xia Wenqing had sent quite a few. Little dear, that was merely a joke. I never expected you would actually do it. You are so immature. Is this something one can do casually? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Are you upset? Little dear, please reply when you see this. I am genuinely worried about you. Song Yulu scoffed at the notion of concern. Huh, if they truly cared, they would come over and check on him, and they would know he had a fever. Merely speaking empty words is something anyone can do. He reviewed the message history and, at the very bottom, found a message from Chi Yin. Where have you been? Startled, Song Yulu sat up straight and glanced at the time. It must have been sent after he had fallen asleep, which explained why he hadn't seen it. Usually, it was he who sent messages to Chi Yin, and Chi Yin would reply only occasionally. Unexpectedly, this time Chi Yin had taken the initiative to message him, a rare occurrence indeed. The thought of Chi Yin brought back vivid memories of that night, and a faint pain seemed to resurface. Gritting his teeth, Song Yulu mentally berated Chi Yin several times before responding. I just saw your message. Is there something you need? Chi Yin's status immediately changed to typing. However, as Song Yulu waited, no message came from Chi Yin. What on earth was Chi Yin trying to say? Was he writing a thesis here? Chapter 3. This is not the path he has taken. It is his dark history. Seeing Chi Yin's delay in responding, Song Yulu lost his patience and directly inquired, what exactly do you want to say? To which Chi Yin replied, nothing. Song Yulu felt irritated. He detested people who held back their words, though he occasionally did the same. Yet, he had a double standard. His behavior was acceptable, but not others. With annoyance, he retorted, say it or don't. Observing the WeChat messages, Chi Yin realized that Song Yulu was upset. The young master had quite the temper. When he pursued Chi Yin, he behaved similarly, initially sending polite messages, but growing angry if there was no response. However, Song Yulu's anger was fleeting. Chi Yin was uncertain about how to express himself. He wanted to ask Song Yulu if he was still in pain, clarifying that he hadn't meant to be so harsh. But he was the one who had been drugged by Song Yulu. He was the true victim. Chi Yin also contemplated asking if it was indeed him who had caused the dismissal. But what good would that do? Would he beg Song Yulu to reinstate him? He found that he could not. For some inexplicable reason, Chi Yin did not want to appear too humble in front of Song Yulu. Closing his phone, he opened the campus part-time job group. Most students at the school sought part-time positions here. Chi Yin spotted a few that looked promising and messaged them. Initially, they all seemed agreeable, but soon after, they reneged, claiming they had enough applicants and no longer required his assistance. What a feeble excuse, thought Chi Yin. instantly grasping the situation. It appeared that someone was intent on thwarting his peace. His countenance darkened, and his eyes, as deep and inscrutable as an unfathomable abyss, seemed to swirl with unspoken turmoil. The sports car screeched to a sudden halt, its door flung open as Song Yulu forcefully slammed it shut, casually tossing the car keys to the valet before stepping into the bar. This establishment operated on a membership basis, inaccessible to the general public, boasting exceptional security and privacy. Upon entering the private room, silence enveloped the space as all eyes turned towards him. Then, in unison, the guests warmly beckoned, Song Xiao, hurry. We've been waiting for you. Indeed. Where have you been these past few days? No news from you at all. Xia Wenjing inquired. Little dear, why haven't you replied to my WeChat messages? I've been quite worried about you. Song Yulu lifted his gaze, giving him a dismissive glance, scoffing lightly. Nothing much. Just didn't he feel like responding. He had no intention of divulging his illness to them. Settling into the center of the room, he languidly reclined against the sofa, crossing his legs. Xia Wenjing poured him a drink and handed it over. What's wrong? You seem rather glum. Do I? Xia Wenjing chuckled. Whenever you're unhappy, you wear a face as if someone owes you 8 million. Song Yulu detested Xia Wenjing's tone, which implied an overly familiar rapport between them. Surveying the room, he suddenly remarked, speaking of 8 million, it seems you all have yet to fulfill your wager from before. At this, the group paused momentarily, then promptly retrieved their phones to transfer funds to Song Yulu. Look at me, I nearly forgot. I'll send it right now. Same here. I've had so much on my plate lately that it slipped my mind. Song Xiao, I've transferred it. Though the excuses were transparent, Song Yulu recognized their reluctance to pay, yet he remained unfazed. Turning to Xia Wenjing, he stated, now, it's your turn. Xia Wenjing's brow furrowed slightly. The stakes had been substantial, and he was certain that Song Yulu could never have been involved with Qi Yan. He had wagered a considerable sum during their initial bet, a significant amount for him. He could pay, but it would leave him financially strained. He was not like these wealthy heirs. Little dear, let us step outside to discuss this, Xia Wenjing suggested, reaching for Song Yulu's hand. Song Yulu evaded his grasp, responding with annoyance. What's the point of going outside? We can talk right here. There's nothing to hide. Xia Wenjing's lips pressed into a thin line. Song Yulu was always so self-centered, never considering others' feelings, often disregarding decorum in front of an audience, oblivious to how many people he offended. Suppressing his displeasure, he murmured, I have some personal matters I wish to discuss with you. Song Yulu retorted, we have no personal matters to discuss, do we? Xia Wenjing felt humiliated. His mood soured as he sensed the curious gazes of the onlookers. To put it plainly, those gathered were not particularly close friends. They were merely united by their respective family backgrounds. The reason why Song Yulu is so ill-tempered, yet still receives admiration from others, is solely due to his privileged background. After all, the fortunes of both the Song and Lin families will eventually be inherited by him, even if he is an utter fool devoid of understanding. He stands at a height that this group of people could never aspire to reach. Contemplating this, a flicker of jealousy swiftly crossed Xia Wenjing's eyes. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, others hastily interjected, I just need to use the restroom. He-chun, accompany me. The one called He-chun glanced at the restroom in the private room, realizing that it was unoccupied. He opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, someone covered his mouth and dragged him out, saying, let us go. I know you need to relieve yourself too. The others followed suit, and soon only Song Yulu and Xia Wenjing remained in the room. Song Yulu shifted into a more comfortable position, not lifting his head, and said, speak, what is it you wish to say? Little dear, are you still angry with me? Xia Wenjing asked. Song Yulu halted his nail-picking, puzzled. Angry? What reason does he have to be angry? However, Xia Wenjing believed he had struck a nerve and sighed, little dear, you know my family is rather traditional. They expect me to bear a child and carry on the family line. I cannot possibly seek a man. Song Yulu exclaimed, what? I can't comprehend your meaning. He abruptly sat up. Is this topic even related to him? Why should he care whether Xia Wenjing has children? Even if he were to have a football team, it bears no relevance to him. Didn't you confess to me before? Little dear, you are wonderful, but Song Yulu interrupted him, exasperated. Let us not dwell on ancient history. Indeed, in high school, Song Yulu had once confessed to Xie Wenjing. That was a time of rebellion for him. When he fantasized that if he became a bad boy, perhaps his parents would finally pay him some attention. Thus, he picked up smoking, drinking, skipping classes, and even dabbling in relationships. In truth, he detested these vices. He abhorred the smell of smoke, disliked alcohol, and his romantic endeavors were nothing more than fleeting encounters. Having never even held hands with anyone, which ended within a day. Nonetheless, he relished skipping classes, for he found no joy in lectures and could never grasp what the teachers were saying. Yet, none of it seemed to matter, whether he excelled or faltered. His parents remained indifferent. Song Yulu believed he had not done enough. Others suggested he find a boyfriend, reasoning that the Song family might face an existential threat, perhaps causing his parents to become anxious about him. He took their advice to heart and subsequently approached the then inconspicuous Xie Wenjing. Though Xie Wenjing's family could not compare to theirs, he was the most handsome boy in class at that time, prompting Song Yulu to confess his feelings. Xie Wenjing was taken aback, blushing fiercely before making a hasty retreat. Song Yulu assumed the matter had been laid to rest, unaware that Xie Wenjing had carried this memory with him all along. Song Yulu pondered. What gave Xie Wenjing the impression that he harbored affection for him? This was something he had long forgotten. There was no need to bring it up again. Reflecting upon the past, I still feel a twinge of embarrassment. I was too young and rebellious at that time, unable to comprehend and accept the harsh reality that my parents did not love me. This is not merely a chapter of his journey, but rather a dark history. Although he was somewhat presumptuous back then, he later compensated by integrating Xie Wenjing into his circle. Otherwise, given Xie Wenjing's family background, he would have never aspired to forge connections with such individuals, let alone secure numerous collaborative resources as a result. What is the implication of bringing this matter up now? Is it a case of ingratitude? Chapter 4. Goodness. His grandmother is in trouble. Regarding Song Yulu's words, Xie Wenjing remained unconvinced. He knew that Song Yulu was quite concerned about appearances. A rejected confession would be a blow to his pride. In Xie Wenjing's eyes, Song Yulu was utterly infatuated with him. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to immerse him in his social circle and introduce him to resources after being turned down? Surely, that signified affection. However, noticing Song Yulu's reluctance to discuss it further, he tactfully refrained from pressing the issue. Little dear, you have gone a bit too far this time. What sort of person is Qi Yan? How could you have truly allowed him to touch you? Xie Wenjing's gaze fell upon the remnants of marks lingering on Song Yulu's neck. His eyes darkened. He had not anticipated that Song Yulu would actually engage with Qi Yan. Although he harbored no feelings for Song Yulu, he could not endure the thought of Song Yulu caring for someone else. My affairs seem irrelevant to you, do they not? Spare me the superfluous chatter. What is it you truly wish to convey? As Song Yulu's patience waned, Xie Wenjing abandoned any pretense and spoke directly. Little dear, I currently lack sufficient funds. May I defer the payment for this wager? Rest assured, once my financial situation stabilizes, I shall repay you double. Song Yulu raised an eyebrow. Realizing this was the crux of the matter. Short on cash, are we? His casual declaration unsettled Xie Wenjing, who hastily clarified, It's not that I have none. It's merely a temporary cash flow issue. Song Yulu scoffed, so it is still the same as having none. Did you not just purchase a handbag for your girlfriend yesterday? How is it that you are suddenly broke when it comes to me? Xie Wenjing's expression shifted dramatically. He was both shocked and fearful. You investigated me. Did that mean Song Yulu was aware of all his other actions as well? His face morphed through a spectrum of emotions. Song Yulu casually remarked, Was there a need for investigation? You didn't hide your purchases. People saw and informed me. I can grant you a grace period of half a month for this sum. You must repay me within that time frame. Xie Wenjing seethed internally, yet managed to force a smile. Very well, I will expedite the payment. As Song Yulu approached the door, he flung it open with force, only to find several individuals tumbling forward in a heap. Song Yulu remarked, I knew this group would eavesdrop. He crossed his arms and coldly inquired, Did you find it entertaining? No, we did not hear anything. Indeed, this private room is quite soundproof. One cannot hear a thing. Song Yulu lightly nudged He Chun, who was at the bottom of the pile, with the tip of his shoe, urging, "Move aside." Hee-chun hesitated, feeling not humiliation, but rather a thrill. In a flurry, he scrambled to his feet, lowering his head as he stepped aside, his ears aflame with embarrassment. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed his blush. As Song Yulu passed by, he was called a halt by Xiao Wenjing. "Xiao Lu, are you heading back?" Hee-chun caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from Song Yulu. Lifting his gaze, it instantly fell upon the red mark adorning Song Yulu's collarbone. Had it been left by Qi Yin? How enviable it was. He swallowed hard, questioning why Qi Yin could have such privileges while he could not. His stare grew somewhat vacant as he gulped again. Hearing Xiao Wenjing's words, Song Yulu casually replied, "Indeed, it's rather dull. You've been drinking. Allow me to drive you home." Xiao Wenjing offered with concern. Song Yulu did not decline. With someone eager to be the chauffeur, he felt at ease. Once both Song Yulu and Xiao Wenjing departed, someone remarked upon Hee-chun's flushed countenance in astonishment. "Wow, Hee-chun, why is your face so red?" Hee-chun casually explained, "It's just too warm." "Huh?" The inquirer scratched their head in confusion. "Is it really that hot today?" Inside the car, as Xiao Wenjing drove, he kept a surreptitious eye on Song Yulu. Noticing him engrossed in his phone, he casually inquired, "Xiao Lu, do you still keep in touch with Qi Yin?" "I suppose so," Song Yulu replied. "Now that the wager is over, you two should have severed ties, right?" Song Yulu did not respond, but instead raised his gaze, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" Xiao Wenjing tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He had crossed a line, and he had already arranged for someone to teach Qi Yin a lesson. "A lesson? What kind of lesson? What have you all done behind my back?" Xiao Wenjing sensed an unsettling change in Song Yulu's demeanor. He clarified, "It's nothing serious. Merely had him dismissed. Who gave you the right to intervene with him?" Before Xiao Wenjing could speak, Song Yulu coldly commanded, "Get out." Xiao Wenjing was taken aback. "What? I said get out. Do you not comprehend?" Not understanding Song Yulu's intentions, Xiao Wenjing hastily exited the vehicle. Song Yulu vacated the passenger seat and took the driver's place. Just as Xiao Wenjing reached for the passenger door, the car revved to life and sped away, leaving him in a cloud of exhaust. Xiao Wenjing stood there, bewildered. At that moment, the road was devoid of other vehicles, and he hadn't anticipated being so unceremoniously abandoned by Song Yulu. Infuriated, he paced a few steps before delivering a forceful kick to the roadside barrier, exclaiming in frustration. Unbeknownst to Song Yulu, Xiao Wenjing had been orchestrating such actions behind the scenes. He had indeed investigated Qi Yin. Fully aware that Qi Yin had a grandmother in dire need of medication and financial support, Song Yulu attempted to message Qi Yin, but received no reply, and his calls went unanswered, leaving him in a state of agitation. Recalling the perplexing comments from earlier, he searched for the toggle and revealed the barrage of messages. He directly inquired, "Where's Qi Yin?" The comments erupted in astonishment. "Ah, he has finally appeared. We haven't seen him in ages. Wait, is he actually communicating with us? Oh my, can he see the comments? Are we crossing dimensions here? Wait a moment. Allow me some time to catch my breath." Song Yulu repeated, inquiring, "Where's Qi Yin?" At this juncture, everyone finally realized the gravity of his question. "Let me see where Qi Yin is. His grandmother is in trouble. His grandmother has fallen at home and has been unconscious for several hours. We don't know if she's alive or dead." Song Yulu hurried to her aid. "Oh my God, I beg you. His grandmother means the world to him." Upon hearing this, Song Yulu hastily exclaimed, "Navigation." He could not recall his grandmother's address, but surely those in the comments section were aware. Although he was uncertain whether these comments were indeed from real people. With reckless abandon, he sped through red lights, soon arriving at Qi Yan's grandmother's residence. A modest house with a small courtyard. The door was locked from the inside. Unable to enter, Song Yulu directed his gaze upwards, spotting a high wall. He climbed atop a garbage bin to scale it. To his dismay, shards of glass lined the top of the wall. As his hand made contact, blood gushed forth. Ouch! The pain drained the color from his face, and his eyes brimmed with tears. "Oh my, there's so much blood. That looks painful. What should we do now? Perhaps we should call the police. They might arrive soon." Song Yulu, accustomed to a sheltered life, was overwhelmed by both pain and a sense of injustice. He hesitated to proceed further. Yet, the thought of Qi Yan's grandmother lying unconscious, unattended, filled him with dread. What if time was wasted in her critical moment? A life was at stake. Resolute, he removed his outer coat and draped it over the wall. Wait, what is he doing? Ouch. Oh my God. Could he possibly intend to go in? Chapter 5. There your friends, gritting his teeth, Song Yulu bore the pain as he climbed over the wall into the courtyard. Although shielded by his coat, the glass shards were exceedingly sharp, inflicting several cuts upon him. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, ignoring his own wounds. He dashed into the house, where he found Qi Yan's grandmother sprawled on the floor, her condition uncertain. After a brief examination, he sighed in relief. She was still alive. He had called for an ambulance earlier, but it had yet to arrive. Even when it did, the narrow alley would prevent any vehicle from entering. With this in mind, Song Yulu hoisted Qi Yan's grandmother onto his back and gritted his teeth as he attempted to exit. His strength was limited. His slender arms and legs struggled under the weight of an unconscious person. After just a few steps, he nearly collapsed. At that moment, a plump auntie opened her door and, upon witnessing Song Yulu's tear-streaked face, exclaimed in shock, "What happened?" Song Yulu quickly explained, "Qi Yan's grandmother has fainted. I called an ambulance, but the vehicle cannot get through." The plump auntie called out into the courtyard, "Son, come help." Soon, a burly man with tattoos on his arms and a fierce expression emerged. After a brief explanation from the auntie, the man effortlessly lifted Qi Yan's grandmother and rushed out, making it appear as though he were carrying nothing more than a lightweight plastic bag. Song Yulu was filled with envy. How could the disparity between people be so vast? Upon reaching the intersection, she noticed that Qi Yan's grandmother had just been loaded onto the ambulance. The man with the crew cut beckoned. "Are you coming?" Song Yulu shook her head. "I want to go." "You should." She was unfamiliar with Qi Yan's grandmother and wouldn't know what to say. Nevertheless, she slipped a card into his hand, the password being 88. Before the man could return the card, the door of the ambulance was shut. As the ambulance departed, Song Yulu prepared to leave as well. At that moment, the plump aunt finally noticed the blood on Song Yulu's clothes and exclaimed, "Oh my, you're hurt." It was only then that Song Yulu became aware of the pain, tears streaming down her face once more. She didn't wish to cry, yet she could not help it. The pain was overwhelming. The plump aunt, feeling deeply distressed, softened her voice. "Don't cry, dear. Annie will help you with the medicine." Song Yulu wanted to refuse, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself following the plump aunt into the house. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment before erupting. "I apologize. I have changed my opinion of him. I admit I was a bit loud before, but he is a malicious pawn. Have you all forgotten? He will commit vile acts later. Yet he looks so beautiful when he cries, Song Yulu. Though he is a malicious pawn, he hasn't done anything yet. He only did something for Qi Yan. Moreover, he saved Qi Yan's grandmother. That could be seen as redeeming himself. If Qi Yan knew that sacrificing a bit of his innocence could save his grandmother's life, he would likely agree. Is no one speaking up for Qi Yan? The comments became a cacophony of debate. This time, Song Yulu did not directly block the comments, but instead minimized them, allowing her to see the discussions without being affected. The plump aunt returned from the room with a medicine box, her heart aching as she looked at Song Yulu's hand, gently cradling it and blowing on it softly. There, it doesn't hurt anymore, does it? How did you get such a serious injury?" Song Yulu found it perplexing. To the aunt, he was merely a stranger she had met once. Why was she so concerned for him? The aunt's care was distinct from Wang Ma's. Wang Ma had raised him since childhood, and despite the lack of blood relation, their years together had forged a bond. This aunt, however, was different, and Song Yulu could not fathom it. As the plump aunt tended to his wounds, she inquired, "Which family do you belong to? Are you a classmate of Qi Yan?" Song Yulu nodded. After all, being from the same school qualified as classmates. "Ah, you're truly impressive. You and Qi Yan both excel." Achieving such remarkable grades and entering such prestigious universities, the plump aunt marveled, clearly admiring those who excelled academically. Particularly, this child was exceptionally handsome, surpassing even television stars. Looking heartbreakingly delicate when shedding tears, the redness in his eyes reminded her of a little rabbit she had once cared for, utterly adorable. How could someone be so good-looking, So academically gifted, and yet so kind? Flushed with embarrassment at the aunt's compliments, Song Yulu felt warmth spread across her cheeks. He did not gain admission to the university, yet his family donated a building to the institution, which facilitated his enrollment. He is not the same as Chi Yen. However, he refrained from clarifying. Song Yulu has never felt inferior. Yet at that moment, he suddenly experienced a sense of inadequacy due to his backdoor entry into the school. If Annie were to discover this, she would surely look down upon him, wouldn't she? After tending to his wounds, the plump Annie inquired, "Are there any other injuries on your body?" "No, none," he replied. Noticing Auntie's gaze linger on his neck, Song Yulu instinctively recoiled, attempting to conceal the marks. Unexpectedly, Auntie burst into laughter. "Don't hide it. You haven't seen anything yet. I was far bolder in my youth." Song Yulu. The online comments grew lively. "Auntie, please elaborate. We're all ears." "Ah, the older generation is conservative in thought, but liberal in action, while today's youth are open-minded but reserved. That's me. I'm always fantasizing, yet I've never even held a man's hand. By the way, did you inform Chi Yin about Grandma's fainting? He only has one grandmother. He must be made aware. I called him, but he didn't answer." "I see," the plump Annie said, pulling out her phone. "Let me try calling him again." The call connected. Song Yulu pursed his lips. Chi Yin's refusal to respond to him or answer his calls. Yet he answers Annie's. What does that imply? Once Annie finished explaining the situation, she added, "Oh, one of your classmates is here. He was the one who noticed your grandmother faint." Realizing she didn't even know Song Yulu's name, Annie promptly asked, "By the way, young student, what is your name?" "Song Yulu," he replied. He said his name is Shower Gel. Song Yulu. Shortly after Annie hung up, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw a message from Chi Yin. "Thank you for saving my grandmother." Song Yulu scoffed. At least he knows to express gratitude, which is a semblance of conscience. Then, he saw Chi Yin send another message. "But why were you at my grandmother's house?" Song Yulu's heart skipped a beat. This question seemed impossible to explain. Should he tell him that the online comments alerted him to Grandma's fainting, prompting his arrival? If someone else had said that to him, he would think they were trying to fool him. He replied, "If I say I came to look for you and accidentally discovered your grandmother fainting, would you believe me?" Chi Yin responded, "What do you think?" Song Yulu bit his lip. He found it somewhat implausible. After all, how could he possibly see Grandma fainting from behind the heavy iron gate? Was he supposed to have X-ray vision? At a loss for words, he suddenly recalled that he had initially sought Chi Yin regarding his job. He quickly clarified, "By the way, I am not the one handling your job matter. I have already informed them." Chi Yin simply replied, "They're your friends." Song Yulu was momentarily taken aback. What did Chi Yin mean by that? Did he believe he was orchestrating everything? He wished to elucidate, yet felt there was nothing of significance to explain. After all, in Chi Yin's eyes, the misdeeds he had committed were hardly limited to this one. Whatever, he feigned indifference. But in truth, he was deeply concerned. Chapter 6. The initiative resides in his hands. Chi Yin had been preoccupied with matters until he received a phone call from Aunt Sun, prompting him to hastily make his way to the hospital. Thankfully, his grandmother was not in grave danger, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The doctor remarked, "Fortunately, she was brought in promptly, preventing us from missing the critical window for intervention. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired." Chi Yin felt a wave of trepidation sweep over him, grateful to Song Yulu. However, how did he know that his grandmother had collapsed? Setting aside his confusion for the moment, Chi Yin turned to the buzz-cut young man, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Sunday." Sun Chung waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. I merely lent a small hand. It was a rather good-looking boy who discovered her. He must be your classmate. I saw him crying while carrying your grandmother out." Song Yulu was crying? Chi Yin mused, acknowledging the undeniable beauty of Song Yulu. He had never encountered such a striking young man, particularly in tears. His eyes reddened, evoking a strange urge to protect him. Chi Yin could not help but recall the vivid images from that night. Although other memories were somewhat blurred, a few scenes stood out distinctly. Initially, Song Yulu's crimson lips spewing insults at him, followed by his tearful plea for him to cease. Chi Yin swallowed hard, pulling himself back from his reverie. "Still, I must thank you. I'll treat you and Aunt's son to a meal another day. Sun Chung nodded, not one to refuse. All right, since you're here, I'll take my leave. I'll see you off. There's no need. Just take good care of your grandmother. Sun Chung waved goodbye and strode away. Chi Yin sat by his grandmother's bedside, gripping her hand tightly, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Before long, he heard footsteps and looked up to find Sun Chung returning. He produced a bank card and handed it over, saying, by the way, this is the card your classmate gave. The password is 88. I just used it to pay for your grandmother's care. Chi Yin was taken aback momentarily as he accepted the card and glanced down. It was a globally limited black card. Although he had never seen one, he had heard of its exclusivity, available only to those whose assets reached a certain threshold. Did Song Yulu simply hand this card over so casually? Chi Yin found himself curious about whether Song Yulu treated everyone this way, or if it was exclusive to him. He opened their chat history, scrolling up slowly. Song Yulu often sent him cheesy love messages, and even in the absence of a response, he would only sulk briefly before continuing to send more. Chi Yin had never believed that Song Yulu truly harbored feelings for him. To him, Song Yulu seemed more like a child who had discovered a novel toy. Once obtained, the interest dissipated. Chi Yin felt that his previous response had been somewhat excessive. Song Yulu was Song Yulu, and his friends were his friends. They should not be conflated. The actions of a friend should not be attributed to Song Yulu. After coming to a realization, Chi Yin sent a message. Thank you for saving my grandmother. And thank you for covering the medical expenses. I will repay you tomorrow. Song Yulu did not respond. Chi Yin tightened his grip on his phone. His lips pursed. Was Song Yulu angry with him? The thought of the other's displeasure deepened the hue of Chi Yin's gaze. Song Yulu drove home. The house was enveloped in darkness. Ysnt Wang Ma turning on the lights. It was only then that he remembered Wang Ma had mentioned at noon that her daughter-in-law had suddenly gone into labor, and she would take a day off to visit, returning tomorrow. The vast house felt desolate, with only Song Yulu's presence. A wave of loneliness washed over him, gradually engulfing him like an incoming tide. He did not even turn on the lights, but sat quietly on the sofa, observing the conversations on the screen. How delightful! This was companionship of a sort. After a moment, Song Yulu suddenly inquired, what kind of person is Song Mian? Song Mian was the protagonist, and also the one with whom he had exchanged identities. The comments grew wary. Why are you asking this? I won't let you bully him. Curiosity stirred within. Song Yulu was merely inquisitive about the victim who had been wronged by his usurpation. He felt a twinge of guilt, though only a faint one. After all, he had been an ignorant infant back then. What could he have done? It was not his choice. In all these years, he possessed nothing but wealth. He despised his current life. Compared to the coldness of money, he cherished the warmth of familial affection. He cared not for riches. Thus, when he feared that Chi Yan's grandmother would require substantial funds for her rescue, he had carelessly relinquished his black card. Song Mian is a wonderful person. You should not oppose him. It will be detrimental for both of you. Indeed, you could coexist peacefully. I can see you're not a bad person. Why not take the initiative to return to Song Mian? Yes, please. I implore you to bring him back. You have taken his identity. Song Yulu interlaced his fingers behind his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Why should he? The notion of approaching Song Mian to swap identities was utterly inconceivable. He had no interest in entangling himself in such trivial matters. You are a good person. You should go. Did I ever claim to be a good person? Have you all conjured too many assumptions? Moreover, must a good person take action? Who decreed that? Did they truly believe they could morally bind him? Regrettably, this group miscalculated. Song Yulu harbored no sense of morality. The comments fell silent for a moment before surging forth like an overwhelming tide. Wow, how despicable. I truly misjudged you. Huh. A malicious pawn is indeed a malicious pawn. Inherently wicked. A born villain. How long will you occupy what belongs to Song Mian? This is his home, not yours. Thief. Suddenly, a torrent of harsh criticisms flooded the comments, some even resorting to vile curses against Song Yulu. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, as if the vitriol were not directed at him. He shifted into a more comfortable position, raising an eyebrow and remarking, "Are you all in such a hurry? Did I ever say I wouldn't look for him?" The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, before someone inquired, "So, Are you going to seek him out? Indeed. I said nothing. So why has everyone begun to berate me? The comments ceased their chatter. Song Yulu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had been deliberately testing the waters. And it appeared that those on the other side of the screen were merely ordinary individuals, many of whom were thoughtless fools. This realization brought him solace. Song Yulu did not wish for his life to be scrutinized, to be treated like a spectacle for others' amusement. He had previously discovered that upon disabling the comments, that crowd could no longer see him. Thus, the power truly lay within his grasp. He could make good use of this comment system. As for his earlier mention of seeking out Song Mian, that was genuine. He was indeed curious to see what the protagonist of this world looked like. To understand why Siem Mian was the main character while he, by contrast, was but a malicious pawn. He also yearned to see the object of Qi Yan's affections. Speaking of Qi Yan, Song Yulu curled his lip in disdain. That cold-hearted individual was akin to a stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding. He had caused him significant harm before, only to vanish afterward. Today, in his attempt to save his grandmother, he had sustained injuries, yet Qi Yan remained indifferent toward him. Perhaps he truly did not harbor any feelings for him. Recognizing this, Song Yulu felt a fleeting pang of sorrow before he quickly regained his composure. He was stubborn by nature, and he inexplicably enjoyed the challenge of pursuing the unattainable. They say that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet, but Song Yulu believed one must taste it to discern its flavor. Chapter 7. Are you perhaps feeling a bit too self-satisfied? In a hospital ward, upon witnessing his grandmother awaken, Qi Yan exclaimed, "Grandma, how do you feel?" His grandmother looked bewildered. "How did I end up here?" "You fainted, Grandma. You truly frightened me." Qi Yan had long wished to hire someone to take care of his grandmother, but she adamantly refused. She gently patted his hand and expressed her apologies. "I'm fine. It's you who has endured so much." "What are you saying, Grandma? You're my only family. I don't mind the effort." A sigh escaped his grandmother's lips. She had always felt she was a burden to Qi Yan, growing old and frail, with monthly medical expenses weighing heavily on them. If she were to pass away, would Qi Yan not find relief? Suddenly, there was a knock at the ward door, and two middle-aged women in white uniforms entered. The leading woman introduced herself. "Hello, Annie Qi. I am Nurse 001, and this is Nurse 002. We are your dedicated caregivers. Should you require anything during your hospitalization, do not hesitate to call upon us." His grandmother was taken aback. "Dedicated caregivers? Why did you hire two? This is far too extravagant. You work so hard for your money. You must cancel it. I can manage on my own." To prove her independence, she promptly threw off the covers, attempting to rise, only to be gently restrained by Qi Yan. "Grandma, please lie back down. The doctor said you need to rest in bed and must not move around. But rest assured, hiring caregivers is not at all expensive, and besides, my scholarship is coming through soon. Don't you remember?" Grandmother remained reluctant, and Qi Yan continued, "Grandma, health is the greatest treasure. If you take care of yourself, you can stay by my side for a long time." Grandmother sighed. "I am the one weighing you down." "What are you saying?" Grandmother quickly shook her head. "No more. No more. I shall not speak of it." A smile graced her lips, filling her heart with warmth. The decision to rescue Qi Yan from the trash bin years ago was undoubtedly the wisest choice of her life. After soothing grandmother, Qi Yan exchanged a glance with 001, who then exited the hospital room. Qi Yan got straight to the point, asking, "Who sent you here? Song Yulu?" 001 calmly nodded. "Indeed. Young Master Song asked us to come." Qi Yan pondered for a moment. "Thank you, I understand." Observing this, 001 returned to the room. At this juncture, Qi Yan felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that Song Yulu would go to such lengths. He did not refuse the help, as he genuinely required a caregiver for his grandmother, and the person Song Yulu had hired would surely be more reliable. However, he intended to repay Song Yulu for the caregiver's fees. With this thought, he sought out Song Yulu's WeChat. Their conversation had paused at the message he sent the previous night, which Song Yulu had yet to respond to. Qi Yan inquired, "Thank you for the caregiver you arranged. Are you free today? I wish to return the card to you." After a moment, he received a reply from Song Yulu. "Just have someone run it over." Qi Yan pursed his lips. Did Song Yulu not wish to see him? "This card is rather valuable. It will be better if I deliver it myself." Soon after, he received an address from Song Yulu. then come to my house. It appeared that Song Yulu had no aversion to meeting Chi Yin, but rather was simply too lethargic to move. Every part of his body ached. The previous day, Aunt Sun had only treated his hand, while wounds persisted on his backside and thigh. Lying in bed, Song Yulu played with his phone, growing bored after a while. Just then, he received a call from his father. Upon answering, his father's indifferent voice echoed through the receiver. There is a gala at 9 tonight. I will send you the address. Remember to attend. Before he could finish uttering a good, the call was abruptly terminated. Frustrated, Song Yulu tossed his phone onto the bed and vigorously ruffled his hair. Why is he so cold? Is he truly my father? No wonder he turned out the way he did. It all ties back to his upbringing. An unfortunate childhood can take a lifetime to heal, while a fortunate one can heal a lifetime. With a slow gait, Song Yulu descended in the elevator, just in time to see Wang Ma ushering Chi Yin inside. Wang Ma smiled. Young master, I encountered your friend on my way back, so I brought him along. It seems this is your first time inviting a friend to our home. Chi Yin was somewhat taken aback. Was he truly the first? He recalled that Song Yulu had a circle of close friends. Had none of them ever visited? For reasons unknown, a subtle thrill of secret joy surged within him. Chi Yin's forehead glistened with perspiration, and his collar felt slightly damp. Song Yulu suddenly recalled that this community was rather strict. Unregistered vehicles were not permitted to enter. His residence was situated halfway up the mountain, which meant that Chi Yin had walked up. Come, Chi classmate, have some water, Wang Ma said as she brought a glass of water and then busied herself in the kitchen. The words of apology that had been on the tip of his tongue were abruptly interrupted, and now, even if Song Yulu wished to speak, the words eluded him. Please, take a seat. Chi Yin sat down, placing his card on the coffee table. Thank you for the card. How much do I owe the caretaker? I will transfer it to you along with the medical expenses. It's nothing, really, Song Yulu replied casually. I must insist. I cannot take advantage of you. Hearing this, Song Yulu lifted his gaze to Chi Yin, a question lingering in his mind. Was that night not an advantage taken? Why had he not returned? I said it's unnecessary. I have more than enough money. I'm not missing a bit. Chi Yin understood that Song Yulu was quite affluent and could easily afford it. Yet he inexplicably did not wish to owe him anything. As Song Yulu reached for the card, Chi Yin's attention was drawn to the wound on his palm. Gripping his hand, Chi Yin exclaimed, "You're injured." Song Yulu, taken aback, replied, "You didn't know?" No wonder Chi Yin had shown little reaction last night. It seemed he had misunderstood him. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware. Did this injury happen at my place? Chi Yin felt a surge of guilt and self-reproach. Setting aside other matters, he truly ought to thank Song Yulu for his grandmother. Song Yulu snorted, somewhat irked. Whose home would it be if not yours? Why does your wall need to be embedded with shards of glass? I'm covered in wounds. It hurts terribly. I apologize. There were some issues at home. Chi Yin said, not elaborating further, but Song Yulu could surmise that it was not a pleasant affair. By the way, you just mentioned being covered in wounds. Where else are you hurt? Song Yulu stiffened, withdrawing his hand. Nowhere. Have you applied medicine? If not, I can assist you, Chi Yin offered, feeling a sense of obligation since Song Yulu had been injured because of him. Thinking of the location of the wounds, Song Yulu quickly declined. No need. I can handle myself. His refusal implied that he had yet to treat the injuries, causing Chi Yin to grow concerned. The front door of Song Yulu's home was locked, which meant he must have climbed over the wall to get in. With that thought, Chi Yin's gaze fell upon Song Yulu's thighs and backside. Surely they must be injured as well. How had someone as delicate as Song Yulu managed to endure the pain to climb in? The mere thought pressed heavily upon Chi Yin's heart, leaving him somewhat breathless and feeling a pang of sympathy. Noticing Chi Yin's gaze, Song Yulu exclaimed in indignation, "What are you looking at? You rogue!" Chi Yin quickly averted his eyes, feeling embarrassed. Although they had shared more intimate moments, their relationship had not yet reached that level of closeness. I'm just worried about your injuries, Chi Yin clarified, referring to the wounds from climbing the wall. However, Song Yulu misinterpreted him, thinking he was alluding to that night. Editortid. Ah, do you think you're so impressive? It's been so many days. What wounds? I do say you're a bit too full of yourself. Especially when recalling that he had a fever for 3 days upon his return, Song Yulu could not contain his ire. How could Chi Yin dare to bring up such a matter? The mere thought that Qi Yin might seek retribution for this incident left Song Yulu feeling wronged. After all, it was Qi Yin who had taken advantage. In this moment, Song Yulu completely forgot about the fact that he had administered the drug. Qi Yan, realizing that Song Yulu had misunderstood, found himself at a loss as to whether he should offer an explanation. If he chose to clarify, Song Yulu would undoubtedly feel embarrassed. Conversely, if he remained silent, his own image could be jeopardized. Just then, Wang Ma emerged with a platter of fruits, forcing Qi Yin to hold his tongue. Noticing the stern expression on Song Yulu's face, which suggested he was upset, Wang Ma hurriedly reassured him. The fruits have been washed, young masters. Our homegrown cherries have just come in, and they are exceptionally sweet. Do give them a try. Chapter 8. What bet? Song Yulu had a fondness for cherries. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth, savoring its sweetness, his eyes narrowing in delight. Qi Yin found himself entranced by the vivid red of Song Yulu's lips, which outshone even the cherries, though he quickly regained his composure and averted his gaze. Unnoticed by anyone. Curiously, Song Yulu asked, "By the way, Wang Ma, did your daughter-in-law have a boy or a girl?" At the mention of children, Wang Ma's eyes softened. "It's a girl. I have always wished for a sweet, soft granddaughter, and now I finally have one. I must thank you, young master, for the gold lock you sent. It is a bit heavy, though. That gold lock is both large and solid, far too precious." Wang Ma felt deeply touched, not only by the value of the gold lock, but also by the thoughtfulness of Song Yulu. She had always known that the young master was a tough exterior with a gentle heart. With the conversation flowing, Wang Ma casually inquired, "Young master, do you prefer boys or girls?" She added, "When you have children in the future, I will help take care of them." Qi Yin suddenly looked up. "Me?" Song Yulu shook his head. "I do not like children." He had never contemplated having kids. He could barely take care of himself, let alone a child. He felt he would not make a responsible parent and did not wish to raise another version of himself. Wang Ma then turned to Qi Yin. "And you, Qi Yin? Do you prefer boys or girls?" Qi Yin also shook his head. "I do not like children either." This revelation surprised Song Yulu. He had not anticipated that Qi Yin shared this sentiment. Wang Ma sighed. "I must be getting old, unable to fathom the thoughts of today as youth. But really, whether it's a boy or a girl does not matter. What is important is that you both find joy in your lives." Though she did not understand, she respected their choices. The online comments began to stir regarding this topic. "I don't like children either. A life of comfort is what I seek. And a few years of suffering in old age is my due." Does Wang Ma still not realize Song Yulu's sexual orientation? Not having children is quite fine. It feels like the young master is still a child himself. Upon reading this comment, Song Yulu thought, "Are they implying I'm immature? How absurd." Wang Ma had other matters to attend to, and after a few brief words, hurried back to the kitchen. "Have you seen the school forum?" "What forum?" Qi Yin succinctly explained the situation regarding the forum. Song Yulu glanced at the forum, where a post had surged to the top, buzzing with fervor. Upon delving deeper, he discovered that the community was embroiled in a debate over who was the one and who was the zero between him and Qi Yin. With a cold smirk, he selected a comment and replied with his real name. "Can't you tell? Of course, I am the one." Qi Yin, witnessing this scene, was left bewildered. Song Yulu leaned closer, narrowing his eyes as he admonished, "You must not speak of the last incident. If anyone inquires, simply declare yourself as the zero. Understood?" Qi Yin countered, "I am not." "You are." To which Song Yulu insisted, "I don't care whether you are or not. Just make sure you present yourself as such to the outside world." Song Yulu had been boasting of his prowess as the one, and should it come to light that he had been subdued by Qi Yin, his pride would be irrevocably tarnished. Suddenly, Qi Yin perceived their exchange as somewhat juvenile and ceased to argue. After all, he was indifferent to external perceptions. The individual who had received the response initially thought it was someone else joking about Song Yulu, only to realize it was indeed the man himself. The post's excitement heightened further. What could be more exhilarating than the protagonist entering the fray personally? Wow. I never expected Qi Yin to be the zero. I always thought the young master was. With cards exchanged and faces recognized, Qi Yin prepared to take his leave. However, just then, Wang Ma burst forth from the kitchen wielding a spatula. "Young master, isn't Qi Yin staying for dinner?" Wang Ma discerned that this Qi Yin held a unique significance for the young master, prompting her bold inquiry. Song Yulu contemplated allowing Chi Yin to stay, reasoning that their household could certainly spare a meal. Yet, as he opened his mouth to speak, Chi Yin interrupted, "Thank you, but I have other matters to attend to." He then asked, "What were you about to say?" Song Yulu's expression darkened instantly. "What I wanted to say was, take care, I want to see you off." Chi Yin cast a glance at Song Yulu, puzzled by his sudden ire. Indeed, he did have pressing commitments. Noticing the tension, Wang Ma blinked and inquired, "Young master, would you like to see Chi Yin off? It's rather inconvenient to descend the mountain from here." Considering Song Yulu's injury, Chi Yin hastily declined, "No need. I can manage on my own." Song Yulu scoffed. "Wang Ma, did you hear that? He doesn't require my escort. If he wishes to leave, let him depart on his own. Wasn't everything fine before? What suddenly changed between these two? Did I miss something? I didn't notice anything amiss. My heart aches for Chi Yin. It takes quite a while to descend from here, and in this sweltering heat, it's quite distressing. Fear not, everyone. Chi Yin holds grudges. Perhaps he'll jot this down and seek his revenge later." Upon reading the last remark, Song Yulu sprang to his feet. "I shall see you off." With the driver absent lately, it fell upon Song Yulu to provide the ride. His own predicament was dire enough. Adding further complications would surely worsen his situation. "I don't need." "No, you don't," Song Yulu retorted, covering his ears. "I refuse to listen." Chi Yin could not suppress a chuckle, only to be met with a fierce glare from Song Yulu. This marks the first occasion on which Chi Yin finds himself in Song Yulu's vehicle, where a subtle fragrance reminiscent of Song Yulu envelopes the air. As the car arrives at the entrance of the community, a figure rushes towards them. Little Lu. After being abandoned midway the previous day, Xia Wenjing realizes that Song Yulu has been ignoring him, as his messages go unanswered. The thought of losing Song Yulu sends a wave of pallor across Xia Wenjing's face. It is often said that it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to regress from luxury to frugality. Now that he has tasted the sweetness derived from his relationship with Song Yulu, he is naturally reluctant to let go. He dashes to the entrance of Song Yulu's community, but is obstructed by the security guard, who denies him entry. In his agitation, he catches sight of Song Yulu's car. Look, even fate seems to be aiding him. As Song Yulu lowers the window, Xia Wenjing hurriedly leans closer. "Little Lu, you." Suddenly, he notices Chi Yin seated in the passenger seat, and is taken aback. "What are you doing here?" "Ki Yan retorts. Why should Ti be here?" This individual is familiar to him, a member of Song Yulu's circle, who affectionately refers to her as Little Lu. Xia Wenjing turns to Song Yulu. "Little Lu, how is he in your car? Did you not promise me that once the bet was over, you would cease all contact with him?" Chi Yin sharply turns to Song Yulu. "What does bet mean? What kind of bet?" Chapter 9. What brings you here? Song Yulu did not anticipate Xia Wenjing's sudden outburst. For reasons unknown, he feels a surge of guilt. Casting a glance at the skeptical Chi Yin, Song Yulu shoots a fierce glare at Xia Wenjing. "What are you babbling about? What I do is none of your business. Move aside. I intend to leave." As he attempts to raise the window, Xia Wenjing stubbornly presses against the glass, refusing to relent. Song Yulu exclaims, "You're being insufferable. What do you want?" "Little Lu, just let me in the car." "Absolutely not. What if he reveals more while in the car? Chi Yin would only despise him further." "Not a chance." Song Yulu threatens, "If you don't move aside, forget about the collaboration between the Song family and yours." As soon as the words leave his lips, Xia Wenjing instantly releases his grip, his face betraying his anxiety. Observing the tension etched on Xia Wenjing's features, Song Yulu lets out a derisive snort, raises the window, and drives off. Left behind, Xia Wenjing's eyes flash with malice. Chi Yin. This is the second time Song Yulu has abandoned him for Chi Yin. He silently vows that Chi Yin must not be allowed to remain. The atmosphere inside the car grows heavy with silence, neither occupant willing to speak. Chi Yin harbors his own suspicions. A young master from a privileged background suddenly pursues him with great fanfare. It is hard to believe there are no ulterior motives at play. He directly inquires, "What was the nature of the bet?" Song Yulu coughs lightly. "It's nothing, and it doesn't concern you." By saying that, it implies that it does concern me. Song Yulu tightens his grip on the steering wheel. feigning calmness as he replies, "No, it's merely a matter within our circle. You wouldn't understand." Qi Yan's gaze shifts to Song Yulu's hands, lowering his eyes to conceal his thoughts. "Is that so?" His tone remains flat, betraying neither belief nor disbelief. Indeed, a sense of unease stirs within Song Yulu's heart. Had it been in the past, if Qi Yan were to discover this, it would merely be known. However, given that Qi Yan is now recognized as the antagonist and will seek vengeance in the future, would it not be prudent for him to remain oblivious to this matter? He truly is quite astute. Song Yulu resolved to ensure that all those in the know would keep silent, burying this incident deep within their hearts forever. He inquired, "Where are you headed?" "Just drop me off by the roadside," came the curt response. "Shall I give you a ride?" "No need." Qi Yan's tone was icy, imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. Reluctantly, Song Yulu halted by the roadside, watching as Qi Yan exited and hailed a taxi, departing without a backward glance. Song Yulu thought to himself, "Haha, that nearly gave me away. Splendid. It seems their relationship has soured even further, which brings me great comfort. Just moments ago, I scarcely dared to breathe, fearing how infuriated Qi Yan would be if he were to find out. When will Song Yulu log off? I wish to see the goose." With a hint of sarcasm, Song Yulu retorted, "If you wish to see a goose, go to the goose pen. I have none here." He was acutely aware that the term goose in the comments referred to Song Mian, and at that moment, he was exceedingly irritated, unwilling to accommodate anyone. After uttering his reply, he promptly closed the comment section. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a barrage of apologetic messages from Xiao Wenqing, a lengthy discourse that he couldn't be bothered to read. Instead, he opened the group chat and succinctly declared, regarding the wager we made earlier, "No one is permitted to speak of it. If Qi Yan finds out, this matter will remain unresolved." Initially, the group fell silent, but soon assurances flooded in. "Rest assured, I am very discreet. It will certainly remain confidential. Song Xiao, has something happened? You need not worry. We will not leak a word." In Song Yulu's presence, the group members exhibited exemplary behavior. Yet, in their smaller chat without him and Xiao Wenqing, they were fervently speculating. What could have transpired for Song Yulu to suddenly utter such words? Is he afraid Qi Yan will find out? Could it be that he and Qi Yan are truly together? Wasn't he fond of Xiao Wenqing? Perhaps he has shifted his affections due to Xiao Wenqing's prolonged silence. Qi Yan received a friend request, although he did not recognize the profile picture or username. An inexplicable intuition led him to believe it was from the individual mentioned earlier. He declined the request. The person sent another friend request accompanied by a message. "Don't you wish to know what wager was made?" Qi Yan was indeed curious, yet he preferred not to acquire knowledge from external sources. After all, who could ascertain the truth of what others say or whether they embellish the tale? The profundity of the Chinese language allows for significant alterations in meaning through mere modification. Nonetheless, this did not prevent Qi Yan from feeling irate. He immediately entered the profile and blocked the individual. Subsequently, his former employer, who had previously dismissed him, reached out to Qi Yan, requesting him to return to work. Qi Yan did not refuse, recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity. The employer's demeanor was somewhat strained, tinged with embarrassment. "I apologize, Qi Yan. I had no choice before." "It's all right. I bear no ill will towards you." For Qi Yan, the opportunity to return to work was indeed a fortunate turn of events. He is in need of employment and finances. His grandmother's hospitalization has left him indebted to Song Yulu, and he is determined to repay that debt. After a busy afternoon, he rode back to his dormitory, and as he opened the door, he was met with the unexpected presence of an unwelcome guest. Qi Yan's expression instantly turned frosty. "What brings you here?" Chapter 10. So, does Song Yulu have feelings for Xiao Wenqing? Qi Yan had not anticipated that this individual would pursue him all the way to his dormitory, an unwelcome specter that simply would not fade away. His demeanor grew colder still. The visitor was none other than Xiao Wenqing, who audaciously reclined in the middle of the room. "Since you haven't accepted my friend request, I had no choice but to come looking for you," he declared. With a glance at his wristwatch, Xia added, "You've wasted a considerable amount of my time." Qi Yan, displaying no regard, retorted, "I do not welcome you. Please leave." Xiao Wenjing's expression darkened momentarily before returning to its usual composure. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to dismiss him so brazenly. Did he genuinely believe that everyone could be trifled with like Song Yulu? He flicked his wrist, adopting a boastful tone as he inquired, "Do you have any idea how much this watch cost me?" Chi Yin responded with a nonchalant, "No. And I have no desire to know. Kindly make way." Xiao Wenjing scoffed. This watch was a birthday gift from Xiao Lu. Chi Yan's movements faltered for just an instant before he regained his composure, replying coolly, "And then what?" This response left Xiao Wenjing with a sense of futility akin to striking a pillow. He scrutinized Chi Yan's expression, attempting to discern whether his calm demeanor was merely a facade. Yet he failed. Chi Yan genuinely seemed unfazed. Frowning, Xiao Wenjing pondered if he had misjudged the situation. Did Chi Yan harbor no feelings for Song Yulu? Regardless of Chi Yan's sentiments, he felt compelled to take precautions. Rising to his feet, Xiao Wenjing leaned closer to Chi Yan, lowering his voice. "I warn you to keep your distance from Xiao Lu." Chi Yan smiled, finding this baseless threat amusing. Setting aside the fact that he had never actively pursued Song Yulu, what right did this person have to issue a warning? He smirked and asked, "Is Song Yulu aware of your actions?" Xiao Wenjing's expression briefly shifted before he quickly regained his composure. Of course, Song Yulu was oblivious to this matter. If she were to find out, she would certainly be angered, but he would ensure that she never had the opportunity to learn of it. Without directly answering, Xiao Wenjing proclaimed, "Xiao Lu and I are on the same wavelength as for you." He scrutinized Chi Yan from head to toe, noting the cheapness of his attire, the faded look of his clothing, and even the counterfeit shoes he wore. What could he possibly compare to him? Xiao Wenjing disdainfully scoffed. The mud on the ground should remain there. It's best not to harbor delusions of ascending to greater heights. Jiang Lin and Huang Wenhao seethed with anger. This individual was truly insufferable. Yet, they dared not voice their discontent, fully aware of the power dynamics at play, and could only seethe in silence. Chi Yan, however, displayed no emotional upheaval, merely inquiring, "By what authority do you speak to me in this manner?" "Of course, as a friend of Xiao Lu," Xiao Wenjing replied. Chi Yan nodded in understanding, retorting with sarcasm, "Is that the kind of friend who can't even get close to the car?" "You," Xiao Wenjing, filled with indignation, pointed at Chi Yan and sneered, "Little Lu has confessed her feelings to me. I did not reciprocate. She is merely sulking. What do you, an outsider, understand? I advise you to recognize your place. If you come any closer to little Lu, I want you let this rest." With that, Xiao Wenjing turned on his heel and slammed the dormitory door with a resounding bang. Only then did Jiang Linha and Huang Wenhao dare to speak. "Isn't he going a bit too far? He looks down on others. What give him the right? Isn't he just another dog by Song Yulu's side?" The to berated Xiao Wenjing repeatedly. Jiang Lin's keen eyes noticed that Chi Yan's countenance was amiss and asked with concern, "Chi Yan, are you all right?" "Ien me fine," Chi Yan replied, returning to his seat and opening his laptop to prepare for work. However, his gaze remained unfocused, lost in thought. The words of Xiao Wenjing echoed in his ears. Song Yulu has confessed to Xiao Wenjing. So, does that mean Song Yulu has feelings for Xiao Wenjing? They are merely quarreling at the moment. What does that make his fervent pursuit over the past 3 months? Just a part of their game? At this moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Chi Yan, leaving him both confused and agitated. Recalling the events of that night, he clenched his jaw tightly, his expression darkening profoundly. Just a quarrel, yet Song Yulu has invested quite a lot. At the entrance of the hotel, a well-dressed young woman was stopped by the security guard, unable to gain entry. Feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, Song Qianqian's expression soured. If word of this got out, she would be the laughingstock. She explained, "I simply forgot to bring my invitation. Why won't you let me in?" The security guard responded curtly, "I'm sorry, I only check invitations. I told you, I forgot my invitation. If you don't believe me, you can call your manager to see if my name is on tonight's guest list." The guard reiterated, "I'm sorry, I only check invitations." Frustrated, Song Qianqian stamped her foot and declared, "My father is Song Jingming." The guard internally scoffed. Everyone knew that Song Jingming had only one child, and that was Song Yulu. The audacity of this girl to invoke his name was laughable, a desperate attempt to climb the social ladder. The guard mocked, "I'm sorry, I only check invitations." Just then, a young man approached, dressed simply yet unable to conceal his striking good looks. Song Chanqian's eyes sparkled with admiration. How could a man be so handsome? She then witnessed the very guard who had been obstructing her bowing respectfully to the young man, allowing him entry. Song Chanqian hastily questioned, "He doesn't have an invitation either. How can he go in?" The security guard looked at her as if she were foolish. "He can enter just by showing his face. And didn't you say your father is Mr. Song Jingming? How did you not recognize who he is?" Song Chanqian gazed at the departing figure, her mind racing. Could it be that he is Song Yulu? She pursed her lips, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes. As the child of Song Jingming, Song Yulu is regarded as a favored one, yet she remains a clandestine, illegitimate daughter, barred from attending gatherings at the door. Had she not inadvertently glimpsed the invitation, she would have remained oblivious to the soiree taking place that evening. Song Chanqian felt a pang of injustice in her heart. It was simply unfair. Unbeknownst to Song Yulu, even if she were aware, she would likely remain indifferent. Song Chanqian envied her status. Yet Song Yulu too harbored a longing for the affection of Song Jingming, albeit a love that was scant. After all, Song Jingming had numerous other illegitimate children, his affection apportioned amongst them in fragments. Viewed in this light, it seemed rather commonplace. Upon entering, Song Yulu was greeted by a throng of acquaintances. "Young Master Song, it has been quite some time," she heard. Responding lazily, she settled into a nearby seat, reclining languidly against the sofa while perusing the lively comments on her screen. "Little dear," Xiao Wenjing approached, balancing 2 glasses of wine, offering one to Song Yulu. When she did not take it, he placed it before her and sat beside her unceremoniously. "Little dear, why aren't you wearing the dress I gifted you?" he inquired. "I don't like it," she replied bluntly. Xiao Wenjing's smile faltered slightly. "I must have chosen poorly. Next time, I shall select something you prefer." As Song Yulu turned her head towards him. Even though Xiao Wenjing was already aware of her beauty, he was nonetheless taken aback by her striking presence. She regarded him with a sidelong glance, her expression lofty, as if surveying something beneath her contempt. This made Xiao Wenjing entertain the thought of pulling her down from her pedestal, of shattering her composure, of subjecting her to humiliation. He couldn't help but ponder how delightful it would be if Song Yulu were not a member of the Song family. Perhaps then he could savor her essence, which he imagined would be exquisite. Chapter 11. "If you are not afraid of my embarrassment," Song Yulu furrowed her brow, puzzled by the peculiar gaze of Xiao Wenjing. With her lips slightly parted, she reprimanded, "What are you staring at? It's rather disgusting." His gaze had inadvertently fallen upon her delicate, pink tongue, leaving him parched. Acknowledging his lapse, he withdrew his eyes and clarified, "Apologies, I was lost in thought." His gaze is so greasy. Although Song Yulu is malicious, she is undeniably stunning. Can you all please not let your perceptions be swayed by appearances? Just recalling the things he has done to that girl makes me want to mar his handsome face. Song Yulu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether jealousy was the motive behind their comments. She had known since childhood of her striking appearance. Suddenly, a low murmur arose from a distance. When she looked up, she beheld a couple entering, hand in hand, surrounded by admirers. Song Yulu's expression darkened. The newcomers were none other than Song Jingming and Lin Wan, her parents. Despite each having their own lovers and children, they had no intention of divorcing, instead choosing to masquerade as a loving couple at every gathering. It was utterly revolting. "Little dear, it's your uncle and aunt. Are you not going to greet them?" As he spoke, Xiao Wenjing had already risen to his feet, smoothing the creases of his clothing, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Song Yulu understood his intentions and firmly declined, saying, "I will not go." Xiao Wenjing frowned. "Little dear, how can there be lingering grievances between parents and their children? If you do not attend, will it not embarrass uncle and aunt?" Song Yulu furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to the affectionate couple. Deep down, he had always yearned for their love, even if just a modicum. Yet, that love had never materialized, not even a trace. Now, having learned from the comments that he was not their biological son, what need did he have for further hopes? After all, time was running short. To be candid, Song Yulu was indeed curious about the nature of his biological parents, yet he could not suppress a sense of trepidation and retreat. He had assumed the identity of Song Mian, who was described as a wonderful person. Surely, that couple must have cherished Song Myeon deeply. They were Song Myeon's parents, not his. Little dear, so this is where you are, came a voice that snapped him from his thoughts. He looked up to find Lin Won approaching. Noticing Song Yulu's silence, Lin Won paused momentarily before smiling. Why are you hiding here? I couldn't find you anywhere. She then glanced at Xie Wenjing, a fleeting look of disdain crossing her face, barely perceptible. Why is he always around you? Little Jing is here too, Xie Wenjing exclaimed with excitement, surprised that Mrs. Song remembered his name. Aunt long time no see. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Won redirected her attention to Song Yulu, grasping his hand and saying, "Come, let me introduce you to a few people." With an apologetic glance at Xie Wenjing, she added, "I'm sorry, we must leave for a moment." Xie Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, but replied, "All right." As the two distanced themselves, Lin Won eagerly released his hand. The warmth of her grip evaporated instantly, and Song Yulu lowered his eyelids, lost in thought. In the absence of others, Lin Won wore a smile, yet her words were harsh. "Can you not be more sensible? Don't be as annoying as your father. With so many people around, you need to behave properly. Do you know how embarrassing it is for me?" She then muttered under her breath, "Honestly, compared to Xin Yin, you're just so lacking if it weren't for." The Xin Yin she referred to as the child she had with her lover. Though her sentence remained unfinished, Song Yulu grasped her implication. If not for him being a product of a marriage alliance, she wouldn't bother with him at all. In the past, such words would have pierced Song Yulu's heart, prompting him to smile and play the dutiful son, engaging with Lin Won. Yet, at this moment, he found himself surprisingly untroubled. Perhaps without hope, one could evade pain. "I do not enjoy such occasions, nor do I like socializing. Please do not bring me again. Take that Xin Yin instead," Song Yulu stated earnestly. After all, the real heir was soon to be recognized, rendering his efforts futile. He might as well relish the remainder of his life. However, Lin Won interpreted his words as jealousy. Lin Won furrowed her brow. "You have grown up. Can't you understand anything? Everything at home is meant for you. Xin Yin has nothing. I merely mention him, and you're already consumed by jealousy? Look, just a single remark, and I am labeled as envious." Song Yulu replied curtly, "If that is how you choose to think, there is nothing I can do about it." He was too weary to explain. As he turned to leave, Lin Won grasped his wrist, refusing to let him go. Her sharp fingers dug into his flesh, causing a sharp pain that made Song Yulu's eyes suddenly brim with tears. Following his gaze, Lin Won noticed the cut and quickly released him. "I didn't mean to," she said, but upon seeing his expression, she chastised him again. "It's just a minor injury. Why are you a grown man? Crying and fussing? You truly lack any semblance of masculinity, far inferior to Xin Yin." Enduring the pain, Song Yulu interrupted her. "Inferior to your Xin Yin, is it? Then go find him. Why seek me?" Noticing the curious stares from those around them, Lin Won struggled to maintain her smile and whispered, "Do you have to cause a scene in such a setting?" Song Yulu suddenly felt a profound sense of disinterest. He realized that Lin Won was utterly incapable of understanding his words, or perhaps she simply did not wish to comprehend. "I've said it before, I dislike this environment. I do not wish to create conflict with you. May I leave now?" "No, you must stay here today." Drawing a deep breath, Song Yulu replied, "If you are unafraid of the embarrassment I could cause you." Lin Won froze, taken aback by his boldness. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Song Yulu had already distanced himself. She contemplated pursuing him, but just then, someone approached to engage in small talk, forcing her to plaster on a smile. The person, observing Song Yulu's retreating figure, inquired with curiosity, "The banquet has just begun. Why is young Master Song leaving?" Lin Won smiled as she explained. He suddenly remembered something urgent and left early. The individual smiled in response, but inwardly scoffed. Who didn't he know that young Master Song was a complete fool, incapable of understanding anything, having even bought his way into university? What could possibly be so urgent? With the Song and Lin families in his hands, disaster loomed on the horizon. Chapter 12. Could you refrain from mentioning my name the next time we kiss? As the clamor behind him gradually faded, Song Yulu found solace in the garden. The garden was tranquil and secluded, with only the occasional chirp of insects breaking the silence. He sat on a swing, listlessly swaying his slender legs, savoring a moment of peace. Suddenly, footsteps approached, followed by the sound of fabric rustling and the trickling of water. Song Yulu. Just as he was about to make room for the wild mandarin ducks, the barrage of comments surged. Don't leave, don't leave. I beg you, please don't go. Let me listen. Song Yulu. Is this a perversion? You want to hear this? Don't go, as long as you stay. I want to scold you today. Why leave such an exhilarating scene? Aren't you curious who it is? Song Yulu felt no curiosity whatsoever. Let them do as they pleased. Then he heard his name. How long do you intend to remain by Song Yulu's side? The voice belonged to Xia Wenjing. Song Yulu's expression remained unchanged. However, the barrage of comments began to voice their discontent, which amused Song Yulu. I thought they were good friends, but it turns out they are just trying to curry favor. Suddenly, I feel quite sorry for Song Yulu. His parents don't care for him, and his friends aren't sincere. If I were in his shoes, I'd be devastated. Does his pity justify harming others? Is Mian Bao not pitiable? Alas, are you very sad? Cry, cry. We won't laugh at you. Actually, I want to see him cry too. Song Yulu thought, these perverts. He certainly wouldn't cry. To be honest, Song Yulu felt no surprise. He never believed those friends were genuinely fond of him. As for sadness, he felt none. Without Xia Wenjing, he could find others. However, Xia Wenjing was different. Thus, it was not him who needed Xia Wenjing, but rather Xia Wenjing who could not do without him. A feminine voice playfully said, All right, I merely wish to stand by your side openly. Well, as we agreed, if you wish to follow me, you cannot expect a title. If you are unwilling. Xia Wenjing's voice sounded somewhat cold, despite the intimate actions. There was no hint of warmth. What a scoundrel. Pa, I am willing, Ah Jing. The two leaned in for another kiss. The garden was too quiet, making their sounds particularly pronounced. All right, they are both willing participants. Respect others' destinies. Let go of the urge to assist. Song Yulu felt a wave of nausea. What was the need to talk while kissing? Were there no other words to share? Originally intending to leave, he reconsidered and approached them. Xia Wenjing, caught off guard by the sudden dark figure, accidentally bit down hard on his companion's tongue, causing her to cry out in pain. What are you doing? She exclaimed, annoyed. Xia Wenjing had no time to attend to her, for he had spotted Song Yulu's face. His heart skipped a beat, and he was momentarily stunned. How did Song Yulu arrive here? When had he come? Had he overheard their earlier conversation? Xia Wenjing felt an overwhelming panic as he stammered. A little Lu, let me explain. Would Song Yulu expel him from his circle of friends, or even seek revenge? The girl was startled as well, and quickly lowered her head, hiding behind Xia Wenjing. Song Yulu coolly remarked, Could you refrain from mentioning my name the next time you kiss? It's quite unlucky. Is that all you have to say? I thought something significant was about to happen, but it was just this? Just this? I must inquire. Is the focus perhaps misplaced? Xia Wenjing. He too was somewhat bewildered. Observing Song Yulu's expression closely, he realized he did not seem angry, leaving his emotions in a complex state, uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. After all, it seems he has taken himself far too seriously. Or perhaps this is merely a facade presented by Song Yulu. He explained, Little dear, please do not misunderstand. It is not as you think. What exactly do you mean? Are you saying that your interest in me is not influenced by my family background? Just as Xia Wenjing was about to nod, he heard Song Yulu continue. If that is not the case, then perhaps the resources I provided you earlier are of no value. Xia Wenjing. He grasped Song Yulu's hand, only to have it forcefully shaken off. Song Yulu furrowed his brow. His hand felt tainted. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Xia Wenjing's hand near another girl's bosom. How could he dare to touch him with that hand? At this moment, he longed to sanitize his hand immediately. Why did you touch me? Xia Wenjing, undeterred, continued. Little dear, I apologize. I admit my approach was influenced by that aspect, but I genuinely wish to be friends with you, and I'm truly grateful. Song Yulu retorted. You talk too much. It's infuriating. With a scowl, he turned to leave. He needed to wash his hands. Xia Wenjing remained rooted in place, the shadows of the trees obscuring his expression. After washing his hands, Song Yulu was preparing to depart when a voice suddenly called from behind. Where are you going? Startled for a moment, he turned to look at the newcomer. Song Jingming wore a stern expression. You clearly saw the security stopping Qian from entering. Why did you not lend a hand? You just stood by and watched while others bullied your sister. Song Yulu corrected him. She is not my sister. What do you mean? Are you denying your own father? Song Yulu obediently replied, Uncle Song, if you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. Uncle Song? Song Jingming's face contorted with anger. You dare call me Uncle Song? How about Uncle Bo? Gasping for breath, it was evident he was furious, his nostrils flaring. The comments erupted with laughter. This is delightful. This is hilarious. But he is right. Song Qian is indeed not his sister. Regardless, Song Qian has certainly bullied our dear Mianbao. Song Yulu's eyes flickered. The more Song Jingming thought about it, the angrier he became, raising his hand as if to strike. Song Yulu remained unmoved. You intend to hit me? If you dare, I shall inform grandfather. Although Song Jingming and Lin Wan were neglectful, grandfather and grandmother were still kind to him, provided he remained their biological grandson. He could not help but wonder how they would treat him once his true identity was revealed. Surely, it would not remain the same. With this thought, a wave of melancholy washed over Song Yulu. Upon hearing the mention of the old master, Song Jingming abruptly lowered his hand and admonished, All you ever do is complain. When will you grow up? Do you even know what people in our circle say about you? A good-for-nothing, utterly devoid of skills. Song Yulu replied nonchalantly, Oh, and then what? They are right. I am indeed a good-for-nothing. If I am deemed so, should I not allow others to say it? Song Jingming was astounded by Song Yulu's unabashed admission. You are so readily acknowledging it? Otherwise, would you feign ignorance like you? Do you dare to insult me? No. Indeed, I speak of your strength. Song Jingming, who rarely indulges in the online realm, fails to grasp the full extent of this sentiment. However, he harbors serious doubts regarding Song Yulu's intentions, lacking any substantial evidence. Reminded of his own objectives, Song Jingming sets aside his concerns and declares, Qian is your sister. You shall meet her tomorrow. Introduce her to your circle. Help her acclimate swiftly. That sounds feasible, but how shall I introduce her? Should I inform everyone that she is the illegitimate daughter of my father's infidelity? Song Yulu muses sarcastically. Initially, both Song Jingming and Lin Wan had vowed never to allow any illegitimate children to dance before him. Yet now, Song Jingming is the first to breach this commitment, and Lin Wan is certain to follow suit. It is laughable how easily they dismiss their own words. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Song Jingming lowers his voice. Simply present her as your recognized godsister. Oh, Song Yulu begins to refuse, but then notices the barrage of comments flooding in. Is it Mianbao? I'm so excited to see the goose. But why is Mianbao dressed in a server's outfit? Is Mianbao about to meet their biological father? Will they recognize each other in advance? In that moment, Song Yulu lifts his gaze to see a young man in a server's uniform, possessing a striking resemblance to Song Jingming, hurrying towards him. Not wishing for Song Jingming to notice just yet, Song Yulu quickly concedes. All right, I agree to take her along. Now can you leave? Otherwise, my mother might think there is trouble in your marriage. This statement proves to be remarkably effective for Song Jingming, who hastily departs. Wait, what are you doing? Why did you send Song Jingming away? What did I say about being a malicious pawn? Truly wicked. Are you afraid Mianbao will be recognized? Song Yulu smirks slightly and whispers. You've guessed it. Song Mian, having specifically inquired about the conversation between Song Jingming and Song Yulu, hastens to join them. As someone who has traversed into the pages of a story, he is aware of the plot and intends to recognize Song Jingming beforehand. However, to his surprise, he sees Song Jingming hastily departing before he can approach. Song Mian purses his lips, casting an unhappy glance at Song Yulu. Sensing the hostility emanating from Song Mian, Song Yulu raises an eyebrow, intrigued by this animosity, especially since it is their first encounter. As Song Mian brushes past him, seemingly by accident, he steps on Song Yulu's shoe, provoking a smile from Song Yulu. Stop! Song Mian does not halt. Did you not hear me when I told you to stand still? At that moment, a few individuals approach from the front, causing Song Mian to glance away, swiftly turning back. I apologize, I did not realize you were addressing me. Is there something you require, young Master Song? Song Yulu glances down at the imprint on his shoe, realizing he has been stepped on without an apology. "Excuse me, young Master Song, it was not my intention to tread on your foot." Song Mian was aware that Song Yulu was a malicious pawn, yet he never anticipated that he would find himself in the position of polishing his shoes. "Clean my shoes," he commanded. Song Mian cast a pleading glance towards the newcomers. His eyes reddened, exuding an aura of pitiful helplessness. "I'm sorry, young Master Song, it was not intentional. Please spare me," he implored. Song Yulu observed Song Mian's subtle gestures with keen clarity. Did he truly believe that the arrival of a few individuals would lend him support? If so, he had gravely miscalculated. The leader of the group, nonchalant and disheveled, had his shirt unbuttoned to the chest, flaunting a head of flamboyant red hair, and inquired curiously, "What transpired here?" Song Mian turned to the speaker for assistance. He recognized him as Huozhong, who typically found himself at odds with Song Yulu and would ostensibly come to his aid. "It was merely an accident. I stepped on young Master Song's shoe, and he demanded I clean it." Huozhong directed his gaze at Song Yulu. "Are you bullying someone here?" Song Yulu's lips parted. "What is it to you?" Huozhong, incensed by Song Yulu's demeanor, retorted, "Can you not speak civilly?" "I speak as I wish. If you don't like it, leave," Song Yulu shot back. Observing Huozhong's darkening countenance, Song Mian hastily interjected, "I'm sorry, it's entirely my fault. Please do not quarrel on my account." Huozhong scrutinized Song Mian for a moment, then exclaimed, "If it's your fault, then why don't you quickly help young Master Song clean his shoes?" Song Mian. This was not how he envisioned the situation unfolding. "Can you not hear? You made the mess. You should clean it. Or were you merely feigning an apology?" Song Mian. "Goodness, they are indeed two of kind. I can't take it anymore. Why is he so cruel? Why bully Mianbao? It's fine. This person will meet a dreadful fate soon enough. Let him bask in his arrogance for a while longer." Song Mian's expression stiffened as he glanced at the others, but they all averted their eyes, showing no inclination to assist. At that moment, Song Yulu chuckled. "Don't make it seem as though I am bullying you. You intentionally stepped on my shoe, you know in your heart. I'll give you 1 minute. Will you clean it or not?" Song Mian lowered his head, obscuring his expression. After a brief moment, he murmured, "I will," with nothing in hand to clean with. He was left humiliated, squatting before Song Yulu, using his own sleeve to wipe away the shoe prints he had left. Gritting his teeth, Song Mian thought to himself, "Song Yulu, this humiliation I shall remember." Chapter 14. Do you not like him? The comments expressed deep sympathy. "Oh, my Mianbao, Song Yulu, you are despicable. Why do you torment Mianbao? He merely stepped on your shoe by accident. Is it really necessary? But it does seem like Mianbao stepped on purpose. Are you blind? Sigh, I had just started to change my opinion of you because of Qi Yan's grandmother, and now you've disappointed me greatly. You." Song Yulu promptly shut off the comments. Amusingly enough, did he truly need to endure the insults? However, he was surprised to find that there were still discerning eyes that noticed Song Mian's subtle actions. The path had been wide enough, yet Song Mian had chosen to brush past him, stepping on his foot without uttering a word. What was the matter? Had his feet lost all sensation? Feeling as though he had not stepped on anyone, Song Yulu was the kind of person who would repay even the smallest grievance. A gentleman's vengeance is to be exacted without delay. Since Song Mian had deliberately stepped on him, he must ensure that she would pay for it. As for whether he would harbor resentment or seek revenge, that was a matter for another time. Once Song Mian had finished, Song Yulu stood to leave. Huozhong approached and blocked his path. "Hey, I just helped you. Aren't you going to thank me? Move aside. What if I refuse?" Song Yulu pushed him aside with force and walked away. Huozhong stood there, clutching his chest, staring blankly in the direction Song Yulu had departed. Thump! Thump! His heart raced a little faster. "Huoge, what are you looking at? Did he push you too hard? Should we help you push back?" Huozhong withdrew his hand and shot an irritated glare at the two nearby, wondering why they were so chatty every day. He then turned to the dejected Song Mian, warning him, "Keep your thoughts to yourself. If you provoke Song Yulu again, I will make you regret it." Once everyone had left, Song Mian finally lifted his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He was the protagonist, and it remained to be seen who would have a last laugh. The humiliation he endured today would surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. Song Yulu drove away, unwilling to return home, aimlessly wandering the streets. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Song Yulu drove closer, matching the speed of Qi Yin, and lowered his window, honking the horn. When Qi Yin looked over, Song Yulu smiled. "Where are you headed? Let me give you a ride." "No need." Qi Yin's demeanor was frosty. Song Yulu thought, is he still upset? Undeterred, he continued, "Come on. I'll take you." "No." The sluggish pace of Song Yulu's car caused a backlog of vehicles behind, and horns began to blare in impatience. Seeing this, Qi Yin had no choice but to get in the car. Clearing his throat, Song Yulu asked, "Where to?" "Just drop me off at the roadside ahead." Song Yulu pretended not to hear, thinking that since Qi Yin was already in the car, he couldn't just let him go. He wanted to improve their relationship. Nothing too close. Just enough to avoid any retaliation. Song Yulu softly inquired, "Are you still angry with me?" "No." If it weren't for Qi Yan's stern expression, Song Yulu might have believed him. "Actually, I haven't eaten yet." Qi Yan shot him a glance, puzzled by this sudden revelation. "I'm so hungry. Do you know any good places to eat nearby? I usually eat at small shops. I doubt young Master Song would be accustomed to them." "Just look at that." Young Master Song himself admitted it, yet he claimed not to be upset. However, ultimately, the betting incident was indeed his fault, and Song Yulu felt a surge of guilt. Song Yulu changed the subject again. "By the way, how is Grandma?" Mentioning his grandmother softened Qi Yan's expression somewhat. "Grandma is much better. The 2 caregivers you hired are quite good." "Thank you." "No problem, as long as she is well." Song Yulu could distinctly sense Qi Yan's attitude improving. "Grandma learned from Aunt Sun that you saved her and wants to meet you." Upon hearing this, Song Yulu promptly replied, "All right, I shall visit Grandma tomorrow." He felt a premonition that the turning point in his relationship with Qi Yin lay within the realm of his grandmother. Qi Yin's emotions were equally intricate. On one hand, he felt gratitude for Song Yulu's assistance towards his grandmother, yet on the other, he harbored a flicker of anger. Although he remained oblivious to the specifics of the wager, he harbored serious suspicions regarding its connection to him, perhaps even to the matter of Song Yulu pursuing him. Furthermore, regarding Xiao Wenqing's remarks, Qi Yin inadvertently mentioned, "By the way, Xiao Wenqing came to see me earlier." The car suddenly screeched to a halt. Prompting a tense inquiry from Song Yulu, "He sought you out? What did he want?" Could it be that he disclosed the details of the wager? As Song Yulu cautiously scrutinized Qi Yan's expression, Qi Yin reciprocated the scrutiny. The young master was not adept at concealing his emotions. Thus Qi Yin could distinctly perceive his anxiety, tension, and a tinge of guilt. However, it appeared that Song Yulu genuinely had no knowledge of Xiao Wenqing's visit. "I truly know nothing about this matter. My relationship with him is quite ordinary, and his actions bear no relation to me." Song Yulu hastily distanced himself from Xiao Wenqing, fearing that any repercussions stemming from Xiao Wenqing's actions might unjustly tarnish his standing in Qi Yan's eyes. Qi Yin replied nonchalantly, "He merely warned me to keep my distance from you." Song Yulu frowned, exasperated by Xiao Wenqing's increasingly outrageous behavior. Were it not for the memory of his past rescue, he would not have tolerated such insolence. "I am unaware of this matter," he added. Moreover, Song Yulu's heart sank once more. What else did he say? He mentioned that you have feelings for him. Yet if that were true, why did you pursue me and toy with my emotions? Qi Yan, initially hesitant to voice his thoughts for fear of unfavorable answers, found himself ensnared in his own speculations, ultimately opting for a straightforward inquiry to confirm with Song Yulu. Song Yulu exclaimed, "That's absurd. I do not harbor any affection for him." Qi Yin raised an eyebrow, his spirits inexplicably lifting at this revelation. Song Yulu pouted. He certainly did not like Xiao Wenqing, whose manner was overly paternalistic and quite bothersome. Qi Yin discerned that Song Yulu's words were sincere. Could it be that Xiao Wenqing's assertions were false? Yet he stated that you had pursued him. Song Yulu ground his teeth in frustration. Why did Xiao Wenqing feel the need to divulge everything? That was a relic of the past, long buried. Did he have nothing else to discuss? Noting Song Yulu's lack of denial, Qi Yan's expression darkened. Did this imply that Xiao Wenqing spoke the truth? Song Yulu pondered for a moment before confessing. "It is true, but there is a reason behind it that I cannot disclose. Nonetheless, I harbor no feelings for him whatsoever." The rationale from that time was exceedingly juvenile, constituting the greatest embarrassment of his life, and Song Yulu found it impossible to articulate. Chi Yin regarded Song Yulu thoughtfully for a while, before stating, "Turn right ahead." "What? Did you not say we hadn't eaten?" In an instant, Song Yulu comprehended his intent. Judging by Chi Yan's demeanor, perhaps he was no longer angry. Chapter 15. Is this any different from an indirect kiss? In the old town, the residential buildings are quite dilapidated, with peeling walls and faded colors. Even the ground is uneven and pockmarked. This was the first time Song Yulu had visited such a place. Dressed in high-end designer attire, he appeared rather out of place. Blinking his eyes, he inquired, "Where shall we dine?" "Just ahead," replied Chi Yin as he led the way to a noodle shop. An elderly lady with graying hair greeted them. "Ah, Chi Yin, how is your grandmother?" "She's quite well, Granny. This is my friend." "Hello, Granny." Song Yulu's face bore an air of deception, resembling a model student. "Oh, what a good-looking boy. What would you like to eat?" Chi Yin turned to Song Yulu and asked, "Are there any ingredients you avoid?" "I don't eat scallions." "All right, Granny, one bowl without scallions and one as usual." "Okay, just a moment." Song Yulu observed the noodle shop, which was modest in size but exceptionally clean, with tables and chairs polished to a shine. "Do you often dine here?" he asked, noticing the familiarity between Chi Yin and the elderly woman. "Yes, the noodles here are delicious, generous in portion, and reasonably priced. I come here frequently." Song Yulu had never dined in such a place since his birth. He had no qualms as long as it was clean. Before long, the elderly lady brought over the noodles. Seeing Chi Yin offer to help, Song Yulu stood up as well, only to be stopped by Chi Yin. "It's very hot. You can't handle it." Skeptical, Song Yulu reached out to touch it and exclaimed, "Ouch. It's indeed very hot." He quickly placed his hand against his ear to cool it down. Chi Yin glanced at him. Although he said nothing, the implication was clear. "Did you burn yourself? Why don't you find it hot?" Song Yulu questioned. "My hands are quite rough." Curiously, Song Yulu took Chi Yan's hand to inspect it, noticing a thin layer of callus on his fingertips and palms. He touched it lightly. It felt somewhat firm. For some reason, he was suddenly reminded of that chaotic night, and his face flushed as if he had been burned, leading him to abruptly release Chi Yan's hand. Chi Yan, perplexed, thought to himself, "The young master has such peculiar temperaments." He did not dwell on it and first handed Song Yulu a pair of chopsticks, then said, "Let us eat before it gets cold." Chi Yin also retrieved 2 bottles of beverages, 1 cola and 1 soy milk. After inserting a straw into the soy milk, he placed it before Song Yulu. Song Yulu took a small sip. It was quite pleasant. The noodles were chewy, and the broth was savory. Although it could not compare to the grand hotels he usually frequented, it was still commendable. He nibbled at the noodles, his cheeks slightly puffed out like a little hamster. However, after only half, he found himself unable to continue. He set down his chopsticks. Chi Yin asked, "Is it not to your liking?" "No, I'm just full." "Do you have such a small appetite?" "I usually eat alone, and I never have much of an appetite. Over time, it has diminished." Song Yulu had often invited Wang Ma to dine with him, but she steadfastly declined. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, he had almost always eaten alone. Dining alone, spending time alone, was rather dreary. "Today, I dined with Chi Yin, and we had quite a substantial meal." Chi Yan's gaze fell upon Song Yulu's slender wrist, and it was no wonder he appeared so gaunt. It turned out he hardly ate. "Have a few more bites. I'll finish the leftovers," Chi Yin suggested. Song Yulu exclaimed, "You eat," to which Chi Yin replied, "Of course, otherwise it would go to waste." Song Yulu opened his mouth, contemplating whether it was inappropriate for Chi Yin to eat his remaining noodles. Chi Yin had a habit of biting off pieces rather than slurping them up. If he were to consume the noodles left by Song Yulu, wouldn't that mean he would be tasting his saliva? Wasn't that akin to an indirect kiss? However, Song Yulu felt too embarrassed to voice his concerns, although he recognized that wasting food was indeed wrong. Chi Yin feigned ignorance to the myriad of emotions playing across Song Yulu's face. The young master likely believed he concealed his feelings well. Yet every sentiment was plainly etched upon his features. When Song Yulu truly could eat no more, Chi Yin finished his own portion and took the bowl of noodles meant for Song Yulu. Song Yulu retrieved his phone and inquired of the elderly woman, "How much for the noodles, Grandma?" "Including 2 bottles of drinks, it's 20 yuan, she replied. Song Yulu thought he had misheard. 20? The old woman reiterated, "Yes. 8 yuan per bowl. 2 bowls total 16 yuan, and the drinks are 2 yuan each. Song Yulu was astonished. The noodles were remarkably inexpensive. Moreover, the 2 bowls they had included meat and were generously portioned. He could not help but ask, "Grandma, selling the noodles for such a low price, can you still make a profit?" The elderly woman smiled. "This business thrives thanks to the support of our neighbors. I don't earn much, just enough for my needs." At that moment, Song Yulu realized that the shop had been solely operated by the old woman, with no one else in sight. Although curiosity piqued within him, he refrained from asking any further questions. After a moment's thought, Song Yulu raised his hand and activated the live comments feature. Noticing this, Chi Yin queried, "What is happening in the air?" The comments had quieted down by then. "Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. I'll 1T scold you anymore." "Huh? Why is Chi Yin here too? Is this the noodle shop mentioned in the book? I remember that later Chi Yin brought Song Mian here as well. Truly, how could he win Mian Bao's heart when he treats her to such cheap noodles? So stingy." Song Yulu frowned, finding the noodles quite delicious. How could they be deemed stingy? He looked around but saw no sign of a QR code and asked, "Grandma, where is the QR code?" The elderly woman chuckled. "I only accept cash here. There is no QR code. If you don't have cash, consider my treat." That once he do, he protested. "How can I take advantage of Grandma? That would be rather ungrateful." Song Yulu realized he hadn't used cash in quite some time. He turned to Chi Yin. "You must have some in your pocket. Could you pay for me? I'll transfer the money to you." Having just finished his noodles, Chi Yin pulled out 2 10 yuan bills and handed them over. "Grandma, we're leaving now. Oh, good children, do come again." Once outside, Song Yulu transferred the money for the noodles to Chi Yin, who accepted it without hesitation. Song Yulu was taken aback. "You're accepting it just like that? What else should I do?" Chi Yin responded. "Shouldn't you at least refuse before accepting?" At least the individuals encountered by Song Yulu are of this nature, clearly desiring something, yet feigning reluctance before ultimately accepting it with great hesitation. "You stated you would treat me. Why would I not accept? Or is it that you do not genuinely wish to offer?" Song Yulu was taken aback, feeling exasperated. "Am I truly the sort to be stingy over a mere 20 yuan? If it were 200,000, he might hesitate, but 20 yuan? What a mockery that would be." Chapter 16. A means of redemption. Song Yulu glanced at the time and said, "Allow me to escort you back to school." "No need. I have a part-time job to attend to." Upon hearing Chi Yan's words, Song Yulu was astonished. Working at this hour? It was nearly 11 o'clock. Yes, the night shift. Song Yulu frowned. "How long will you be working, and is it worth your while?" "Convenience store cashier, 18 yuan per hour." Chi Yan's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, Song Yulu was genuinely shocked. "Would you truly settle for such meager pay?" "There's only one job left," Chi Yin continued, his voice remaining unperturbed. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Song Yulu recognized that while he was not directly responsible for this situation, it was still somewhat connected to him. After contemplating briefly, he suggested, "Do not pursue that. I can introduce you to another opportunity." "No, my time is limited. I can only manage a part-time role." Song Yulu inquired, "With such excellent grades, surely you could consider tutoring?" As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to He-chun. "Are you busy?" He-chun replied promptly, "Not at all, Song Xiao. Do you need something?" Song Yulu, "I recall your sister is in her final year of high school." He-chun, "Yes. Does she require tutoring assistance?" Surprised by this inquiry, He-chun wondered why Song Yulu would ask such a question. Families like theirs typically did not lack for quality tutors, often relying on renowned educators. Nevertheless, given that Song Yulu had broached the topic, He-chun recognized it as an opportunity to strengthen their rapport and was eager to oblige. "Yes, does Song Xiao have any good candidates?" "There is indeed one. I will bring them for a trial tomorrow." "Great, thank you, Song Xiao." All settled. Chi Yin glanced over, observing Song Yulu shake his phone, his lips curving into a radiant smile, his dimples deepening, and his eyes shimmering like stars. His heart skipped a beat. Song Yulu had dimples? How had he never noticed before? "Thank you." "No need for thanks. After all, your job is a consequence of my absence, so this is but a means of atonement." Chi Yin smiled slightly. "Shall I take you home now?" "No, I must go to the convenience store." "Huh?" Song Yulu frowned. "Do we not agree that you would cease that job?" Chi Yin explained. "It was too sudden to resign tonight. The boss could not find anyone to cover the shift." so I must complete this evening's duties. Very well then. You should return safely, he added, as he escorted Chi Yin to the entrance of the nearby convenience store before departing. Having grown up in affluence, Song Yulu had been largely oblivious to the struggles of life. However, after encountering the grandmother running the noodle shop and learning of Chi Yan's hourly wage, he suddenly felt that money held considerable significance. Should he secure some funds and establish an escape route before Song Mian is recognized? After all, the expenses he incurs now are funded by the Song and Lin families, and they would undoubtedly reclaim it later. Song Yulu fell into contemplation. Upon returning home, Wang Ma had already retired for the night, but had left a small night lamp aglow, illuminating a corner by the door and alleviating the suffocating solitude. After freshening up, Song Yulu sat by the head of his bed, fiddling with his phone, his hair still damp. Xia Wenjing, in his usual verbose manner, sent a barrage of messages, seemingly conversing with himself. Indifferent, Song Yulu barely glanced at them and checked the group chat, finding no substantial content. Tomorrow, he was to visit Chi Yan's grandmother at the hospital, and a sense of unease washed over him as he pondered what to bring. After some reflection, he inquired in the group, what should one bring when visiting an elderly person? Xia Wenjing asked, little dear, who are you visiting? He Chen replied, for the elderly, it's appropriate to bring fruits, flowers, or nutritional supplements. Such gestures are never amiss. All right. Thanks, Song Yulu responded solely to He Chun, neglecting Xia Wenjing's messages. In the larger group, silence reigned, but in the smaller chat devoid of Song Yulu and Xia Wenjing, discussions ignited. What's going on? Are those two at odds? I don't know, but I've found Xia Wenjing irksome for quite some time. Once young master loses interest in him, I'll certainly have my fun. Let us observe a bit longer. What if they reconcile? Would Tiwi look like fools? He Chun felt a surge of delight. If Song Yulu and Xia Wenjing truly fell out, would he not have the opportunity to ascend? He still vividly recalled the sensation of Song Yulu kicking his shoulder, an exhilaration coursing through him, causing his entire being to tremble in anticipation, even his breath quickening. The following day, Song Yulu awoke early. After freshening up, he ventured to the wardrobe and tried on several outfits, none of which satisfied him. Ultimately, he settled on a casual ensemble of a hoodie paired with jeans. Exuding youthful vigor, descending the stairs, he hastily informed Wang Ma that he would skip breakfast and drove off. Personally procuring the items felt more sincere. Unsure of which style to choose, he reasoned that the pricier options must be superior, and thus, he purchased an array of items in various bags. Noticing the time, he messaged Chi Yin, "Are you awake?" Chi Yin replied, "Yes, I am." "Then I'll come pick you up. We shall visit your grandmother together." "All right." Chi Yin pinched the bridge of her tired nose, rising to wash up. Having worked late, she had not slept long and still felt fatigued. Zhang Lin inquired, "Qian, are you heading out?" "Yes, to the hospital." "So early? By the way, there's a gathering tonight. Don't forget." Chi Yin genuinely had forgotten. "What gathering?" "I guess you forget. Remember that event the department organized? You assisted in securing sponsorship, and they specifically mentioned that you must attend, and you can bring family." Acknowledging Zhang Lin's words, Chi Yin nodded and said, "I understand." After changing, as she was about to leave the building, she suddenly spotted Song Yulu's car parked nearby. He approached and gently tapped on the car window. Song Yulu was engrossed in researching how to please his elders when the sudden knock startled him, causing him to fumble and quickly close his phone before lowering the window. "You're here. Get in," he said. Once Chi Yin fastened his seatbelt, Song Yulu inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "Not yet," Chi Yin replied with excitement. "Then let's go eat." Song Yulu had intentionally skipped breakfast at home to share a meal with Chi Yin. It was simply because Chi Yin's meals looked particularly appetizing, stirring his own appetite. "Where shall we dine?" Song Yulu pondered before suggesting. "How about the cafeteria? I haven't eaten there yet." "Sounds good," Chi Yin replied. "Do you know which place has tasty food?" Chi Yin shook his head. "No, I don't." "What? You eat at the cafeteria every day and you have no idea?" Chi Yin replied nonchalantly. "I usually go to just a few inexpensive places. The food isn't particularly good, but it's cheap and plentiful. You probably wouldn't enjoy it." Song Yulu retorted, "Who says? How would I know if I haven't tried it?" He was determined to discover the flavors of Chi Yan's usual meals. In the end, They ended up at Chi Yan's favorite spicy hot pot place. This establishment sold dishes by portion rather than by weight, offering a hearty mix of meats and vegetables. The flavors were quite intense, and Song Yulu had never tasted anything like it before. Upon taking his first bite, he was taken aback, furrowing his brows. This meat doesn't seem fresh, and the texture is hard to describe. However, seeing Chi Yin enjoying his meal, he steeled himself and swallowed the piece of unidentifiable meat. Chi Yin pretended not to notice. From then on, Song Yulu opted for noodles and vegetables instead. The artificial flavors were overwhelming, far removed from the home-cooked meals his grandmother prepared. After just a few bites, he found himself unable to continue. He glanced at Chi Yin, asking, "Are you full, Chi Yin? What is wrong? Quién fiend ignorante. You probably haven't had enough, right? Here, take my portion. How does it taste?" "It's acceptable," Song Yulu said stubbornly, "but I'm truly full. I can't eat another bite. Please help yourself." As he spoke, he pushed his bowl towards Chi Yin. Resigned, Chi Yin began to finish the leftovers. What neither of them realized was that this scene was captured and shared on a forum. Shocking. The young master and CY shared a bowl of food. "It seems good fortune is near." "What? The young master isn't tired of it yet? Could it be serious? Why haven't they broken up yet? Wait, is Chi Yin just taking the young master to eat this? Let the young master go. I'll take his place." Woo, who understands? "My husband is with my wife." Unaware of the forum's buzz, the two finished their meal and headed to the hospital. As they got out of the car, Song Yulu mentioned, "Oh, I bought some things for my grandmother. They're in the trunk. Could you help me get them?" Chi Yin frowned. "There's no need for extravagance. You've already done enough by saving her and hiring a caregiver." "Oh, come on, I've already bought them. If you don't take them, I won't be able to use them." When they opened the trunk, it was filled to the brim with items. Chi Yin was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you purchase so many items?" "Not much, really. It didn't cost a fortune. Just take it quickly," Song Yulu replied, retrieving the items from the trunk, handing them to Chi Yin without raising his head. Upon reaching the last item, and noticing no one was there to receive it, Song Yulu looked up, only to find Chi Yin already adorned with the items, having no more space to accommodate them. At that moment, Chi Yin gazed at him intently, as if to say, "Is this not excessive?" Song Yulu chuckled awkwardly, grasping the final item himself. "Let's hurry upstairs. We wouldn't want to keep Grandma waiting." As they approached the ward, the sound of laughter echoed from a distance. Upon arrival, they found Grandma in fits of laughter, entertained by the caregiver. Hearing their voices, Grandma turned to look, her expression one of astonishment. "Qian, how did you acquire so many things?" "It wasn't me. It was he who bought them." Seeing Song Yulu, Grandma excitedly sat up. You must be the student who provided the shower gel. My, you are quite handsome. Come in quickly. I have yet to thank you for saving my life. Without you, I might have met the Grim Reaper." Chi Yin, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Grandma, his name is Song Yulu, not shower gel." Grandma felt embarrassed, having heard the name from Aunt Sunday. She quickly apologized. "Student Yu, I am sorry. At my age, my mind isn't as sharp as it used to be." "Not at all, Grandma," Song Yulu replied kindly. "You don't look a day over youthful. You are destined for longevity. And please, just call me little dear." Grandma grasped Song Yulu's hand, saying, "Thank you, little dear, for saving me. I heard from Aunt Sun that you injured your hand and lost a lot of blood." "It's not that exaggerated," he responded. At this, Chi Yin glanced at Song Yulu, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and surprise. After all, it was remarkable that Song Yulu, a delicate young master, endured pain to save Grandma. Chi Yin pondered whether Song Yulu's actions were motivated by his regard for him. Song Yulu's appealing appearance was already charming, and coupled with Grandma's admiration for him as her savior, he was increasingly likable. Observing the heap of items, Grandma felt a wave of emotion. "My dear child, why did you purchase so many things? Aren't you still in school? This is quite extravagant. Listen to your grandma and return them." She then cast a disapproving glance at Chi Yin. "You should have stopped him. By the time I noticed, it was too late." Chi Yin replied. With a smile, Song Yulu said, "Grandma, it's too late to return them now. Please use them to regain your health. That would honor my intentions." Since Sun Chung had arranged the hospitalization, it was not a private room, but a 4-person ward, with another bed occupied by a sleeping patient, and one more bed where a patient looked on enviously. Song Yulu turned to Chi Yin and whispered, "Should we transfer Grandma to a private room? It will be more comfortable." Chi Yin declined. "No need. Grandma doesn't wish to change." He also wished to provide his grandmother with a better environment. However, she was a person who thrived on the hustle and bustle of life, enjoying the chatter around her and firmly refusing to relocate. Oddly enough, Song Yulu found interacting with Chi Yin's grandmother to be more comfortable than with his own grandparents. Although his grandparents treated him well, there always lingered a sense of distance that made their relationship feel less intimate. "Is this your grandson's classmate?" asked the elder sister. "Yes, he is a wonderful child. If it weren't for him saving me, I would have likely perished at home without anyone noticing." "What a good child indeed," replied the elder. Song Yulu pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat uneasy in this situation. His grandmother inquired, "Little dear, may I share this fruit with him?" "Of course. Whatever is given to you is yours. You may handle it as you wish." She called upon the caregiver to assist in distributing the fruit to the other two patients in the room. One individual, who had been sleeping, suddenly sat up. Upon seeing her, Song Yulu's eyes widened in shock. The person appeared emaciated, alarmingly so, with a pallid complexion devoid of color, lacking any spark of vitality in her eyes. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for her breathing, she could easily be mistaken for a corpse. Goodness, why does she look so terrifying? She seems quite pitiable, as if she has lost the will to live. Why does she seem somewhat familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? As the woman glanced over, Song Yulu quickly averted his gaze. For some reason, he felt a twinge of fear towards her, reluctant to meet her eyes. Noticing this, Chi Yin stepped forward to shield her gaze. Song Yulu smiled gratefully at him, then leaned closer to Chi Yin and whispered in a low voice, "Do you know what her situation is?" Chapter 18. Isn't this a boon for Song Mian? Warm breath brushed against his ear, and the unique scent of Song Yulu enveloped Chi Yin, causing him to stiffen. They were too close. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the chaotic night from before. "You don't know either?" Chi Yin's gaze momentarily lost focus. Upon hearing Song Yulu's question, he quickly snapped back to reality and shook his head, explaining, "I'm not certain. But I heard from grandmother that she is also a pitiable soul. She's been hospitalized for so long without a single visitor." Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, Song Yulu decided to bring lunch for everyone in the ward. The nearby patient, surprised to receive a portion as well, repeatedly expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you. You are too kind. I feel bad for receiving this." His grandmother beamed with pride, showering praises upon Song Yulu until his face turned crimson. The meal had not cost much, yet it garnered him such abundant compliments. Reflecting on this, he realized that the thoughtful gifts he had prepared for Song Jingming and Lin Wan had only earned him a cold acknowledgement of his efforts. The disparity between people is indeed vast. Turning his head, Song Yulu noticed the woman quietly eating her meal, and once finished, she laid back down to rest. From the moment he entered the ward until now, it seemed she had not uttered a single word. Unbeknownst to her, Song Yulu felt inexplicably uneasy. After her grandmother finished her meal, she and Chi Yin set off for the He family residence. "Rest assured, the He family is quite amiable and will not make things difficult for you. The hourly wage aligns with the market rate," Chi Yin remarked. Presuming the market rate referred to that of university tutoring, nodding in appreciation. Indeed, tutoring students proved to be far more lucrative than part-time work at convenience stores. Although he had previously offered tutoring services, he had been dismissed last time, and apart from the coffee shop owner, no one else had sought his return. Perhaps due to a sense of awkwardness or a desire to avoid complications. Chi Yin was indifferent to this. Before long, their vehicle entered the Villa District, a renowned affluent area distinct from Song Yulu's neighborhood. A somewhat familiar figure awaited them at the entrance. Chi Yin recognized him as a member of Song Yulu's circle. Upon seeing Song Yulu's car, the individual approached, greeting young Master Song. Upon recognizing Chi Yin, He Chun momentarily froze, surprised that Song Yulu's friend was, in fact, Chi Yin. However, he quickly composed himself, nodding in acknowledgement towards Chi Yin as a gesture of goodwill. "You are already aware of his academic performance. Today's trial lesson will determine if he is suitable. No need to force it for my sake," he stated. Nevertheless, Song Yulu held great confidence in Qi Yan, knowing he had consistently secured all the prizes year after year. Tutoring a high school student would surely be well within his capabilities. Typically, children from wealthy families opted for overseas education to enhance their credentials. Yet some, like those in Song Yulu's small circle, were not heirs and chose to attend domestic universities. Of course, their academic achievements were often dubious, largely acquired through financial means. No need for a trial lesson. I trust your recommendation, He-chun said with a smile. This implied trust in Song Yulu rather than Qi Yan. Qi Yan, however, remained unconcerned. He merely sought a job that would provide him with an income, not to cultivate a relationship with He-chun. Very well, let us finalize this. Shall we arrange a time? He-chun inquired, pulling out his phone. Let us exchange contact information first. As for the timing, I'll discuss it with Xiao Yu when she returns from school. Sounds good, Song Yulu replied, pleased. Since she had inadvertently caused Qi Yan to lose his previous job, she would compensate him with this opportunity. Perfect. Just as she prepared to depart, He-chun suddenly remarked, I recently acquired something quite remarkable. Would you care to take a look? Curiosity piqued, Song Yulu asked, what is it? The latest trending doll from online, He-chun replied. Song Yulu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it the one I've been thinking of? Recently, she had come across this doll online, finding it adorable and wishing to purchase it, but it was out of stock. To her surprise, He-chun had the entire set. Feeling a surge of excitement, she asked, how did you manage to get it? It was merely a coincidence. I recall you mentioning your fondness for it in a social media post. So I picked up 2 sets while passing by, He-chun explained. Song Yulu, not giving it much thought, assumed He-chun had fortuitously come across it. Qi Yan pondered deeply, sensing that He-chun's intentions were rather questionable. Following He-chun upstairs, they arrived at a study adorned with an entire wall of delightful figurines. The online comments erupted with enthusiasm. Why are there so many toys? I recall that Mian Bao adored them as well, but the scalpers charged exorbitant prices, so he couldn't afford one. The disparity between individuals is truly vast. Mian Bao wishes to purchase one but cannot, while here stands an entire wall. How utterly unfair. Goodness, I can't fathom how blissful I would be with such a collection. Song Yulu was equally astonished. How did you acquire so many? The wall was a testament to an impressive collection. My sister is fond of these. By the way, weren't you interested in this? I happened to buy an extra set, so consider a gift. As he spoke, He-chun gazed at Song Yulu with anticipation. Although Song Yulu was genuinely fond of the toys, he declined graciously, expressing gratitude, yet insisting it was unnecessary. He-chun felt a twinge of disappointment. Aren't you fond of them? Why refuse? I have an extra set. Song Yulu thought about the comments indicating that Song Mian liked them. If he accepted the gift, he might find himself unable to take them when the time came to depart, inadvertently bestowing them upon Song Mian. He acknowledged his own bitterness but felt justified. After all, someone who intentionally undermined him upon their first meeting could hardly be considered a good person. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Song Yulu's mind. Given that Song Mian was the protagonist, would his fate be dire? However, upon reflection, it seemed his own outcome was already bleak. Surely it could not worsen. Watching the comments lamenting for Song Mian, Song Yulu couldn't help but chuckle at the naivety of the audience. A group of blind and foolish souls. No need. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. With that, Song Yulu departed with Qi Yan. Although He-chun felt a sense of loss, he managed to maintain a smile. Allow me to escort you out. Observing Qi Yan seated in the passenger seat, laughing and conversing with Song Yulu, He-chun was consumed by envy. Why did Qi Yan have such good fortune? Chapter 19. It appears the young master has found new affection. That evening, the hotel was bustling with activity. As Qi Yan accompanied Jiang Ling inside, they were greeted by an enthusiastic figure. Ah, our esteemed guest has finally arrived. I was genuinely worried you wouldn't make it. He ushered them into a private room, clapping his hands to gather attention. Everyone quiet down. Look who has joined us. All eyes turned eagerly towards them, filled with excitement. It's Qi Yan. Qi Yan is here. The surprise at Qi Yan's presence was palpable, as he was typically too occupied to attend gatherings. Finding a vacant seat, Qi Yan settled down with Jiang Ling beside him. A young man seated next to Qi Yan asked, Qi Shun, Aren't you busy today? Not at all, came the reply. The young man was exhilarated, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Yan. Today, I finally get to see you in person. I truly admire you. You have secured all the awards for our department. It's simply remarkable. Qi Yan smiled faintly, responding with a simple denial. How could there be none? You have no idea how much we admire you. The boy, seemingly an extrovert, continued to chatter incessantly. Qi Yan thought to himself that he suddenly wished to change his seat. He was not fond of such lively gatherings. However, the boy beside him appeared oblivious to his indifference, babbling on without pause. Qi Yan began to regret attending this dinner. Suddenly, a bespectacled boy inquired, Qi Yan, are you and the young master truly together? Qi Yan shot a sharp glance in his direction, startling the boy, who murmured, there are discussions about you two on the forum. Before Qi Yan could respond, the boy beside him interjected, why are you so nosy? What does it matter to you? Is it wrong to ask? Retorted the bespectacled boy, defiantly lifting his chin. Absolutely, came the dismissive reply. The bespectacled boy scoffed lightly. I wasn't addressing you. What business is it of yours? As the atmosphere grew tense, someone attempted to lighten the mood, saying, come on, let us eat. Yes, let us enjoy our meal. This restaurant's food is exceptional, and I've been wanting to try it for ages, Qi Yan remarked, redirecting his gaze away from the commotion. The boy beside him whispered, Qi Yan, don't pay him any mind. He is just envious. Aren't you curious? Qi Yan asked. The boy hesitated before chuckling awkwardly. Of course, curiosity is human nature, but one must maintain a sense of boundaries, especially since this pertains to your personal affairs. Indeed, maintaining boundaries is essential. However, it was evident that not everyone possessed this awareness. While they were dining, someone suddenly exclaimed, is that the young master? At that moment, all eyes turned to the entrance, where Song Yulu was accompanied by a stunning girl. Both of them engaged in quiet conversation. Qi Yan noticed them and momentarily paused. Who was that girl? Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Qi Yan's expression remained unchanged, as though the situation were entirely unrelated to him. The bespectacled boy once again spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, it seems the young master has found a new sweetheart. Someone appears to have been cast aside. Though he referred to someone, it was clear he was pointing directly at Qi Yan. The previously relaxed atmosphere became awkward once more. Qi Yan shot a cold glare in his direction, stating succinctly, none of your business. Oh, is that anger I detect? How unfortunate. It seems you've been discarded. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. Mind your own. Someone chastised the bespectacled boy. Enough. You should refrain from speaking so much. Stung by Qi Yan's disdainful gaze, he retorted loudly, what are you pretending for? You're nothing but a worn-out shoe, yet everyone treats you like a treasure. Qi God? Others found his words excessively harsh and began to protest. That's enough. We're here to have a good time. Why must you stir up trouble? Could you not say a word? Am I not speaking the truth? Otherwise, why wouldn't he refute me? With a sharp sound, Qi Yan slammed his chopsticks onto the table and approached the boy. Standing a head taller, the boy found himself looking up at Qi Yan. Qi Yan coldly spoke, have you said enough? A flicker of trepidation suddenly arose within the man. Yet he felt that conceding in front of so many would be utterly humiliating. Contemplating this, he stubbornly retorted, is there something wrong with what I said? Just as Yang was about to respond, a familiar voice interrupted. Excuse me, is Yang here? Song Yulu, accompanied by Song Qian, had come to the gathering of the second-generation elites after hearing that the computer science department was dining nearby. Upon his arrival, he noticed the collective gaze of the attendees upon him, as if he were a savior. Perplexed, Song wondered what was unfolding. Qi Yan is here. Qi Yan. Someone is looking for you. When Qi Yan approached, Sulu greeted him with a smile. You are indeed here. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. How could the young master be so handsome? In that moment, it was unclear whether to envy Qi Yan or the young master. Disliking the attention, Qi Yan stepped out of the private room and inquired, are you here to dine as well? Recalling the earlier female acquaintance, unease stirred within him. It was uncommon for Thulu to be in the company of any woman, let alone this instance. Yes, I am here for the gathering. Why didn't you mention you would be here earlier? I could have joined you, he replied. It might not have been convenient, Qi Yan responded. feeling his participation in the conversation somewhat unnecessary. Song Yulu blinked in confusion. Why wouldn't it be convenient? Seemingly casual, Chien asked, by the way. They just mentioned you brought a girl along. Where is she? Song Yulu had yet to process the question when the comments began to buzz. That tone, doesn't it sound a bit subtle? Is he feeling jealous? Huh, that shouldn't be. Why does it feel like the storyline is shifting? Chien is supposed to despise Song Yulu, right? Indeed, this is rather peculiar. Song Yulu blinked again, pondering whether Chien was indeed feeling envy. Observing from his expression, he appeared calm, revealing no signs of distress. Song Yulu mused. He truly believes the whims of the comments. It was reasonable to think so. Many among them lacked common sense, and one could only selectively trust their words. She is in the private room. Do you wish to meet her? No, I was merely inquiring. Understanding dawned on Song Yulu. I have nothing pressing. You should enjoy your meal. I will take my leave. With that, he departed, leaving Free Yan standing in place, his gaze deep and contemplative. Inside the room, the previously provocative man was now in a state of panic. He had assumed that Song Yulu had grown fond of Chen, thus his earlier remarks. Yet, it appeared as though their connection remained intact. Had he inadvertently offended the young master? The thought of potential repercussions caused his face to pale instantaneously. Oh no! Triang want to report me to the young master, will he? Chapter 20. If you do not wish to stay, then leave upon entering. Shu noticed the complex gazes of the assembly upon him. He chose to disregard them and calmly returned to his seat. The boy seated beside him fidgeted as if his backside were pricked with nails. Chi Yin furrowed his brow and glanced over. Do you have something to say? The boy shook his head repeatedly, insisting he had nothing to convey. Chi Yin resumed his meal, yet Jiang Lin leaned in to inquire. Chi Yin, what does the young master want with you? Given their proximity, even in a lowered voice, others could clearly hear him. Noticing the eager ears around him, Chi Yin replied, It's nothing. He focused on his food, yet thoughts of that girl lingered in his mind. Who could she possibly be? In another private room, Song Yulu pushed the door open and entered, discovering a lively conversation in progress. It seemed Song Qianqian indeed possessed some charm. Upon his arrival, the room fell silent. Those who had been speaking with Song Qianqian hastily ceased their chatter, and a fleeting shadow of gloom crossed her eyes. Song Yulu, feeling rather indifferent, settled himself in the center, idly fiddling with a lighter on the table, pressing the switch, releasing it, then pressing again. Is something bothering you, young Master Song? You seem rather downcast, Hichin remarked. Not all, just feeling a bit bored, he replied. Beside him, Xiao Wenqing chimed in, little dear. A new escape room has opened nearby. Would you like to give it a try? Escape room? Noticing Song Yulu's growing interest, Xiao Wenqing quickly added, Yes. It's owned by a friend of mine and is quite intriguing. How about we check it out? For some reason, he felt the atmosphere around him had shifted subtly in the past few days, leaving him somewhat unsettled. He surmised that this change in demeanor was linked to Song Yulu's attitude towards him. Therefore, he resolved to mend their relationship swiftly. Send me the address, Song Yulu instructed. Hearing this, Xiao Wenqing felt a surge of relief. After sending the address to Song Yulu, he asked, When shall we go? Is there a minimum number of people required for the escape room? Song Yulu was considering going with Chi Yin, suspecting that Chi Yin had never experienced such an activity. Given his busy schedule, no, there are no specific requirements, Xiao Wenqing confirmed. All right, I understand. Noticing that Song Yulu had not provided a definitive answer, Xiao Wenqing dared not press further, feeling increasingly anxious. Ever since Chi Yin had emerged, Song Yulu's demeanor towards him seemed to have shifted. Qian, it was always about Chi Yin. He regretted making that bet in the first place. By the way, who had proposed that wager? Xiao Wenqing fell into contemplation. After the meal, the group discussed moving on to a bar, inquiring about Song Yulu's preference. Young Master Song, shall we go? Sure, let's head there, Song Yulu replied nonchalantly. Upon entering the bar, Song Qianqian was exhilarated. She knew this place was exclusive, not easily accessible to the average person. She took out her phone, ready to capture the moment, when Song Yulu interjected, No photography allowed here. Song Qianqian frowned. Not even a selfie? No, he replied. She felt that Song Yulu was deliberately targeting her. How could they prohibit photography altogether? Unwilling to relent, she continued snapping pictures. Observing her defiance, Song Yulu remarked, "Do as you wish, believe what you want." Just as Song Chanchian had taken a photo, a man in a black suit approached, coolly stating, "Miss Song, please hand over your phone." "Why should I give my phone to you? Who are you?" Song Chanchian tightened her grip on her phone. Handing it over would be utterly humiliating. The man in the black suit reiterated, "Photography is prohibited here. Kindly delete the photos on your device." Desperation led Song Chanchian to glance at Song Yulu, only to find him averting his gaze, feigning ignorance. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Dad, mister. Song said to take good care of me. Don't forget that, Song Yulu." Ultimately, Song Jingming preferred to avoid scandal, instructing Song Yulu to introduce Song Chanchian as the daughter of friend. Song Yulu lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance her way, and replied nonchalantly, "Did I ever agree? I merely consented to let you in. And here you are, aren't you? You disregarded my advice and violated the boss's orders. I am afraid I cannot assist you." Enraged, Song Chanchian bit her lip, unwilling to believe that Song Yulu was genuinely powerless. He simply did not wish to help her. As all eyes turned towards her, she felt as though everyone were reveling in her embarrassment. Fuming, she reluctantly deleted the photos, snapping, "Is that satisfactory now?" The man in the black suit responded coolly, "You must also delete the files from the recycle bin and cloud backup." Thus, Song Chanchian complied and eliminated those images as well, finally concluding the matter. She sulked in a nearby seat, eager to converse. Yet the warmth of their previous interactions had vanished. Had Song Yulu said something to them? Malicious speculation brewed within her mind. In the bar's kitchen, the manager addressed Song Mian, stating, "Song Mian, Jay is unwell today. Please cover his shift in box 8888. The patrons here are not to be offended, and the tips are quite generous, so attend to them well." "Understood," Song Mian replied obediently. Once the manager departed, he scoffed disdainfully. "Serve? Does he truly consider himself a master?" Straightening his attire, he carried drinks to box 8888. Upon entering, his gaze was drawn to Song Yulu, who sat resplendently at the center, surrounded by admirers. A flicker of envy crossed his eyes. How could Song Yulu be more handsome than him? Where was the supposed malevolent supporting character? How could he possibly eclipse the protagonist's charm? However, Song Mian had not anticipated this to be Song Yulu's box. Remembering past grievances, he quickly lowered his head to mask the animosity in his eyes. It was only with the help of the barrage of comments that Song Yulu noticed Song Mian. He turned towards the corner and spotted Song Mian quietly standing with his head bowed. Had it not been for the comments, he might not have recognized him at all. "Ah, it's Mianbao. Why is Mianbao working as a server here? Seems like someone in his family is ill and needs money. The wages here are high. Someone in his family is sick? Who could it be?" Song Yulu fixated on the comments, hardly daring to blink, eager for more information. Alas, the discussion on that matter ceased, and the comments instead lavished praise upon Song Mian. Song Yulu muttered, "What drivel? Is there no way to filter these comments?" If not for the fear of missing any crucial news, he would have loved to mute the barrage. He had no desire to read the incessant praises for Song Mian, finding it exceedingly vexing. "Pour the drinks," Song Yulu instructed. As Song Mian remained motionless, others expressed their dissatisfaction. "Sing. Didn't you hear that young Master Song asked you to pour the wine?" Only then did Song Mian suppress his emotions and step forward to serve the drink. However, his actions betrayed his inner turmoil as he moved with exaggerated gestures, displaying an apparent impatience. Song Yulu smirked derisively, coldly remarking, "If you don't wish to do it, then leave." Song Mian froze, softly explaining, "I don't wish to leave." He could not afford to lose this job. The salary was substantial, and before he was reinstated into the Song family, he needed this income for his livelihood. Leaning back, Song Yulu crossed his legs and lazily stated, "Since you have no intention to abandon your duties, then perform well. Otherwise, there are plenty who covet this position." Though no one was acquainted with Song Mian, it was the first time they witnessed Song Yulu deliberately targeting someone. Consequently, the group's attitude towards Song Mian shifted negatively. "Wait, why haven't I seen you before? Where S.J.? Chapter 21. Is this the halo of a protagonist?" Nervously, Song Mian explained, "Jay is unwell today. I am filling in for him." One person slammed their glass down onto the table, exclaiming, "This is ridiculous. You're sending a newcomer to deal with us? I'm going to find him." Seeing the individual rise, Song Myeon's heart raced, and he quickly pleaded, "I'm sorry, my attitude was poor. Please don't report me to the manager. I truly need this job." Tears welled in Song Myeon's eyes, making him appear quite pitiful. The others remained still, their gazes shifting towards Song Yulu. Song Myeon looked at Song Yulu, humbly saying, "I'm sorry, young Master Song. Please, I beg you, spare me. I cannot afford to lose this job." The comments section erupted with fervor, expressing sympathy for Song Myeon and condemning Song Yulu's excessive behavior. Seeing Myeon bow like this breaks my heart. Why are you bullying Myeon Bao? How can you be so cruel? You, a thief who occupies another's place. How dare you bully Myeon Bao? I can't stand it. When will Myeon Bao be recognized by the Song family? I want to see Song Yulu face consequences. There were also some garbled messages, incomprehensible in content, but it was evident that they were filled with harsh words. Otherwise, they would not have been censored. Song Yulu dismissed their remarks as inconsequential. He reveled in the sight of comments, criticizing him, yet feeling powerless to act against him. However, he had not intended to be excessively harsh. Very well, he would grant Song Myeon one opportunity. Though filled with resentment, Song Myeon wore a mask of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young Master Song." Subsequently, Song Myeon devoted himself to his work with diligence and a pleasant demeanor, making others feel at ease while maintaining appropriate boundaries. Before long, he stepped out and returned with a platter of fruit, placing it before Song Yulu. "Young master, as a token of gratitude, please enjoy some fruit." The fruit was neatly arranged, suggesting it had been carefully prepared. Others began to view Song Myeon in a more favorable light, feeling somewhat guilty for their earlier treatment of him. Reflecting on the fact that Song Yulu had instigated the situation, they found his character increasingly despicable. "Young master, take a bite. Indeed, you should try a piece. It is a gesture of goodwill." Song Yulu pondered. Could this be the halo of a protagonist? Just a moment ago, he had displayed a rather unfriendly demeanor towards Song Myeon, yet in the blink of an eye, he began to advocate for her. His gaze fell upon the fruit. Glistening enticingly, he raised an eyebrow and speared a piece with his fork. In the fervent gaze of Song Myeon, he brought it to his lips, urging her to eat. Song Myeon exclaimed in shock, recoiling a step back. She wiped her mouth and quickly realized her reaction might have been overly dramatic, hastily explaining, "I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to mangoes and can't eat them." Allergic to mangoes? Wait, was this mentioned in the book? I had no idea Myeon Bao was allergic to mangoes. Perhaps she was cured later on. It seems many people have mango allergies. I have one too. Sometimes I crave mangoes, but I must take allergy medication first. Allergy? Song Yulu was skeptical. He seriously doubted the glistening saliva he had just observed. He couldn't believe that Song Myeon would genuinely apologize to him. "Yes, I'm allergic to mangoes. You eat it, and let me see if you have an allergic reaction." Song Myeon wore a reluctant expression. "Song Xiao, I truly am allergic. Consuming it could be life-threatening." "It's fine. The hospital is right next door." Song Myeon bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing utterly helpless. The others perceived Song Yulu's behavior as excessively cruel. Here was someone trying to apologize sincerely. Rejecting it was one thing, but to force her to eat a forbidden fruit was another. Song Yulu continued to gaze steadfastly at Song Myeon. Until she ate, this matter would remain unresolved. "Oh my, isn't this bullying? I thought he was merely bad, but it seems he can be even worse. No wonder the consequences are so dire later. It's a case of poetic justice. My poor Myeon Bao is the one to be pitied." Unable to restrain themselves any longer, someone stepped forward, saying, "Song Xiao, this seems rather excessive. Why don't I eat the mango instead?" As he moved to grab it, Song Yulu's mere glance froze him in place. "I said let her eat it." Song Yulu's tone was calm, yet carried an unspoken weight that left no room for dissent. The individual fell silent, stepping back with a grim expression. Song Myeon was in a state of panic. She absolutely could not eat it. She looked around for help, but the crowd averted their eyes, offering no reliable support. Internally, she cursed incessantly. It appeared she had no choice but to consume the mango. As she prepared to spear a piece herself, Song Yulu handed her the very piece he had selected. Just eat this. Song Mian recoiled. But it's been contaminated with your saliva. I really don't want to. However, given Song Yulu's insistence, she had no option but to accept the mango, placing it in her mouth, then hastily covering her mouth as she dashed away. Stop! Feigning ignorance, Song Mian continued her escape until she was abruptly halted. Looking up to find it was He-chun. Song Xiao told you not to leave. Didn't you hear? While no one dared to speak against Song Yulu, they were equally displeased with He-chun. He-chun, you've gone too far. She is allergic to mangoes and needs to take her medication. Why are you stopping her? Indeed, allergies can vary greatly in severity, and in extreme cases, they could be life-threatening. You must urgently advise him to leave. Upon noticing Song Mian's grateful gaze, the speaker became even more fervent. He-chun, did you not hear what I just said? He-chun, however, paid him no mind, focusing solely on Song Yulu, eager to discern his decision. Song Yulu approached, gazing intently at Song Mian for a moment before attempting to pull away his hand, which was shielding his face. Yet, he found it unyielding. With a smile, Song Yulu remarked, did you not mention an allergy? How is it that you have yet to show any signs? Could it be that you are deceiving me? Chapter 22. Spitting? Is that something a person would do? A sudden pang gripped Song Mian's heart. He was indeed being dishonest. He had no allergy to mangoes, but simply wished to avoid fruit he had spat upon. However, how did Song Yulu come to know this? At that moment, Song Mian's heart raced faster than ever. Although he understood that he was the protagonist, he had not yet been recognized by the Song family. What if Song Yulu sought revenge on him? Covering his mouth, tears began to fall uncontrollably. His voice trembled, his weeping reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, his body swaying slightly as if on the verge of collapse. Young Master Song, I do not comprehend why you would slander me so. Is it because you still harbor resentment over the previous incident? Yet, I've already cleaned your shoes. This statement once again shifted the focus of the crowd back to Song Yulu. How could one demand someone else to clean their shoes? Such an act was utterly humiliating. The expressions of onlookers grew increasingly complex. They felt sympathy for Song Mian, but dared not offend Song Yulu. How could two individuals bearing the same surname, Song, differ so drastically? Song Qian furrowed her brow. Though she held no affection for Song Yulu, they were family. And naturally, she stood by his side. Covering her mouth, she said, Friend, I too am a green tea type. I understand you. Xiao Wenjing saw this as an opportunity to gain favor and promptly interjected, What of cleaning shoes? It's fortunate you weren't asked to lick them. Song Yulu frowned. In that moment, he was uncertain whether Xiao Wenjing was genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance. His words seemed to place him in a compromising position, as if he had indeed erred. But the truth was clear. Song Mian had intentionally provoked him. Moreover, this was not the time to be sidetracked by the issue of mango allergies. They were being led astray by Song Mian. With clarity, Song Yulu stated, You deliberately provoked me, and I had you clean shoes. That matter is behind us. We are now discussing the mango allergy. Did you not claim to be allergic? Then please lower your hand, so we may ascertain whether you truly have an allergy. In the past, he would have dismissed any explanation entirely. However, given the circumstances surrounding Song Mian, Song Yulu felt it prudent to exercise caution. Others chimed in, Indeed, let us take a look. Do not fear. We shall not judge your appearance. Song Qian added sarcastically, Why not let us see? Are you afraid? At this moment, the comments began to express doubt. Is Mian Bao truly allergic? Why does Mian Bao not lower his hand? Setting it down would certainly deal a severe blow to Song Yulu's pride. As someone who frequently suffers from allergies, I must say that Mian Bao's exposed skin appears entirely unblemished. It seems he is not allergic after all. Who exactly are you? Even if Mian Bao is not allergic, it is still wrong for Song Yulu to insist that he consume mangoes. Song Yulu nearly burst into laughter, but soon felt a twinge of envy. There was no one behind him, no one who supported him unconditionally. The situation had reached an impasse, and impatience began to permeate the atmosphere. He-chun stepped forward, forcefully pulling Song Mian's hand away, revealing his clean, unmarked face. Suddenly, a sense of deception washed over the crowd. Mian Bao truly isn't allergic. It's a good thing that Mian Bao isn't allergic. What is your attitude about this? Song Yulu raised an eyebrow. What happened to the supposed allergy? Or is your allergy different from ours? Mion's heart raced, especially as he noticed the crowd's scrutinizing gazes. He quickly bowed an apology. Yes, I'm sorry. I just really dislike mangoes. I apologize for deceiving you all. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. One person, seeing this, suggested, let's just let this matter go. It's merely a trivial issue. Indeed, I also have foods I dislike. If someone forced me to eat them, I would certainly find a way to avoid it. Song Yulu glanced at this person, simultaneously defending Song Mion and stepping on his foot, a rather clever maneuver. It seemed the protagonist's halo was quite powerful after all. With a hint of annoyance, Song Yulu remarked, Fine, since everyone is speaking on your behalf. I shall refrain from further comment. You may leave now. With that, he exited the room, eager to escape the place. Song Qianqian followed closely behind. After bidding farewell to Xie, Wenqing, and the others, he hurriedly caught up. Inside the private room, the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Is Song Xiao angry? It was indeed his fault. Was I not correct in what I said? He Chun scoffed, sharing the video he had just acquired from the manager in the group chat. Open your eyes, you fools. With that, he also stormed out, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Song Mion sensed the impending trouble and seized the opportunity to slip away. One person clicked on the video, revealing Song Mion having cut the fruit, finding a corner devoid of surveillance, where he spat a few times and smugly laughed. Song Yulu, you want me to shine your shoes? Then I shall make you consume my saliva. The crowd exclaimed, how disgusting. Even if they were at odds with someone, they had never resorted to such base tactics. Did Song Yulu just realize what happened? Have we misjudged Song Xiao? What should we do? Apologize? An apology would be awkward, yet not apologizing would also be problematic, especially since they sought to cultivate a friendship with Song Yulu. If their families were to learn that they had quarreled with him over such a trivial matter, they would surely face severe repercussions. Meanwhile, upon leaving, Song Yulu heard Xie Wenqing calling after him. Little dear. Song Yulu shot him an irritated glance. What do you want? Little dear, are you unhappy? Song Yulu. Only a blind person wouldn't notice. What exactly do you want to say? Let me take you home. No need. I'm not accustomed to your car. Xie Wenqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, his vehicle paled in comparison to Song Yulu's, and it was entirely reasonable that she found it uncomfortable. However, a sense of unease settled within him, for Song Qianqian was still present, and Song Yulu consistently disregarded his dignity in front of others. Regarding the escape room I mentioned earlier, I'll check the time and let you know. Upon hearing this, Xie Wenqing's face brightened with a smile. The fact that Song Yulu still wished to spend time with him indicated that her anger had subsided. All right, just inform me when you're ready. After Xie Wenqing departed, He Chen approached once more. Song Xiao, do you know what that person just did? Spit? He Chen gave a thumbs up. Correct, I never expected that person to be so disgusting. Song Yulu frowned. Fortunately, he hadn't consumed anything, or it would have been utterly revolting. Song Qianqian's expression twisted in disbelief. Spitting? Is that something a person can do? Thankfully, Song Yulu hadn't taken a drink. But wait, why should it matter whether Song Yulu drank or not? Chapter 23. Born with a mother, raised without guidance. The barrage of comments was equally stunned. Spitting? Impossible. How could Mianbao possibly do such a thing? They reviewed the surveillance footage, and it's true. I'm a bit dazed and struggling to accept this. Mianbao seems to have changed. This is not characteristic of him. If he spat, then he spat. After all, Song Yulu bullied him, and Mianbao, lacking the ability to retaliate, could only resort to that. Exactly, you don't genuinely care for Mianbao. You're all just fake fans. Song Yulu found it amusing that the comments had erupted into chaos. It appeared that those on the other side were hardly united. Such a trivial matter had ignited their disputes, and some had even unfollowed. Song Yulu couldn't help but smile, his mood unexpectedly lifting. As he opened the door and entered the car, just as he fastened his seatbelt, he noticed Song Qianqian had taken a seat beside him. Get out! Song Qianqian felt a flutter of anxiety. However, it was quite late, and as a girl, hailing a taxi posed some danger. Summoning her courage, she said, Dad asked you to take me home. Get out. Song Qianqian pressed her lips together, displeased. Do you have any empathy at all? What if something happens to me at this hour? Song Yulu tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, stating, "He-Chen will take you." "Oh, you should have said so earlier." Once Song Qianqian exited the vehicle, Song Yulu pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. As the exhaust fumes engulfed her, Song Qianqian exclaimed. Song Mian had just changed clothes and stepped outside when he was abruptly informed that the manager wished to see him. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Surely, the manager couldn't have learned about the earlier incident. Tension mounting, he arrived at the manager's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." As Song Mian entered, he found the manager tugging at his hair in frustration. The manager, visibly exasperated, lamented, "Song Mian, what have I told you? You must not offend those in the private room. Yet, you managed to alienate everyone at once. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have hired you." The manager, filled with regret upon learning this news, felt as if the sky had fallen. It would not take until tomorrow for the boss to become aware of the situation. A punishment was inevitable. "Manager, the manager raised a hand. "No, save your explanations. Pack your belongings. You need not come in tomorrow." "Manager, I beg you for another chance." "Begging will do you no good. Unless you can secure forgiveness from young Master Song and his companions, I cannot keep you on." Alas, at this moment, the manager remained unaware of the specifics of Song Mian's transgressions, only knowing that he had offended someone. Those employed here earned substantial salaries and required rigorous training. The manager had made an exception in hiring Song Mian, having been aided by him in a moment of need. Yet he never anticipated such a significant blunder on his very first day. Frustrated, Song Mian wished to plead further, but seeing the manager's resolute demeanor, he relinquished the thought. With gritted teeth, Song Mian vowed, "Song Yulu, once I am recognized back into the Song family, I will ensure your retribution is far worse than what is written in the books." As he contemplated Song Yulu's fate, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps he could seek assistance from someone. Upon returning home, Song Yulu discovered the lights were on. Had Wang Ma forgotten to turn them off? As he entered, a sudden sound sliced through the air, prompting him to turn sharply. With a loud crash, a teacup shattered into pieces, having narrowly missed his face, leaving a stinging sensation on his cheek. Frowning, Song Yulu turned to face Lin Wan, seated on the sofa, alongside her son with her lover, Lin Xinyan. As Song Yulu discreetly assessed Lin Xinyan, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. This marked their first formal meeting, although Song Yulu had conducted his own investigation beforehand, curious about the boy who had garnered Lin Wan's affection. Lin Xinyan, wearing glasses and dressed in unremarkable attire, appeared to be the quintessential harmless college student. How handsome! The heartfelt second male lead has emerged. Just thinking about his unspoken love for Mian Bao fills me with excitement. If I recall correctly, wasn't it he who brought Mian Bao back? Song Yulu's gaze deepened. Heartfelt second male lead? Indeed, his restraint was commendable. Speaking his feelings aloud could lead to dire consequences. Lin Wan coldly admonished, "So you don't know how to come home? You waste your days gallivanting about. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you?" Song Yulu responded indifferently, "No." Lin Wan's irritation mounted. She truly despised this son, born of task, who bore no resemblance to her in either character or appearance. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she finally spoke. "This is Xin Yen. You two should get acquainted." Lin Xinyan stood and extended his hand towards Song Yulu with a smile. "Yulu-ge, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." Song Yulu did not reciprocate the gesture. "Who is your elder brother?" Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged, which only heightened Song Yulu's vigilance towards him. Lin Wan furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "Song Yulu, is this how you were raised?" "Raised?" Song Yulu turned to Lin Wan, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "My apologies, I was born to a mother, but not taught by one." Lin Wan felt both anger and guilt. Since Song Yulu's birth, she had not taken care of him even for a single day, yet his words were undeniably harsh. "Are you blaming me?" she challenged. "Am I not allowed to blame you?" Song Yulu retorted, incredulous that Lin Wan had the audacity to voice such a complaint. Being blamed seemed only natural. He was no saint, and it was unreasonable to expect him to forgive with a smile under such treatment. Lin Wan's face darkened as she took a deep breath and said, "You must consider my perspective. Do you think I have it easy? I carried you for 10 months and endured great hardship to bring you into this world. What has Song Jingming done? Why not direct your blame at him? Who says I haven tea? I hold both of you to the same standard, Song Yulu replied calmly. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly interjected, Yulu, mother has her own difficulties. Song Yulu shot him a sidelong glance. Is it your place to speak? He replied, and don't call me brother. Lin Xian's expression remained unperturbed. If young Master Song dislikes my words, I shall refrain from speaking. Lin Wan was not pleased with his attitude. Could you not be a bit more courteous? Courteous? Song Yulu thought, considering that he hadn't actually dismissed anyone, which was quite generous of him. With a yawn, he said, all right, it's getting late. Could you please state your purpose directly? I need to sleep. After a moment's pause, Lin Wan continued, since you've brought Song Chanqian, why not bring Xian as well? Just tell him he is your cousin. And remember, Xian has a gentle disposition. Be mindful not to let him be bullied. Chapter 24. I want money, Song Yulu scoffed, knowing precisely what was at stake. The couple, Song Jingming and Lin Wan, were notorious for their competitive nature. In truth, had he not coincidentally encountered Song Mian's past, he would never have acquiesced to Song Jingming's request. At this moment, he was reluctant to comply, fully aware that if he refused, Lin Wan would incessantly nag him. Moreover, the lack of humility in their request, delivered in a commanding tone, irked him. He pursed his lips. Whether it was 1 pig or 2, he thought. He might as well agree. Yet he was not about to concede so easily. Yes, I can, but... Upon hearing yes, Lin Wan sighed in relief. But what? I want money. Lin Wan was baffled. Is your wealth insufficient? You have inherited fortunes from both the Song and Lin families. Your dividends alone are immeasurable, not to mention your properties. Why would you ask for money now? Song Yulu shrugged nonchalantly. Having money is more convenient. After all, you can't expect me to bring him along without offering anything in return. Wouldn't that be rather humiliating for me? How much do you want? 5 million. 5 million was not an exorbitant sum, yet Lin Wan was reluctant to part with it. She was asking her son for a favor, and now had to pay for it? The very thought was laughable. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Xian softly remarked, Mother, it is unnecessary to trouble my brother any further. Let us dismiss this matter. Hearing these words, Lin Wan's prior reluctance vanished, replaced instead by a resolute determination to have Song Yulu accompany Lin Xian. With a firm resolve, she declared, very well, 5 million it shall be. Upon receiving the funds, I will take him. After a moment's reflection, Song Yulu reminded her, do remember to annotate it as a voluntary gift. Lin Wan acknowledged this. Just as Song Yulu intended to ascend the stairs, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly turned to inquire, you two won't be staying overnight, will you? I have no extra rooms available. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wan affirmed, no, we won't. She knew her son had a knack for provoking annoyance. Oh dear, how does the 5 million from the affluent compare to a mere 500? The rich can simply bestow it without a second thought. What are you thinking upstairs? You would hesitate for ages before parting with 500. Enough, enough. I feel tears welling up. All right. I suddenly feel as though I've been inexplicably kicked. Song Yulu deliberately sought the 5 million. Presently, all his assets were not his own. Once his identity was restored, he would need to return everything to Song Mian. However, the recently agreed sum was different. It was a voluntary gift from Lin Wan and could not be reclaimed. Yet, accustomed to extravagance, he knew that 5 million would not last long. Contemplating this, Song Yulu resolved to extract another sum from Song Jingming. He promptly messaged Song Jingming for funds. Since Lin Wan had already contributed, Song Jingming, unwilling to be outdone, would surely comply. After sending the message, Song Yulu prepared for rest. Suddenly, Song Yulu lay beneath. His eyes reddened, tears of a physiological nature welling up, his mouth slightly agape from the overwhelming sensations, revealing his delicate tongue. Qi Yin abruptly awoke, drenched in sweat, realizing he had dreamt of that fateful night once more. With a stern expression, he rose and made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, he heard Jiang Lin's groggy voice. Qi Yin, are you showering so early in the morning? Yes, I broke a sweat. Jiang Lin struggled to open one eyelid, glancing at the air conditioner set to 25 degrees. Was it too warm? Contemplating this, he hastily adjusted the temperature to 16 degrees. With wet hair, Yin was unexpectedly hit by a chill from the cold air. "Thank you," he muttered. "No need for thanks. I'm going back to sleep," Jianglin replied, pulling the covers over his head to resume slumber. Yin dried his hair, changed his attire, and then departed for work. His morning duties involved serving as an NPC at a theme park, while the afternoon entailed tutoring Miss He, a position introduced by Song Yulu. Yin's NPC persona was that of a fox, requiring him to wear a fox mask, thus sparing him from revealing his face. However, he was occasionally required to interact with visitors, which he particularly disliked, as some guests tended to be overly familiar, necessitating his vigilance and evasion. Unexpectedly, this very trait garnered him a modest amount of online fame. The downside was that it attracted even more visitors eager to take photographs with him. After a bustling half-day, Yin concluded his morning responsibilities and proceeded to the He residence. First, he took the subway, then switched to a shared electric bike, only to be halted at the entrance of the community. Due to a lack of registration, he was denied entry. Yin pulled out his phone to message He-chan, but received no response. The heat was oppressive, the sun scorching, and without a breeze. The atmosphere felt akin to a steamer, making it difficult to breathe. Before long, Yin's face flushed. He bit his lip and stubbornly messaged He-chan again, yet still, there was no reply. In truth, Yin could have easily messaged Song Yulu, which would have resolved the situation effortlessly. However, for reasons unknown, he hesitated to do so. Yin resolved to wait another 5 minutes. If He-chan did not respond by then, he would leave. Although the job offered a lucrative salary, it was not something he desperately needed. As each second passed, just as the 5 minutes concluded, He-chan finally replied, "Sorry. I overslept and lost track of time. Are you still at the entrance? I'll send someone to pick you up." Yin scoffed inwardly. He did not believe for a moment that He-chan had genuinely overslept. During their last meeting, he sensed a subtle hostility from He-chan. It was hard to believe that he was not deliberately leaving him waiting. After a short while, a man drove up. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yin felt the man's scrutinizing gaze and caught a fleeting look of disdain in his eyes. Yin's expression darkened. The man spoke. "You must be Yin?" "Yes. I am the butler of the He family. Please get in the car. The young master sent me to fetch you." Chapter 25. A dose of medicine for Yin. Once Yin entered the car, before he could fasten his seatbelt, the vehicle sped off abruptly. The sudden inertia caused him to jolt back. Yin turned his head to look. The He family butler casually remarked, "Apologies, I'm getting on in years, and my driving lacks finesse. Are you all right?" Yin responded coolly, "I'm fine, I understand. After all, it must be quite taxing to work at your age." The butler, incredulous, retorted, "Me? In my 60s or 70s. He was merely in his 50s. Was Yin blind? Indeed, you appear much older. Is that not so?" Yin's expression was sincere, as if he genuinely believed his words. The butler gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out, "It seems Yin's eyesight is not quite up to par. How can you fulfill the role of a tutor under such circumstances?" "That is not something you need to concern yourself with," Yin replied calmly. Seeing Yin's imperturbable demeanor, the butler threatened, "I will inform the young master of this matter." "Oh." Yin's response was cold, and his expression remained unchanged. This infuriated the butler. How could someone be so unbothered? Did he not fear losing his job? Although he was the butler of the He family, others treated him with the utmost respect, eager to associate with the He family. Yet this Yin, seemingly oblivious, was deliberately provoking him. He resolved to file a formal complaint when he saw the young master. Before long, the car arrived at the He residence. Just as Yin was about to enter, he overheard a voice from inside. A girl, impatiently exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" I said, "I don't want a tutor. Moreover, you actually found me a college student? What? Has our family gone bankrupt? Can we no longer afford esteemed tutors?" Ichin explained, "Xiao Yu, this tutor is different." Yu pouted. "How is it different? Does he possess some extraordinary abilities?" Before she could finish her thought, a handsome young man entered through the door. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, it did nothing to diminish his striking appearance. Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this person? Could he be the new college tutor her brother hired for her? After greeting her brother, the young man approached her and said coolly, "Hello. I am Yin, your tutor." Yu mused. "Indeed, This tutor is quite different. He is rather charming. Previously, her tutors had been older, serious, and rather rigid. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Hello, I'm Yulu." Hee-chun was not surprised by his sister's sudden change in demeanor. He had always known she had a penchant for attractive individuals. He felt the same way. Hence, he held a particular fondness for the young master Song Yulu, which led him to harbor a dislike for someone named Chi-yen. Hee-chun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Chi, I will rely on you during this period. My sister's academic performance is quite poor, and as this is a crucial time, I hope you can assist her in improving." "I will do my best," Chi-yen replied, refraining from making any promises, as the outcome also depended on Hiyu's cooperation. At that moment, the family's butler approached to complain, "Young master, it seems Chi-yen's demeanor is rather unfriendly." However, before he could elaborate, Hee-chun interrupted, "Let us refrain from such comments in the future. I trust young master Song's judgment." The butler's face flickered with frustration, particularly since it was in front of Chi-yen, which made him feel embarrassed. Unable to contain himself, he began to blame Hee-chun as well. Hee-chun responded, "If there is nothing more, you may return to your duties." "As you wish, young master," the butler replied, bowing his head, concealing his expression. Given that a young man and woman in their formative years were alone in a room, it was deemed inappropriate for lessons to be conducted there. Thus they were in the living room for tutoring. Today was merely an assessment. Chi-yen had high hopes. Yet Yulu, as a student, was rather uncooperative, frequently probing into his personal life. "Chi-yen, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? What type of girl do you like?" Chi-yen replied, "These topics are unrelated to our lessons, and I shall not respond." Meanwhile, Hee-chun, holding his phone, captured several candid moments of Chi-yen and Yulu appearing somewhat intimate and sent them to Song Yulu. Accompanied by the captions, "Many thanks to young Master Song for introducing this tutor. Xiao Yu is particularly fond of him." It seems Xiao Yu and Chi-yen are getting along quite well. She has never shown such patience with a tutor before. Of course, that was because the previous tutors had been older and less appealing. However, those details were inconsequential. Hee-chun's intention was solely to sow discord between Chi-yen and Yulu, as the young master held a particular affection for him, and he aimed to create a rift between them gradually. Hee-chun is not lacking in patience. He can afford to wait. Upon receiving a message from Hee-chun, Song Yulu was taken aback. Is it really necessary to be so close while tutoring? She thought, feeling a sudden discomfort in her heart, as if something that belonged to her was being taken away. Although, to be fair, Chi-yen did not actually belong to her. She chose not to reply. Yet, Hee-chun smiled cheerfully. Based on his understanding of Song Yulu, her silence only indicated her displeasure. After some probing, Chi-yen fell silent. He was surprised to discover that Hiyu's foundation was even weaker than he had anticipated. Hiyu asked, "Chi-yen, what should I do if I don't understand these questions? Is there still hope?" "There is," he replied. "Really?" Hiyu was skeptical, believing that Chi-yen was merely saying this to keep his tutoring job. In that moment, she felt disenchanted with him. Chi-yen continued, "If you can persevere, I can help you raise your score by at least 200 points. This was not an exaggeration. Hiyu's foundation was so poor that he was being conservative with his estimate. Given her current performance, it would not be difficult to raise her score by 300 points, provided she followed his guidance. Indeed, in the placement exam, Hiyu had scored only 200 points. Chi-yen had never encountered a score so low. Anyone who could pay attention in class would not perform so poorly. When the tutoring session concluded, Hee-chun approached, asking, "How do you feel?" Hiyu replied honestly, "I think Chi-yen explains things well. It's straightforward and easy to understand. The mistakes he pointed out, I grasped immediately, unlike my previous teacher, who spoke as if it were a foreign language." Although she had lost some admiration for Chi-yen, she decided to give him an opportunity to earn money, especially since he was quite handsome. "That as settled then," Hee-chun said, turning to Chi-yen with an apologetic tone. "Let me walk you out. I truly apologize for earlier." Chi-yen smiled faintly. "It's no trouble." Just as he was about to leave, Hiyu suddenly leaned in, saying, "Chi-yen, let us add each other on WeChat. If I have any questions, I can ask you." It was an invitation that was hard to decline. Chi-yen accepted Hiyu's friend request. It was at this moment that he noticed a message from Song Yulu, which had been retracted. What she sent. Chapter 26. Is there a reliable private detective? Chi Yin messaged Song Yulu. What did you send earlier? I was busy and didn't see it. Song Yulu was well aware he was busy. He scoffed and replied, Nothing, I sent it by mistake. Qian responded, all right. And that was the end of that. Song Yulu thought, aren't you going to ask anything more? You just believe me like that? He felt quite unsettled. Irritated, he scrolled through his phone. Those who had previously played with him had sent apologies. Yet he had not responded to any of them. Checking the group chat, he noticed others were also apologizing. He remained silent, but Xiao Wenqing generously spoke on his behalf, saying, Don't worry, Xiaolu isn't the type to hold grudges. He won't take this to heart. Song Yulu felt compelled to clarify that he indeed held grudges. He was petty and quite resentful. Whoever made him uncomfortable, he would reciprocate the discomfort. Suddenly, his bank card received 2 substantial transfers. One was 5 million from Lin Wan, and the other was 10 million from Song Jingming. At this moment, their true identities remained undisclosed, so in the eyes of both individuals, he was indeed their biological son. Although they were not particularly close, a monetary gesture was nothing out of the ordinary. Song Yulu was rather taken aback by Song Jingming's generosity. Upon closer inspection, both had annotated their transfers as voluntary gifts. Perfect. This money was now rightfully his. Contemplating his imminent departure from his household, Song Yulu resolved to learn more about his biological parents. After some thought, he decided to hire a private investigator to delve into Song Mion's family background. Lacking knowledge in this area, he initially considered asking Song Jingming for information, but feared that the investigator might divulge secrets. Thus, he messaged He Chun, Do you know of any reliable private investigators? He Chun's responses were always prompt, and he rarely inquired about the reasons behind his requests. Yes, I'll send you his contact information. After adding the investigator as a friend, Song Yulu forwarded the details of Song Mion and stated, I require all available information about him. The online comments quickly erupted in a flurry of activity. Wait, why are you investigating Yinbao? Folks, I have a bad feeling. He wouldn't intentionally harm Yinbao to avoid losing the Song family heirship, would he? I advise you to steer clear of Yinbao. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Quite literally. Why the silence? What are you planning to do? Song Yulu calmly responded, Is pure curiosity not permissible? I wonder if your imaginations are running a bit wild. He sarcastically remarked, I'm nothing like your Mianbao. I disdain resorting to petty tactics behind one's back. The comments were rendered speechless. They recalled the events from the previous night, suddenly feeling quite awkward. From what they had witnessed, Song Yulu had indeed confronted matters directly, while their Mianbao had resorted to spitting in someone's fruit bowl, an act that was rather unbecoming. Why the silence? Song Yulu provocatively inquired. How despicable. It invokes a desire to deliver a punch. Yet, separated by a screen, they found themselves powerless against him. With idle time on his hands, Song Yulu decided to visit Qi Yan's grandmother at the hospital, as he remained preoccupied with thoughts of the peculiar patient. The grandmother was overjoyed to see him, beaming from ear to ear. Little dear, why have you brought so many things again? You haven't finished what you brought last time. Song Yulu smiled and replied, It's nothing. I recently earned a substantial sum and thought to pay you a visit. If you can't finish it all, feel free to share with others. Currently, the ward was only occupied by Qi Yan's grandmother and that odd patient, while the other 2 beds lay vacant. The grandmother glanced at the patient and whispered, I haven't heard her speak throughout my entire hospitalization. Song Yulu, carrying a portion of his offerings, approached and placed them on the bedside table of the mysterious patient. Upon observing the patient peacefully asleep with eyes closed, he quietly remarked, Dear grandmother, I have placed the items here. If you wish to eat, please help yourself. Before he could finish his thought, Song Yulu let out a sudden, piercing scream, startling the elderly woman, who hurriedly inquired, Little dear, what is the matter? As she attempted to rise from her bed, Song Yulu swiftly intervened, Grandmother, please do not get up. I am fine. In truth, he was indeed unscathed, merely taken aback. At the moment he spoke, the patient had abruptly opened his eyes to gaze at him. Due to his lean physique, his eyes appeared particularly prominent. The pupils dark and profound, resembling an unfathomable whirlpool, quite unsettling. Song Yulu's heart nearly skipped a beat from the fright. Realizing belatedly that his reaction might have been overly dramatic, he pondered whether his behavior might sadden the ailing individual who was already in a vulnerable state. At that instant, viewers on the live stream were equally startled. Oh, did I wander into the wrong set? That scene just made me drop my chopsticks. Don't even mention it. I was so startled, I nearly lost my composure. Why is this person so terrifying? Has this character been mentioned in the book? I don't recall. They must just be a passerby. Upon seeing the comments, Song Yulu's gaze dimmed slightly. A passerby? He quickly offered, I apologize. I accidentally bit my tongue just now. This excuse felt rather absurd, and he was uncertain whether the patient would believe him. The individual continued to stare intently at him, and feeling a twinge of fear, Song Yulu attempted to withdraw, only to be abruptly seized by the wrist. The grip was exceedingly tight, causing him pain, and he could distinctly feel the other person's bones pressing against him. What are you doing? Song Yulu stammered, a hint of panic rising within him. The patient's eyes widened, and with great effort, he spoke in a hoarse voice, as if his throat had been rasped by sandpaper. You. His sentence remained unfinished as his breathing grew labored, gasping for air. Observing this, Song Yulu hastily pressed the call button. Moments latte. A flurry of doctors and nurses rushed in, conducting an examination and administering emergency care before wheeling the patient away. Song Yulu glanced down at his wrist, now marked by red impressions from the firm grasp. Upon returning to his grandmother, he was met with her deep concern. Oh dear, why do they grip you so harshly? That must hurt. Song Yulu shook his head. It's not too painful. My skin reacts easily to pressure and turns red. Thus, it easily leaves marks that linger. The last impression left by Chi Yin took several days to completely fade. Reflecting on this, he decided to send the patient's bed number to a private investigator, intending to have them look into the individual. There was an unsettling intuition within him urging him to uncover the identity of this person. Chapter 27. A proposal for a significant business deal after leaving the hospital. Song Yulu messaged Chi Yin. Learning that he was occupied, he drove to Chi Yan's current workplace, a café. To his surprise, he found Chi Yin working as a barista. He ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a seat where he could clearly observe Chi Yan's position. Suddenly, two low voices emerged from behind, their tone laced with excitement. Ah, this is the handsome guy I was talking about. Isn't he charming? The other voice whispered. Indeed, he is quite striking. But are you not concerned that only the upper half of his face is appealing? After all, a mask serves as the finest aesthetic enhancement for men. I've seen him without his mask, and he is incredibly handsome. Curiosity piqued, Song Yulu glanced over to find two female university students engaged in conversation. One of them, upon noticing him, widened her eyes in astonishment and quickly covered her mouth. Once he turned away, she whispered urgently to her companion, Wow, he is so handsome. How come he looks like a masterpiece crafted by Nuwa, while we seem like mere clay remnants? The other girl replied, Stop it, that hurts. Why are there so many handsome guys in this cafe? I've made up my mind. I'm coming here from now on, as long as you are happy. Song Yulu wished to inform them that although they lowered their voices, the cafe was quite serene, allowing him to hear them distinctly. Not only him, but others also caught their words, as he could feel several curious gazes directed his way. After a moment, Chi Yin approached with a cup of coffee and quietly inquired, Did you need something from me? Song Yulu raised his eyes to meet his. What? Am I not allowed to seek you out if there is nothing pressing? I'm working, Chi Yin replied. Song Yulu calmly responded, I am aware. You continue with your work. I am not interrupting you. Chi Yin remained puzzled about Song Yulu's intentions for visiting. With so many friends surrounding the young master, he surely had no shortage of company. Why then? Did he choose to come here? In truth, aside from that one intimate encounter, their relationship was not particularly close. It could not be classified as friendship, yet it did not entirely lack familiarity either. If you were pursuing him, Song Yulu had not mentioned any of those sentiments since that event. However, if he were not pursuing him, Song Yulu still maintained contact. Chi Yin pressed his lips together, pondering what Song Yulu truly considered him to be. Returning to his work, he could still sense Song Yulu's gaze lingering upon him. A colleague nearby whispered, Is that your friend? Yes. Why does he keep staring at you? The colleague inquired, brimming with curiosity. You must be mistaken. The colleague gestured, insisting he was not mistaken. The intensity of Song Yulu's gaze seemed nearly glued to Qi Yan. To be candid, many admirers had frequented the cafe before, yet this one left him uncertain. It was simply that the individual was extraordinarily handsome. With a high, delicate nose and lips that bore a faint rosy hue, he felt a twinge of envy. How could it be that so many individuals possessed such striking features? After a while, as the cafe began to empty, Song Yulu approached the owner with a request to reserve the place exclusively. With sufficient payment offered, the owner readily agreed. Qi Yan furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased with Song Yulu's actions. What are you trying to accomplish? I wish to discuss a significant business deal with you. Song Yulu emphasized the words business deal with particular weight. What kind of significant deal? I'm not entirely sure yet. Qi Yan suspected Song Yulu was deliberately teasing him and turned to leave. Don't go. Song Yulu grasped Qi Yan's hand firmly and explained, I speak the truth. I have yet to make up my mind. You see, I possess wealth but lack intellect, while you are endowed with wisdom yet devoid of funds. Sensing the potential blow to Qi Yan's pride, Song Yulu quickly amended his statement. I simply lack the necessary capital. Therefore, might we consider a collaboration? I provide the financial backing, and you contribute your intellect, so we can both prosper. Qi Yan gazed intently at Song Yulu, attempting to discern whether he was jesting. To his surprise, it appeared that Song Yulu was quite earnest. Why me? Qi Yan inquired. Song Yulu elucidated, because you are the most intelligent person I know. This assertion rang true, as the second-generation elites surrounding him were not particularly astute. Yet, this was not the primary reason. Rather, he had gleaned from the online comments that Qi Yan was destined for greatness. Before being recognized by a prestigious family, Qi Yan had already founded a company, emerging as a rising star in the business realm. If it were Qi Yan, there would undoubtedly be no issues. However, Song Yulu was uncertain whether Qi Yan would acquiesce to such a proposal. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yan replied, I'm sorry. A wave of disappointment washed over Song Yulu. Was it simply not the right time? After all, the comments had indicated that Qi Yan founded his company in his senior year, and they were only in their junior year, with a year remaining. Yet, he sensed something was amiss regarding Song Mian, and wondered whether the narrative would unfold as it did in the book. Determined to elevate Qi Yan's regard for him, Song Yulu sought to engage him further, not requiring excessive affection, merely a reprieve from any vengeful retribution. With this in mind, he inquired, Are you available tomorrow? A new escape room has opened, and it seems rather intriguing. I don't have time. I've been quite busy lately. This was not merely a pretext. Qi Yan truly had numerous commitments. He had taken on several part-time jobs, striving to repay the medical expenses that Song Yulu had previously covered. The burden of debt weighed heavily on him, as he despised owing others. When will you be available? Song Yulu pressed on. I'm not certain at this moment. Song Yulu bit his lip, a glint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Was he truly that occupied? Yes, I apologize. Observing Song Yulu's expression, Qi Yan felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he was undeniably overwhelmed with responsibilities. Unlike the privileged Song Yulu, he needed to earn a living. Entertainment was not a luxury he could afford. What is going on? Seeing him like this makes my heart ache a little. Me too. A bunch of superficial admirers. I simply revel in watching him struggle. It brings me joy. Haha. At this point, I truly cannot comprehend these two. According to the plot, they should be in a state of pure animosity. Yet things seem rather peculiar now. Isn't it because Song Yulu saved his grandmother, leading Qi Yan to reassess him? Moreover, this situation has been spurred by your meddling. So the current development is your doing. Song Yulu remained indifferent to the opinions of others. He cared little for their approval. As long as those he cherished appreciated him, he was content, indifferent to the rest. He stole a glance at the busy Qi Yan, who was engrossed in his tasks. With a discontented pout, he concealed his true feelings. Unbeknownst to others, he harbored a certain fondness for Qi Yan. After all, it was he who initially proposed the wager. Chapter 28. Qi Yan. I adore you. Song Yulu sat engrossed in his phone, waiting patiently for Qi Yan to finish work before approaching him with a casual inquiry. Are you free this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Qi Yan regarded Song Yulu for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Song Yulu led Qi Yan to a favorite restaurant of his, warmly offering him the utensils. I particularly relish this place. Do give it a try. After a bite, Chi Yin acknowledged the delightful flavor. Setting down his chopsticks, he inquired, "So, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Before Song Yulu could respond, Chi Yin continued, "If this pertains to the matter from this afternoon, I have already made my stance clear. I will not acquiesce." Qian indeed contemplated establishing a studio, a notion he had never confided to anyone, leaving him puzzled as to how Song Yulu had discerned it. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from declining. With a sigh, Song Yulu probed, "Why not? Would you refuse if it were someone else?" Surprisingly, Chi Yin fell silent. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Song Yulu shrugged. "Never mind, if you refuse. Let us simply enjoy our meal." Recognizing that this avenue was futile, Song Yulu resolved to explore alternative strategies. In essence, he needed to amass a considerable sum of money before the narrative reached its conclusion and then make his escape. After their meal, as they prepared to part ways, Song Yulu was taken aback when Chi Yin suddenly expressed, "Thank you for visiting my grandmother." Song Yulu smiled, his dimples deepening. "What is the thanks for? Perhaps you might reconsider my earlier proposal? Any profits would be ours to share. Losses would fall solely on me. Those funds cannot be taken with us, anyway, as they will eventually go to Song Mian. A loss is merely a loss." Chi Yin felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Song Yulu's words bore no detriment to him. Rather, they were entirely beneficial. Why was he being so considerate? Chi Yin softly replied, "I am not interested in a romantic relationship at the moment." Song Yulu blinked in bewilderment. Huh? He was momentarily confused as to how the conversation had shifted so abruptly. Wait, did Chi Yin mistakenly believe he was trying to win him over for romance? Opening his lips to clarify, Song Yulu paused mid-sentence. This could indeed be a promising strategy. If he could fully win over Chi Yin, there was little chance of retaliation in the future. He had pursued before. This time, he would be more earnest. Turning his approach, Song Yulu declared, "Indeed, I do wish to court you, Chi Yin. I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Wait, did I miss something in the plot? How do we suddenly reach a confession? Isn't the wager over? This is hilarious. If Chi Yin accepts you, I'll change my surname. Have you forgotten how you treated him? Feigning ignorance towards the barrage of comments, Song Yulu was well aware of his past conduct towards Chi Yin, yet he had made ample reparations. Previously, Song Yulu sought Chi Yin's body. This time, he yearned for his heart. Though he professed affection, Chi Yin discerned little depth of love in Song Yulu's gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Song Yulu covered his mouth with a hand. "Before you reject me, consider this. I understand you may doubt my sincerity, so why not observe my actions?" The touch was soft, imbued with a fragrance uniquely his own. The proximity between them was such that Chi Yin could distinctly perceive the delicate features on Song Yulu's face. His eyelashes were long and dark, and his amber eyes held only Chi Yin's reflection. Thump! Thump! The sound of racing heartbeats echoed. Suddenly feeling uneasy, Chi Yin swiftly removed Song Yulu's hand and coldly declined. "There's no need to try. I'm not interested in a romantic relationship at the moment." "So, that means you won't pursue me nor anyone else?" Song Yulu countered. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Qian retorted. "Then it is settled. You shall witness my efforts." With that, Song Yulu deprived Chi Yin of the chance to refuse. Left standing there, Chi Yin placed a hand over his chest, his heart racing. Undeniably, in a hidden corner of his heart, a flicker of delight emerged. Upon returning home, Song Yulu scoured the internet for advice, diligently noting strategies. If he wished to capture Chi Yan's heart, a well-thought-out plan was essential. He could not act blindly. His previous 3 months of efforts had yielded no progress, indicating that Chi Yin did not respond well to that approach. Contemplating further, Song Yulu directly inquired of his online audience, "Do you know how to pursue someone?" "Huh? You're asking us? Why should we help you? Are you all right? You've been so hard on Yin Bao. You still want us to assist you in courting Chi Yin? Are you out of your mind?" With a smile, Song Yulu replied, "Speaking of Song Mian, there's still some time before he is recognized again. What do you think would happen if I took the opportunity to do something to him?" "Ah, how shameless can you be? Song Yulu, are you even human? Are you threatening us? I don't believe it. Our Mian Bao is the protagonist. How could he be harmed by Song Yulu? He may not die, but what if he gets hurt? What if he suffers? It must be said, this tactic proved effective. The audience was indeed intimidated. They could not bear to see Song Mian suffer or be injured, and thus reluctantly agreed to this inequitable arrangement, knowing they could do little even if Song Yulu broke the terms. At that moment, a flurry of suggestions on how to pursue someone flooded in. Just send him expensive gifts and shower him with kindness. Upon reading this, Song Yulu cautioned, "Do not attempt to entrap me with poor strategies. After all, I can discern whether Qi Yin is pleased. If he is displeased, I too will be unhappy, and consequently, Mian will not find joy either." A threat, stark and unambiguous. My native language is silence. All right, enough with the ridiculous ideas. By the way, how did you pursue him before? Song Yulu contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Each day, I send him messages of good morning and good night, along with declarations of affection, and occasionally present him with gifts. I believed I was doing quite well, having spent a considerable sum, only to find that those gifts were returned by Qi Yin. He is a man who regards money as mere refuse. Why don't you pursue me instead? I enjoy receiving gifts. Help. Sending messages daily feels so perfunctory. It resembles those harassing texts. Perhaps Qi Yin has never genuinely read the content I sent. To him, those gifts are a burden. They are extravagant yet of no use. Even a simple handmade item would be far more appreciated. The essence of gift-giving lies in catering to the recipient's tastes. Consider this. If someone were to present you with an exquisitely expensive gift that you despise, would you feel elated? Song Yulu fell into deep thought. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. The gifts he bestowed were those that people like him would cherish, yet he remained oblivious to Qi Yan's preferences. Resolutely, Song Yulu declared, "I have made up my mind. I shall begin by understanding his likes." Chapter 29. Song Yulu slowed down before pursuing someone. Song Yulu had pressing matters to attend to. Since he had accepted payment, he was obliged to fulfill his duties. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Song Yulu accompanied Song Qianqian and Lin Xinian to a gathering of friends. To his surprise, he discovered that the two were not particularly amicable. Song Qianqian was straightforward, speaking her mind without reservation, while Lin Xinian, a charming yet cunning individual, subtly countered her remarks until she was at a loss for words. Through the rearview mirror, Song Yulu glanced at him, only to hear Lin Xinian inquire with a smile, "Why does young Master Song look at me?" "Because you are handsome," Song Yulu retorted. Lin Xinian then replied, "Yet, it is you, young Master Song, who is even more handsome." Song Yulu frowned. He did not particularly appreciate being described as handsome. He looked again at Lin Xinian, noting the reflection of the headlights from the opposite vehicle on his glasses, obscuring his gaze. Yet his lips curved into a smile, seemingly pleased. Song Yulu mused, "I cannot shake the feeling that this person is not as simple as he appears." Upon reaching their destination, silence enveloped the two. After disembarking, they followed suit. The gathering was held at a racetrack nestled halfway up a mountain, where the orange sunlight bathed the ground, enveloping everyone in a golden hue. Many had already arrived, and upon spotting Song Yulu, they hastily approached him. Especially those who had previously offended him due to Song Mian's actions. They were quick to apologize. "Young Master Song, I am truly sorry. I was blinded by ignorance. I recognize that mere words are insufficient. This is a gift I have meticulously selected, and I hope you will appreciate it." Song Yulu's gaze briefly fell on the box the individual held, and he responded coolly, "It is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that this implied the matter had been forgiven and would not be pursued further. "By the way, this is my cousin, Lin Xinian. It is his first time here, so please show him around." Lin Xinian, seizing the opportunity, smiled and extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Lin Xinian." In order to spare Song Yulu some face, those few individuals exchanged smiles and greeted Lin Xinian. However, one among them inquired, "Have you ever engaged with racing before?" Lin Xinian cast a swift glance at Song Yulu before responding, "I have not. This is my first encounter, yet I hold a fondness for racing. I simply lack the opportunity to try it." "Then you've come to the right place. Come, I shall take you for a spin." Upon hearing this, Song Qianqian, unwilling to fall behind, stepped forward and asked, "I have never played either. Could you take me for a ride as well?" "Certainly. Everyone is welcome." Song Yulu slightly curled his lips, genuinely believing that racing was something anyone could partake in. Indeed, this was his intention. Finding a seat, Song Yulu soon noticed Xie Wenqing approaching. Previously, he had not thought much of it, but recently he found Xie Wenqing's presence to be somewhat haunting, wherever he went. This individual seemed to track him down. "Little dear, why have you brought them along? Did you not express your disdain for them?" Song Yulu replied lazily, "Just for fun." Xie Wenqing's eyes flickered as he leaned closer to Song Yulu and whispered, "Do you require my assistance in teaching them a lesson? Forget it, it's pointless." Had it been the past, Song Yulu might have considered targeting those two. However, now, even his own identity was fabricated. There was no need to confront them. If he truly caused them harm, it would only serve to benefit Song Mian. However, recalling the previous comments that Lin Xinian harbored feelings for Song Mian, Song Yulu furrowed his brow slightly. No wonder he wore glasses. His vision indeed seemed lacking. He observed as Song Qianqian and Lin Xinian each took their places in the racing cars, which then sped off. Song Yulu couldn't help but smile. Even without the intention to confront, witnessing their discomfort brought him joy. In no time, the two cars returned, one trailing the other. Suddenly, the passenger door swung open, and Song Qianqian dashed to the roadside to retch. Surprisingly, Lin Xinian remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness. Song Yulu's gaze sharpened. This individual appeared to be more complex than he let on. A novice to racing should react like Song Qianqian, yet Lin Xinian did not even feign discomfort. It seemed he was entirely unperturbed by the possibility of being discovered. Raising an eyebrow, Song Yulu sensed that matters were becoming intriguing. The young man who had taken Lin Xinian out earlier asked in astonishment, "Is this truly your first time? You possess remarkable talent." "It is indeed my first time. I find it quite fascinating." The young man's eyes shimmered with envy. "When I first rode in a car, I was far worse than her." He gestured towards Song Qianqian, who was rinsing her mouth. Song Qianqian scoffed, "Do not include me. While I am genuinely a novice, one cannot definitively say whether this certain individual is a true beginner or merely pretending to deceive you." Lin Xinian, unperturbed, smiled indulgently. "Qianqian, you jest once more." Upon hearing this, it seemed as though Song Qianqian was deliberately seeking trouble. She retorted, "Is Qianqian what you call me?" Just as she was about to continue, she turned to see Song Yulu approaching and immediately fell silent. At present, she finds herself in need of others, acutely aware of what she should and should not do. Lin Xian cast a glance towards Song Yulu. "Young Master Song, do you dare to ride in my car?" Song Yulu inquired. "Of course," Lin Xian replied, prompting Song Yulu to smirk. "Wait for me." After donning his racing suit and helmet, he finally entered the vehicle. Lin Xian settled beside him, fastening his seatbelt. Song Yulu tilted his head to glance at him. "Are you afraid?" "Not at all." In that moment, a flicker of light danced at the corner of Lin Xian's eye. It was as if Song Yulu glimpsed the authentic self concealed beneath the mask. The engine roared to life, and in mere moments, the car shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The racetrack was fraught with twists and turns, presenting significant challenges that demanded constant drifting. The speed of the car was exhilarating, and the added drift made it all the more daunting. Yet this thrill was exactly what many craved, a surge of adrenaline. Song Yulu was no exception. Gradually, he pressed the accelerator, the speed escalating. The first turn approached. He sharply turned the steering wheel. The tires screeched in protest as the car veered, his body leaning uncontrollably. A swift glance at Lin Xian revealed his expression remained unchanged. He prepared for a second burst of speed. However, the viewers on the other side could no longer endure. "Help! I can't take it anymore. I'm about to vomit. Ugh! I've already thrown up. What on earth? Is this even 3D? My head is spinning. Wait, Song Yulu actually knows how to race? Is it surprising that a young master like him can race? Ha ha! Isn't it great that we're getting a free taste of racing? Please, no more acceleration. I'm begging you." Song Yulu slowed down. Chapter 30. Can I see your abs? The car came to a halt as Song Yulu opened the door and stepped out. He removed his helmet and casually tossed it aside, running a hand through his hair. "I can't believe it. I'm utterly captivated." "Me too. Being captivated is one thing, but let us not voice it. Wouldn't that just please Song Yulu?" Indeed, Song Yulu felt a surge of satisfaction within, especially as those who disliked him remained ensnared in their admiration. This feeling was simply splendid. His initial interest in racing stemmed from the adrenaline rush it provided, along with the undeniable allure it bestowed. He turned his gaze towards Lin Xian, who appeared composed, yet his pale complexion and lips betrayed the fear he had just experienced. A subtle smile crept on Song Yulu's lips. That is more like it. Others began to gather, showering him with compliments. Young master, your driving was exceptionally stylish. You were a few seconds faster than last time. You're incredible. When will I ever be as skilled as you? Next race, you must crush Wu Zheng and leave him seething. Hearing this, Song Yulu felt a swell of pride. All right, please disperse. It's too hot. He returned to his previous seat, about to take a sip of water, but suddenly set the cup down and grabbed another to pour himself a drink. Xia Wenqing approached, saying, Xiao Lu, you were driving too fast just now. It was exceedingly perilous. In an instant, Song Yulu's previous good mood evaporated. Xia Wenqing had a habit of expressing what appeared to be concern, yet came across as strikingly out of place. Song Yulu found such remarks intolerable. Enough. I'm well aware of my own situation, he replied, closing his eyes and turning his gaze away from Xia Wenqing. Yet, he sensed Xia Wenqing's gaze lingering on him for an extended moment. Just as Song Yulu was about to feign indifference, Xia Wenqing spoke again. Then take care and rest well. With that, he rose and departed. Only then did Song Yulu open his eyes. He had been enduring Xia Wenqing's presence for quite some time, and although it was merely trivial matters, they weighed heavily on him. If it weren't for the fact that... Song Yulu let out a deep sigh. How could he be labeled as a malicious supporting character? Could there be a more kind-hearted yet repressed villain than himself? If he were truly malicious, could he have tolerated Xia Wenqing for so long? Suddenly, he thought of Qi Yan. Song Yulu retrieved his phone and accessed Qi Yan's moments, finding nothing but shared notifications devoid of any personal insights, merely resembling a mechanical existence. He sent Qi Yan a message. What flimsy excuse should I concoct to chat with you today? Qi Yan, though the reply was brief. It was instantaneous, a sign of improvement. Song Yulu sprang up from his lounge chair, exclaiming, Quick, quick, tell me how to respond. Don't ask. Everyone is still dazed and cannot assist you for now. Song Yulu mused. No wonder the barrage of messages has dwindled since he started driving. Now only a rare one crops up. After some contemplation, he replied, Could I say I miss you? Would that be too ambiguous? Qi Yan, you know it's ambiguous and you still say it? Song Yulu, but it's my heartfelt truth. The barrage. Didn't you claim you couldn't chat? You seem to be doing quite well here. Song Yulu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Really? Really? It seems I possess some talent after all. Previously, he had merely copied from the internet, but upon reflection, those cliches paled in comparison to his own original expressions. Renewed confidence surged within him. He continued messaging Qi Yan, You are extraordinary, the most remarkable boy I have ever encountered. You exude a unique sense of solitude that others fail to perceive, yet I understand. While you appear joyous on the surface, your heart remains lonely and fractured. By the way, could I glimpse your abs? Qi Yan. Song Yulu. He indeed replied again. In the past, he had never received consecutive replies from Qi Yan. Qi Yan, don't you have any yourself? Song Yulu. He lifted his shirt slightly to glance at his own fair, flat abdomen, even the shape of his belly button appearing endearing, yet devoid of any abs. He responded, None. So could I see yours? The last time he beheld Qi Yan's abs was during an earlier occasion. Qi Yan's abdominal muscles were not overly pronounced. They embodied the slim physique he adored. Moreover, Qi Yan's core displayed remarkable power. When he exerted himself, his abdomen tensed, resembling a bow drawn taut, ready to unleash its potential. Wait, how did he think of this place? Song Yulu's face flushed crimson as he hastily shook his head, attempting to dislodge the indecent thoughts swirling in his mind. Upon glancing again, he noticed Qi Yan had replied, Dream on, although the tone was far from pleasant. One could argue it was a form of progress, wasn't it? Song, it's about to begin. Song Yulu tucked away his phone. That was merely a warm-up. The real content, the racing competition, was about to commence. While the event might not be entirely authentic, there were enticing rewards for the winners. those who triumphed could claim all. The second-place finisher would leave empty-handed. Thus, everyone was fiercely vying for first place. Confident as ever, Song Yulu believed victory was always his. However, just as the race was set to start, a languid voice interrupted. "Oh, how could such a competition exclude our brother Zhang?" Song Yulu turned to see a group approaching, led by the strikingly red-haired Hua Zhang. One ostentatious display. He silently scoffed. "What brings you here? This ISN to your territory." Given the animosity between Song Yulu and Hua Zhang, his companions expressed their displeasure at Hua Zhang's arrival, making sarcastic remarks. "What is going on? Where are the security guards? Why is everyone allowed in? One ill omen. Hey, do you smell that? One awful stench." Indeed, Hua Zhang remained unfazed as he sauntered towards Song Yulu. Raising an eyebrow, "What is this? Am I not welcome? Isn't it obvious?" Hua Zhang teased, licking his back molars with a grin. "You ungrateful brat. I helped you last time, and this is how you repay me?" Song Yulu recoiled sharply, creating distance between them, and remarked loudly, "Do you even know how to speak? If not, perhaps you should keep your mouth shut. You're insufferably greasy." Chapter 31. What is truly real? Hua Zhang frowned. Before he could respond, his companions began to bicker. "What kind of talk is that? Where's the grease in Huage? I think you're the one who can't articulate." Observing Song Yulu's increasingly sour expression, Hua Zhang quickly cleared his throat, signaling for his friends to cease their chatter. Unexpectedly, they seemed to misinterpret his gesture, becoming even more animated. "Do you think you're impressive? Without the Song and Lin families, you're nothing." Song Yulu shot a glance at the speaker. "Are you envious?" The individual retorted, "Our boss was generous enough to help you, and you don't even thank him, yet you insult him as greasy? Truly a dog biting Lu Dongbin." Unable to recognize a good heart, Song Yulu countered, "Did I ask for his help?" In truth, that day's events were inconsequential to him. Hua Zhang's presence or absence made no difference. "Enough," Hua Zhang interrupted. "Why do you all have so much to say? Can't you see Song Yulu's expression has soured? None of you have any sense." Hua Zhang continued, "I meant no harm. I merely came to observe you racing here." Understanding dawned on Song Yulu. "Got it. You wish to compete with me? Very well, let us compete." As she spoke, Song Yulu turned her gaze towards the others, announcing that today, young Master Hua would also compete against them, prompting a lively round of applause from the crowd. The anticipation was palpable, and they wondered what young Master Hua's prize would entail. Given his immense wealth, it was presumed that his offering would be equally impressive. "Hua, why are you silent?" Hua Zhang, who had not intended to compete with Song Yulu, found himself in an awkward position, feeling somewhat cornered. Remaining silent would not suffice. He removed his watch and placed it on the table. Is this sufficient? The watch, valued at 7 figures, was indeed more than adequate, and it could be said that it was currently the most expensive prize, even surpassing Song Yulu's. Song Yulu suspected that Hua Zhang was deliberately trying to overshadow him. Typically, everyone had their own racing cars, yet Hua Zhang had arrived without his and was contemplating borrowing one. With a hint of sarcasm, Song Yulu remarked, "The cars here might not be worthy of young Master Hua." Hua Zhang found himself captivated by Song Yulu's demeanor, a desire stirring within him to embrace him tightly and impart a lesson. His throat moved slightly, and his gaze deepened. Song Yulu frowned, shooting Hua Zhang a fierce glare. "What a damned look! It's as if a starving dog has suddenly encountered food. Disgusting." Before long, everyone climbed into their vehicles, and Song Yulu donned his gear, taking his place in the car. At the waving of the flag, all the cars surged forward. Song Yulu's vehicle took an early lead, with Hua Zhang close behind. As Song Yulu accelerated, Hua Zhang matched his speed, and soon they were racing side by side. Turning his head, Song Yulu caught Hua Zhang, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Feeling a mix of frustration and anticipation, Song Yulu thought, "He is in a foul mood, and the viewers are equally disheartened." "Ah, not again. I just recovered, and now I feel nauseous. So thrilling, so exhilarating. Though I feel dizzy, I'm curious who will take first place. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I cast my vote for Hua Zhang. I also support Hua Zhang. I believe Song Yulu is driving well. I hope he wins." The barrage of comments was sparse, and Song Yulu dared not lose focus. So he refrained from reading further. Gritting his teeth, He pushed the car to accelerate time and again. Ultimately, he crossed the finish line a mere 0.5 seconds ahead of Huizheng. As Huizheng exited his car, he shrugged and admitted, "I lost." Song Yulu pressed his lips together, feeling deeply dissatisfied. While it appeared he had triumphed, in reality, he felt defeated. Huizheng had driven a standard modified car, whereas he had piloted a specially modified one. Did this imply that his previous victories over Huizheng were tainted? If he had genuinely lost, Song Yulu could accept it. However, if Huizheng had simply allowed him to win, that was unacceptable. At this moment, an overwhelming sense of unhappiness washed over Song Yulu, and he turned to leave, leaving Huizheng standing in bewilderment, blinking in confusion. Why is the young master angry again? Unsure of where to go, Song Yulu drove directly to the dormitory building of Qi Yan. At this hour, he should still be absent. The vehicle belonging to Song Yulu was unmistakable, and the residents of the dormitory recognized it immediately, posting about it on the forum. The title read, "Wow, the young master's car is actually parked beneath the CY dormitory." Comment 2. Comment 6. Are they still together? Comment 15. Daily Inquiry. Did the young master and CY break up today? Comment 16. They haven't broken up. No need to thank me. The post sparked a lively discussion. Jiang Lin also stumbled upon this thread and quickly shared it with Qi Yan, inquiring, "Is the young master waiting for you?" Qi Yan was preoccupied with his tasks and only had the opportunity to check his phone after a considerable time had passed, over half an hour. Although he was perplexed as to why Song Yulu was at his dormitory, he suspected it was not for him, given that Song Yulu was aware of his work schedule. For reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort suddenly washed over Qi Yan. He replied to Jiang Lin, "He isn't waiting for me." Then, he opened the chat with Song Yulu, contemplating what to type, but ended up deleting his messages repeatedly, at a loss for words. To his surprise, Song Yulu sent a message, "I've been watching you for a while. What do you want to say?" Qi Yan was about to respond when he received another message from Song Yulu. "Qi Yan, I feel so sad." Inside the car, Song Yulu sat in the driver's seat. Gently tapping the steering wheel, his eyes reddened, resembling a small rabbit. The tip of his nose was flushed, as if stained with rouge, and his eyelashes were damp and clumped together. He bit his lip tightly, feeling a tumult of emotions, his throat constricted as if something were lodged within, causing both discomfort and pain. Throughout his life, Song Yulu believed he had little to boast about. The only thing he excelled in was racing. Yet, what he took pride in turned out to be a fabrication. With a self-deprecating smile, he tugged at the corners of his mouth. His identity was a lie. His racing prowess was a deception, and even this world seemed unreal. What then is truly authentic? Chapter 32. Why not mention the burn? The moment Qi Yan saw Song Yulu's message, his expression hardened. Song Yulu had seldom sent such melancholic messages. In Qi Yan's understanding, Song Yulu would smile when happy and fume when displeased. He had never witnessed him in sorrow. An inexplicable anxiety gripped Qi Yan. He promptly approached his employer to request leave. His boss was taken aback, as it was the first time Qi Yan had ever asked for time off. Observing the pallor on Qi Yan's face, he refrained from denying the request and instead expressed concern, saying, "If you need anything, feel free to reach out." "Thank you." Qi Yan changed out his work attire and opted for a taxi back to the university instead of riding his bike. From a distance, he spotted Song Yulu's car parked beneath his dormitory. After steadying his breath, he approached and gently tapped on the car window. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the sound, Song Yulu turned his head to see Qi Yan standing beside the car, lips pressed together. He quickly rolled down the window. "Why are you back?" At that moment, Song Yulu's eyes remained red, causing a wave of concern to wash over Qi Yan. "What happened to you?" Song Yulu pursed his lips, suddenly feeling as though the world was a mere illusion. Even his own existence felt fabricated. What then is the meaning of life? Who told you it was a fabrication? Song Yulu blinked, refraining from admitting that it was the barrage of comments that led him to this conclusion. Just then, Qi Yan reached out to touch him. "What? Touch me?" Song Yulu was uncertain of Qi Yan's intentions, yet he complied and reached out to feel Qi Yan's abdominal muscles. Qi Yan took a step back, frowning as he said, "I meant to touch my hand." Song Yulu, feeling awkward, laughed heartily, his cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. He reached for Qi Yan's hand, which was slightly larger than his own, adorned with a thin layer of calluses and distinctly defined knuckles, quite aesthetically pleasing, hands that could easily serve as a model. It must have warmth, right? Song Yulu quipped, if it lacked warmth, I would be dead. Indeed, we are all beings of warmth, flesh, and blood. Every experience we undergo is undeniably real. Is this not our authentic world? Song Yulu blinked, realizing that perhaps he was onto something. What if? And I emphasize, what if this world were a novel? How would you respond? A novel? Qi Yan found Song Yulu's imaginative leap somewhat exaggerated. Yes, we are characters crafted by an author, living according to their design. For instance, you might be the antagonist, while I am a malevolent supporting character. I might bully you, and later you would seek revenge, leading to my tragic demise. Upon uttering this, Song Yulu eagerly awaited Qi Yan's reaction. Qi Yan first furrowed his brow, then replied incredulously. Firstly, I am not the antagonist, nor are you the malevolent supporting character. You have never bullied me, and I would not retaliate against you. Secondly, have you read too many novels? You should uninstall those romance apps from your phone. Song Yulu, momentarily distracted, felt his sorrow dissipate somewhat. Do you truly believe I haven't bullied you? He recalled the incident involving the drug. Was that not a form of bullying? No. What Qi Yan did not voice was that, from his perspective, he had bullied Song Yulu. Unquestionably, he often dreamt of that chaotic night, relishing the memory. A spark of hope ignited in Song Yulu's mind. If Qi Yan spoke thus, did it mean he would not seek revenge? Suddenly, the comments surged forth. Ha, stop dreaming. The plot cannot be altered. Qi Yan won't admit it for now, as he dares not offend you. Wait until he regains his memories, and you'll see if he still feels that way. Indeed, Qi Yan was a decent person in the beginning, but alas, he is destined to be the antagonist, and you are doomed to be the malevolent supporting character. Suddenly feeling a bit of pity, I wonder if knowing one's fate in advance is a blessing or a curse. The glimmer of hope that had just arisen for Song Yulu was extinguished. He felt an urge to scold those who posted such comments, but with Qi Yan present, he held his tongue. Should we go grab a drink? Song Yulu's eyes lit up. Is that allowed? Yes. Elated, Song Yulu hopped off the car and followed Qi Yan upstairs. On their way, they encountered several classmates, all of whom looked at him in shock. It is indeed true. He has become something of a celebrity within the school, and everyone is likely familiar with him. However, what Song Yulu does not realize is that the astonishment among the onlookers is not simply due to his presence, but rather the fact that he is ascending the stairs alongside Qi Yan. At this moment, discussions regarding the two have erupted fervently on the forum. Previous posts have garnered over 1,000 replies. Photos of the two engaged in conversation have been shared, capturing Qi Yan standing beside the car, gazing affectionately at Song Yulu, who rests his chin on his hand, his bright eyes fixed intently on Qi Yan. Oh my, I'm completely shipping them. Not to mention, although the young master has a temper, he is undeniably handsome. What a pity that such a delicate young master is the one on top. It is truly unexpected. Indeed, how could CY possibly be the one beneath? In reality, Song Yulu follows Qi Yan into his dormitory, only to unexpectedly encounter a shirtless male student. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, Qi Yan swiftly blocks his view and urges, put on a shirt. Jiang Lin hurriedly dresses, taken aback by the realization that Qi Yan has brought Song Yulu to his room, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. After donning his clothes, he refrains from making any noise. Fearful of disturbing the two, while occasionally stealing glances at them, his eyes wide with intrigue, relishing the close-up drama. Qi Yan pulls out a chair and sits down. After ensuring that Song Yulu is comfortably settled, he inquires, would you like some water? The true intent behind Qi Yan's question is to address the fact that over an hour has passed since Jiang Lin sent him a message, and Song Yulu has been seated in the car for quite some time. He may be feeling uncomfortable. All right. Song Yulu surveys Qi Yan's desk, which appears meticulously organized, brimming with academic texts. He casually pulls out a book filled with notes, admiring Qi Yan's penmanship, elegant yet precise, with a touch of flair. Is this what it means to be an academic prodigy? He muses, noting that the book seems nearly untouched, as if it were brand new. Chi Yin hands him a disposable cup, and Song Yulu takes it, moving to the water dispenser. Distracted, he inadvertently presses the hot water spout. Scalding water spilling into the cup, causing him to reflexively release it. Oh no! Water splashes everywhere, continuing to flow. Song Yulu panics, feeling as though the sky is collapsing upon him. On his first visit to Chi Yan's room, he has created such a mess. Would there be a second chance? He rushes to turn off the faucet, but Chi Yin intervenes, swiftly shutting it off before him. A puddle now lies on the floor, splattering even his lower legs. Sorry, the water was too hot. I lost my grip, Song Yulu explained softly. In that brief moment, his fingertips have turned red from a burn, a lingering pain evident as he curls his fingers slightly, feeling inexplicably delicate. Chi Yin notices this, firmly grasping Song Yulu's hand, his voice cold as he states, "Why didn't you say you were burnt? It's nothing serious, just a bit red. It will be fine soon." Song Yulu attempts to withdraw his hand, but finds himself unable to do so. He inexplicably sensed a hint of severity in Chi Yan's tone. Already in pain, the sudden sharpness of the words sent his spirits plummeting. Song Yulu pressed his lips together, allowing Chi Yin to pull him back into the chair, and then listened as Chi Yin said, "Wait a moment, I believe I have some burn ointment." Song Yulu blinked in surprise. Did this mean Chi Yin wasn't angry with him? Was this an expression of concern? After locating the ointment, Chi Yin initially intended to hand it to Song Yulu. However, after a moment's thought, he unscrewed the cap, squeezed a dollop onto his fingertip, and gently applied it to the reddened area on Song Yulu's skin. At that moment, Song Yulu resembled a delicate porcelain doll, obediently lifting his hand as directed. Was he the only one to witness such a compliant side of Song Yulu? As this thought crossed Chi Yan's mind, an indescribable thrill surged within him, igniting a desire to confine him. Suddenly, Chi Yan paused, recalling Song Yulu's earlier words. This line of thinking did indeed bear a resemblance to that of a villain. The barrage of comments flared with excitement. To be honest, Song Yulu is quite pleasant when he isn't speaking. Indeed, how could such a fine individual be so talkative? I wish I could silence him. Song Yulu. The thought that such a handsome person will be offline in a few years is truly regrettable. Song Yulu lowered his gaze. Oh, Fräulein, he would never go offline. This was a fortuitous moment. Kian abruptly inhaled sharply. Had he inadvertently caused Song Yulu pain? Just a little. Chi Yin softened his touch. Then I shall be gentler. Thank you, Chi Yin. It's also partly my fault. I should have managed it better. For a moment, Song Yulu found it difficult to discern whether Chi Yan's words were sincere or merely polite. After applying the ointment, Chi Yin mimicked his grandmother's actions, blowing gently over the wound. "They are all better," Song Yulu exclaimed in astonishment. "Why did you blow on it just now? When I was little, my grandmother would do the same whenever I got hurt, and it would ease the pain." A smile graced Chi Yan's face at the thought of his grandmother. Song Yulu cast his eyes downward, recalling his own childhood when he had fallen, scraping his elbows and knees, his cries echoing as he gasped for breath. Yet, Song Jingming and Lin Wan had shown no concern, instead chiding him. "Why are you so delicate? You don't resemble a little man at all. Stop crying." Indeed, he bore no resemblance to the Song family. Now, it was amusing to consider how Song Jingming and Lin Wan would react upon learning this. Song Yulu found himself anticipating their reactions, imagining they would be quite entertaining. However, reflecting on past events weighed heavily on his heart, like a colossal stone, rendering him breathless. Noticing the strange expression in Song Yulu's eyes, Chi Yin inquired, "What is wrong? Does it still hurt?" Song Yulu shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. That's a lie. That method only works on children." Song Yulu. Chi Yin then said, "You probably shouldn't drive with that hand, right? Has your previous driver returned? Have him come and pick you up." "All right." Song Yulu did not force himself and sent a message to the driver. Feeling a bit bored waiting, he glanced around. Chi Yan's belongings were rather simple, likely adhering to a minimalist style, with just enough daily necessities. In contrast, Song Yulu possessed enough items to fill several rooms, with his walk-in closet being larger than the entire dormitory. Chi Yin, however, had only a few sets of clothes for change. As Song Yulu caught a pleasant scent, he leaned closer to Chi Yan's hanging garments and inhaled deeply. "What is this fragrance? What are you doing?" Caught in the act, Song Yulu felt a twinge of guilt, realizing how somewhat obsessive he appeared. He feigned nonchalance and asked, "Are you wearing perfume? It smells rather delightful. What brand is it?" "Six God," Chi Yin replied. Song Yulu pondered for a moment, unable to recall any information about this brand. "What brand is that? Is it new? I've never heard of it." He contemplated purchasing one for himself. "Bug repellent. Just a few dollars a bottle," Chi Yin added. Listening intently, Jiang Lin nearly burst into laughter, marveling at how the young master was oblivious to something as common as Six God. As he laughed, tears brimmed in his eyes. How vast the disparity between people could be. No wonder Song Yulu was burdened. It turned out someone was shielding him from the harshness of life. Before long, Song Yulu received a call from the driver. Just as he was about to move, Chi Yin stood up and said, "I'll walk you down." Song Yulu noted how Chi Yin appeared rather eager. The two descended the stairs side by side. The driver, a middle-aged man with a kindly, honest demeanor, opened the car door for Song Yulu and bowed, saying, "Young master, please get in." Feeling inexplicably embarrassed in front of Chi Yin, Song Yulu replied, "I'll take my leave now." After Song Yulu entered the vehicle, the driver closed the door and moved to the driver's seat. As the car slowly pulled away, Song Yulu glanced back through the window, seeing Chi Yin standing there. Lost in thought, "Uncle Lu, please refrain from speaking as you did earlier," Song Yulu instructed. Uncle Lu chuckled and asked, "What's the matter? Weren't you quite fond of it before?" "You said that was in the past. I no longer like it." In truth, Song Yulu had been nervously fidgeting his toes, too afraid to meet Chi Yan's gaze, fearing ridicule. This was all a remnant from his adolescent phase, and having driven himself lately, he had almost forgotten about it. Upon returning home, as soon as Song Yulu entered, he was approached by Aunt Wong, her face etched with concern. "Young master, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Yet Aunt Wong was not convinced, and soon discovered Song Yulu's still reddened fingers. "Oh dear, how did you burn yourself? Let me apply some medicine." "Aunt Wong, it's unnecessary. My friend has already treated it." Aunt Wong paused momentarily before tentatively asking, "Is it that classmate Chi Yin who visited before?" "Yes, it is." Suddenly, Aunt Wong's face brightened with a broad smile, leaving Song Yulu with an inexplicable sense of unease. Why did Aunt Wong's smile seem somewhat lewd? Chapter 34. The young master has grown up, learning to care for others. However, before Song Yulu could ponder further, Aunt Wong shifted the topic. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." "Then I will go prepare a meal now." Song Yulu shook his head and said, "There's no need. I have no appetite." Wang Ma chuckled and replied, "This is a new snack I learned to make. Young master, do give it a taste, if it pleases your palate. We can send in a classmate Chi Yin as well." Upon hearing this, Song Yulu ceased his objections. After taking a shower upstairs, he descended to find that Wang Ma had already prepared several dishes, elegantly arranged on the table. "Young master, this chicken-shaped mochi with sauce is my latest creation. Isn't it adorable?" Song Yulu glanced over, and indeed, the mochi was fashioned into delightful little yellow chickens, perfectly aligned on the plate, exuding an irresistible charm. Accompanied by seaweed, pork floss, and a creamy topping, the presentation was particularly enticing. He felt a pang of reluctance to eat it. After a tentative taste, he found the texture soft and chewy, the flavor sweet yet not overwhelming. It was utterly delightful. "Wang Ma, this is exquisite," he exclaimed. Wang Ma replied with a smile, "I'm glad you like it. Could you teach me how to make this?" Wang Ma was momentarily taken aback. "What? I wish to learn how to make this dessert." "Please teach me," he reiterated. Wang Ma was utterly astonished. The young master was the sort of person who wouldn't even bother to pick up an oil bottle if it fell. Yet here he was, expressing a desire to learn how to make sweets. She did not refuse. "Of course, it's quite simple." Hearing the word simple, Song Yulu felt reassured. Was it not said that the things made by one's own hands are far more cherished than extravagant gifts? Therefore, he decided he would make one himself. Without hesitation, he pulled Wang Ma towards the kitchen. Wang Ma glanced at the time, hesitating. "Young master, how about we do it tomorrow instead?" Song Yulu shook his head resolutely. "No, it must be tonight. I'm determined to learn." Wang Ma sighed in resignation. Very well then. What else could she do for her beloved young master? After all, this dessert was relatively easy to make and would likely be ready in no time. As she thought this, she found the dessert indeed quite straightforward. save for the challenge of shaping the little chickens. On his first attempt, Song Yulu's chickens varied in size and shape. The second batch turned out flat. By the third try, the chickens were rounder, yet they resembled zombie chickens. Wasn't this supposed to be easy? He thought, bewildered at his repeated failures. Just as he was about to ask Wang Ma for help, he turned to see her leaning against the wall, dozing off. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. He, being young and accustomed to late nights, was fine, but Wang Ma, being older, could hardly endure it. She would typically have retired to her room to rest by this hour. Realizing this, Song Yulu felt an overwhelming sense of selfishness. As fate would have it, he had been so engrossed in his endeavors that he had only now noticed the comments on the screen. This snack is indeed quite good. I succeeded on my first try and am preparing to make another batch to give away tomorrow. I also succeeded on my first attempt. It truly is quite simple. How come you all succeeded on the first try? I'm in tears. It took me 2 attempts to get it right. That's all right. 2 tries is commendable, considering some have yet to succeed after so long. Song Yulu pondered, feeling a sense of bewilderment as he observed the world around him. It seemed as though everyone had achieved success, except for him. He found himself questioning the authenticity of the comments flooding in. Were they genuine achievements, or merely just aimed at him? The thought of it being true ignited a spark of frustration within him, for he had no intention of sharing in their joy. Shaking off these thoughts, he gently roused Wang Ma from her slumber. Wang Ma, wake up, he urged. She blinked awake, hastily inquiring, what progress have we made? It's getting late. You should rest. With a yawn, she rubbed her eyes and glanced at the results, confirming once more that Ing had not succeeded. Do not fret, young master. We shall try again tomorrow, she reassured him, her exhaustion evident as she trudged back to her room, oblivious to the fact that he remained in the kitchen, diligently working. Determined to improve, Song Yulu believed that perseverance would ultimately yield success. After several attempts, the little chick appeared quite charming this time. He carefully placed it into a box and stored it in the refrigerator. Contemplating further, he retrieved a cloth to tidy up the kitchen. Although he was reluctant to clean, he felt responsible for the mess and could not rely on Wang Ma to handle it the next morning. A particular comment caught his attention. Haha, I finally succeeded. I'm off to sleep now. I'm utterly exhausted. Intrigued, he inquired, what time is it where you are? Is it the same as here? Responses poured in. Yes. It's the same for me. It's midnight here. What? It's still broad daylight for me. Song Yulu fell into deep thought, realizing that these individuals were not all from the same location. Are you all of East Asian descent? What is your world like? Is it similar to mine or more advanced? Since everyone seemed unable to sleep, he thought it would be delightful to converse. He posed numerous questions, genuinely curious about this other world. Was it more advanced than his own, which had led to the connection with this comment system? The individuals on the other end were equally eager to chat, sharing insights about their world, confirming that it indeed possessed greater advancements. However, before he could delve deeper into the details, he was startled by Wang Ma's voice from behind him. Young master, who are you talking to? Taken aback, Song Yulu quickly turned to explain. I was chatting on my phone. Why are you up? Wang Ma, still rubbing her sleepy eyes, had just risen to relieve herself. Noticing the light in the kitchen, she assumed he had forgotten to turn it off and came to do so, only to find him conversing with himself, which startled her. Realizing he was merely engaged in a phone conversation, she understood. I just got up. Wang Ma's attention was fixated on the pristine stovetop, utterly astonished. Young master, how have you managed to tidy up the kitchen? I could have done it myself, she added. It was done effortlessly, Song Yulu replied, only to notice the glimmer of tears in the corners of Wang Ma's eyes, reflecting a sense of pride. The young master had matured, showing compassion towards others. Song Yulu felt a twinge of embarrassment as the barrage of comments on the screen echoed the sentiment, celebrating his growth. These people, they truly are incorrigible. Chapter 35. A possible spoilage. Early the next morning, Song Yulu rose with the dawn. Hesitant to deliver the pastries personally, he enlisted a courier to take the treats to Chi Yan's dormitory. Upon receiving confirmation of delivery, he could finally relax and return to slumber. Having stayed up late the previous night, he had not yet had his fill of rest. When he awoke again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Yet, fatigue still clung to him, as he yawned several times, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. He took out his phone and messaged Chi-Yin. "Did you enjoy the pastries?" To his dismay, Chi-Yin replied, "What pastries?" Startled, Song Yulu sat upright and clarified, "The ones I made for you, the little chicken-shaped ones." He promptly sent a photo for emphasis. After a moment of silence, Chi-Yin responded, "Apologies. I didn't TC them." Song Yulu was taken aback. "What do you mean you didn't TC them?" After a few minutes, Chi-Yin replied, "Sorry. The courier placed them in the delivery cabinet without calling me, and I only just saw your message. I just picked them up. They look adorable and taste delightful." "Thank you." Song Yulu's heart raced. "Wait, are you saying Chi-Yin was unaware of the pastry's existence and consumed them after they had been sitting in the heat from morning until afternoon? Would this not upset his stomach? Pastries require refrigeration for preservation." Alarmed by this thought, Song Yulu quickly messaged Chi-Yin, "Forget it, don't eat them. They might have spoiled." Despite saying this, he felt a pang of regret. He had painstakingly crafted the pastries through countless iterations to achieve perfection, only for them to be misunderstood and mishandled. Most of the viewers had no idea of the circumstances. Only a few who had stayed up with Song Yulu were aware of the effort he had exerted. "I feel so sorry for him. I could cry just thinking about it. What kind of courier is this? Shouldn't they be calling? My couriers do the same. They never call or message. Just stealthily leave my orders at the front door, which is often where I dispose of cat litter." Song Yulu chose not to dwell on the courier's actions. What was done, and pursuing it further would yield no benefit. He had no need for compensation. The pastries were irreplaceable, being his own creation. Moreover, he recalled that the courier appeared quite aged, with sun-kissed skin, and it seemed rather timid while collecting the order. It was evident that he, too, led a difficult life, though that did not excuse the error. Meanwhile, Chi-Yin let out a deep sigh. In the early hours of the morning, he departed promptly. After the delivery person arrived, they did not make a phone call, but instead placed the order in the delivery cabinet beneath the dormitory building and sent him a text message. However, he was exceedingly preoccupied in the morning, assisting his teacher with materials, leaving him no time to glance at his phone, and thus he failed to see the message in a timely manner. It was not until he had just completed his work that he found the opportunity to check his phone. Initially, he noticed a message from Song Yulu, followed by the delivery person's text. One cannot deny that the dessert was indeed delightful. It was evident that it was crafted by Song Yulu. As the little chick appeared, some would ask you, it seems that the young master has indeed been more attentive towards him than before. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chi-Yin first took a photograph before daring to take a bite. Unfortunately, it had already spoiled, and the taste was rather sour. Yet, he hesitated to discard it, feeling a pang of reluctance. Jiang Lin, upon seeing the delicacy, exclaimed, "Ah, what an adorable treat. Where did you purchase it?" As he spoke, taking advantage of Chi-Yin's momentary distraction, he promptly seized one. Chi-Yin coldly commanded, "Put it back." Jiang Lin blinked in surprise. Chi-Yin was generally quite generous, and they usually helped themselves to his belongings without hesitation. This was the first time he had witnessed Chi-Yin's frosty demeanor. Clearly, this dessert held significant value for him. Just as Jiang Lin was about to return it, he suddenly sniffed the air, remarking, "How sour." Leaning closer to the little chick, he inquired, "Is this a new flavor? It smells rather strange. I truly cannot appreciate it." Chi-Yin, maintaining his stern expression, reclaimed the little chick and popped it into his mouth. Jiang Lin was taken aback, exclaiming, "Could it be that this was sent to you by a suitor? If the young master were to discover that you accepted a gift from someone else, he would surely be heartbroken." After the events of yesterday, he felt that Chi-Yin and the young master had a rather complicated relationship. Jiang Lin was aware that a junior female student harbored feelings for Chi-Yin, but given Chi-Yin's entanglements with the young master, he presumed that the junior would not harbor any misguided thoughts. With this in mind, Jiang Lin regarded Chi-Yin with a gaze reserved for a rogue. "What you're doing is quite improper." Chi-Yin responded, "What?" Jiang Lin, with righteous fervor, declared, "You cannot engage in a romantic relationship with one boy and then pursue another girl. That is simply lacking in decency." Qian retorted, "Who told you I was dating anyone?" At this, Jiang Lin's expression grew more incredulous. "You won't even grant her a title? What on earth are you thinking?" Chi-Yin was perplexed, wondering how Jiang Lin could conjure such nonsensical conclusions from a mere glance at the dessert. I am merely speculating, Jiang Lin scratched his head. But I possess evidence. This dessert must have been sent by some junior girl. The fact that you won't allow me to touch it indicates that you value it, which implies that you hold the person in high regard, hence valuing their possessions as well. This is what we call love for the house and its crow. Jiang Lin believed he was entirely justified in his assertions. He spoke earnestly, attempting to awaken Qi Yan's remaining sense of morality. Therefore, what you are doing is wrong. While you're still not in a relationship with her, you should put an end to this. Qi Yan inhaled deeply, realizing that Jiang Lin's reasoning was somewhat flawed, who decreed that only girls could present desserts. This delightful confection was crafted by Song Yulu himself. Put aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in your mind. Endlessly scrolling through posts and short videos has rendered you quite foolish. What did Qi Yan just say? That the young master personally made this for him? The young master? Personally? Jiang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness. He wished to inquire further, but Qi Yan had already exited with the dessert. Jiang Lin. He hastily messaged Huang Wenhao. Oh my, the young master actually made dessert for Qi Yan himself. How utterly endearing. You two must keep this under wraps. I've swallowed the key. Huang Wenhao. How can you be certain it was made by the young master and not merely purchased and claimed as homemade? Jiang Lin. There does seem to be a possibility of that. However, recalling the somewhat irregular shape resembling a chick and the scent reminiscent of something spoiled, he felt confident that it must indeed be the young master's handiwork. After all, if a dessert shop were to present something like this, it would be quite peculiar. Chapter 36. Acute gastroenteritis. Qi Yan consumed every last morsel of the dessert. He sent a photo of the empty box to Song Yulu, stating, I've finished it. It was delicious. Song Yulu, didn't I tell you to dispose of it? It had gone bad. What if you harm your health? Surely he wouldn't hold a grudge over this. After all, there are reasons why antagonists become antagonists, and the villains in the novels he had read often bore grudges. Song Yulu felt a twinge of concern. Yet, Qi Yan believed Song Yulu was overly worried about his health. He reassured him, Don't worry, my stomach is quite resilient. I rarely fall ill. Song Yulu could only hope that was true. However, he noticed that, due to the dessert, Qi Yan had been messaging him more frequently. It seemed this approach was indeed effective. He resolved to prepare more desserts for Qi Yan in the future. Qi Yan had work to attend to in the afternoon. However, shortly after beginning, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his abdomen. Qi Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be? He gritted his teeth and continued working, but as time passed, the pain intensified. He suddenly realized he had spoken too soon about his iron stomach. Eventually, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he could no longer endure it. A colleague noticed something was amiss. Qi Yan, what's wrong? Your face looks pale. Qi Yan was in such pain, he could barely articulate a response. Alarmed, his colleague quickly called for the boss, who promptly decided to drive Qi Yan to the hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctor diagnosed Qi Yan with acute gastroenteritis. After taking some medication, he settled into the infusion room for treatment. Qi Yan mused. Just moments ago, he boasted about his iron stomach, and now here he was with gastroenteritis. There was a certain humor to the situation. The boss, astonished, inquired, What did you eat? How did you end up with acute gastroenteritis? Qi Yan simply replied, It might have spoiled in the heat. The boss sighed. In hot weather, you must pay extra attention to your health. Avoid eating anything that has gone bad. He speculated in his heart that Qi Yan must be overly frugal, knowing full well that the food had spoiled, yet hesitating to discard it. Saving a small sum now led to a greater loss later. It was a classic case of penny wise, pound foolish. He pondered over Qi Yan's thoughts. Perhaps this was the mindset of the impoverished. The boss, however, bore no disdain towards Qi Yan. His own grandmother was similarly thrifty, reluctant to indulge in good food, choosing instead to consume it only after it had gone bad. During meals, she would shun freshly prepared dishes in favor of leftovers, creating an impression that her family was mistreating her. With such thoughts in mind, he gently patted Qi Yan's shoulder, advising, Money can be earned again, but if your health deteriorates, no amount of money can restore it. Qi Yan replied, I understand. He offered no further explanation, acknowledging that consuming spoiled food was indeed a fact. The medical staff were exceptionally diligent, during the 4-drip, there was no necessity for him to monitor the medication himself, as they would patrol and ensure timely changes. Thus, Chi-Yin relaxed and closed his eyes to rest. When he awoke, the needle in his hand had already been removed. Rubbing his temples, he realized he must have been excessively fatigued to have slept for such an extended period. As he rose and prepared to leave, an attendant nearby reminded him, "Young man, you forgot your phone." Turning back, Chi-Yin discovered his phone had somehow fallen out of his pocket. "Thank you, Auntie," he said gratefully. Picking up the device, he noticed it had been inadvertently silenced, revealing numerous unread messages. Upon opening them, he found several from Song Yulu. "How are you? Are you feeling unwell?" "Why, Haven T," replied. "Ever since we connected, I've divorced, given up my child, and now I'm just waiting for you to reach out to me. If not, perhaps you should delete me, as I can't help but wish to chat with you." "Am I not in your thoughts yet?" Chi-Yin responded, "Apologies. I was receiving in 4 and fell asleep." Song Yulu teasingly replied, "Receiving what? Are you longing for me during the night?" But in an instant, realization struck him. 4-drip. Chi-Yin was ill. Immediately, Song Yulu initiated a voice call, and once connected, he eagerly inquired with concern, "Chi-Yin, what's wrong? Are you sick?" If Chi-Yin were indeed unwell, it would present a rare opportunity for him to showcase his care. "It's nothing serious. I'm already better. Where are you now? I'll come and see you. I need to return to the shop for work." Song Yulu responded incredulously, "You're going to work even while sick?" Chi-Yin explained, "I'm fine now, and the shop is busy. If I take a leave, they want to manage." At times, Song Yulu found it hard to tolerate Chi-Yin's disposition. While it did reflect a sense of responsibility, it seemed as though he was only accountable to others. Why couldn't he be a bit more responsible for himself? Song Yulu believed that a touch of selfishness could be beneficial. Those who are selfless often lead exhausting lives. Ultimately, he managed to extract Chi-Yin's address and, upon learning he was at the hospital, promptly instructed Uncle Lu to drive him there. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, before he could even alight from the vehicle, he spotted Chi-Yin standing beneath a tree. Today, Chi-Yin donned a simple white shirt paired with black trousers. Though the attire was unassuming, it exuded an extraordinary charm on him, emanating a refreshing aura. The wisps of hair at his forehead danced in the breeze, softening his entire demeanor. Suddenly, Song Yulu felt her heart skip a beat as memories of their first encounter flooded her mind. It was during their freshman year, just after the school term commenced. Chi-Yin carried a snakeskin bag, yet displayed no hint of inferiority, moving through the campus with an air of calm confidence. His neatly cropped hair and plain short sleeves, along with impeccably clean shoes, made him appear quite ordinary. However, to Song Yulu, he seemed to radiate a luminous glow, particularly when he faced her with an unyielding yet respectful demeanor, something she had never witnessed before. Later, the next news she received about Chi-Yin came from the confession wall, where his good looks, commendable grades, and exceptional abilities garnered him much admiration. A subtle discomfort stirred within Song Yulu's heart. Subsequently, there was the matter of the bet. At the core, he was merely a coward, utilizing the guise of a wager to pursue what he truly cherished. Song Yulu admitted to herself that she held feelings for Chi-Yin, though they were not overwhelmingly profound. In her childhood, she had adored a dog, taking it for walks every day after school, until one fateful day when the dog vanished. Aunt Wong, with teary eyes, claimed that little White had run away. Yet, Song Yulu knew all too well that it must have been Song Jingming and Lin Wan who had disposed of the dog, intent on preventing her from indulging in distractions. In truth, even Song Yulu herself remained uncertain whether her feelings for Chi-Yin stemmed from romantic affection or simply a deep-seated envy of Chi-Yin's excellence, of his ability to attract affection from many, and of his freedom to pursue his desires. Chapter 37. Could this be another bet? After disembarking from the vehicle, Song Yulu hurried over, greeting him with a smile. "Chi-Yin, how are you? You're fine after the injection, right?" Chi-Yin's tone was rather nonchalant, causing her to worry he might be upset. She scrutinized his expression and inquired, "Did you eat that dessert?" "I mentioned it must have gone bad." He reassured her, "It's nothing to do with you. It was my own choice to indulge. Don't overthink it." "How can I not overthink it?" Song Yulu frowned. Please refrain from eating such things again. You claim to have an iron stomach, yet here you are suffering from acute gastroenteritis. If someone with a more delicate constitution had eaten it, they might not even be able to get up right now. There won't be a next time, he replied. With a sigh, Song Yulu suggested, let me escort you back to your dormitory. I need to go to the shop, Qian stated firmly. Given his resolute attitude, Song Yulu conceded. She pouted and muttered, work, work, all you think about is work. Qian explained, I need to earn money. I still owe you. You don't have to pay me back. Song Yulu blinked, attempting to convey her sincerity. That sum was inconsequential to her. If she didn't allow Qi Yin to spend it, it would ultimately benefit Song Mian. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Regardless of whether you wish for me to return it, I will repay you, Qi Yin replied, his expression slightly frosty. Song Yulu was perplexed. After all, this was undoubtedly a positive development. Why, then, did Qi Yin appear somewhat discontented? As they neared their destination, Song Yulu extended a thermos to Qi Yin, suggesting, you might want to drink this nourishing soup later. It's good for your stomach. Noticing Qi Yan's refusal to accept it, she quickly added, rest assured, it was prepared by Wang Ma, and it won't upset your stomach. I do not mean to offend, Qi Yin replied, retracting his gaze from the thermos, politely declining. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall pass on the soup. I have to get to work. With that, he exited the vehicle, left in the car. Song Yulu blinked in confusion. She truly could not fathom why Qi Yan's demeanor fluctuated so unpredictably, changing faster than the turn of a page. While it is often said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, she believed Qi Yan's heart was the true enigma. Qi Yan pressed his lips into a straight line, suppressing the urge to look back, a vague discomfort stirring within him. In truth, he did not wish to reject Song Yulu's kindness. However, he had noticed her increasing attentiveness towards him, a warmth that made it difficult for him to resist becoming ensnared. Although the previous wager had been brushed aside by Song Yulu, Qi Yan had gleaned its implications. What about this time? Could it be yet another bet? He dared not dwell on it further. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the boss, without raising his head, greeted welcome. When he finally looked up, he was taken aback to see Qi Yan, who appeared somewhat pale, yet markedly improved from before. Good heavens! Why did you return to work so soon? You should rest when you're unwell. The boss exclaimed. I'm feeling much better. We expect a busy evening, and I wouldn't want to burden you all, Qi Yan replied, his words evoking a wave of gratitude from the boss. Hiring Qi Yan had been the most astute decision of his life. Nonetheless, he refrained from overburdening the ailing employee, suggesting, why don't you assist with taking orders instead? Keep it light. Certainly, Qi Yan agreed. Before stepping into the changing room, he glanced outside, only to find that Song Yulu's car had vanished. Lowering his eyes, he concealed the turmoil within. Song Yulu did not head home immediately. She had received a message from a private investigator. The results of the inquiry were ready, and due to the extensive information, a face-to-face meeting was necessary. She was astonished to learn that the investigation had concluded in such a short span. Wasn't that a tad too efficient? The two had arranged to meet at a tea house, where the private rooms offered a discreet environment suitable for discussing sensitive matters. Upon entering, Song Yulu spotted a young man wearing a baseball cap and mask already seated within. She grimaced slightly. He was quite thoroughly disguised. Are you 007? She inquired. Indeed, that is me, he replied, removing his mask to reveal a youthful, delicate face. Perhaps just in his 20s, yet notably pallid, as if he had long been deprived of sunlight. Where are the investigation results you promised? She pressed. Right here, he said, producing a thick stack of documents from his bag. Song Yulu accepted the materials, quickly scanning through them. The contents were exceedingly detailed, chronicling Song Mian's life from childhood, alongside all the experiences that could be uncovered. Moreover, the information regarding Song Mian's family, which is of utmost importance to Song Yulu, is also available. At this moment, he refrained from further scrutiny and prepared to settle the remaining payment. It was previously established that the full payment would only be made upon receiving the information. Just as he transferred the funds, 007 suddenly remarked, there is something distinctly amiss with Song Mian. What could possibly be amiss? He had always exhibited a gentle and obedient demeanor, leaving a positive impression on those around him. However, following an unfortunate incident a year ago where he nearly drowned. He underwent a profound transformation. Song Yulu, your slip of the tongue appears rather severe. 007. The comments. Isn't this a tad too graphic? Do you want to reflect on what you just said? Haha, I laughed so hard I nearly spat out my drink. 007's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing the gravity of his unintentional blunder. What began as a serious topic became considerably lighter due to his mishap. Most of the audience was entertained, while a few began to sense something was amiss. What does a drastic change in temperament mean for Mian Bao? Could it be he suffered some trauma? Why is this person stuck here? Why not continue? At this moment, Song Yulu felt a wave of urgency. Hastily inquiring, what do you mean by a drastic change in temperament? It must be significant if 007 mentioned it specifically. Yet, can one's character truly shift so abruptly? You must have encountered him and have some notion of his current disposition. Additionally, he used to be exceptionally kind to his family. Yet now he exhibits considerable impatience towards them. I have conducted my research and found no conflict between him and his family. Song Yulu furrowed his brow. This was indeed perplexing. It was no wonder the comments hailed Mian Bao positively, while the Song Mian he encountered presented an entirely different persona. A lingering suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be that this Song Mian had been replaced? Such a notion was utterly preposterous and hard to fathom. Yet, aside from this theory, Song Yulu could conceive of no alternative. Furthermore, if he could perceive the comments, and this world resembled a narrative, what impossibilities could remain? He had certainly read his fair share of stories involving time travel and reincarnation. Song Yulu frowned. Thus, what is the origin of this Song Mian? The last time he spoke with Song Jingming, this Song Mian had deliberately approached him. Could it be that he was aware of his true identity? Chapter 38. Near Song Mian's residence at this moment, Song Yulu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. According to the comments, Song Mian is the protagonist of this narrative, possessing the typical protagonist's halo. He had already witnessed the potency of such a halo, which was, to be candid, quite formidable. Coupled with Song Mian's inherent malice towards him and the potential foreknowledge of the plot, if Song Mian truly sought to confront him, he would likely find himself in peril, especially given that he had already bullied Song Mian twice. Song Yulu's heart was in turmoil. The comments had now grasped 007's implication. So, does anyone know why Mian Bao's temperament has suddenly changed? To be frank, I harbor a foreboding sense of unease. I share your sentiment. Truth be told, I have long wished to express my thoughts. Upon encountering Mian Bao, I couldn't help but feel it diverged significantly from the descriptions found in literature. How can my Mian Bao engage in such repulsive behavior as spitting into someone else's fruit platter? Is it possible that this individual was invited by Song Yulu to conspire with him? After all, we cannot monitor him around the clock. Strangely enough, there is indeed a possibility. Song Yulu remarked, he has no need to resort to such tactics, as he is uninterested in courting those who are swayed by mere whispers. It serves little purpose. Wait, perhaps it does hold some utility. With his thick eyelashes lowered, Song Yulu fell into contemplation. Even the inept can be of use, albeit through some subtle maneuvers. However, for the time being, such measures are unnecessary. At this moment, Song Yulu turned to 007 and said earnestly, I require your continued surveillance of Song Mian's every move. 007 nodded in agreement. Certainly, as long as the payment is adequate, everything can be arranged. Typically, such actions would be deemed improper. Yet within the realm of fiction, Song Yulu was unconcerned with societal norms. His primary objective was to ensure that Song Mian posed no threat to him. After negotiating the terms, they settled on a monthly fee of 200,000. This sum was indeed reasonable. As he prepared to depart, 007 once again concealed his face meticulously. Song Yulu felt compelled to point out that this only drew more attention. After all, in the sweltering heat of summer, who would cover themselves so thoroughly? The heat was unbearable. Instead of leaving immediately, Song Yulu perused the documents, page by page. He intended to review the material before destroying it, ensuring no one else could access it. Song Mian was blessed with honest and simple parents, an elder brother, and an elder sister, all of whom treated him well. Although their circumstances were modest, they were not dire, qualifying them as a well-off family. Song Mian was the most cherished child, and unlike Song Yulu's frigid upbringing, his childhood was filled with happiness, a joy that incited a tinge of envy in Song Yulu. Had there been no mix-up all those years ago, this could have been the life destined for him. Casting a glance at the family portrait, he noted the striking resemblance he bore to them, particularly their identical eyes, a clear indication of their kinship. Once he had perused all the materials, Song Yulu fell into silence. Shortly thereafter, he steeled himself and proceeded to destroy the documents. From this perspective, one can only choose between love and money. I choose money. Those who have never experienced poverty cannot fathom its torment. I believe money is not of paramount importance. Having enough suffices. Enough already. It's not as if you're being asked to take a multiple-choice test, yet here you all are deliberating. Song Yulu mused within himself. Now that he possessed wealth, he would opt for love. But should he obtain love, would he then yearn for money? After all, human nature is inherently greedy. Upon exiting the tea room, Song Yulu commanded Lu Shu to take him to a location near Song Mian's residence. Lu Shu expressed surprise, casually inquiring, "Young master, what brings you to such a remote place?" Curiosity piqued. He wondered what life was like for ordinary people. Uncle Lu, without much contemplation, found this inquiry rather genuine, considering that Song Yulu had resided in affluent neighborhoods all his life. Such curiosity was entirely natural. After parking the car, Lu remarked, "Young master, may I accompany you for a stroll?" "No need, I can manage on my own," Song Yulu replied. A hint of concern crossed Lu's face. The area was rife with a mix of individuals. "There's no cause for worry. They may not recognize me," Song Yulu reassured him as he exited the vehicle. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the houses bore an antiquated charm, reminiscent of styles from a decade or two past. The atmosphere was vibrant with life. Elderly individuals lined the streets, selling homegrown vegetables. Mothers accompanied by children mingled with old men seated beneath trees, leisurely fanning themselves and engaging in casual conversation. As Song Yulu took a few steps forward, he was unexpectedly bumped into by a small child running about without clothes. He glanced down and saw his shirt marred by the child's grimy hands. A young woman rushed to him, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. Little Bao, quickly apologize to your brother." The child, referred to as Little Bao, mumbled, "Brother, I'm sorry. Please forgive me for dirtying your shirt. I'll pay for the cleaning." The woman offered, pulling out her phone to compensate. Song Yulu shook his head, declining, "It's quite all right. There is no need for compensation. It wasn't he intentional." "Little Bao, thank your brother," the woman urged. "Thank you, brother," the child echoed. Song Yulu smiled and continued on his way, but soon heard the young woman calling after him. Turning around, he saw her approaching briskly, one arm cradling the child and the other carrying a plastic bag. "These are fruits from our tree. If you don't mind, please have a taste," she offered. "Thank you," Song Yulu replied, recognizing her sincerity, and decided not to refuse. He took a bite of the fruit. Though the skin was somewhat tart, the flesh was sweet and delightful. Further down the path lay Song Mian's home. Wary of encountering Song Mian, Song Yulu pondered for a moment before stepping into a nearby shop to purchase a mask and a cap, concealing all but his eyes. Looking at his own attire, Song Yulu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of donning such a disguise reminiscent of a character from a spy novel. "You look like a trafficker in that getup. Are you hiding from Yinbao? Did the book mention what Yinbao's family is like? I seem to have forgotten. They appear rather unscrupulous. Later on, after Yinbao is recognized, they frequently come to seek favors." Furrowing his brow, Song Yulu pondered the implications. Seek favors? Yet, based on the investigation conducted by 007, this family did not seem like the type to engage in such behavior. Of course, he did not fully trust the information he had received. After all, certain truths eluded outsiders. What people exhibited was merely what they wished to reveal. Who are you looking for? Chapter 39. Is this truly his biological mother? Upon hearing the voice, Song Yulu turned and realized he had arrived at Song Mian's doorstep. He gazed at the middle-aged woman seated by the door. Although her skin was rough, her countenance radiated warmth, presenting her as a straightforward and honest individual. Could this truly be his biological mother? A sudden flutter gripped Song Yulu's heart. leaving him at a loss for words to describe the emotions swirling within. "May I have some water?" he inquired. "Of course, come in," she replied. Song Yulu was taken aback by how easily he was allowed entry. Was her guard perhaps too lax? Had she never considered the possibility that he might be ill-intentioned? The Song residence was a modest two-story building, impeccably tidy, with a well-kept yard and spotless windows. As Song Yulu stepped inside, he lingered at the threshold, observing that the interior was equally pristine. Although the space was filled with numerous items, they were arranged with meticulous order, indicative of a homeowner who cherished cleanliness. "Here, it's warm water," she said, handing him a cup. He accepted it with a soft thank you. For reasons unknown, upon seeing him, Song's mother felt an inexplicable sensation. Despite his mask and cap obscuring much of his features, she discerned a striking resemblance in his eyes to her own. Was that the reason for her peculiar feeling? "Where are you from? You look somewhat familiar," she inquired with a smile. With his gaze lowered, Song Yulu softly explained, "I don't live here. My friend resides here." But he has not a home. Understanding dawned upon Song's mother as she nodded. There were indeed many children in the vicinity who appeared to be of similar age to this young man, including one from his own family. Contemplating this, she suddenly asked, "Do you know Song Mian?" Song Yulu hesitated, then shook his head, responding, "I do not." He placed the disposable cup on the table, softly uttering, "Thank you, Annie," before turning to leave, only to encounter a sharply dressed woman entering through the front door. With her neatly cropped hair and striking red lips, she exuded a commanding presence. Her scrutinizing gaze filled Song Yulu with an inexplicable sense of anxiety and guilt. Wait, why did he feel guilty? He had merely requested a glass of water. Resolving to stand tall, he prepared to pass her by when she suddenly interjected, "Who are you? I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." The earlier air of authority dissipated in an instant. Song Yulu touched his mask and felt a slight ease. "I have a rather common face. I just came to ask for a glass of water. I must be on my way," he hastily replied, striding towards the exit. Song Mingwei watched his retreating figure for a moment before redirecting her attention to her mother. "Mom, who was that person?" she inquired. "I don't know. He just came in for some water," her mother replied. Song Mingwei disapproved, stating, "Mom, how many times have I told you not to let strangers in? There's so many bad people around nowadays." Understood, Song's mother acknowledged, "But he doesn't seem like a bad person. He is about the same age as Mian. At the mention of Song Mian, Song Mingwei's expression darkened momentarily. Her usually obedient younger brother seemed to be acting strangely. Could he be experiencing a belated rebellious phase? "Where's Song Mian?" she asked. "He wanted to do a part-time job," her mother replied. This perplexed Song Mingwei even more. Why would he seek employment when there was no financial need at home? Moreover, the stable part-time jobs she recommended to him were disregarded, as he insisted on seeking employment in hotels and bars. Song Mingwei found this perplexing. Meanwhile, Song Yulu, upon exiting the Song family residence, took off in a hurry. He had never felt so anxious in his life. That woman he had just encountered must be his biological sister, Song Mingwei. Yet her aura was so formidable. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he pondered when he had ever been in such a predicament. Who understands? Song Mingwei's presence is so overpowering. "Ah, sister, please don't harm me." "Huh? You actually have someone you fear? I thought you were unafraid of anything." Song Yulu retorted, "I'm not scared. Cold sweat is pouring down, yet you still deny it? It's not cold sweat. It's perspiration from the heat. On a day like this, if you were bundled up as I am and ran for a while, I doubt you wouldn't sweat. Who is it that just encountered a mouse like a cat? Understood, you'll be the one to face the consequences when the sky falls." As Song Yulu was about to respond, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, none other than Song Mian. He quickly turned away, keenly aware of Song Mian's movements, fearing detection. "Young man, what vegetables are you buying?" It was only then that Song Yulu realized he was standing in front of a vegetable stall, run by an elderly lady with graying hair. His gaze fell upon the vegetables, and he was momentarily bewildered. How did all these vegetables look so alike? He could not distinguish one from another. As Song Mian approached, Song Yulu hastily grabbed a handful of vegetables and handed them over. "Do you want all of these?" the elderly lady inquired. Song Yulu nodded earnestly. After weighing the vegetables, she announced, "That will be 6 yuan." As he reached for his phone to scan the payment code, he realized there was no QR code in sight. With Song Mian nearby, he dared not speak, for she had heard his voice before. Instead, Song Yulu opted for a text-to-speech function on his phone, asking, "Do you have a QR code?" The elderly lady, reflecting on something, shook her head with a look of regret. "I'm afraid I don't have a QR code. I only accept cash." This left Song Yulu in an awkward position, for he had no cash on him. The vegetables had been weighed and packaged. How could he now refuse them? He found himself at a loss for words. Noticing a woman with a child whom he had seen earlier, he quickly typed a message on his phone and presented it to her. He intended to transfer the vegetable payment to this woman, who could then pay the elderly lady in cash. After all, those living in the vicinity were likely to have cash on hand. As for the convenience store behind him, approaching it would certainly draw Song Mian's attention. Song Yulu was not yet ready to expose himself. The woman readily agreed. Sure, how much is the vegetable payment? However, she couldn't comprehend why the young man, who had previously been able to speak, was now resorting to written communication. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yulu transferred 200 yuan and typed on his phone, "Give it all to the elderly lady." To him, 200 yuan was not a significant sum, but for the elderly lady, it was substantial. Observing her worn clothing, it was evident that life had not been kind to her. The young woman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with his request. She withdrew 200 yuan and handed it to the elderly lady, explaining amid her confusion, "This is the money from that young gentleman." "Huh? This is too much. I cannot give change," the old lady replied. "No need for change. He has given it all to you." The old lady's eyes instantly glistened with tears as she repeatedly refused, saying, "No, this is too much. I cannot accept it." Song Yulu merely shook his head. A young woman encouraged, "Please accept it. It is the young gentleman's heartfelt gesture." In the end, the old lady reluctantly accepted the money, continually wiping away her tears. "Thank you. Thank you so much." After Song Yulu departed, the elderly lady, with reddened eyes, sighed, "What a good child. Why must he be a mute? It is so unfair of fate." Chapter 40. Too lazy to warmly approach those who coldly reject. Only after boarding the car and leaving did Song Yulu finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh my, I can finally breathe again. That scared me to death." Same here. I was terrified of being discovered by Mianbao. Why is it that the thief is Song Yulu, yet I am the one feeling guilty? Is no one going to comment on Song Yulu giving money to the old lady? Thumbs up for that. Only giving 200 yuan when you're so wealthy. How stingy. Still giving a thumbs up? Exactly. If you have so much money, why not give a little more? 2,000 would be better. The smile on Song Yulu's lips faded. He was wealthy, but does wealth obligate one to give to others? These individuals truly had a peculiar mindset. At that moment, Uncle Lu was driving. It was inconvenient for him to speak much, so he typed a few words on his phone and repeated the text-to-speech function. The car was soon filled with the incessant mechanical voice echoing, "Fool, fool, fool." Uncle Lu looked bewildered in the rearview mirror, trying to discern whether the young master had been insulted or what was happening. Tentatively, he asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Song Yulu smiled and shook his head. "I am fine. Just saw a few pests." Meanwhile, those who had just criticized in the comments were fuming. "You're the fool. Your whole family is foolish, stingy, and can't take criticism. If you truly want to do good, why not donate more? A single pair of your shoes probably costs more than their monthly salary. What are you pretending for? How amusing, such hypocrisy." Of course, there were also some comments that were filtered, appearing as a series of garbled text. Although the specific content was invisible, it was evident that the language was quite vulgar. "Isn't this excessive? He can spend his money however he pleases. What is wrong with you all? This time I support you, young master. Well done, this group is indeed foolish. Ha ha, so bold." The comments quickly divided into two factions, those supporting Song Yulu and those berating him. Both sides engaged in a heated argument in the comments. Song Yulu lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern his expression. However, the tightness of his lips, the trembling of his eyelashes, and his slightly clenched hands all indicated his discomfort. With his naturally handsome features, this expression of his bore an inexplicable air of vulnerability, evoking sympathy. Some admirers, upon witnessing the scene, found their combat prowess multiplying exponentially. Is this even human language? You claim to be benevolent, yet how much have you donated? Let me see. Truly idle. Do you need to sample the flavor of every passing refuse truck? Have you no sense of decorum? That does not grant you the right to spew filth here. Song Yulu discreetly curled the corners of his lips upward, realizing for the first time that his visage could serve such a purpose. This was far more gratifying than the previous exchanges of insults. Once the commotion died down, Song Yulu promptly disabled the barrage of comments. His smile widened, his eyes narrowing with delight. Is the young master in high spirits? Wang Ma inquired. Indeed, a pleasant occurrence has transpired. Will the young master be preparing desserts today? Wang Ma, unaware that Song Yulu had succeeded in his endeavors the previous night, assumed he had yet to master the craft. Mention of desserts reminded Song Yulu of Qi Yin's frosty demeanor earlier that day. With a dismissive huff, he decided against pursuing it further, unwilling to press his warm visage against someone else's icy disposition. At the shop, Qi Yin checked his phone multiple times, yet not a single message had come through. His colleagues had been observing him curiously, one eventually asking, "Are you waiting for someone to message you?" No, Qi Yin denied. Then why do you keep checking your phone? Just browsing, he replied casually. His colleague remained unconvinced, recalling how Qi Yin had behaved similarly when awaiting messages from his girlfriend. Suddenly, a notification chimed, prompting Qi Yin to hastily set aside his current task and unlock his phone, only to find a message from his roommate, Jiang Lin. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Qi Yin pressed his lips together, resigning himself to the notion that it was perhaps for the best. After all, they belonged to different worlds. His colleague, now enlightened, smirked. So you weren't just waiting for message after all. Just stubborn, I see. Finally, the workday concluded. After changing his attire, Qi Yin noted that Song Yulu had still not reached out. He opened their chat, finding their conversation had stalled since the afternoon. His gaze sharpened. He ventured into Song Yulu's social media, discovering a recent post featuring merely a photo of a hand holding a glass, surrounded by several bottles. The settings suggested a bar. Who was Song Yulu with? Those so-called friends of his? Suddenly, Qi Yin's thoughts drifted to Xiao Wenqing. Would he be among those present? An unsettling discomfort enveloped him. He harbored a profound disdain for Xiao Wenqing and the very thought of Song Yulu associating with him, even for a casual drink or conversation, enraged him. He pondered, questioning the authenticity of Song Yulu's previous claims of disliking Xiao Wenqing. After a moment of contemplation, he pivoted toward the bar frequented by Song Yulu. Riding his bike, he secured it and approached the entrance, only to be halted by a guard. With an air of arrogance, the guard insisted, "Please present your membership card." "I do not possess one," Qi Yin replied, naturally lacking a membership. This was his first visit. Unaware that entry was restricted to members, he inquired politely, "Could you assist me in calling someone?" The security guard cast a sidelong glance at him, his curiosity piqued. Calling someone? Who? Song Yulu. Upon hearing this name, the guard's expression shifted dramatically. He first scrutinized Qi Yin from head to toe before emitting a derisive snort. Qi Yin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that permissible?" The guard rolled his eyes, retorting, "You're looking for young Master Song? Then you should contact him yourself. I'm just a worker. How could I dare to go in and disturb him? What if I anger young Master Song and lose my job?" Qi Yin wanted to argue that Song Yulu was not the type to dismiss someone over trivial matters. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the guard interrupted. "Just because you say he wouldn't doesn't mean he won't. What assurance do you provide? If I lose my job, can you compensate me? Given your attire, I doubt you can cover it. Just look at me. It was foolish of me to even ask. Clearly, you can't afford it. Step back. This place is not for someone like you." Qi Yan's countenance darkened. There was a distinct difference between speaking candidly and resorting to personal attacks. What was wrong with him? In a low voice, Qi Yin declared, "If you cannot speak civilly, then perhaps you should keep silent." Judging by the guard's demeanor, Qi Yin was certain that this job would not be held for long. If he was treating him this way, he would likely offend someone else in the future. The guard scoffed derisively, waving his hand dismissively. "If you don't like what you hear, then get lost. This isn't a place for you." Qi Yin chose not to stoop to the guard's level. He recalled his primary objective. After a moment's thought, he stepped aside to message Song Yulu. The guard glanced at Qi Yin, curling his lip in disdain. Such a variety of people existed nowadays. Did he really think this was a place one could simply approach? To request that he summon young Master Song was downright ludicrous. Young Master Song was not someone one could just call upon. Besides, he had met all of young Master Song's acquaintances, each one more affluent than the last. This unknown pauper who had seemingly emerged from nowhere must have lost his senses. Chapter 41. Are you here looking for a job? After sending the message to Song Yulu, Chi Yin stood nearby awaiting a response. The guard, perhaps venting his frustrations from elsewhere, deliberately approached and taunted, "Could you move further away? Standing here is just bad luck." Chi Yin shot him a cold glare, perplexed by the extent of the animosity directed at him. True, his clothing was inexpensive, but was being cleaned not sufficient? Chi Yin asked, "Did you purchase this place?" "Not bought, but—" The guard's statement was abruptly cut off. "Then keep your mouth shut." The guard seethed. "What right did a poor student have to act so high and mighty here? Hey, what is your problem? What is it to you?" At that moment, upon hearing the voice, the guard's eyes widened in shock, and he turned around, trembling as he beheld Song Yulu's face. The color drained from his face. His legs quaked, nearly causing him to stumble. How had young Master Song emerged? Could it be that this impoverished student truly knew young Master Song? He now trembled so much that he could scarcely speak. Why young Master Song? Song Yulu ignored him, casting a cold glance in his direction before striding towards Chi Yin. Standing on the steps, he looked down with an air of authority and declared, "I have arrived." The security guard believed the matter was resolved, letting out a sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, promptly giving way to the two individuals. Chi Yin's expression was somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his actions had been rather impulsive. Furthermore, the excuse he had just given Song Yulu was undeniably flimsy. After all, if one intended to repay a debt, there was no necessity for a face-to-face meeting. A simple transfer would suffice. Nevertheless, Chi Yin mustered the courage to articulate his thoughts. "I just received my salary today and plan to transfer a portion to you, while paying the remainder in installments. If that's acceptable?" After speaking, he closely observed Song Yulu's expression and, upon noticing a lack of further reaction, felt a sense of relief. This time, he decided to let it go, resolving to think twice before acting in the future. "All right," came the reply, and soon after, Song Yulu received Chi Yin's transfer. He did not refuse and promptly accepted it. "Well then, I shall head upstairs." After turning away, Song Yulu silently counted to himself, 1, 2, 3. Just as he reached 3, he heard Chi Yin's voice behind him. "Aren't you going home this late?" Song Yulu nearly burst into laughter. In truth, the photo of him drinking was intentionally shared, visible only to Chi Yin. He was uncertain whether Chi Yin would come. While upstairs, he had anxiously awaited his arrival, hardly expecting Chi Yin to actually show up. Deep down, Song Yulu felt quite pleased. This indicated that Chi Yin harbored some feelings for him, however faint. After all, would one care about a photo of someone they did not like? Certainly not. Moreover, Song Yulu suspected that his standing in Chi Yin's heart was not insignificant. He was uncertain of the nature of these feelings. Perhaps they contained elements of affection, or perhaps gratitude. Yet, none of that truly mattered. Clearing his throat, Song Yulu turned and said, "There's no point in going home. I'm all alone there. It's so empty. I thought I would have gotten used to it after all these years, but I still find it quite unbearable." As he spoke, he lowered his eyelashes and lightly pressed his lips together, shortly thereafter managing a forced smile. "Isn't it rather amusing? A grown man like me, afraid of loneliness. How embarrassing to admit." This statement was deliberately made for Chi Yin's ears, an attempt to elicit sympathy from him. Yet it was indeed a reflection of his true feelings. "It's not embarrassing," Chi Yin replied. "Humans are social creatures. Fearing loneliness is perfectly normal. Then what do you think I should do?" Song Yulu pondered whether Chi Yin might feel pity for him and agree to meet more frequently or respond to his messages with greater regularity. He envisioned numerous possibilities, yet was taken aback when Chi Yin suggested, "I recommend you move to the dormitory. With more people around, you wouldn't feel lonely." Song Yulu's expression nearly faltered. Observing Chi Yin's face closely, he realized that he was genuinely making this suggestion. "I don't want to live in the dormitory," he replied. "Firstly, the conditions are not ideal. Secondly, I'd have to share a small space with many unfamiliar people, and I might even have to queue for the shower and restroom. Just the thought of it makes me shake my head. I find myself unaccustomed to solitude. I merely desire someone to converse with occasionally. When you're not preoccupied, could you spare some time to engage in conversation with me? Since Chi Yin was unresponsive, Song Yulu took the initiative to speak. It is often said that fierce women fear persistent suitors. Although he is not a woman, the principle remains the same. Chi Yin hesitated. This represented a promising beginning for Song Yulu. He lowered his head in dejection, saying, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. In truth, I am aware that few genuinely care for me. Most are drawn to my family background. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing Song Yulu in such a state, Chi Yin felt a flicker of compassion within him. The young master ought to shine like a radiant sun, rather than languish in his current condition. He nearly uttered the words, "I will accompany you." Yet, he was still burdened with the need to toil for a living. Chi Yin cast his gaze down, observing his own hands, rough and calloused. In contrast, Song Yulu's hands were pale and delicate, untouched by labor. The disparity between them was stark. Just previously, he had resolved to maintain distance from Song Yulu, yet here he was, unable to resist approaching him. Chi Yin sensed something amiss within himself. Song Yulu gazed at Chi Yin with anticipation. Ultimately, Chi Yin could not bring himself to refuse. Moreover, the feelings he experienced during the period when he had not received any messages from Song Yulu resurfaced vividly. Thus, steeling himself, he replied, "Very well." Song Yulu exclaimed, "Really? Once you agree, you must not go back on your word." "Oh, I am so happy." Just then, a voice filled with confusion interrupted from behind. "Xiao Lu, why haven't you come up yet?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Chi Yin's expression darkened. The person was none other than Xie Wenjing. Xie Wenjing stiffened momentarily upon spotting Chi Yin. He had not anticipated that Song Yulu had come downstairs to speak with Chi Yin. How persistent this Chi Yin was. He approached Song Yulu and stood beside him, seemingly benevolent as he addressed Chi Yin. "Oh, you're here too? Are you looking for work? What a coincidence. I know the owner here. If you need, I can assist in introducing you to a job." Chapter 42. I truly mean well for him. Xie Wenjing was being deliberately provocative. He held Chi Yin in contempt and sought to remind both Song Yulu and Chi Yin of the latter's inferior status. If Chi Yin were a person of strong pride, he would likely feel too ashamed to remain. Unfortunately, Chi Yin was not that type. He replied calmly, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I currently have a job." Xie Wenjing continued, "But it's different. The work here, although it involves serving others, offers a high salary. Considering your family circumstances, you could use the money. I believe this work would suit you." Song Yulu interjected coldly, "Have you said enough?" Xie Wenjing paused, explaining, "Xiao Lu, I genuinely wish to help him." Whether Xie Wenjing's intentions were sincere, Song Yulu could not ascertain. But he certainly recognized the underlying insult. He had finally managed to improve his relationship with Chi Yin and could not allow this person to ruin it. He directly urged the person to leave, saying, "You go ahead, don't disturb our conversation." This remark left no room for face-saving for Xie Wenjing. His expression darkened considerably. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "I had good intentions. If you dislike it, so be it. I shall remain silent." Xie Wenjing did not depart immediately, but continued, "However, everyone is waiting for you. Shouldn't classmate Chi Yin join us as well? I assume you haven't been here before, have you? This place is unlike other bars. Why not come in and have some fun, broaden your horizons?" His words subtly hinted at an air of arrogance. Chi Yin merely responded with a nonchalant "oh" and remarked, "Not interested. That is because you have yet to enter. You would find it quite intriguing if you did." Xie Wenjing replied, glancing at Song Yulu, and added Xiao Lu, "What do you think? Should we take Chi Yin inside for a while?" Song Yulu felt conflicted. He wished to bring Chi Yin in, but was reluctant for him to mingle with those dubious companions. Thus, he outright rejected the idea, stating, "If he isn't coming, you should leave." A smile played at the corners of Xie Wenjing's mouth as he cast a triumphant glance at Chi Yin, saying, "Then you two continue chatting. I shall head in first, as everyone awaits you." Once Xie Wenjing departed, Song Yulu, fearing Chi Yin might misunderstand, hastily explained, "Don't think too much of it. It's not that I don't want to take you in, but my friends are present, and you know their character. Qi Yin did not misconstrue his words. He had no desire to go up either, as he was not particularly fond of such places. Nevertheless, he was somewhat curious as to why. Knowing the nature of the others, Song Yulu still chose to associate with them. However, it was not his place to pry into someone else's private affairs, especially given his current status. His purpose for coming today had already been fulfilled. Qi Yin advised, "You should drink less and prepare to leave." Song Yulu blinked in surprise, asking, "Are you concerned about me?" "Indeed," Qi Yin replied without turning around. Yet Song Yulu clearly noticed his ears had turned crimson. A mere statement had rendered Qi Yin bashful. Was a notorious antagonist truly this innocent? A subtle smile graced Song Yulu's lips as he watched Qi Yin ride away, only to remember that he could have asked Uncle Lu for a ride home. It seems I had a moment of lapse, he thought. Calling Qi Yin back now would seem rather absurd. Ruffling his hair, he noticed a strand had fallen and felt a pang of sorrow. Ruth. How could you fall out? Ruth. He intended to revel in his solitude, but upon turning around, he found the security guard still stationed at the entrance. Approaching, Song Yulu squinted and inquired, "What did you see just now?" The guard fervently shook his head. "I saw nothing, absolutely nothing." Song Yulu shot him a fierce glare and ascended the stairs. The guard breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, everything would be fine now. Perhaps that previous incident had simply been brushed aside. Unexpectedly, Song Yulu turned out to be quite amiable. Upon reaching the upper floor and pushing the door open, he found everyone in high spirits, laughing and chatting about something unknown. The moment they spotted him, the room fell silent. Song Yulu approached Xie Wenqing and inquired, "What did you mean by your previous statement?" Xie Wenqing feigned ignorance, looking bewildered as he asked, "Which statement are you referring to?" "Do not pretend. It was what you said to Qi Yin earlier." Xie Wenqing adopted an expression of being wronged and replied, "Little dear, you have misunderstood me. I genuinely intended to help him. Everyone at school knows that Qi Yin comes from a modest background and must work multiple jobs to make ends meet. I was merely trying to introduce him to a good job opportunity. The pay here is substantial, and the environment is far more pleasant compared to other places. Is this not a good job? Or do you, little dear, actually look down upon those who work as waitstaff?" "I do not," Song Yulu frowned, feeling as though he had fallen into Xie Wenqing's verbal trap. He had come to question him, yet somehow found himself defending his stance against any perceived disdain for waitstaff. "Do not twist my words." Xie Wenqing, seemingly at a loss, responded, "If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. You may assume I acted with ill intent." Song Yulu found himself momentarily speechless. After pondering for a moment, he decided to turn on the live chat. The long-missing chat has finally returned. "Why are you all at the bar again? Don't you have anywhere else to go? What is going on?" Everyone seems rather serious. At that moment, Song Yulu could not provide an explanation and resolved to discuss Xie Wenqing's earlier remarks with the chat later. Why did it sound so awkward? Having achieved his objective for the evening, Song Yulu did not intend to linger any longer and turned to leave. "Young master, please walk safely," the security guard greeted respectfully. Once Song Yulu's car had driven away, the guard finally felt a sense of relief after a night of tension. However, his relief was short-lived, as he received a notification from the manager upon clocking out. "You need not come in tomorrow." The guard's face instantly drained of color. Why? Wasn't young master lenient about it? Why am I being dismissed all of a sudden? This job was easy, high-paying, and merely required him to stop people at the entrance. Many had envied him when he boasted about it, and now it was gone? The manager questioned, "Do you not have any awareness of your actions?" He was truly exasperated. The security guard had only recently joined, and the previous guard, Song Mian, had also been troublesome. He had a sinking feeling that his year-end bonus was now in jeopardy. Chapter 43. I did not like you on the way home. Song Yulu grew increasingly agitated, his small face taut with displeasure. Seeing this, Uncle Lu inquired with concern, "Young master, you seem troubled. Have you encountered something bothersome?" Song Yulu recounted Xie Wenqing's words verbatim and asked, "Do you think I am overreacting?" Uncle Lu responded, "Young master, you are not overreacting. His reasoning is indeed questionable. Fortunately, Qi Yin has a good temperament. Otherwise, they might have quarreled. Moreover, the remarks made by young Master Xie to the young gentleman sounded exceedingly peculiar." Uncle Lu, being of an advanced age, was unfamiliar with the novel terminologies circulating online. He could sense something amiss, but was unable to articulate precisely what it was. At that moment, the barrage of comments had grasped the context. "No, you are overthinking it. Goodness, this lad speaks with such sharpness and disdain, claiming to have your best interests at heart. Yet it sounds so unpleasant. If it were me, I couldn't endure it. He seems to look down on Chi Yin." Remove the word seems, as he clearly looks down on Chi Yin. Xia Wenqing is undoubtedly a quintessential green tea type, exuding that essence so strongly that I can almost detect it through the screen. It's fine, after all. His eventual fate, isn't promising either. Let him enjoy his days of frivolity a while longer. Upon reading this comment, Song Yulu was immensely intrigued. Xia Wenqing's fate was promising? He wished to inquire further, but being in the car rendered it inconvenient. Growing impatient, Song Yulu typed on his phone and raised it for the commenters to see. What fate awaits Xia Wenqing? He magnified this statement, making it conspicuously visible, fearing the commenters might overlook it. Comments. Not telling you. Let us not disclose it. What if it alters the plot? That is a valid point. Some elements of the plot have already shifted, yet the overarching direction remains intact. What if he helps Xia Wenqing evade it? No, let's not say anything. Song Yulu. He pouted, softly muttering, "Petty? Were they really withholding information out of mere curiosity?" Nonetheless, Song Yulu felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions, momentarily experiencing a sense of shared plight. He genuinely wished to alter Xia Wenqing's narrative. However, it wasn't for Xia Wenqing's sake, but rather to ascertain whether the broader narrative could indeed be changed. If so, then perhaps his own future could be altered as well. If they chose not to divulge, so be it. Given the current state of his relationship with Chi Yin, he believed the future would undoubtedly deviate from what the comment suggested. With this thought in mind, Song Yulu sent a message to Chi Yin. "Have you arrived at the dorm? Apologies, I forgot to have Uncle Lu take you." Chi Yin replied almost instantaneously. "I've already arrived. It's no trouble. I ride my bike with ease." Song Yulu. He responded so quickly. If he had known that keeping Chi Yin in suspense would yield such favorable results, he would have done so much sooner. Upon returning home, Song Yulu noticed that the living room lights were on, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The last time the lights were on, Lin Wan had brought Lin Sinian over. Song Yulu pondered. Could it be that Lin Sinian had reported him? After all, he had deliberately made Lin Sinian uncomfortable during the last racing incident. Recollecting his thoughts, Song Yulu entered and found that his suspicions were indeed correct. There sat Lin Wan and Lin Sinian on the sofa. Unlike the previous encounter where she wore a stern expression, this time, a smile adorned her face as she engaged in lively conversation with Lin Sinian, laughing animatedly over some unknown topic. This scene stirred discomfort within Song Yulu, for he had never witnessed Lin Wan so joyfully animated throughout his life. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, what brings you here again?" Lin Sinian adjusted his glasses and replied, "Young Master Song." Lin Wan also glanced over, her smile slightly subdued. "You have returned." "Indeed," Song Yulu declared as he nonchalantly settled into a single armchair, crossing his legs. He asked, "What brings you here so late?" The word was deliberately emphasized. Lin Wan exchanged a look with Lin Sinian and replied with a smile, "It's nothing really." Sinian mentioned that you have been quite thoughtful, introducing him to several new friends, and he came specifically to express his gratitude. Song Yulu gazed at Lin Sinian with astonishment. He had anticipated Lin Sinian would complain, yet he hadn't expected him to say such kind words to Lin Wan. Did Lin Sinian not realize that Song Yulu had previously been deliberately antagonistic towards him, or was he merely feigning ignorance, attempting to lower his guard before striking unexpectedly? A myriad of possibilities raced through Song Yulu's mind. Yet he never considered that Lin Sinian might be acting from genuine goodwill, given that their contrasting identities had always destined them for discord. Curiously, Song Yulu inquired, "Oh, how do you intend to thank me?" "Sinian plans to treat you to lunch tomorrow at the Jinghua Hotel," Lin Wan responded with a smile, seemingly pleased with Lin Sinian's gesture. In truth, she genuinely hoped for harmony between the two young men, excluding Song Jingming's illegitimate daughter from her considerations. Thus, seeing Song Yulu integrating Lin Sinian into his social circle, and Lin Xinyan expressing gratitude filled her with satisfaction. I might not have time, Song Yulu replied, causing disappointment to wash over Lin Xinyan's face. Observing this, Lin Wan's smile evaporated instantly as she questioned, No time? You hardly have any serious business. How could you not spare time for a meal? Or do you simply not wish to attend? Song Yulu nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do not want to go. Lin Wan's expression darkened considerably. Just as she had begun to view Song Yulu in a more favorable light, he had now rejected her, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Not wanting to escalate the situation, she pressed down her emotions and asked, Why do you not wish to come? With an indifferent tone, Song Yulu replied, There isn't much to explain. I simply do not want to go. I am not that familiar with you, nor do we have much to discuss. Not familiar? I am your mother, and you claim we are not familiar? Lin Wan's anger began to surface. What was this attitude from Song Yulu? Seeing her distress, Lin Xinyan hastily interjected, If young Master Song doesn't have time, that's all right. We can dine together another time. I won't have time then either, Song Yulu declared. Rising to his feet, towering over Lin Xinyan, and stated deliberately, Let me be clear, I do not like you, and I will not dine with you. Do not come again. I shall take my leave. Song Yulu. Lin Wan's sharp voice pierced through the air, but he did not turn back. Following this, a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed, signaling something had shattered. Song Yulu merely smirked, thinking, let it break. After all, he wouldn't be taking any of these items with him. It would be best if they were all destroyed. Chapter 44. Wang Ma. Do you know how to pursue someone? Did you really refuse so directly? You gave him absolutely no face. He's just an illegitimate child. Why should we show him any respect? Speaking to him is already an act of condescension. Yet, his lineage is not something he could control. His very identity is an original sin. Did you not see Lin Wan's face twist in anger? Ha ha, how refreshing. It has cleared my mind. Observing the barrage of comments, Song Yulu felt no stirrings within. Once the commotion downstairs subsided, he descended to find Wang Ma tidying up the shards of a broken vase. Just as he was about to approach, Wang Ma halted him, saying, Young master, please don't come over. There are glass shards everywhere. Be careful not to cut your feet. Song Yulu remained in place, concerned. Then please be careful, Wang Ma. Don't hurt your hands. Don't worry, Wang Ma replied with a smile. Is it just my impression? Or does Song Yulu seem to treat Wang Ma with much more warmth than he does Lin Wan? One is a person who has accompanied him for over a decade without any blood ties, while the other is a biological mother who never raised him. What do you think? Oh wait, she's not really his biological mother. She should be referred to as his adoptive mother. When raising a child, they neglect their responsibilities, then blame the child for not being close when needed. It's quite a naive expectation. Such irresponsible parents abound. It's no wonder the younger generation is reluctant to marry. Marriage? Song Yulu contemplated this. It seemed he had never truly considered the notion of matrimony. Perhaps this comment held some truth. Wang Ma soon finished her task. Accustomed to such work, she had not sustained any injuries. You can come down now, young master. Thank you for your hard work, she sighed. Young master, sometimes you might consider speaking a little more softly. After all, parents should not harbor grudges overnight. Song Yulu did not respond to this observation, but instead said, Wang Ma, I would like some fruit tea. Could you prepare a cup for me? Of course, I'll make it now. Wang Ma understood that Song Yulu wished to divert the conversation, and she recognized her place as merely an employee, feeling that her comment had crossed a line. She couldn't help but think that if the young master were a bit sweeter in his words, matters concerning those illegitimate children would be far less contentious. Yet, she also empathized with him. Sighing, Wang Ma shook her head in resignation. In the living room, Song Yulu settled into the single sofa he had occupied earlier and pondered, sending a message to Qi Yan. What are you doing? After a moment, Qi Yan replied, Doing homework. Song Yulu was taken aback. There's still homework? Upon reflection, he realized he had never done any himself. Qi Yan responded, You have homework too? You just haven't completed it. Song Yulu. While this was indeed the truth, hearing it from Qi Yan felt awkward at that moment. He retorted, Who said I haven't done it? I have. Oh, then show me. Song Yulu thought, Qi Yan has gone astray. How could he show something he had never done? Changing the subject, he asked, Do you have time tomorrow? I yearn to share a meal with you. for dining alone is truly quite dull. After waiting for a while without receiving any news from Qi Yan, Song Yulu assumed it was a sign of rejection and pouted in displeasure. Young master, the fruit tea is ready, announced Wang Ma, who approached with the beverage. Tell me, Wang Ma, do you know how to pursue someone? Song Yulu inquired. Wang Ma paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, I managed to win over my husband. Then please, impart your wisdom to me, Song Yulu urged. Wang Ma's expression shifted to one of slight awkwardness, young master. The methods from my era may not necessarily apply to the present. That is all right, do share, Song Yulu encouraged. At that moment, the comment section became lively. I'm quite curious about how courtship was conducted in those days. People back then must have been rather reserved. Reserved? Perhaps you have a misunderstanding of those times. Wang Ma settled onto the sofa, a blush gracing her cheeks, appearing somewhat bashful. I may not have been particularly attractive, but my husband was undeniably handsome. Song Yulu concurred. He had indeed seen Wang Ma's husband and could attest to his good looks. In those days, he was the most sought after in the village. Many admired him. Yet, what allowed me to win him over was my unwavering kindness. Wang Ma's tone held a hint of remorse. Once I secured his affection, I admit I became less attentive. To be kind to him? Song Yulu pondered, questioning whether he had been sufficiently considerate towards Qi Yan. Wang Ma affirmed, yes, laundry, cooking, delivering delicious treats, assisting him with tasks, and showering him with compliments. To win a person's heart, one must certainly invest something. Otherwise, why would they choose me? Understanding dawned upon Song Yulu as he mentally noted these points. And what drew you to him? He inquired. Wang Ma's cheeks flushed. I was simply captivated by his looks. Although he was not wealthy, his face brought me immense joy, rendering me incapable of feeling anger. Moreover, he was good for our offspring. My daughter inherited her father's good looks. Song Yulu acknowledged this. It made sense. If one were to choose someone unattractive, even a kiss would be a challenge. Qi Yan was indeed quite handsome, and the mere thought of his visage made Song Yulu feel more forgiving of his lack of response. Qi Yan's lips were also quite kissable. Wait, what was he thinking? Song Yulu quickly shook his head, dismissing the inappropriate thoughts that invaded his mind. Some individuals aspire to a better life by seeking a wealthy partner, which I find entirely reasonable. After all, one must seek some advantage in a relationship. As long as it does not contravene the law or moral standards, it is acceptable. Those were the days so forthright. Times have changed. Even enjoying a modestly priced milk tea is seen as materialistic. I seek kindness from my partner. My parents never treated me this well. He messages me daily, showing various forms of concern. Without him, I doubt I would find anyone who treats me so kindly. Are you being abstract or sincere? Wang Ma continued. The most daunting aspect is when someone seeks affection solely based on how one treats them. Such a notion is utterly ephemeral. Someone may treat you well today and poorly tomorrow, or extend kindness to others. However, wealth and attractiveness are tangible realities, generally immutable. Song Yulu nodded in agreement, and one could not help but acknowledge that Wang Ma was indeed a person of true foresight. However, he noticed a slight discrepancy. After pondering for a moment, Song Yulu inquired, Wang Ma, do you think I am handsome? Of course you are. Young master, you are the most handsome person I have ever seen. Wang Ma replied sincerely, genuinely believing her words. Do I have wealth? He asked further. Is that even question? I have treated him well. So why does he not accept me? Wang Ma blinked, curious, and asked, who is it? Song Yulu blushed, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. Chapter 45. A concussion. Wang Ma had been oblivious to Song Yulu's previous pursuit of Qi Yan. For some reason, Song Yulu felt it would be quite embarrassing if Wang Ma found out. To him, Wang Ma was akin to a close elder. Unexpectedly, he had blurted it out. Wang Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young master, which girl is it? Have I met her? I have never seen you get close to any girl before. You always play with boys. Wait a moment. Young master didn't actually specify it was a girl. Song Yulu's face flushed crimson as he hastily redirected the conversation. Wing Ma, today's fruit tea seems a tad too sweet. Wang Ma observed, your method of changing the subject is rather clumsy, young master. Nevertheless, if you do not wish to speak, so be it. I shall simply observe more closely in the future. At that moment, Wang Ma felt a surge of excitement, akin to witnessing her child mature. Fearing further inquiries from Wang Ma, Song Yulu yawned and said, "Wang Ma, I am feeling sleepy and shall retire for the night. You should rest early as well." Once upstairs, and in his room, Song Yulu indulged in a bath. However, as he stepped out, he slipped and fell hard onto the floor, striking the back of his head with a heavy thud. Tears instantly streamed down his face, his eyes rimmed in red. The pain was so intense that he struggled to rise. After a considerable pause, he managed to get up and donned his bathrobe. During his private moments of bathing and using the restroom, the chat messages would automatically be muted. Once dressed, the messages reappeared. "Oh, Song Yulu, why are your eyes so red? Have you been crying? What happened? Goodness, my heart shatters seeing you cry. Come here to your sister." Doesn't anyone find this version of Song Yulu captivating? Song Yulu thought that while he did not require the concern of this group, their focus seemed misplaced. He had merely slipped and fallen. The back of his head throbbed painfully, and he felt dizzy and nauseous, as if a small hammer was pounding inside his skull. "Where's the family doctor? Let us have him check you out." Indeed, hitting your head is no trivial matter. Always have to be extra cautious after bathing, fearing a slip. Last time, I accidentally fell and tore the inner thigh. Ouch, that sounds painful. Initially, Song Yulu considered calling the family doctor for an examination, but upon noticing the late hour, he felt too lazy to have someone come over and cause a fuss. He pondered for a moment, contemplating that a fall shouldn't result in any significant harm. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Chi Yen. He explained, "I apologize. My phone accidentally fell into water, and I can only turn it on now. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, I will be tutoring at the He residence, and after that, if you don't mind, we could have dinner together." Song Yulu thought for a moment and sent a crying emoji. "Ooh, I just fell after taking a shower, and my head hit the floor tiles. It hurts so much." Upon reading this message, Chi Yen furrowed his brow in concern. "Have you seen a doctor?" Song Yulu replied, "Not yet. It's quite late, and I feel bad troubling the family doctor." "Don't feel bad. Head injuries can be complex. It's better to get checked so you can be at ease," Chi Yen advised. After some contemplation, Song Yulu realized Chi Yen was right and called the family doctor. Comments. "Wait, I just said the same thing. Why do you listen to Chi Yen but not to me? Do you lack self-awareness? Why compare yourself to Chi Yen? That stings." The family doctor arrived promptly. As Song Yulu descended the stairs, he saw Wang Ma groggily emerging from her room. Wondering why the young master had summoned the doctor. Was he injured? "I'm fine. I just had a minor fall." "Wang Ma, you should go back to rest," he reassured her. Wang Ma shook her head, sitting beside Song Yulu, watching the doctor examine him. She soon learned that he had suffered a concussion. "Wait, just from fall, he has a concussion? Is he that fragile?" Wang Ma expressed her concern. "How could a fall be so serious? Does he need to be hospitalized?" Song Yulu was reluctant to stay in the hospital, especially since Chi Yen had just agreed to dine with him. The family doctor advised, "It's better to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Whether hospitalization is necessary will depend on the results." The Song family had a private hospital. Though Song Yulu was hesitant, he was compelled by Wang Ma's insistence to go for the examination. He was ordered to lie down while Wang Ma and the medical staff wheeled him around. Song Yulu felt this was all rather excessive. After undergoing a CT scan and a series of neurological tests, it was confirmed that there were no severe issues, which finally eased Wang Ma's worries. "Do I need to be hospitalized?" "I really don't want to," Song Yulu protested. The doctor responded, "Conservative treatment is an option. I will prescribe some medication to alleviate the headache and dizziness. You should take the medicine regularly, rest adequately, and minimize movement." "But what about my dinner with Chi Yen?" Song Yulu was discontented. However, Wang Ma kept a close eye on him, leaving him no choice but to send a message to Chi Yen. "I'm sorry. I have a concussion and can't have dinner with you tomorrow." Crying emoji. Upon reading this message, Chi Yen abruptly stood up, shocked. "A concussion? How serious?" he exclaimed, wanted to rush out, but then realized he had no idea where Song Yulu was located, leaving him at a loss. However, Chi Yen inquired, "Are you still in the hospital? Do you need to be admitted?" "No. I plan to return home for conservative treatment. I dislike being in the hospital." Upon seeing Song Yulu's response, Chi Yen pondered for a moment before donning his coat and stepping out. The main entrance of the dormitory was locked. Yet the dormitory supervisor was amiable, and given Chi-Yan's generally honest demeanor, she readily opened the door for him without much persuasion. Chi-Yan had pre-booked a car on his phone, and by the time he reached the school gate, the vehicle was already waiting. The distance to Song Yulu's home was considerable. He was uncertain if he would even be able to see him, as the community was tightly regulated and did not permit outsiders. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of concern at the thought of not going. Chi-Yan was baffled by his own impulsiveness, having acted on such whims twice in succession. As Song Yulu returned home, he casually glanced outside the car window upon reaching the community entrance and suddenly froze. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was not mistaken. It was indeed Chi-Yan. "Stop the car," he exclaimed. As the vehicle came to a halt, Song Yulu attempted to exit, only to be halted by Aunt Wang. "Young master, the doctor advised you to rest more. I spotted a friend and wish to greet him. You stay in the car. I will step out." Hearing the commotion, Chi-Yan stood up. Not recognizing the car, he hesitated to approach. Moments later, Aunt Wang emerged from the vehicle. "Klasmatiki, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "I came to check on Song Yulu. How is he doing?" Before Aunt Wang could respond, Song Yulu had shifted closer to Chi-Yan, rolling down the window. Chi-Yan looked over and noticed that while Song Yulu's complexion was somewhat pale, he appeared to be in decent spirits. "Chi-Yan, what brings you here?" As Song Yulu spoke, his eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. Chi-Yan felt his heart skip a beat. He realized his visit was indeed worthwhile. He stepped closer and asked again, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. The doctor advised me to take medication and rest," Song Yulu replied, his head drooping in disappointment. "It's just a pity I can't have dinner with you." "Then allow me to come over and keep you company for dinner," Chi-Yan suggested. Song Yulu abruptly lifted his head, inhaling sharply. "Ah," Aunt Wang interjected anxiously, "Young master, do not move your head too much." "I almost forgot." Song Yulu turned to Chi-Yan. "Are you serious about joining me for dinner?" "Absolutely." "How wonderful," Song Yulu exclaimed, his joy evident. It seems this fall was not in vain. It turned out quite fortuitously. "By the way, you mentioned your phone fell into the water. Is it all right?" "No worries. I've dried it out. It still functions, though a part of the screen is slightly distorted and less responsive." "That's good to hear. Please message me in advance when you come tomorrow, and I'll have Uncle Lou pick you up." "Sure." As it was quite late, the two refrained from further conversation. Song Yulu, suffering from a headache and low on energy, soon fell asleep after returning home, a gentle smile lingering on his lips, clearly indicating his good spirits. Chi-Yan took a taxi back to school and, feeling reluctant to disturb the dormitory supervisor again, opted to find a modest inn nearby for a few dozen yuan. Upon entering, he was greeted by a somewhat familiar voice. "Chi-Yan, what are you doing here?" He looked up to see his classmate, Zhang Ziyan, a person with whom he was not well acquainted, having exchanged only a handful of words. Beside Zhang stood a woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Uninterested in the private affairs of others, Chi-Yan simply nodded and replied, "I returned late. The dormitory door was locked." Zhang Ziyan raised an eyebrow, letting out a drawn-out "oh." Clearly, he was skeptical, but Chi-Yan remained unfazed. He maneuvered past Zhang and ascended the stairs. However, upon entering the room, he was confronted with unsightly stains on the bed and discarded packaging in the trash bin. Chi-Yan decided to check out. Ultimately, he found himself at a KFC, ordering a meal to spend the night. Unbeknownst to him, news of his appearance at the inn was anonymously posted by Zhang Ziyan on a forum. Who would have thought our illustrious CY would stay at a humble inn? Is he and the young master on the rocks? As mentioned, the original poster just spotted CY at the inn next to the school. Why would he leave his perfectly good dormitory unless something was amiss? Just minutes after he went upstairs, I saw someone else go up. Truly astonishing. Comment 2. No picture. No truth. Why don't you share the image? Comment 4. Couldn't it just be that he had an urgent matter to attend to? Your thoughts are quite sordid. Comment 7. Did you see that person enter CY's room? If not, refrain from making baseless claims. Comment 10. Rumors are easy to spread, but debunking them requires effort. Don't believe or propagate gossip unless you provide evidence. Today's university students are not so naive. They discern the truth. Zhang Ziyan found the comments diverging sharply from his expectations. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Why did everyone seem to trust Qi Yin? He was convinced Qi Yin's presence here was not merely for rest. After all, he was unaware that this location was a romantic rendezvous for young couples. He hastily shared the photos he had just taken of Qi Yin going upstairs and of the other person following him. At that moment, Zhang Ziyan could hardly care about being exposed. He was solely intent on striking back at those defending Qi Yin. Comment 46. This place looks somewhat familiar. Comment 48. I refuse to believe he is that kind of person. Zhang Ziyan scoffed and continued. Everyone knows what this place signifies. I refuse to believe he is unaware. The forum buzzed with activity as discussions erupted over this incident. There were steadfast believers in Qi Yan's character, those taking a neutral stance, and others joining Zhang Ziyan in condemnation. Unbeknownst to them all, Qi Yan remained oblivious. After spending the night at KFC, he hurried back as soon as the dormitory opened. As he stepped through the door, he was met with the dazed expression of Jiang Lin, who suddenly perked up, staring at him in shock. How did you come back from outside? You weren't sleeping in the dormitory? I had a sudden matter to attend to last night, he replied. Where did you sleep? At KFC. Jiang Lin quickly replied. You should take advantage of this moment to catch up on your sleep. It's exhausting to sleep at KFC. Why didn't you book a room? He then realized that hotels near the school were quite expensive, and the cheaper inns had terribly poor conditions. After using the restroom, Jiang Lin returned to his bed to continue sleeping. Qi Yin, however, was not particularly tired. Taking advantage of the morning energy, he decided to organize the materials he would need for today's supplementary lessons. Remembering that he had promised to dine with Song Yulu, Qi Yin resolved not to take advantage of him and decided to cover his own share of the meal. With this thought in mind, he sent a message to Song Yulu. It was still early, and Song Yulu should still be asleep. Qi Yin turned off his phone and resumed his work. At an unknown moment, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. Qi Yin, you must check the forum. Jiang Lin's tone was fraught with urgency. Qi Yin calmly finished his work before opening the forum, immediately noticing the thread concerning him. Upon entering, he saw that the post had sparked a heated debate throughout the night, accumulating thousands of replies. Do these people not sleep? The content was absurd, claiming he had been with a girl named Gij and had a falling out with Song Yulu. Some began to speculate that he had been dumped by the young master, leading to his current state, while others questioned whether he was ill. These individuals have quite the imagination. It's a pity they aren't writing novels, Qi Yin mused, feeling exasperated. Who is this that even took a clandestine photo of you? But how did you end up at that inn? It's notorious. Many of the girls work there. Qi Yin was hearing this for the first time. He had simply chosen the first place he found. Zhang Ziyan. What? Jiang Lin was taken aback. I ran into Zhang Ziyan when I went to the inn last night. It must have been him who spread the rumors. Jiang Lin was perplexed. You have no grievances with him. Why would he slander you? Perhaps not entirely without reason, Qi Yin replied. Chapter 47. Was it you? Zhang Ziyan did not come from a privileged background, and Qi Yin viewed him as a rival. However, it was evident that Qi Yin consistently outperformed Zhang Ziyan, which may have bred resentment in him. What if everyone misunderstands you? Jiang Lin was deeply worried. To his surprise, Qi Yin replied, the innocent will clear their name. Brother, it's not that simple. If you don't address this, the rumors will escalate, and people may think you are tacitly accepting them. What if the young master starts to doubt you? At this, Qi Yan's expression shifted. Could Song Yulu really suspect him? Contemplating this, Qi Yin pursed his lips and promptly logged onto the forum, posting under his real name that he would report the matter to the authorities, perhaps fearing repercussions. That post was deleted shortly thereafter. The onlookers resumed their discussions in a newly created thread. If CY said it, it must be false. This person deletes posts quite swiftly. They must be lurking on the forum. You have instilled a sense of fear within me with your words. This individual appears to be merely envious of CY, which has led to the spread of malicious rumors. How do we explain that photograph? It has been verified and is not edited. CY indeed visited that small inn. I refuse to believe he was unaware of its nature. Is it possible he genuinely did not know? He is preoccupied with studying and earning a living. Who has the leisure to concern themselves with trivial gossip? Does one truly believe he is as idle as you? At this moment, Zhang Ziyan was restless in his dormitory. After posting the photograph, he felt a pang of regret, especially after recently viewing the statement released by Qi Yin. Panic coursed through him. Was what Qi Yin said true or false? Had he actually reported it to the authorities? Would the police come to apprehend him? Would he face expulsion? Zhang Zian was overwhelmed with anxiety. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, jolting him from his thoughts. Who could it be? It's me. I forgot my keys. Let me in, came the voice of his roommate. Zhang Zian exhaled in relief and moved to open the door. However, upon doing so, he was met with the cold gaze of Qi Yin standing behind his roommate. Zhang Zian's complexion drained of color. Qi Yin, is it convenient for you to come in and talk? His roommate, blissfully unaware of the forum controversy, cheerfully invited them in. Of course. Come in and sit. As he noticed Zhang Zian's pale visage and the cold sweat on his forehead, concern etched his features. What is wrong with you? Are you ill? No. I'm fine, Zhang Zian replied, though his roommate remained puzzled. Nevertheless, he took Zhang Zian's word for it and returned to his desk to don his headphones and resume studying. Did you come to find me? Zhang Zian asked, his voice betraying his uncertainty. You were behind the forum incident, weren't you? Qi Yin cut straight to the chase. No, it wasn't me, Zhang Zian denied, though the lack of conviction in his voice revealed his inner turmoil. Qi Yin laid out his intentions plainly. I understand your family situation is difficult, and I can overlook this incident just this once, but I require you to publicly apologize. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to involve the police and report you to the school. The gravity of the situation was clear, should the authorities or the school become involved. Zhang Zian would find himself forever estranged from any accolades and potentially face disciplinary action. Zhang Zian bit his lip, defiantly asserting, Why are you telling me this? I've said it wasn't me. You've mistaken the culprit. He could not afford to make a public apology. Such an act would ensure his social demise, leaving him with no place to belong. My words stand firm. Should you fail to apologize publicly, I will have no choice but to act. My resolve is unwavering, Qi Yin stated coldly before turning to leave. He had other matters to attend to, and no time to waste. Whether Zhang Zian would apologize remained uncertain to Qi Yin, but he had already gathered his evidence. He meant what he said. Soon, the time arrived for tutoring Yulu. Qi Yin once again changed vehicles to reach the entrance of the community. Unlike his previous visit, this time a car awaited him in advance. The butler of the He family has finally rectified his erratic driving habits. Qi Yin deliberately remarked, Your driving is quite steady this time. Has your ailment been cured? The butler, feeling ridiculed, retorted, He is not ill at all. If it weren't for the young master's orders, he would certainly give Qi Yin a piece of his mind. Upon arriving at the He residence, Qi Yin exited the vehicle and entered the house. He found He dozing at the table, while He-chun was engrossed in reading the financial newspaper. Qi Yin took a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, stating, We can commence the lesson now. He rubbed his eyes and replied, I'm so sleepy, brother. How about we have class tomorrow instead? No, we must get up now, came a firm reply. He-U's request was dismissed, and he begrudgingly sat up, retorting to Qi Yin, Let us just start the class. As they held the lesson in the living room, Qi Yin was engaged with He-U, while He-chun busily sought angles to take photographs, sending them to Song Yulu. Song Yulu pondered why He-chun frequently bombarded him with such photos, often accompanied by peculiar comments extolling Qi Yin and He-U's harmonious rapport, which only served to irritate him. At that moment, the barrage of comments reminded him, Does He-chun seem a bit too nosy? He is merely a background character. He was scarcely mentioned in the original narrative, was he? It seems that after Mian Bao was recognized, He-chun appeared less frequently. I even suspected the author had forgotten about him mid-writing. A background character? Would that not mean he would not interfere with the plot? Song Yulu pondered this thought, initially reluctant to respond to He-chun's messages. He found himself sending a sticker in reply. Seemingly invigorated, He-chun sent more photos. Each one was remarkably well captured. Qi Yin looked handsome, and He-U appeared beautiful. The two of them strikingly compatible. A pang of envy struck Song Yulu, and he suddenly regretted introducing Qi Yin to this job. He replied curtly, Do you have no other messages to send? I don't wish to see these. Please refrain from sending more. Then I won't send anymore. Don't be angry. Song Xiao, He-chun responded. Song Yulu casually replied, I'm not angry. After a moment's thought, he opened the chat with Chi Yin, contemplating why he needed to sit so close during class and why he dressed so elegantly, smiling so joyfully. In the end, he sent nothing. He felt he had no right to inquire. Chapter 48. Chi Yin surprisingly helped him with his shoes. The He residence is not too far from the Song residence, merely a 30-minute drive. However, Chi Yin typically rode a shared electric bike, which would take him longer. After descending the stairs, Song Yulu noticed he still had time. So he reclined on the sofa, his feet propped up on an ottoman, swaying lightly. As soon as Chi Yin entered, he was greeted by this sight. Song Yulu's fair, rounded toes appeared incredibly charming, evoking an urge to hold and play with them delicately. Moving up, his slender calves were straight and elongated, with scarcely any hair. Chi Yin's gaze deepened as he suddenly recalled that night when those very feet had been nestled against his. Meanwhile, Song Yulu had minimized the comments on the screen, engrossed in a short drama, thus failing to notice the messages flying by. Something feels off. That gaze is unsettling. I can't shake the feeling that he is contemplating something inappropriate. Is this the persona of Chi Yin? Wasn't he it said that he becomes emotionally distant later on, avoiding both male and female attention? Chi Yin, you're here so early, said Song Yulu, finally noticing him upon hearing Wang Ma's voice. He abruptly sat up, resting his head for a moment before asking, when did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me? Chi Yin was dressed quite simply today in a pure white shirt and black trousers, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a well-defined forearm, even more appealing than in He Chen's photographs. Just got here, Chi Yin replied in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Song Yulu glanced at the time, realizing Chi Yin had arrived early. You didn't ride your bike? I took a taxi. Chi Yin had initially intended a cycle, but for some inexplicable reason, he didn't want Song Yulu to wait. He placed the snacks he had brought on the table. Song Yulu's eyes lit up. Did you buy these for me? I picked them up while passing by. The corners of Song Yulu's mouth drooped slightly. Oh, just casually bought them, I see. Listen to him being so defensive. Casually bought, indeed. Why do I find that so hard to believe? This is hilarious. These two are equally stubborn. Upon seeing the comments pop up, Song Yulu couldn't help but smile again. Take a seat. Wang Ma hasn't finished cooking yet, so we'll have to wait a bit. Okay. Chi Yin hesitated before inquiring. How are you feeling today? Do you still feel unwell? Are you concerned for me? I feel much better, but the back of my head still hurts and I'm a bit dizzy. Song Yulu didn't want to put on a brave face. Wang Ma had once said it was okay to show weakness when necessary. He just didn't want to appear weak in front of Song Jingming and Lin Wan. But with Chi Yin, he felt less averse to it. As expected, upon hearing his words, Chi Yin's gaze shifted. Song Yulu felt a surge of pride. If he had a tail, it would have surely been wagging at that moment. By the way, didn't you mention that your phone fell in water? I have an old phone here. If you don't mind, you can use it. Although he referred to it as an old phone, it was practically as good as new. Every time a new model was released, Song Yulu would upgrade, often acquiring one in various colors just to switch things up. Thus, this phone was hardly distinguishable from a brand new one. It wasn't that Song Yulu was reluctant to gift Chi Yin a new one, but he understood Chi Yin's character and knew he would refuse. So, he presented his old phone instead. My phone is still functional, he explained. It's just lying around. If you don't use it, it's nothing more than a brick. Or do you find it unworthy? No, not at all. Then you should use it, Song Yulu said, extending the phone towards him. Just as Chi Yin was about to decline, he suddenly heard Song Yulu exclaiming, ouch, ouch, while holding his head. His heart raced, and then he heard Song Yulu say, don't refuse me. The doctor said a good mood helps alleviate headaches. Kian. He had never heard that a concussion had such a remedy. Then I'll accept it. Song Yulu, I don't want it. Don't give it to me. Oh dear, my head hurts again. Chi Yin, feeling helpless, thought that Song Yulu's acting was rather poor. However, it was undeniable that a warm sensation blossomed in a small corner of his heart. Then I shall accept it. Upon hearing Chi Yin say this, Song Yulu finally released his grip. Chi Yin then added, but I can't take it without giving you something in return. If you don't want money, then I shall repay you with my own efforts. Song Yulu. His face flushed. This seemed inappropriate. Chi Yin, noticing the expression on Song Yulu's face, quickly clarified, "What I mean is, I can help you with your studies." Song Yulu, shocked, he exclaimed, "Supplementary lessons?" He was about to graduate from college, yet he still needed extra tutoring? Indeed, as Chi-Yin described, he could assist Song Yulu with certain shared subjects to prevent him from failing. Song Yulu's lips moved, but he hesitated to mention that failing was not even a possibility for him. He hadn't even taken the exams before. Yet, Chi-Yin was genuinely kind-hearted. Suddenly, Song Yulu recalled a message from He-chun, along with a photo of Chi-Yin tutoring He-yu. In a moment of impulse, he agreed, "All right, then you can tutor me." Aunt Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the young master been possessed? He had actually volunteered for extra lessons. While others might be unaware, she knew well that the young master had always despised studying. Aunt Wang couldn't help but scrutinize Chi-Yin anew. He was rather handsome, and his relationship with the young master seemed amiable. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could the person the young master had mentioned earlier be Chi-Yin? Aunt Wang's expression shifted, darting between the two. However, she quickly accepted it. As long as the young master was happy, it mattered not whether the individual was male or female. Song Yulu was oblivious to how quickly he had revealed his true self. He rose and walked barefoot. Wait a moment. Song Yulu looked over in confusion to see Chi-Yin crouching before him, holding his slippers and saying, "Put your shoes on." Song Yulu, good heavens, did he just see Chi-Yin putting shoes on him? He immediately reached for his phone to capture this moment, only to realize it was left on the sofa. "Lift your foot." With Chi-Yin urging him, Song Yulu had no choice but to comply and slip on the shoes. He felt a sense of disappointment. Such a memorable moment had gone undocumented. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted with excitement. "Oh my gosh, is this still Chi-Yin? Is he breaking character?" Even an ordinary friend would do this. He had already suffered a concussion. Another fall would be disastrous. I've taken a screenshot. CP fans rejoice. Song Yulu's gaze fell upon the last comment. Did he and Chi-Yin have CP fans? Wait a moment. Could they really take screenshots? Could they send him a copy later? Chapter 49. Why did the young master throw up? After putting on his shoes, just as Song Yulu was about to leave, he saw Chi-Yin come over to support him, as if he were injured. He blinked, refraining from saying that he could walk on his own, and allowed Chi-Yin to assist him. After taking a seat, he offered a sweet smile. "Thank you." "No need to thank me," Chi-Yin replied nonchalantly. However, Song Yulu remained blissful, for in his eyes, Chi-Yin was a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. "Ah, Chi-Yin, I have discovered your vulnerability," he thought. When Chi-Yin was asked to assist Wang Ma with serving the dishes, she graciously declined, saying, "I can manage. You just sit, Chi-Yin." Wang Ma had prepared a lavish spread, and Chi-Yin, initially expecting a simple meal, felt a sudden discomfort at the abundance before him, as if he were taking advantage of the situation. Wang Ma cheerfully explained, "This is the first time I have guests dining at home. My culinary skills finally have a purpose." Chi-Yin suddenly recalled Song Yulu's previous eating habits, akin to a small kitten, barely touching his food before feeling full, which explained Wang Ma's enthusiasm. "Come on, Wang Ma, join us for dinner," Song Yulu urged. "You all eat. I have some matters to attend to," she replied, returning to the kitchen. Song Yulu looked at Chi-Yin helplessly. "See, Wang Ma is always like this. She refuses to join us at the table. I usually eat alone, and it's rather dull." A flicker of sympathy crossed Chi-Yin's eyes. The young master thrived on lively company, and just imagining the loneliness of solitary meals pained him. Yet he masked his feelings and said, "If you ever wish to dine, feel free to call me." Song Yulu blinked. "Anytime? You may call me at your convenience." "But I cannot guarantee my availability," Chi-Yin replied, for he would not delay his work merely to accompany Song Yulu for a meal. Song Yulu felt no disappointment. This was already a significant improvement from before. Having finished their meal, he thought, what else could possibly be far behind? With a cheerful smile, he picked up the serving chopsticks to offer Chi-Yin some dishes. "Try this. Wang Ma's cooking is exquisite, though the preparation is tedious. So she doesn't make it often. And this one, I adore. The flavor is exceptional. This one's quite good too." Before long, Chi-Yin's bowl was filled to the brim with food. "I can serve myself," he said. Song Yulu did not insist, but encouraged, "Then take whatever you like. Don't feel shy." Qi Yin felt no shyness. Having begun to eat, it would be disingenuous to pretend otherwise. However, he was not picky about food, following a consistent pattern of alternating bites of rice, vegetables, and meat during meals. Song Yulu curiously asked, "Do you always eat like this?" "Yes. It's a habit formed since childhood," Qi Yin replied. After a few bites, Song Yulu set down his chopsticks. Qi Yin paused. "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm done. You continue eating. I'll watch you," he replied. Qi Yin frowned, having noticed that Song Yulu had scarcely eaten. No wonder he appeared so thin, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. "You're injured. You should eat more to replenish your strength," Qi Yin insisted, though Song Yulu felt truly full. Upon hearing Qi Yin's words, he picked up his chopsticks for another few bites. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hit him, and he could not hold back, promptly vomiting. Qi Yin quickly patted his back, concerned. "Are you all right?" Song Yulu retched violently, expelling the remnants of his recent meal. His eyes rimmed with crimson and glistening with unshed tears, presenting a most pitiable sight. Qi Yin extended a cup of water towards him, urging him to rinse his mouth. After doing so, Song Yulu spoke. "I apologize. Did I disgust you?" "I am fine. But why did you vomit? Was it because I encouraged you to eat more?" Qi Yan inquired. Shaking his head, Song Yulu clarified, "It is not your fault. My stomach is weak, and coupled with the recent blow to my head, I am feeling rather unwell." Despite his reassurances, Qi Yin was still plagued with guilt. Unfamiliar with Song Yulu's physical condition, he had urged him to eat, inadvertently leading to this unfortunate outcome. Hearing the commotion, Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh dear, why did the young master vomit?" Qi Yin recounted the situation, taking responsibility for what had transpired. Wang Ma waved her hand dismissively. "Do not blame yourself. Qi Yin, this is not your doing. After all, if the young master did not wish to eat, no one could compel him to do so. To put it plainly, he chose to eat of his own volition." Wang Ma rummaged through the medicine cabinet, retrieving some medication and offering it to Song Yulu, before proceeding to clean up the mess on the floor, which had been so hastily created. Her countenance showed no sign of disdain, only an abundance of compassion. Song Yulu did not take the medicine immediately, setting it aside, saying, "I will take it later." Qi Yin, not giving it much thought, then heard Wang Ma insist, "Young master, do not think of delaying. You must take it now." Turning to Qi Yin, she added, "Qi Yin, please persuade the young master to take his medicine. He dislikes it and often postpones until he ultimately refuses to take it." Wang Ma was at her wit's end. Song Yulu protested internally, aghast that Wang Ma would divulge such information to Qi Yin. In a hushed tone, he retorted, "I do not always procrastinate. You exaggerate, Wang Ma." Wang Ma countered, "Out of 10 times, you have at least postponed 9. Indeed, there was one occasion when you did take it, so I may have been a bit too harsh." Song Yulu, Qi Yin, 9 out of 10 times is not much different from every time. He handed the medicine to Song Yulu, urging him, "Please, take it." Song Yulu cleared his throat lightly. "Do not heed Wang Ma's words. I will take it shortly. I am simply feeling unwell after just vomiting." Qi Yin nodded, "Very well." Song Yulu intended to wait until Qi Yin departed, thinking it would be easier to deal with Wang Ma alone. However, Qi Yin remained seated, refusing to leave. Blinking in surprise, Song Yulu asked, "Aren't you going to work?" "I have no obligations today. I will wait until you take your medicine. Then I will tutor you," Qi Yin replied. Song Yulu suddenly felt less enthusiastic about Qi Yin's presence. Today was rather unexpected. "Perhaps we can commence the tutoring next time?" "Not at all. I shall familiarize myself with your progress today." At that moment, the audience was equally taken aback by Qi Yin's words. Heavens, how else could one ascend to greatness? Truly relentless, attending class even while unwell. Unaccountably, I feel a pang of sympathy for Song Yulu. "But I am ill," Song Yulu pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Qi Yin. "I am currently unwell and feeling quite miserable. Could we perhaps wait until I recover to resume learning?" Qi Yin was once again engulfed in a wave of self-reproach. He was steadfast, capable of studying and working even when unwell. Almost forgetting, Song Yulu was not made of the same metal. Qi Yin changed his tone, saying, "That is acceptable, but you should take your medicine first." Song Yulu realized that Qi Yin was somewhat stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, he would not waver. An unsettling premonition suddenly washed over him. Initially, he had intended to win Qi Yan's heart and depart once the plot progressed to a certain point. Yet now, he found himself uncertain. Could he truly leave peacefully, given Qi Yan's obstinate nature? In Chapter 50, someone reported that you had called a girl named Gogo, but refused to pay. Under Qi Yan's watchful gaze, Song Yulu reluctantly consumed the bitter medicine, which he managed to swallow with considerable effort. Suddenly, Qi Yan offered him a piece of candy, asking if he would like to have it. Naturally, he accepted. With the candy melting in his mouth, the sweetness alleviated his discomfort. Curiously, he inquired, "How do you always carry candy with you?" "It must have been given to you by some girl," he thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. "Sometimes, when work keeps me too busy to eat, I resort to a few candies." Hearing this, Song Yulu felt considerably reassured. He then asked, "By the way, is Grandma about to be discharged from the hospital?" "Yes, she will be discharged in a couple of days." At the mention of his grandmother, Qi Yan's eyes softened considerably. "I will accompany you then." Qi Yan declined, saying, "You need to rest more. It's best if you don't come." "It's all right. I won't do anything but visit Grandma." With such insistence from Song Yulu, Qi Yan relented. After chatting with Song Yulu for a while longer, he prepared to leave. Just then, a call from his roommate, Jiang Lin, interrupted him. "Qi Yan, something has happened." "What is it?" "Someone claimed you called Gogo and didn't pay." Qi Yan. Beside him, Song Yulu inquired curiously, "What is Gogo?" Qi Yan pondered how to explain. Jiang Lin, overhearing Song Yulu's voice, exclaimed in surprise. "Qi Yan, you're with the young master?" He had thought Qi Yan was at work, not realizing he was with the young master. If the young master intervened, this situation should be easily resolved. Perhaps sensing Jiang Lin's thoughts, Qi Yan hung up the phone before he could respond. Jiang Lin, wait, Song Yulu is persistently asking. "Qi Yan, what exactly is Gogo?" "It's nothing. I must take my leave now. You should rest well." Once Qi Yan departed, Song Yulu furrowed his brows and immediately messaged 007. "Please help me investigate what has happened with Qi Yan recently." From Jiang Lin's panicked tone, Song Yulu was certain it was not a trivial matter. As Qi Yan left, he glanced at a message Jiang Lin had sent, which was a post on social media. The content featured a narrative by Gogo, claiming that a student from a prestigious university had invited her to sleep but refused to pay. The post included numerous photos that showcased her injuries, looking quite severe. She had inadvertently revealed plenty of information, making it easy to identify the student. The comment section was filled with a chorus of condemnation, with both parties being criticized. "This is too far-fetched. How could he possibly have called Gogo?" Indeed, it is perplexing that some individuals harbor a disdain for women, and yet, prior to spreading rumors, they fail to ascertain the truth. The cost of fabricating such tales has indeed diminished significantly. Who, I wonder, has had their cake disrupted? It appears that discussions surrounding this individual have emerged both in forums and elsewhere. There are also those who contest the notion of sexual orientation. It is essential to recognize that some individuals identify as bisexual. Perhaps this person simply finds attraction in both men and women. At this juncture, the blogger interjected, stating, "Who claims I am female? I am male." Accompanying this assertion was a provocative photograph, distinctly showcasing his masculine traits. In response, someone remarked, "This is not a giggle. It should be described as a cackle." Another added, "The pose in this photograph is so contagious that even through the screen, one feels its effect." Qi Yan reflected, "In moments of utter disbelief, laughter may emerge involuntarily." Unable to bear it any longer, he exited the thread. Before he had even returned to school, a call from his advisor summoned him to the office. Qi Yan harbored suspicions that news of the incident might have reached his advisor. As anticipated, upon entering the office, his advisor broached the subject. Yet, before Qi Yan could offer an explanation, the advisor continued, "I am well acquainted with your character. However, this matter has significant ramifications. I advise you to limit your outings for the time being, and perhaps suspend any part-time work you may have. Thank you for your faith in me. However, one need not fear shadows if one stands upright. I have decided to report this to the authorities," Qi Yan asserted. His advisor displayed a moment of hesitation. The school's stance was to minimize the situation, avoiding any escalation, particularly with upcoming admissions on the horizon. Yet, he felt that suppressing the issue posed risks unless it was thoroughly resolved. Contemplating this, he placed a reassuring hand on Qi Yan's shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. I will handle matters at the school." Qi Yan pursed his lips and deeply bowed, expressing his gratitude to the teacher. He suspected that Zhang Zian might be behind this incident, yet upon further reflection, he wondered if that would be too foolish of him. Without delay, Qi Yan proceeded to the police station to file a report and provide a statement before returning to school. On his way back to the dormitory, he encountered several unfamiliar classmates, and he could distinctly feel their scrutiny. Upon entering the dorm, he overheard Jiang Lin and Huang Wenhao fervently discussing the incident. Hearing the door open, Jiang Lin quickly stood. "Qi Yan, you're finally back. Have you thought of a solution? I have reported it to the police. We shall await their investigation," Qi Yan replied. He noticed Huang Wenhao's complexion suddenly pale, prompting Jiang Lin to inquire, "What is the matter? Are you unwell? You look quite ashen." Huang Wenhao managed a weak smile. "I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I need to use the restroom." "Ah, is it diarrhea? I have medication. I'll fetch it for you right away." Qi Yan lowered his gaze slightly, concealing his thoughts. Huang Wenhao seemed somewhat off. In the absence of evidence, Qi Yan preferred not to indulge in malicious speculation. Nevertheless, he sent the police report receipt to Zhang Zian. Zhang Zian responded, "What do you mean? Are you insinuating that I am responsible? This matter was not instigated by me. Do not attempt to place the blame on me. The police will clear my name." Upon hearing Zhang Zian's words, Qi Yan felt increasingly convinced that he was likely not the perpetrator. After all, this individual did not possess particularly strong psychological resilience. It was improbable for him to speak so defiantly if he truly had reported the incident to the authorities. Meanwhile, Song Yulu soon received a plethora of documents detailing the antecedents and consequences of the matter at hand. He was taken aback by 007's remarkable speed and promptly sent a generous red envelope in gratitude before delving into the materials. The more he read, the more incensed he became, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of sympathy for Qi Yan. Oh my, how could a man also be subjected to such malicious rumors? Interesting fact, malicious rumors know no gender. It seems Qi Yan is quite unfortunate. No wonder he ended up as the antagonist. As Song Yulu continued to read, he ultimately discovered that the mastermind behind this affair was Xie Wenjing. At that moment, he was deeply conflicted. On one hand, he recalled how Xie Wenjing had previously saved him. Yet on the other, he felt an overwhelming desire to assist Qi Yan, causing an internal struggle within him. In the end, Qi Yan's plight prevailed in his considerations. Noticing his silence, the comments began to speculate. "Do you think Song Yulu will help Qi Yan?" "I believe he will help." "I doubt it. After all, he thinks Xie Wenjing saved him." Having keenly noticed this line of speculation, Song Yulu quickly inquired, "What do you mean by thinks? Wasn't it Xie Wenjing who saved him?" Chapter 51. "This person seems quite deceptive. Ah, I cannot believe your big mouth. You let it slip. I was wondering when he would figure it out. Since the cat is out of the bag, why not just tell him everything?" "Huh? Let us not. I think it's better to keep it to ourselves." Although unclear about the specifics, Song Yulu had surmised the general situation. The one who saved him was likely not Xie Wenjing, but someone else entirely. As for the identity of this savior, he would let 007 investigate at a leisurely pace. Given that it was not Xie Wenjing who had rescued him, thoughts of how Xie Wenjing frequently exploited his status for personal gain, the vast resources acquired through him, and his targeting of Qi Yan darkened Song Yulu's expression. This was the first individual bold enough to deceive him in such a manner. After some contemplation, Song Yulu sent a message to Xie Wenjing. "Are you free now? Could you come to my house?" Upon receiving this message, Xie Wenjing abruptly pushed away the woman in his embrace, exclaiming with delight, "Wonderful! This is the first time Song Yulu has taken the initiative to message me." He wondered if perhaps Song Yulu had finally recognized his worth. With this thought in mind, he promptly replied, "I'm free. I'll head over right now." The woman, displeased at being dismissed, complained, "Are you leaving already? You promised to stay with me." "Darling, I will come back later, but I have something to attend to now. Be good." Though the woman was unhappy, she understood. Planting a kiss on Xie Wenjing's cheek, she said, "All right then, make sure to return soon." As soon as Xie Wenjing left the room, The woman's expression shifted dramatically. Disgusted, she wiped her mouth and then pulled out her phone to send a message. The response came back swiftly. Okay. Xia Wenjing hummed a tune as he drove towards Song Yulu's residence. As he approached the entrance, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he furrowed his brow and abruptly hung up. However, after taking a few steps, the phone rang again. Could there be an urgent matter? When the phone rang for the third time, Xia Wenjing had just pressed the answer button when he suddenly heard Uncle Lu's voice behind him. Young Master Xia. Our young master is waiting for you in the living room. Hearing this, Xia Wenjing felt it inappropriate to continue the call and hung up once more. All right, I shall go in now. On the other end of the line, as he made his way inside, Xia Wenjing felt a sense of unease. His heart raced with an inexplicable foreboding. At the moment he had answered the phone, the voice on the other end had uttered, Xia Wenjing, you have truly caused my demise, as if someone had discovered something. He did not catch the subsequent words. Thus, he was tormented with questions. What had been discovered? The nature of a relationship between the two individuals, or the deeds he had committed. Upon entering the living room, he found Song Yulu comfortably nestled on the sofa. Engrossed in her phone, a smile gracing her lips, seemingly devoid of any concerns. He felt a slight relief, realizing he might have been overly anxious. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. Little dear, why did you summon me? He inquired. Without lifting her gaze, Song Yulu replied, there's nothing much, just wanted to chat with you. A flicker of intrigue crossed Xia Wenjing's eyes. Of course, what would you like to discuss? At this moment, Song Yulu set her phone aside and remarked, it's been many years since we got to know each other. Indeed, quite some time, he responded. Have you ever deceived me? Song Yulu suddenly posed the question. Xia Wenjing's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. Of course not. I have promised never to deceive you. Song Yulu suppressed a smirk, recognizing that even this statement was a fabrication. Men are truly insufferable, she mused. I still remember the time you saved me. Without you, I might not have made it. I merely happened to pass by. Anyone would have lent a hand, he replied, dismissing the matter. His demeanor revealed no hint of discomfort, as if he genuinely believed his own words. Yet, compared to Xia Wenjing, Song Yulu placed greater trust in the whispers of truth that slipped through the cracks. In all honesty, he was not particularly angry. He understood that human nature is inherently selfish. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance, especially since he had endured Xia Wenjing for so long due to this very incident. Song Yulu had already concluded that there was a high probability of truth to the matter, and as for evidence, he would await the findings of 007's investigation. Observing Xia Wenjing's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but admire his acting prowess. It was a pity he did not venture into the entertainment industry. He was indifferent to whether Xia Wenjing would acknowledge the truth. In the past, Song Yulu would have laid bare the truth and distanced himself from the man. Yet now, he was acutely aware of his role as a pawn, particularly the implications of being a pawn. What if Xia Wenjing sought vengeance against him later on? Even if I were to sever ties with Xia Wenjing, it must be done clearly and unequivocally in front of others, ensuring that everyone understands his true nature, leaving no room for future troubles. With this thought in mind, Song Yulu revealed a faint smile and said, the reason I called you here today is to ask for your assistance. What is it? Xia Wenjing inquired. Well, my birthday is approaching, and I am uncertain about where to hold the celebration. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Xia Wenjing subtly exhaled in relief. He had feared that Song Yulu had discovered something, but it turned out to be a genuine request. Allow me to devise a few plans for you. You can choose whichever you prefer, Xia Wenjing replied with a smile. That would be wonderful. Am I not imposing on you? Not at all. It is my privilege to assist you. At that moment, Wang Ma entered with tea. Young Master Xia, please enjoy your tea. Thank you, Wang Ma, he replied. Wang Ma offered a smile, yet those familiar with her, like Song Yulu, recognized that her expression was merely superficial. Once Xia Wenjing departed, Song Yulu curiously asked, Wang Ma, do you dislike Xia Wenjing? Wang Ma curled her lip in disdain. I find him quite disingenuous. When he speaks with you, young master, his gaze is unsettling, as if he is plotting something. Wang Ma harbored a distinct aversion to him, preferring Qi Yin instead, who, though taciturn, exuded a much more genuine demeanor. The comment section reacted with astonishment to Wang Ma's words. Wang Ma has a keen eye. Do not underestimate her age. Her perception is sharp. Xia Wenqing is indeed quite the actor, maintaining his facade since childhood. I suspect he has played his role so long that he may have forgotten his true self. When a mask is worn for too long, it becomes part of the face and cannot be removed. Chapter 52. Thank you, Song Yulu indeed. He is profoundly insincere. Song Yulu reminisced about the time when he first brought Xia Wenqing into their circle. He was so young, yet faced everyone's taunts with a smile. This individual has harbored deep schemes from a tender age. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ma advised, young master, it will be wise to keep your distance from him. I genuinely worry he may one day stab you in the back. Wang Ma speaks the truth. If memory serves, Xia Wenqing indeed did stab someone, didn't he? Shoo, keep it quiet, don't speak too much. Song Yulu interjected. Why have you all stopped? Please continue. After exchanging a few hurried words with Wang Ma, he ascended the stairs to his room, eagerly questioning. What do you mean by stab me in the back? What kind of stabbing is this? I hope it's not with a real knife. Upon hearing this, Song Yulu inexplicably felt a twinge in his lower back. It's nothing serious. You're merely a bit hurt, but not dead. Song Yulu retorted. Even if I'm not dead, it will still hurt. Look at how you phrase that. Asking us is futile. The current developments diverge significantly from the storyline in the book. You must remain vigilant. Indeed, with your guard up, perhaps you shall avoid being stabbed in the back. Song Yulu understood the truth in the comments. With that thought, he sent a message to 007, instructing him to monitor Xia Wenqing's every move. After some consideration, he decided to invest in 2 bodyguards, resolved to have them accompany him wherever he went from now on. Due to the concussion, Song Yulu was unable to go out and thus declined all invitations. He found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He realized that Shi Yin had refrained from asking for his assistance precisely because he did not wish for him to intervene. Yet, he felt compelled to take action. Consequently, Song Yulu resolved to apply pressure on the school, demanding an expedited resolution to the matter in order to restore Qi Yan's reputation. As he prepared the documentation, he contemplated withholding the section pertaining to Xia Wenqing, not out of favoritism, but rather because he believed the timing was not yet right. A few days could still pass. While Qi Yan was engaged in his morning routine, a sudden knock echoed through the bathroom door. It was Jiang Lin, his voice brimming with excitement. Qi Yan, the issue has been resolved. Resolved? Qi Yan hastily finished washing up and took Jiang Lin's phone to glance at the news. He found that the school had issued a statement clearly outlining the events leading up to the situation. They imposed severe penalties on the fabricators of the rumors and mandated that they publicly apologize the following day. To his surprise, the list of offenders was extensive, including those who had posted disparaging remarks. Jiang Lin, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, had not scrutinized the details, while Qi Yan maintained a rather composed demeanor, as if he were not the victim in this scenario. Qi Yan, who do you think orchestrated this? He mused. Indeed, who could it be? The efficiency of the resolution was astonishing. Qi Yan's immediate thought turned to Song Yulu. Could have been him. He promptly sent a message. Thank you. Song Yulu, upon receiving the message, was taken aback. How did Qi Yan know it was he who had intervened? He voiced his curiosity directly. Qi Yan replied, I'm not certain. It was merely a guess. I didn't expect it to actually be you. One accurate guess, he exclaimed, still pondering, when Qi Yan continued. Aside from you, no one else could have resolved this in such a short time frame. Thank you, Song Yulu. Song Yulu cleared his throat, stifling the urge to smile. Qi Yan was correct. No one else could have accomplished this feat. The efficiency of the 007 investigation, combined with his family's connections to the school, were indispensable. Nevertheless, a flicker of concern crossed Song Yulu's mind. Are you angry that I intruded upon your affairs? No, Qi Yan replied, though uncertain whether Qi Yan's words were genuine. Song Yulu chose to believe him. That evening, feeling bored, Song Yulu lay in bed chatting with the online community, enjoying the rare harmony among the participants. He inquired about many matters, yet the responses were scant, save for a few loquacious individuals, whom he found quite amusing. The night passed swiftly. Having gone to bed late, Song Yulu did not rise until after 10 o'clock the following morning. He sluggishly went through his morning routine and descended the stairs, only to discover Qi Yin seated on the sofa. For a moment, he thought he was imagining things. Upon inquiry, he learned that Qi Yin had arrived at 8 in the morning and had remained on the sofa since then. Song Yulu exclaimed, "Why didn't you wake me?" Before Qi Yin could speak, Wang Ma explained, "Qi Yin has suggested that you take your time to rest and not rush to get up. He has no pressing matters to attend to and can wait patiently." Upon finishing her words, Wang Ma displayed a satisfied smile. Song Yulu glanced at Qi Yin and blinked, observing as Qi Yin's ears gradually flushed with a rosy hue. Qi Yin clarified, "I have no part-time job this afternoon and nothing much planned." "Oh," Song Yulu responded. Elongating his tone, Qi Yin felt an inexplicable embarrassment, as if he were being seen through. "Why did you come so early? Have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a meal?" "I've already eaten. Didn't I mention that I would come to help you with your studies? I organized some materials overnight to assess your foundation today." Song Yulu momentarily halted his eating, incredulously exclaiming, "Wait, you're serious?" "Of course I am. I promised to tutor you, and I intend to keep that promise," Qi Yin replied earnestly. Song Yulu wished to spend time with Qi Yin, but was reluctant to attend a lesson. His face contorted in anguish. Wang Ma cheerfully encouraged, "Why not give it a try? Qi Yin has come all this way. Acquiring more knowledge is always beneficial." Suddenly, Song Yulu recalled something. The plot had changed, so would Song Mian be recognized ahead of time? Originally, there was something off about Song Mian. If that were to happen, Song Yulu, would lose his reputation, and if he failed his courses, would he still receive his graduation certificate? If not, wouldn't that mean he only had a high school education? Realizing this, Song Yulu panicked. He dropped his chopsticks and declared, "Let us start the lesson now." Wing Guma replied, "There's no need to rush. Finish your meal first, take your medicine, and then we can begin." However, Song Yulu felt time was slipping away. Since entering university, he hadn't attended any classes or taken any exams, remaining blissfully ignorant. Calling him semi-literate would not be an exaggeration. "I'm full. Let us commence the lesson," he insisted. Wang Ma, exasperated, looked pleadingly at Qi Yin. "You needn't worry. I assure you, I will not let you fail," Qi Yin reassured him. "You must finish your meal first to have the energy to study. Don't you agree?" Song Yulu pondered for a moment, then hastily grabbed a pastry and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "This will suffice." Together, the two ascended the stairs. This was Qi Yin's first visit to Song Yulu's room, which was remarkably spacious, occupying an entire floor divided into various areas. Sitting at the desk, Song Yulu inquired, "Shall we begin now?" Qi Yin retrieved several sheets of paper from his bag. "Start with these exercises. I want to assess your foundational knowledge." "There are so many," Song Yulu exclaimed. "Just a little to gauge your basics," Qi Yin replied. As Song Yulu surveyed the questions, he felt overwhelmed, perceiving them as familiar, yet feeling utterly unacquainted. "I can't do this one. I'll leave it blank. I can't do this one either. I'll skip it. Why can't I solve this one?" After noticing the numerous blank spaces on the paper, Song Yulu cast a guilty glance at Qi Yin, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Would Qi Yin look down on him? He raised his gaze towards the screen, only to find that the audience was also engaging in lively discussion. "Help! Why are these questions so difficult?" "Difficult? Isn't it's simply a matter of having hands? Stop boasting. Why don't you just share the answers?" Perhaps unable to withstand the provocation, the individual began working through the problems from the beginning, meticulously posting both the answers and the solutions. Song Yulu, at this moment, whether to copy or not became a pressing dilemma. Ultimately, Song Yulu succumbed to temptation and transcribed a few answers. "I prepared myself," as Qi Yin approached, standing beside Song Yulu, and upon glancing at the paper, his brow furrowed instantly. It had been a long time since Song Yulu felt such tension. With his heart racing increasingly, he struggled to swallow and inquired, "How is it? Am I really that foolish, unable to solve so many problems?" "Not foolish," Qi Yin replied. Before Song Yulu could catch his breath, he saw Qi Yin pointing at a complex problem, asking, "I am curious, how did you arrive at this solution?" The moment he recognized that problem, Song Yulu realized it was one he had copied. Was there a flaw in this question? He could not comprehend. He awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Is there something wrong with this question?" "The question is fine, but you have a problem." As soon as the words left his lips, Song Yulu found Qi Yin staring at him intently, questioning each word. I mean no offense. But why can you solve this complicated problem after failing the simpler ones? Did you find the earlier questions too easy and decided against attempting them? Song Yulu thought. How could he know which were easy and which were difficult? He simply felt that leaving the larger problems unanswered would be unsatisfactory, so he hastily copied one. Now it felt awkward, with Song Yulu's toes digging into the ground, wishing he could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment right there. Song Yulu, wish to understand your true capabilities. Qi Yin was unaware of where Song Yulu had acquired the answers. He had been watching him closely and had not seen any signs of cheating. He did not wish to wrongfully accuse anyone. Yet observing Song Yulu's guilty demeanor, he sighed. If you remain uncooperative, then perhaps there's no need for remedial classes. Please, Song Yulu softly explained. In truth, I cannot solve most of the questions. Very well. Then let us begin with the foundational knowledge. Qi Yan's tone seemed remarkably calm, which took Song Yulu by surprise. Do you not think I am foolish? You are not foolish. You simply haven't learned. It was no secret at school that Song Yulu rarely attended classes, and Qi Yin was certainly aware of this. Song Yulu pressed his lips together. No, he truly was foolish. In his childhood, Song Jingming and Lin Wan had hired numerous tutors in hopes of improving his grades. Unfortunately, he simply could not grasp the material, and eventually they gave up. Song Yulu had once overheard them arguing, each blaming the other's genes for their son's lack of intelligence. They say a son inherits his intelligence from his mother. I believe he must have taken after you, for he is so dull. Not at all like a member of the Song family. Perhaps you are the 25 that is holding him back. How dare you criticize me? The model couple in the eyes of outsiders, at home, hurled insults at one another, each more spiteful than the last. At this moment, upon hearing Qi Yan's words, Song Yulu's eyes suddenly welled with tears. Qi Yin immediately became flustered. Was it perhaps the weight of my own tone that caused this? You please do not cry, Qi Yin remarked, extending a tissue from the table to Song Yulu. She shook her head, replying, It's not your concern. I just suddenly recalled certain matters. Qi Yin refrained from probing further, understanding that tears often stem from sorrowful thoughts. After a brief silence, Song Yulu spoke in a hushed tone. You are the first to say, I am not foolish. Please do not cry. Your tears make me want to weep as well. I have also been scolded for being foolish since childhood, reprimanded for my shortcomings. Honestly, if it weren't for my strong spirit, I might not have made it this far. Her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her at a loss for words. In truth, academic performance is not the sole path to success. Some individuals simply possess talents that lie beyond the realm of study, which does not equate to foolishness. You are not foolish. On the contrary, you are quite intelligent. Just now, I couldn't even discern how you managed to copy the answers. Upon hearing this, Song Yulu found no solace. Rather, she felt a deeper sadness. After all, this was a form of advanced technology. Others could not see the bullet comments while she brazenly copied them. Oh dear, it seems I truly am foolish. With tears streaming down her face, Song Yulu flung herself into Qi Yan's embrace, burying her face in his chest. Qi Yan stiffened momentarily, unsure of how to react. Should he push her away? Yet, he could see her genuine sorrow, leaving him in a state of indecision. By now, Song Yulu's sadness had lessened considerably, her mood improving significantly. How did things become so peculiar? No, Song Yulu, what are you doing? Are you laughing? I saw that. I saw it too. How dare you pretend? The bullet comments captured her suppressed laughter, while Qi Yin remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. After a moment of contemplation, he gently placed his hand on her back, patting her softly as he said, Do not cry. It was evident that Qi Yin was not adept at comforting others. His movements were awkward, and he kept repeating the same few phrases. Just as Song Yulu was about to rise, the sound of the door opening caught their attention. Both turned to see Wang Ma, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld them. Realizing she had caught them in a vulnerable moment, she hurriedly closed the door while saying, You two continue. I shall not disturb you. Qi Yin and Song Yulu quickly separated, each feeling a pang of embarrassment. Qi Yin appeared calm, yet his hand had clenched tightly, while Song Yulu averted her gaze towards the ceiling, the bookshelves, and the floor, avoiding eye contact with him. Just then, the door opened once more. Wang Ma cleared her throat, placing fruits and juice on the table without raising her head, and stated, you two go ahead and eat. After you finish, continue what you were doing. If you need anything, just call for me. I shall not intrude. Following Wang Ma's departure, the atmosphere between Song Yulu and Qi Yin grew even more awkward. In moments of discomfort, people often fidget. Song Yulu scratched her head, cleared her throat, and glanced around before finally pointing at the fruit, suggesting, "Shall we eat a bit first?" "All right," Qi Yan replied. As they partook of their food, a serene silence enveloped them. Laughter erupted as Wang Ma proved to be the most amusing, eavesdropping at the door. Had she forgotten the soundproofing of this door? How could she possibly hear anything? Song Yulu was perplexed. Was Wang Ma truly indulging in gossip? Qi Yan's gaze fell upon Song Yulu's face as he daintily nibbled at his food, his cheeks slightly puffed out, reminiscent of a little hamster stealing a snack. Undeniably adorable. "Is there something on my face?" Song Yulu inquired, touching his cheek, baffled by Qi Yan's intense scrutiny. Qi Yan intended to respond with a simple no. Yet the words eluded him. "Where?" Song Yulu exclaimed, startled, realizing he must have something on his face. He stood up, determined to check his reflection. "Allow me." Qi Yan reached out and gently brushed his fingers against Song Yulu's cheek. The skin was soft and smooth, flawless, and several shades fairer than his own hand, akin to a perfectly peeled egg. Noticing the bewildered expression on Song Yulu's face, Qi Yan felt a twinge of guilt for his deceptive act. All done. He withdrew his hand, concealing it behind his back, curling his fingers slightly. The sensation lingered in his palm, rendering his throat somewhat parched. Song Yulu, oblivious to the underlying tension, soon noticed the barrage of comments flooding in. "What is happening, everyone? Has Qi Yan broken character? Wait, I didn't see anything on Song Yulu's face. Is Qi Yan doing this on purpose? He just wanted to touch Song Yulu's face. Why such a fuss? Seriously? Do you even hear what you're saying? Isn't this shocking enough?" At that moment, Song Yulu was equally astonished, turning abruptly to Qi Yan. So, there was nothing on his face. Qi Yan had deliberately claimed there was merely to touch him. The realization sent a rush of heat to Song Yulu's cheeks, as if adorned with a blush of crimson. "Should we continue with the lesson?" Song Yulu suggested, feeling inexplicably flustered, more so than during that particular evening. Why was he so unsettled over something so trivial? As they immersed themselves in their studies, the distractions faded. Yet soon enough, Song Yulu found himself regretting not having taken a longer break. Tackling the exercises had proven arduous. Individually, he recognized the characters, but when strung together, they transformed into an incomprehensible jumble. After what felt like an eternity, the torment finally came to an end, and he exhaled deeply in relief. "I will thoroughly review these papers when I return and tailor a plan based on your foundation," Qi Yan declared as he organized the assignments. Song Yulu forced a smile. "Thank you so much. Rather, I should thank you. Your phone is exceptionally useful," he sighed, contemplating whether he had brought this upon himself. Yet, if given the chance to relive it, he would undoubtedly make the same choices. He recalled Qi Yan's phone, an antiquated model from years past, desperately in need of an upgrade. Moreover, Qi Yan had touched his face. With this thought, Song Yulu felt rather clever. "Look, has the relationship with Qi Yan deepened? I will escort you downstairs." As the two reached the entrance, just as the door swung open, they were greeted by the smiling figure of Aunt Wang. With a cheerful expression, she inquired, "Has your tutoring ended? I wanted to bring you some snacks, but I feared it might disturb you." "It's over, Aunt Wang. Please pack these up for him to take home." "That's not necessary." "Yes, please." "Qi Yan, just wait a moment." Qi Yan interjected, "What is the point of taking food along with me?" "No, I'll be leaving now." Song Yulu firmly grasped his arm. "No, Aunt Wang's snacks are truly delicious. Take some back to taste, and you can share with your roommate as well. Moreover," she whispered, "Aunt Wang particularly enjoys cooking because I eat so little. She has always felt a lack of fulfillment. I haven't seen her this happy in a long time." Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, they held a kernel of truth. This time, Qi Yan did not refuse again, pondering how he could reciprocate Aunt Wang's and Song Yulu's kindness. He expected a small portion, yet Aunt Wang filled a large bag to the brim. "This is too much," he protested. "Not at all. It's merely a little. Boys at your age are still growing and tend to eat more. If you finish this, I'll prepare more next time. But he is about to graduate from university. He has long past the growing stage. Nonetheless, he did not decline Aunt Wang's goodwill, thanking her graciously. He then turned to Song Yulu and, under her expectant gaze, remarked, "Thank you as well. I will ensure you receive thorough tutoring." In an instant, the smile on Song Yulu's face vanished. Chi Yin, however, wore a subtle smile, revealing that his earlier comment was intentional. At Song Yulu's insistence, Chi Yin was escorted to the dormitory by Uncle Lu. As they approached the dorm entrance, a cacophony of noise erupted from within, accompanied by Jiang Lin's agitated voice. "Why are you here? How could it be you?" Chi Yin's heart sank. He harbored suspicions. Upon entering, he discovered a shattered cup, shards strewn across the floor. Jiang Lin stood, seething with anger and disbelief, while Huang Wenhao sat silently with his head bowed. Upon seeing Chi Yin, Jiang Lin hastily exclaimed, "Chi Yin, did you hear? I hadn't thoroughly examined that statement before, but I later found out that Huang Wenhao had contributed to it. I truly cannot believe he would join in slandering you." After 3 years of camaraderie, Jiang Lin was both furious and heartbroken. Chi Yin had often aided them. How could Huang Wenhao betray him like this? Chi Yin's gaze fell upon Huang Wenhao. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no hurt, having lived together for 3 years. Yet, he did not inquire or confront him, simply returning to his seat. This lack of reaction struck a nerve with Huang Wenhao, who abruptly lifted his head, fists clenched, and challenged Chi Yin. "Aren't you going to ask why I did this? Is there any necessity for questioning?" "You have already done it," Chi Yin replied in a calm tone, seemingly indifferent. What purpose would it serve to inquire further? Chapter 55. I do not blame you. Huang Wenhao seemed to be provoked, raising his voice several octaves, almost breaking. "What gives you the right not to ask? Do you think I wanted this? Do you believe I am inherently malicious? I am simply out of options. My family is impoverished, my mother is ill, and we are in dire need of money. If someone offered you a sum to tarnish your friend's reputation, I refuse to believe you wouldn't accept." Chi Yin regarded him coldly and replied, "I would not. Regardless of circumstances, one must maintain a moral compass. If financial necessity arises, there are other avenues to explore. However, once one compromises their ethical foundation, there is no return." Huang Wenhao was visibly agitated by Chi Yin's gaze, exclaiming, "You speak as if you are untouched by hardship. Anyone can utter grand statements, but when it comes to action, it is an entirely different matter. You have not lived through my experiences. How can you fathom my suffering?" Chi Yin replied frostily, "Your suffering is not a consequence of my actions, and I should not bear the burden. Moreover, how can you presume that I have not endured your trials?" Chi Yin preferred not to expose his wounds to others. Hence, even his roommates were unaware of his circumstances. This was not the first time his grandmother had been hospitalized. She had been ill before, and back then, when he was still a minor. How did he cope? He saw it work everywhere, juggling multiple jobs in a single day, reaching out to neighbors, community members, exhausting every possible resource to seek assistance. Once his grandmother recovered, he gradually worked to repay his debts. Even if someone had offered him money, he would never engage in a betrayal of his conscience. If his grandmother were to learn of his actions, it would deeply sadden her. Since childhood, she instilled in him the importance of standing tall and being true to one's conscience. Chi Yin had always kept this lesson close to his heart. Huang Wenhao's lips trembled before he ultimately bowed his head in defeat, his body shaking slightly. After a prolonged silence, he choked out, "Chi Yin, I am sorry." With that, he covered his face and began to weep. "I am so sorry. My mother may not have much time left. I truly need this money." Qian sighed softly. "I do not blame you." The unspoken continuation of his thought lingered, "But I shall not forgive you either." Huang Wenhao, well aware of Chi Yan's character, realized he had irretrievably lost a friend. Yet if given the chance to choose again, he would still make the same decision. Huang Wenhao gathered his belongings and departed, heading home to care for his mother. Just before leaving, he approached Chi Yan once more, whispering another apology and adding, "It was Xia Wenjing who provided me the money." Qian paused momentarily. Xia Wenjing, why was it always him? His gaze deepened, resembling an unfathomable vortex. One warning is sufficient. He would not be treated like a pliable pawn. Once the door closed, only two individuals remained in the dormitory. Jiang Lin let out a deep sigh and inquired, "Qian, are you all right?" "I am quite well. By the way, did you visit the young master today? I just saw someone mention that you alighted from his car." "Yes, I was tutoring him." Jiang Lin. Tutoring? The young master needs tutoring? He was well aware that Song Yulu was someone who hardly attended classes. The notion of him needing tutoring was utterly astonishing. Qian did not elaborate on the matter. Instead, he shared the delicacies he had brought back with Jiang Lin. "These are from Song Yulu, made by Aunt Wang. Do give them a try." Jiang Lin exclaimed, "And there's some for me." This young master is truly kind-hearted. He mused inwardly. Could this be what they mean by loving the house and its crow? Indeed, this crow had also reaped some benefits. The pastries were traditional Chinese confections, their unique shapes immediately catching the eye. Upon tasting one, Jiang Lin was astounded by the exquisite flavor. Chewing, he mumbled, "Aunt Wang's culinary skills are simply remarkable." After relishing a few pieces, he saved the remainder, grinning as he asked, "Can I gift these to someone?" "Of course." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin promptly dialed his girlfriend, eager to deliver the treats to her. Qian remarked, "The moment Jiang Lin picks up the phone, his voice transforms into that of a lovesick boy. It's utterly unbearable. The scent of romance is overwhelming." After learning about the situation at school, Xiao Wenqing had been deeply concerned that Song Yulu would discover the truth. Yet, after waiting and waiting, he found that Song Yulu had not reached out to him. Gradually, his heart eased. It appeared that his actions had not been exposed, and Song Yulu remained oblivious for the time being. "Wenqing, how is your relationship with young Master Song these days?" At the sound of his grandfather's voice, Xiao Wenqing immediately sat up straight, responding respectfully, "Our relationship is quite well. I am currently assisting him in planning his birthday banquet." His grandfather smiled approvingly and patted his shoulder, saying, "Good, good. The family's business has been struggling lately. Remember to subtly mention it in front of him." "Understood, grandfather." Once his grandfather departed, Xiao Wenqing scoffed disdainfully. His family only knew to have him curry favor with Song Yulu, constantly requiring him to seek resources, never considering how awkward it might make him feel. Thankfully, he was clever enough to claim credit for someone else's achievements. Otherwise, he might never have managed to gain any favor from Song Yulu. With this thought, Xiao Wenqing silently prayed that this matter would never come to light before Song Yulu. Meanwhile, Song Yulu lay in bed, feigning sleep. At the door of his bedroom, the voices of Aunt Wang and Lin Wan were clearly audible through the door. "Is he ill? How did this happen? Why did he fall sick now? I don't believe it. Let me in to see him." "Madam, the young master accidentally suffered a concussion from a fall and is currently resting. The doctor advised against disturbing his rest for proper recovery." "A concussion? Is he really that fragile?" Lin Wan's tone suggested a complete lack of faith in Aunt Wang's words. Song Yulu recalled how, when Lin Xian merely had a cold, Lin Wan had fretted excessively. This was the distinction between love and indifference. He was fine, but the barrage of comments was unbearable. Not that we don't know they aren't biologically related, but in Lin Wan's eyes, Song Yulu is like her own son. How could she be so dismissive? There's nothing surprising about it. All kinds of parents exist. Poor little dear, he must feel so heartbroken right now. There's a sense of helplessness in not being able to reach through the screen. Otherwise, I would have certainly given her a piece of my mind. Song Yulu made a peculiar observation. Whenever he displayed a hint of vulnerability, most of the people on the other end of the barrage stood by his side. Conversely, when he exuded strength, they would turn against him. How intriguing. Despite Wang Ma's attempts to intervene, Lin Wan still entered the room. She walked to the edge of Song Yulu's bed in her high heels and abruptly lifted the covers. "Are you injured? Where does it hurt?" Song Yulu opened his eyes to see Lin Wan's face, replete with skepticism, and a wave of nausea washed over him. He suddenly sprang up, leaned over the edge of the bed, and vomited. Chapter 56. Why don't you just seize it? "Ah! Song Yulu, what on earth are you doing?" Lin Wan shrieked, horrified at the sight of filth on her calves and feet. The indescribable sensation and odor sent her into a complete meltdown. "How could you vomit on me?" Her voice was sharp and grating, causing pain in his eardrums. "Apologies, mother. I have a concussion. My head is spinning and aching, and I couldn't hold it back," he said apologetically. But what use is an apology at this moment? Lin Wan, rooted to the spot, could feel the remnants sliding down her shins. She shut her eyes, removed her shoes, and dashed towards the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water, Song Yulu couldn't help but smirk. All right, he admitted it. He had intentionally vomited on Lin Wan. This scene is utterly revolting, yet I must admit, it is rather satisfying. Putting myself in Lin Wan's shoes, I think that leg is beyond salvaging. You did that on purpose, didn't you? I saw you smirking just now. You little rascal. Unaware of the truth, Wang Ma expressed her concern. Young master, are you feeling unwell again? I'm fine, he replied. Wang Ma poured a glass of water and handed it to him. You should rinse your mouth. I'll clean up the mess first. No need to rush with the cleanup. Although Song Yulu also found it quite disgusting, he realized that keeping the remnants could serve a purpose. Not wanting Wang Ma to be scolded, he said, Wang Ma, could you please go downstairs and prepare some congee for me? After vomiting, I feel a bit hungry. Of course. Wang Ma went downstairs. The sound of water in the bathroom continued for quite some time before Lin Wan emerged, lips pressed together. It was evident that her mood was quite foul. She was suppressing her anger like a powder keg ready to explode. Song Yulu, Lin Wan admonished. Yes, he replied weakly, forcing a pale smile. I'm here. Seeing him in such a state, Lin Wan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if she had struck a punch into a cloud. Are you truly concussed? Song Yulu replied nonchalantly. Yes, if you don't believe me, you may consult the family doctor or even go to the hospital for verification. It seemed this matter was indeed serious. Remembering the purpose of her visit, Lin Wan hesitated for a moment before speaking. How are you feeling now? Are you fit to see anyone? There is an important dinner tomorrow night that requires your presence. Song Yulu was taken aback, wondering what significant dinner she was referring to. Lin Wan did not answer directly, instead stating, just tell me if you can go out. This matter is of utmost importance. If you cannot, I shall find a doctor to prescribe you some medication. Song Yulu lowered his eyelids. Was it really necessary to ask him if he could go out? Her intention was to ensure his attendance at all costs, wasn't it? Ironically, Song Yulu had a penchant for defiance. He immediately retched a couple of times, startling Lin Wan, who instinctively took a step back. Once she realized her reaction, Lin Wan's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. Perhaps not. I am feeling quite unwell, he asserted. Then I shall have the doctor prescribe some potent medication for you. Take it before you head out. While such medication would indeed alleviate his discomfort, it came with side effects. Song Yulu was resolutely against taking it. However, observing Lin Wan's determined demeanor made it clear she was intent on bringing him along. Thus, he pitifully remarked, very well, but this medication is detrimental to my health. Should you not offer me some form of compensation, mother? Lin Wan furrowed her brow. Compensation? Indeed. The after effects of this medication are quite severe. Once I take it, I shall undoubtedly need to spend money on recovery. Otherwise, what shall become of my lifespan? Lin Wan understood. This was a request for money. She directly inquired, pray tell, how much do you seek this time? Song Yulu replied with a smile, 10 million. Lin Wan, 10 million? Have you taken leave of your senses? Song Yulu simply pulled the covers over himself. Lin Wan attempted to lift the blanket, but the remnants of his retching remained on the floor, causing her to feel nauseated at the mere sight. Why hasn't Wang Ma cleaned this up yet? She has gone to prepare my meal. Perhaps you could assist me in tidying up? Song Yulu suggested with a smirk. Clean this? That would be akin to asking for her life. 10 million is simply too exorbitant. I cannot possibly procure that amount at present. Could we perhaps negotiate a lesser sum? I could offer you 1 million. What say you? 1 million? That is but a pittance. Naturally, Song Yulu would not acquiesce. He was well aware of Lin Wan's wealth. Her claim of being unable to pay was merely a pretext to deny him. Only 10 million. Anything less will not suffice. Lin Wan took a deep breath. Song Yulu was far from Lin Snyan in terms of thoughtfulness. He was solely fixated on monetary gain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she gritted her teeth and inquired, would 5 million suffice? 10 million is the only acceptable amount. Lin Wan was resolute in her refusal. How recently did I last give you money? My funds are meant for Snyan. He possesses nothing, and compared to Song Yulu, his possessions are but a drop in the bucket. To have even this little taken from him is unacceptable. Indeed, Lin Wan had convinced herself that Song Yulu's sole purpose was to seize what she intended for Lin Snian. A layer of disdain for her son deepened in her heart. Seeing Song Yulu's unwavering stance, Lin Wan relented slightly, saying, "Very well, I shall agree to your demand. But you must attend and perform well. I will provide the payment afterward." Song Yulu replied, "No, the money must be given first. What if you were to renege on your promise?" Lin Wan, in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Do you not trust me?" Song Yulu countered, "Should I? I placed my trust in you countless times during my childhood, only to be met with disappointment each time." In Song Yulu's eyes, Lin Wan had long since lost her credibility, as she had consistently failed to uphold her promises. Lin Wan reminisced about the past, a flicker of unease creeping into her heart, though it was but a slight sensation. "Let me provide half first. The other half will depend on your performance," she proposed. After pondering for a moment, Song Yulu shook his head. He was still unaware of the nature of the gathering. Should it prove unfavorable for him, he might indeed struggle to perform adequately, jeopardizing his chance of receiving the final payment. With this thought in mind, he revised his proposal. "Let us proceed with an 80% deposit and a 20% balance." For Lin Wan, the difference between 5 million and 8 million was not significant. Once the funds were transferred, she imparted a few key points before hastily departing. As she made her way downstairs, she inadvertently collided with Wang Ma, who was carrying Kanji upstairs. The collision caused Wang Ma to lose her grip, and the bowl shattered upon impact, emitting a loud crack. Scalding Kanji splattered onto Lin Wan's leg, prompting her to cry out in pain. Wang Ma chuckled, "Well, isn't this a case of reaping what one sows?" Chapter 57. A silent tongue, are you not watching where you're going? Lin Wan reprimanded. Wang Ma, flustered, responded, "I apologize, madam. It was my oversight. We have medicine at home. May I assist you with it?" "Forget it. Just be more careful next time." After a moment's reflection, Lin Wan inquired, "Has Song Yulu shown any unusual behavior lately?" Wang Ma's heart skipped a beat, though her demeanor remained composed as she calmly shook her head. "No, young master is just as he always is. Nothing seems amiss. Do keep a watchful eye, and inform me immediately should you observe anything unusual." "Understood." Once Lin Wan departed, Wang Ma's expression darkened. Though she believed it inappropriate to speak ill of others, she genuinely felt that the madam was treating the young master too harshly. With pursed lips, she tidied up the mess before preparing another bowl of kanji and ascending once more. As she opened the door, a smile graced her features. "Young master, the kanji is ready." Song Yulu settled onto the sofa to eat, while Wang Ma busied herself with cleaning up the refuse by the bed. She casually remarked, "Earlier, the madam inquired if you had been acting strangely lately. I thought you were just the same as ever." Song Yulu paused mid-sip of his kanji. Why would Lin Wan suddenly ask such a question? Had she discovered something? "I understand now." The room was filled with an unpleasant odor and feeling unwell. Song Yulu barely touched his meal before setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Observing this, Wang Ma expressed her concern. "Young master, you've eaten so little. I'm already full." After finishing his meal, Song Yulu returned to bed to rest. He opened a group chat, only to find an abundance of inconsequential messages. Xia Wenjing had sent him a PowerPoint presentation, which Song Yulu couldn't muster the energy to review. He casually remarked, "It feels lackluster and lacking in originality." Xia Wenjing replied promptly, "All right, I shall reconsider." The barrage of comments seemed to be losing patience with Xia Wenjing. When will this person log off? It's rather annoying to watch. It's hard to say who will log off first, him or Song Yulu. Song Yulu. Why speak such frightening words late at night? Almost there, almost there. What do you mean by that? Are you planning something? In response to the inquiries from the comments, Song Yulu simply stated, "Shu, a silent tongue does not speak." Indeed, he has returned to the actions he previously undertook in the barrage. Who comprehends it? It is truly exhilarating. How wicked you are. How can you be so cruel? If you don't reveal it, I'll one day be able to sleep tonight. Speak. What exactly do you intend to do? Song Yulu contemplated for a moment and said, "You shall exchange the plot for information. Of course, you may deceive me, but should such a situation arise again, there will be no further negotiations." Song Yulu had merely intended to experiment without harboring great expectations. To his surprise, the barrage consented. All right, what plot do you wish to know? Let it be known beforehand. What we know is solely based on the narrative within the book. We cannot guarantee whether events will transpire. Indeed, if nothing occurs, you cannot accuse us of deceit. Song Yulu pondered this and realized the need for clear distinctions. However, it was not a significant issue. It's fine. You may speak. I possess discernment. What do you wish to inquire about? Initially, Song Yulu intended to ask Lin Wan about her objectives for the following day. After some reflection, he deemed it a significant opportunity to leverage the barrage, and it would be a loss to exchange such an essential matter for a trivial question. After an extensive contemplation, Song Yulu finally spoke. How about discussing Song Mian? How is Song Mian recognized? Who discovered it? Please elaborate on the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, those fond of Song Mian instantly grew anxious. Why do you ask this? Do you not wish for Mianbao to return? Perhaps it would be best if we refrain from discussing it. I worry he may do something ill to Mianbao. Indeed, consider that he is aware of his falsehood, yet does not proactively propose Mianbao's return. This indicates he is not a good person. If, upon learning the plot, he deliberately targets and frames Mianbao, what shall we do then? He cannot possibly be that kind of person. Just because you say he isn't, does that make it so? I do not believe you are Song Yulu if you can assert your identity so freely. Of course I can. That's only because you are not. The barrage erupted into a clamor, buzzing with excitement. Song Yulu was in no rush, reclining on his bed, enjoying the spectacle. It was far more entertaining than other forms of amusement. He was indeed not a good person. He had never claimed to be one. Why should he voluntarily depart? He would remain, to their chagrin. Why not pose another question? Yes, aside from Yinbao, we can answer other inquiries. Song Yulu interlocked his fingers behind his head, smiling as he declared, I shall not. I wish to know this. You cannot deny it. From this angle, Song Yulu looks exceptionally handsome. I wish to kiss him. Song Yulu, be cautious. I can see that. Is there a possibility this is just for your ears? Come, give me a kiss. Song Yulu, you are truly insatiable. Can you consume anything? You must be the foolish one. You may call him dull or wicked, but you must never declare him unattractive. Song Yulu, how would he be deemed foolish? Wherein lay his folly? He declined, returning to the main topic. In the end, Song Yulu and the person behind the bullet screen each took a step back, only revealing the opportunity for Song Mian to be recognized, without disclosing anything further. Song Yulu felt a sense of satisfaction. Knowing this much was already fulfilling. He had never anticipated that the bullet screen would agree, considering the multitude of fervent fans surrounding Song Mian. Gazing at the content on the screen, Song Yulu fell into contemplation. Could this truly be? How absurd. However, upon recalling that this world was a fictional realm, where the plot might be orchestrated by the author, he found it somewhat acceptable. As the saying goes, the intelligence of the author dictates the intellectual capacity of the characters and the complexity of the narrative. Perhaps this author's intellect is rather limited. We've spoken. It's your turn, right? Quickly, tell us. What are your intentions? How do you plan to expose Xia Wenqing? With a mischievous smile, Song Yulu replied, If I choose not to reveal anything, would you all be driven to the brink of madness? You are deceiving us. As expected of a malicious pawn, we warned you not to trust him, and now you've fallen for it. Amidst the frenzy of the bullet screen, Song Yulu chuckled. I merely inquired casually, why are you all so incensed? It must be said, this version of Song Yulu was truly mischievous. Bullet screen. The tension escalated, fists clenched tightly, yet there lingered a sense of helplessness, as if their hands could not reach through the screen. Chapter 58. I am not a fool. Song Yulu eventually voiced his thoughts. As for whether he would act upon them, that remained uncertain. Perhaps circumstances would shift. Just hearing it is exhilarating. I'm so looking forward to it. Song Yulu too felt a rush of excitement. Perhaps even more so for Xia Wenqing. However, since he had been deceived, it could only be unfortunate for him. Perhaps overwhelmed by his emotions, Song Yulu found himself unable to sleep, eventually drifting off only in the latter half of the night. When he awoke in the morning, it was nearly noon. Yawning, he made his way downstairs and discovered Qi Yin already present, one yin caught in his throat. Song Yulu incredulously asked, Wait, you arrived so early? What about your other part-time jobs? I postponed them for now. Your tutoring is more important. Song Yulu. No, no. Please do not neglect your own affairs on my account. My tutoring isn't that significant. Your other jobs are far more crucial. You're the priority. At this moment, Song Yulu's emotions were quite complex. In any other situation, hearing such words would have brought him immense joy. Yet now, being deemed important merely to facilitate his tutoring was a different matter. Although his fighting spirit had ignited just yesterday, the mere thought of studying filled him with dread. Why couldn't knowledge simply infiltrate his mind? Why must he exert effort to learn? Thank you very much, he thought, but perhaps you could return my phone. Have you had breakfast? I have. Song Yulu pouted. Stay and have a bite with me. You know I've always eaten alone since childhood. Qian replied. Then I shall watch you eat. Song Yulu. I cannot possibly eat this. You should join me in eating a little, Wang Ma perceptively remarked, having already served a generous portion for Qi Yan. Come on, Qi Yan, just have a few more bites. It's all right if you only eat a little. Unable to refuse, Qi Yan began his second breakfast under the earnest encouragement of Song Yulu and Wang Ma. Song Yulu suppressed a chuckle. Is this truly the antagonist? They appear nothing of the sort. The barrage of comments echoed similar sentiments. Have we been deceived? How can they not resemble a villain at all? This development seems rather off. Typically, after being bullied, Qi Yan would endure all sorts of humiliation from Song Yulu's rowdy friends, losing everything, while his grandmother lies comatose at home, leading to his breakdown. Wouldn't you be deranged in that case? Song Yulu was equally astonished. For the first time, he gained such a clear insight into the original plot. It seemed he had altered the narrative, sparing Qi Yan from becoming deranged. Contemplating this, Song Yulu suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Qi Yan. Had he not intervened, Qi Yan's fate could have been dire. The harrowing experiences he endured were merely reduced to a few scant lines by the author. Song Yulu offered Qi Yan a chicken leg. Here you go. Qi Yan looked up, meeting Song Yulu's gaze, which bore a peculiar tenderness. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, it's nothing. I just think you've had it tough. Eat more to replenish your strength. Thank you, but you need to nourish yourself more. As he spoke, Qi Yan's gaze drifted to Song Yulu's delicate wrist, which seemed fragile enough to break with a single touch. In the future, skip breakfast before coming over. Wait and eat with me. Eating alone is truly dull. You know I've been dining solo since childhood. Qi Yan felt a twinge of discomfort at hearing Song Yulu intentionally repeat this line. All right, but I will cover the breakfast cost. I can't eat for free. Song Yulu frowned. His intention was to assist Qi Yan, and accepting money would completely counteract that purpose. No need for money. After a moment's thought, Song Yulu resolutely declared, just make sure to help me with my studies. He sighed inwardly. Qi Yan, I am truly sacrificing so much for you. A playful glimmer flickered in Qi Yan's eyes. Are you sure? Absolutely. Song Yulu's voice wavered as he regarded Qi Yan's expression. After finishing their meal, Qi Yan took the initiative to oversee Song Yulu taking his medicine. Honestly, the pain has subsided. I could forego it. But young master, you were vomiting last night. You absolutely must take your medicine. Isn't that right? Qi Yan? Vomiting? Qi Yan asked, concern etched on his face. Indeed, everything I ate came back up. Song Yulu lamented. Why do I suddenly feel like I hold the lowest status here? Ah, the bitterness is undeniable. This medicine is indeed quite bitter. Song Yulu is not one to endure hardship, as he doesn't even drink American coffee. Moreover, with his narrow throat, swallowing pills, especially large tablets and capsules, proves to be quite a challenge. Perhaps anticipating his struggle, Qi Yan pulled a handful of candy from his pocket and offered it to him. Song Yulu wrinkled his nose, declaring, I'm not a child. I won't eat it. However, Qi Yan attempted to take it back. In response, Song Yulu firmly grasped it, asserting that once it was given, it should not be retracted. He examined the colorful candies, which he had never seen before. These were traditional candies made from pure fruit juice, devoid of additives, sold at a modest price with little advertisement, resulting in a lack of awareness about them. Blinking, Song Yulu said, let me taste it first. He unwrapped a piece of the soft candy, finding its flavor delightful. Throughout his life, he had sampled numerous candies from both domestic and international sources, and this one ranked as average. How much is this candy? He inquired. 8 yuan per pound. It's quite inexpensive. Song Yulu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, not just inexpensive, it's practically a steal. He had never encountered such affordable candy before. Is it even possible to make a profit at that price? He questioned. Not much profit at all, which is why they're on the verge of closing down. Chi Yin sighed. Many of the uncles he knew worked at that factory, and although he acknowledged his ulterior motives in sharing the candy, he could not bear to witness the factory's closure, which would leave countless families without support. Chi Yin pressed his lips together and said, I'm just saying if you. Before he could finish, Song Yulu interjected, I can. What? With a smile, Song Yulu replied, I'm not foolish. Your sudden outpouring of words has made your intentions clear. I just tasted the candy, and it is indeed quite good, better than many I've had before. It would be a shame for it to close down. Fortunately, I have some funds at hand and am willing to lend a hand to help the factory survive. Song Yulu was not purely altruistic. He had his own motivations. By investing his money, this action could potentially serve as a safety net for him in the future. Thank you, Song Yulu. I express my gratitude on behalf of them, Chi Yin said as he stood and bowed. He had not anticipated such a swift agreement from Song Yulu. Feeling a bit awkward, Song Yulu responded, Oh, why are you being so polite? I have my own interests at heart. Chi Yin replied earnestly, A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his intentions. Regardless of your motives, the fact remains that your actions have spared hundreds of families from devastation. Song Yulu's cheeks flushed slightly as he remarked, I haven't even begun yet, and you're already thanking me. What if I change my mind later? Wouldn't that make your gratitude unwarranted? You're not that kind of person. The more he interacted with Song Yulu, the more Chi Yin found him to be genuinely kind-hearted. Reflecting on their shared experiences, aside from the earlier incident, Song Yulu had not treated him poorly. Moreover, he had even saved his grandmother. This single act made it impossible for Chi Yin to harbor any animosity towards Song Yulu, and he even began to entertain other thoughts, though he chose not to dwell on them. After a satisfying meal, the two individuals ascended the stairs for supplementary lessons. Song Yulu, initially anticipating a torturous experience, soon realized how mistaken he was. His assumption was utterly erroneous. To his astonishment, Chi Yin's teaching was remarkably clear and comprehensible, allowing knowledge to seamlessly permeate his mind. Song Yulu exclaimed, What is happening? Noticing the unusual expression on Song Yulu's face, Chi Yin felt a pang of concern. Was he struggling to grasp the material? Shall I explain it again? Before he could finish his sentence, his hand was unexpectedly grasped. The soft sensation momentarily stunning Chi Yin. Chi Yin, you are extraordinary, Song Yulu declared with fervor. I actually understood what you just taught. I always thought I was rather dim-witted. Chi Yin responded with bewilderment. I've had numerous tutors at home before, yet I could never comprehend their lessons. Hearing Lin Wan and Song Jingming discuss it, I couldn't help but question whether there was something genuinely amiss with my intellect. Song Yulu had indeed doubted his own mental capabilities, but he never anticipated that he would grasp the concepts at last. Perhaps the issue lay in their teaching methods. However, they were all esteemed educators, having previously mentored a considerable number of students from prestigious institutions. The crux of the matter was that they had only taught elite students. Thus, their explanations lacked the foundational detail that would have suited someone like him. Hence, he struggled to understand. Song Yulu pondered this insight, realizing it held some truth. He had nearly forgotten the atmosphere of his earlier classes, where the teachers seemed to speak in cryptic tongues, uttering phrases he could not decipher. Vaguely, he recalled certain statements. Clearly, option A is incorrect, and B is also wrong. Thus, the correct answer must lie between C and D. Song Yulu found himself perplexed. How is it so obvious? Why hadn't he perceived it before? Now, with Chi Yin's elucidation, he understood that the teaching approach had been tailored for high achievers, while he had been a struggling student. Let us proceed with the lesson, he urged. From that point onward, both were utterly engaged, one diligently instructing, the other earnestly absorbing knowledge. This was the first time Song Yulu had been so focused. Even when Wang Ma entered the room briefly, she did not notice his transformation. Quietly closing the door behind her, Wang Ma stood at the threshold, wiping away tears of joy, deeply moved by her young master's newfound diligence. He is truly putting in such effort, she thought, resolved to prepare some delectable dishes to nourish both him and his classmate Chi Yin. After drying her tears, Wang Ma headed to the kitchen. Inside the room, Song Yulu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt remarkably intelligent, retaining knowledge effortlessly and answering Qi Yin's questions with confidence. Before he realized it, the class had concluded, leaving him with a lingering desire for more. He licked his lips, eagerly inquiring, "Shall we have another session?" Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. "If you wish to continue, I see no reason why not. Then, let us have another class." Song Yulu felt transformed. He was no longer the person he once was. He was now Song the confident scholar. The comments on the screen echoed his sentiments. Wow, as a high school student, I actually understood university-level material. I've just discovered I'm a hidden academic genius. Shriyan's prowess is truly remarkable. After years of work, the knowledge I once acquired in school has long faded from my memory, yet I find myself comprehending the lessons he imparts. Song Yulu realized that he was not alone in this sentiment. Suddenly, he felt that requesting Xian to tutor him was somewhat unfair. How much could an old phone possibly be worth? Thus, he proposed, "I shall compensate you according to the market rate for your tutoring. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy." Seeing Xian opening his mouth to decline, Song Yulu quickly interjected, "Do not hastily refuse. As you know, Lin Wan and Song Jingming are eager for me to improve my grades and have spent considerable sums for that purpose. Those who have taught me little have received such remuneration. It would be unjust if you were to decline." Shriyan replied, "I'm not here to make money." He had come to a realization. Although he intended to assist Liu, it seemed he was the one benefiting in the end. "I understand you are not, yet I wish to offer you something." "Oh, please do not decline, or I shall truly feel embarrassed to learn from you." The matter was settled, and Song Yulu insisted, "You shall not refuse." Shriyan sighed. He had come to accompany Song Yulu for a meal, yet he ended up consuming so much of his food. He had intended to tutor Song Yulu, only to find himself accepting payment. Upon reflection, it seemed that Song Yulu had always treated him rather well. Shriyan could not help but feel a ripple of emotion within. He gazed upon Song Yulu's delicate face, so small and exquisitely featured, resembling a beautiful doll. Why did he have such affection for him? The class swiftly came to an end once more. Song Yulu wished to continue, but Shriyan declined. Excess can be detrimental. Let us first solidify today's knowledge. Disappointed, Song Yulu acquiesced very well. As the two descended the stairs, they discovered a table laden with an abundance of dishes, each covered with a warming lid. "What a delightful occasion, Wang Ma. Why so many dishes today?" Song Yulu exclaimed. Wang Ma beamed. "Today marks a day for our young master to study diligently. Be sure to eat well and nourish your mind. Xian, do partake. I have even prepared some snacks for you to take along." Xian's emotions were quite complex. This time, he did not refuse, replying, "Thank you, Wang Ma." "Oh, no need for formality. Please sit. I shall have a last dish ready shortly." Wang Ma had prepared a total of 16 dishes, though the portions were not excessively large, aimed at minimizing waste. Song Yulu expressed his admiration. One might think it was a festive occasion, observing the conversation unfolding. Song Yulu nearly laughed aloud. Qi Yin watched as Song Yulu stared into the air for a while, suddenly bursting into laughter. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. What was Song Yulu gazing at? Still laughing, Qi Yin was beginning to think he might be losing his mind. Chapter 60. Determined to make Qi Yin laugh upon reading this comment, Song Yulu immediately stifled his smile. Redirecting his gaze, he began to serve Qi Yin some food while meticulously observing his expression, and explained, "I just recalled a rather amusing joke. Would you like to hear it?" "What joke?" Song Yulu had no inkling of any joke, believing Qi Yin might not be interested. He deliberately proclaimed, "This joke is particularly hilarious. I shall share it with you right away." The viewers understood and began to flood the comments with jokes. Zhao Zilong actually died from gallbladder inflammation. While gallbladder issues are not serious for the average person, Zhao Zilong was quite gallbladder heavy. The senior disciple practiced iron head skills on the mountain for most of his life, only to be whisked away by a magnet upon descending. An orange transformed into juice when it exited the room, because the orange, upon retreating, became a cup of juice. Song Yulu almost burst into laughter. He inquired, "Qi Yin, do you know how to distinguish between real and fake elephants?" Qi Yin shook his head. With great restraint, Song Yulu replied, Throw them into water. The real elephant will float to the surface. Chi then quipped, "Why is there no Windows 9? Only Windows 7, 8, and 10? Because Windows 11 doesn't." Aha. Song Yulu laughed until tears welled up in his eyes, only to notice that Chi Yin remained expressionless. "Isn't that funny?" "It is amusing," Chi Yin replied, a faint smile breaking through. Then why not acknowledge it? Previously, he had remarked on Chi Yin's stoicism, yet now he realized he too possessed a similar demeanor. Observing Chi Yin's expression, he felt an irresistible urge to elicit laughter from him. When wild mushrooms and fresh oranges fight, why does the orange perish? Because the monarch demands the minister's death, and the minister must comply. Ha 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 ha. Chi Yin responded simply, while Song Yulu was bewildered. Wait, why is Chi Yin not laughing at such a delightful joke? Is it truly not funny? It is amusing. However, I am rather subdued, and my emotions do not manifest outwardly, Chi Yin clarified. Song Yulu nearly believed him. At that moment, Wang Ma approached and undeterred. Song Yulu shared the joke with her. Soon enough, Wang Ma burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you've killed me with laughter. It was evident that Wang Ma's gestures and tone were exceedingly exaggerated. Wang Ma has it rough. In addition to working, she must also entertain. Could this be considered a work-related injury? Do you not find this funny? I can hardly breathe from laughing. Perhaps your sense of humor is simply low. Song Yulu concluded that perhaps the jokes were not to Chi Yin's liking. For the moment, he set this matter aside, but vowed to himself that he must make Chi Yin laugh. Let us continue eating. Wang Ma, please join us. No, you all eat. Wang Ma insisted, refusing to dine together, leaving Song Yulu with no choice but to comply. After finishing dinner, as Chi Yin prepared to leave, Song Yulu contemplated for a moment before saying, I shall accompany you. I need to address matters concerning the candy factory. Chi Yin's gaze settled upon the crown of Song Yulu's head, replying, There is no rush. Focus on recuperating from your injury first. I no longer feel pain. Song Yulu protested. Perhaps in a few days? Observing Chi Yin's insistence, Song Yulu relented, suggesting, Then let it be the day after tomorrow. By then, I should be nearly recovered. Very well. Once Chi Yin departed, an immediate stillness enveloped the room. Although Chi Yin spoke little, his presence lent a certain warmth to the space. Seated on the sofa, Song Yulu was about to indulge in melancholic thoughts when he received a message from Lin Wan, reminding him not to forget the dinner engagement that evening. What type of dinner could be so significant? He mused, his curiosity piqued. As night fell, Lin Wan dispatched a professional styling team to prepare him, even sending over special effects medication. Song Yulu felt discontent, accepting the medication only to discreetly discard it into the trash when no one was watching. He had no intention of consuming it. Regarding the styling, the team aimed for lavishness, but Song Yulu frowned in refusal. Keep it simple. One might think I am perform on stage. The stylist appeared hesitant. No worries, I will speak to her, Song Yulu stated, not wishing to cause trouble for the workers. He promptly called Lin Wan, who answered immediately. What is it? You're not having second thoughts, are you? I've already paid you. You cannot go back on your word. Song Yulu was taken aback. He and T even voiced his concerns. Yet Lin Wan had already accused him. How absurd. I haven't said I wouldn't go. However, the styling you proposed is far too extravagant for my taste. I prefer something understated. All right, we shall simplify it. Looking up, Song Yulu noticed the stylist's gaze was tinged with sympathy. Perhaps they had overheard Lin Wan's words. That look is quite unappealing, he thought. She acquiesced, agreeing to simplify the style. Very well, Mr. Song. Ultimately, Song Yulu donned a tailored suit and opted for a modest appearance before heading to the restaurant. This establishment was a 6-star venue, requiring advance reservations for a table. His curiosity regarding the nature of the dinner grew. Upon arrival, he was escorted to a window-side seat, where Lin Wan was already present, having also dressed with care. Upon seeing Song Yulu's understated style, she expressed dissatisfaction. Why did you arrive so simply? Have you forgotten? I informed you of my intentions in our previous conversation. Song Yulu replied, perplexed. I recall you mentioning it, but I did not expect you to be so understated. Just as Lin Wan was about to retort, she suddenly paused, and quietly urged Song Yulu, "Make sure to perform well." Turning to see a tall man striding confidently into the room, clad in a sharp suit. Song Yulu was momentarily taken aback. The man's commanding presence, with every step exuding strength and poise, captivated him, his deep-set eyes resembling cold stars, piercing and intense. Song Yulu recognized him. He had seen this man before. Chapter 61. He doesn't even kick a person when they're down. Beside the man stood a noble woman who bore a striking resemblance to him. Their relationship was unmistakable. Lin Wan approached with a smile. "Greeting, Madame Gu, Mr. Gu. It has been a while." "Mm," the man replied curtly. However, Madame Gu appeared more cordial, engaging in pleasantries with Lin Wan before her gaze shifted to Song Yulu. She scrutinized him subtly and, moments later, revealed a satisfied smile. "Shall Lu call someone?" Lin Wan whispered. Upon hearing the nickname, Song Yulu felt a tinge of mockery. Typically addressed as Song Yulu, he was now referred to as Xiao Lu in front of outsiders. Truly, this couple was the epitome of pretense. Reflecting on the compensation he had received, he concluded that a little pretense was indeed justifiable. He obediently greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Gu, Madame Gu." Madame Gu's smile widened, clearly pleased with Song Yulu. "Hello, Xiao Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is a small gift from Annie. Please do not refuse it." Song Yulu's gaze fell upon the gift box on the table. He recognized the brand, knowing even the least expensive items cost 6 figures. Of course, in their circle, 6 figures was not exorbitant. But who would present such a lavish gift to someone they were meeting for the first time? A sense of foreboding struck him. He declined. "This is too extravagant. Madame Gu, I cannot accept it. Do not call me Madame Gu, it sounds so distant. Just call me Annie Gu." "Annie Gu," he replied, feeling a bit more at ease. "Ah, that's more like it," she responded. Then, seemingly without intention, she inquired, "Xiao Lu, you're in your 3rd year, correct? Have you found a girlfriend yet?" Before Song Yulu could respond, Lin Wan eagerly interjected, "No, Xiao Lu is quite well behaved. He has never had a girlfriend. He can be a bit playful, though." Madame Gu's smile grew even broader. "What a good boy." I felt an instant liking for Xiao Lu upon meeting him. As she spoke, she gestured to the man beside her, saying, "By the way, how could I forget? This is my son, Lin Zhou. You two are of similar age. You should have plenty to discuss." Song Yulu turned to Lin Zhou and found his gaze remarkably profound, evoking the sensation of being drawn into a whirlpool. Lin Zhou had just returned from abroad this year, and due to his upbringing overseas, he was unfamiliar to many in their circle. The Gu family was far wealthier and more influential than the Song family, leaving Song Yulu curious about how Lin Wan had befriended Madame Gu. "Hello," Song Yulu said with a slight smile. Lin Zhou nodded politely, "Hello." Noticing the two were somewhat aloof, Madame Gu suggested, "Why don't you exchange WeChat contacts?" "Xiao Lu, Lin Zhou has just returned and is not well acquainted with the country. Could you show him around?" Just as Song Yulu was about to refuse, Lin Wan had already agreed on his behalf. With a smile, she declared, "Of course, our Xiao Lu has plenty of time on his hands. He knows all the best places to eat and have fun. He will be a perfect guide for Mr. Gu." Song Yulu thought, whoever agrees should take him around. He never said he wanted to. Madame Gu smiled and said, "Then I shall thank Xiao Lu." Song Yulu, bowing his head to eat, felt a gaze from across the table. He looked up to meet Gu Linzhou's eyes and felt an urge to retort, "What are you staring at?" It was then that Song Yulu noticed the comments on the screen. My favorite character has finally appeared. The devoted male supporting character is so good to Mian Bao, always by his side. Indeed, he even bequeathed his family fortune to Mian Bao. How come I never meet such a wonderful man? Wake up, this only exists in novels. In reality, if you break up, you want back every penny spent on you. Song Yulu? Wait, he bequeathed his family fortune to Song Mian? This person must be a fool. Moreover, he silently waited without ever winning Song Mian's affections or heart. Song Yulu was both bewildered and profoundly shocked. Gu Linzhou frowned. Why was Song Yulu looking at him with such an expression? Was there something amiss? He hadn't intended to come. But out of respect for his mother, who had mentioned it several times, he showed up. Yet, he found himself harboring a slight interest in Song Yulu, though it was merely a flicker. Gu Linzhou took the initiative to speak. "You are Song Yulu? Which Lu do you use? The Lu from Deer? How quaint. Song Yulu, are you unwell?" To be frank, he had once held a modicum of respect for Gu Linzhou, as not everyone could graduate early from Germany. However, after seeing the comments, his admiration shattered entirely. In his eyes, Gu Linzhou must be mentally compromised to act in such a manner. Moreover, if this man was fond of Song Mian, he might pose a threat to him in the future. Contemplating this, Song Yulu felt no obligation to treat Gu Linzhou with kindness. Meanwhile, Madame Gu was quite pleased that the two could engage in conversation. She held little affection for Lin Wan and Song Jingming as a couple. In her view, true love was a rarity, often merely a performance. However, upon seeing Song Yulu's photograph, she was struck by his remarkable looks. Being someone who was captivated by beauty, she favored attractive individuals. Knowing her son's orientation leaned toward men, she thought, if he must find a partner, why not one she also found appealing? Thus, this dinner gathering was arranged. Although it was termed a dinner, it was essentially a matchmaking banquet for Song Yulu and Gu Linzhou. At this moment, Song Yulu remained oblivious to this arrangement. As he was engrossed in his meal, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." The voice made him turn abruptly. And to his astonishment, it was Song Mian. To be honest, he hadn't seen Song Mian in quite some time, and he had thought he might not encounter him again soon. Little did he expect to find him here. Song Mian was dressed in a restaurant server's uniform, his face pale. A customer before him bore a red wine stain and wore an expression of indignation. It seemed that Song Mian had erred, spilling red wine on the customer. Had it not been for the presence of others nearby, Song Yulu would have applauded. Song Mian was situated behind Lin Wan. Thus he was temporarily out of her sight. Gu Linzhou, noticing his gaze, turned his head to follow it and softly inquired, "Is that your friend?" Song Yulu shook his head in denial, "No." Upon hearing this, Gu Linzhou refrained from looking again. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy with the appearance of Song Mian. "Ah, it's Mianbao. Has Mianbao been bullied? Song Yulu, go help him. Woo-woo." Seeing Mianbao bowing and apologizing makes my heart shatter. Song Yulu thought, help him? Is he out his mind? It's a miracle he isn't kicking him while he's down, let alone offering assistance. Chapter 62. How did Song Mian end up here? The thought of Song Mian's earlier peculiar behavior filled Song Yulu with an ominous premonition. He glanced at Gu Linzhou and then at Lin Wan, pondering who Song Mian's target might be this time. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just heading to the restroom. Song Yulu set down his utensils and turned to walk towards the bathroom, intent on discovering Song Mian's purpose for being there. To his surprise, Gu Linzhou followed suit. Song Yulu thought, he has something to do. What does Gu Linzhou want? Noticing the unusual expression on Song Yulu's face, Gu Linzhou raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter?" Irritated, Song Yulu retorted, "What are you doing here?" Gu Linzhou's eyebrow lifted slightly. The current demeanor of Song Yulu was markedly different from earlier, resembling a kitten with its claws extended. He chuckled lightly. "I'm using the restroom. What else would I be doing?" Song Yulu replied, "That is indeed a reasonable statement." After finishing in the restroom, Gu Linzhou emerged to wash his hands. Standing beside him, Gu Linzhou appeared to casually ask, "It seems you're not particularly pleased with me." Song Yulu lifted his gaze to meet Gu Linzhou's reflection in the mirror. "How did you deduce that? Was that an implication of satisfaction?" Song Yulu. "No. Is that what he meant? What satisfaction are we talking about?" "It's just a meal," he frowned. "You don't know?" Gu Linzhou seemed surprised. "Know what?" Gu Linzhou fell into contemplation, and after a moment, remarked, "Did you come here without knowing anything?" A sudden unease gripped Song Yulu as he recalled Gu Linzhou's earlier mention of satisfaction, and he cautiously asked, "So, this isn't just a normal meal?" Seeing Song Yulu's reaction, Gu Linzhou chuckled, "This is a matchmaking dinner." Song Yulu. Song Yulu. He was utterly shocked. Although he had anticipated it wouldn't be an ordinary meal, he never imagined it to be a matchmaking affair. He had never disclosed his sexual orientation to Lin Wan and Song Jingming. Logically speaking, parents shouldn't suddenly arrange a same-sex match for their children, should they? While this world is relatively accepting of homosexuality, it remains a minority. Heterosexuality is the prevailing norm. Song Yulu found it perplexing to comprehend Lin Wan's intentions. From the ever-changing expression on Song Yulu's face, Gu Linzhou had gleaned the general idea. To be honest, he had initially been resistant to this matchmaking arrangement, believing the other party was merely interested in his family background. To my surprise, Song Yulu was completely unaware. Or perhaps this entire scenario was merely a performance for his benefit. Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Linzhou's mind in an instant. He maintained a facade of indifference, offering a wry smile. I didn't expect you to be uninformed. I shall explain to my mother later that we are not suited for one another. Gu Linzhou was taken aback by Song Yulu's immediate acquiescence. A peculiar discomfort settled in his heart. He possessed commendable qualities, and throughout his life, he had garnered the affection of many admirers. Yet, in Song Yulu's eyes, he seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary passerby. Nevertheless, I still wish to inquire whether there is something about me that does not meet your approval. Before Song Yulu could respond, a distant yet approaching sound of quiet sobbing pierced the air. Undoubtedly, it was the weeping of Song Mian. By all indications, he was fixated on Gu Linzhou. Turning to look, Song Yulu saw Song Mian's eyes glistening with tears, resembling a pitiful little rabbit. Under different circumstances, Song Yulu might have felt a pang of sympathy for him. As Song Mian walked with his head down, he was on the verge of colliding with Gu Linzhou when Song Yulu suddenly stepped forward to shield him, resulting in Song Mian crashing directly into him. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to," Song Mian exclaimed, looking up only to be met with the incredulous face of Song Yulu. "How is it you?" His tone, once sharp and apologetic, now sounded entirely different. At that moment, Song Mian noticed Gu Linzhou standing behind Song Yulu, and his expression transformed. He quickly lowered his voice. "I apologize. I was simply taken aback. I didn't expect to see you here." Song Yulu found it amusing. The rapidity of his change in demeanor could rival that of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. "I too am quite astonished. It seems I encounter you wherever I go." Song Mian bit his lip. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. I'm aware of your disdain for me. Had I known, I would have come. Truly, I apologize. I desperately need this job. I implore you not to have the company dismiss me." Gu Linzhou raised an eyebrow, discerning a plethora of meanings from this exchange. He remained silent, intrigued by Song Yulu's next move. What could Song Yulu possibly do? Lin Wan was still present. Moreover, in front of Gu Linzhou, he couldn't act freely, considering this individual would eventually go to great lengths for Song Mian. Yet, inaction was not in Song Yulu's nature. With this thought, he smiled and remarked, "Look at you, what are you saying? The last time you were dismissed, was it not due to your spitting in the fruit platter? Promise me, while working in the restaurant this time, do refrain from spitting in the food. It's an unhealthy habit, truly." Song Yulu's tone carried a heartfelt earnestness, as though he genuinely wished the best for Song Mian. "Gu Linzhou, Song Mian, I did not." As he explained, he nervously glanced at Gu Linzhou, seemingly fearful of being misunderstood. Gu Linzhou's expression appeared complex, a mixture of shock, disdain, and disbelief. He could never have imagined that someone would commit such an act. He even began to worry that if this person continued to work here, he might one day unwittingly consume a meal tainted with their saliva. Gu Linzhou, Song Mian, on the verge of tears, implored, "You must believe me, I did not." "The surveillance is still operational," Song Yulu remarked softly. Song Mian opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His countenance reflected distress. Song Yulu sensed that he might be cursing himself internally. The existence of surveillance indicated that what Song Yulu had just stated was indeed true. Gu Linzhou furrowed his brow and said to Song Yulu, "Let us go. It's time to eat." "All right," Song Yulu replied, departing with Gu Linzhou, leaving Song Mian standing alone. He had specifically come here to keep an eye on Gu Linzhou. However, he never anticipated that Song Yulu would reveal this matter, which abruptly disrupted his plans. Contemplating Gu Linzhou's earlier gaze, Song Mian nearly gritted his teeth in frustration. He wondered whether the unfolding events would take a different turn. He must acquire the Gu family's fortune. Chapter 63. Could you just disappear? Song Mian had deliberately spilled red wine on a guest earlier to attract Gu Linzhou's attention. According to the narrative, Gu Linzhou would come to his aid when he faced difficulties with the guest, leading to their acquaintance. However, to his dismay, Gu Linzhou was absent when he encountered trouble. Upon learning from a colleague that Gu Linzhou had gone to the restroom, Song Mian hurried over, only to find Song Yulu present as well. What transpired next was the incident that had just occurred. Song Mian found Song Yulu exceedingly irksome. Why was he always sabotaging his efforts? He needed to resolve this matter swiftly. Though he harbored these thoughts, his demeanor remained innocent and unassuming. As Song Mian prepared to return to work, he received the shocking news. He had been dismissed. Song Mian, in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Manager, may I ask why I've been terminated? I already compensated the guest, and they expressed forgiveness." The memory of the compensation still stung. He had not anticipated that the garment would be non-washable. The manager, with a stern expression, replied, "It was a directive from above to terminate your employment. I have no choice. Please gather your belongings and leave. Your salary for the past few days will be settled by the finance department shortly." Song Mian frowned. Above? Could it be Song Yulu? Indeed, aside from him, there was no one else who could exert such influence over him. Song Yulu. With gritted teeth, Song Mian vowed that he would not let this matter rest, especially as it had cost him his job. At this moment, Song Mian remained calm during dinner, seemingly unaffected by the torrent of comments around him. "This is unbearable. Why did you have to mention that incident? I can't imagine how embarrassed and helpless Mian Bao must feel. It was merely a minor mistake. Does it warrant such relentless scrutiny? Everyone, the plot has taken a turn. Mian Bao's initial encounter with Gu Linzhou appears far from ideal. Will there be further developments? The incessant annoyance of Song Yulu has truly reached its zenith. One could only wish for his demise." The malice expressed in the barrage of comments seemed to pass him by, as he savored his meal with remarkable delight. This nonchalance only served to infuriate those behind the screen even further. It resembled the futile effort of an octogenarian, laboring under the sweltering sun to fetch 60 buckets of water for the village's vegetable patch, only to discover, in a moment of despair, that the water had been poured onto the crops of his adversary. The displeasure of the online commentators brought Song Yulu a sense of satisfaction. He relished their disdain, thriving in the knowledge that they could not diminish him. After finishing his meal, the group prepared to depart. Mrs. Gu intentionally remarked, "Lin Zhou, why don't you allow Xiao Lu to show you around? Since your return, you have yet to venture outside. Remaining cooped up in the office every day will surely drive you to madness." Apologetically, Song Yulu replied, "I'm sorry, Aunt Gu, but I have some matters to attend to. I fear I may not have the time right now." Mrs. Gu's smile dimmed slightly. "I see. Well, we can arrange another outing when you are less occupied. I am injured. My concussion is not yet healed. I truly apologize," he stated, causing both Mrs. Gu and Lin Zhou to look on in shock. A concussion? One wonders how he could possibly be dining out with such an injury. For a moment, they were left bewildered, uncertain if his words were genuine or mere fabrications. Indeed, he had suffered a fall previously, and had only managed to venture out today after taking medication. It was likely that he would be confined indoors for the foreseeable future. "I am truly sorry," Song Yulu reiterated, swaying slightly as he spoke. Lin Zhou quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" "I have no money," Song Yulu responded, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Wan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a revelation from him. Noticing the disconcerted expressions of Mrs. Gu and Lin Zhou, she hastily interjected, "Xiao Lu, your injury is not severe. Do not frighten us on purpose. Besides, you're here dining with us today, aren't you?" She cast a subtle glance at Song Yulu, urging him to acquiesce. Feigning ignorance, he looked innocent and said, "But didn't you insist that I must come out, Mother? You even brought me medication." Mrs. Gu's expression darkened. What medication? He named the drug, well known among their circles for its efficacy, yet notorious for its significant side effects, typically reserved for urgent situations. It was surprising to discover that Lin Wan had chosen to administer it to Song Yulu, all for such a trivial gathering. Mrs. Gu's impression of Lin Wan plummeted, nearing rock bottom, while Lin Zhou's countenance also soured. "Shall I take you to the hospital for an examination?" "No need, my car is here. I will simply rest at home," he replied. "Very well, take care of yourself," Mrs. Gu said, as Song Yulu bid farewell to her and Lin Zhou before departing. Through the car window, he observed Mrs. Gu, her face cold, engaged in a conversation with Lin Wan, who appeared quite distressed, as if fervently attempting to explain herself. A smile crept on his Song Yulu's lips. He felt a sense of relief. He did not head home immediately, suspecting that Lin Wan would seek him out soon. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pay a visit to Qi Yan. He contemplated sending a message to Qi Yan, but ultimately deleted the drafted text, thinking it might be more delightful, or perhaps a shock, to surprise him. At this moment, Qi Yan is portraying an NPC in the scenic area. Previously, he had a morning shift, but in order to tutor Song Yulu, he rescheduled to the afternoon. The area was bustling with visitors, and upon entering, Song Yulu found himself momentarily disoriented. However, he was aware that Qi Yan's role as a little fox was quite popular, so he inquired with a passerby and made his way over. Noticing the throng of people ahead, he realized he had indeed arrived at the right spot. The NPCs in the scenic area are required to take photographs with tourists, and the crowd before him consisted largely of visitors eagerly waiting for a picture with Qi Yan's little fox. Song Yulu patiently waited at the back, suppressing a chuckle as he observed Qi Yan awkwardly striking various poses while maintaining a distance from the tourists. As the line diminished, he found himself inching closer. He lowered the brim of the newly purchased duckbill cap he was wearing. In front of him stood a couple who insisted on having Qi Yan positioned between them for a heart-shaped pose in their photo. Song Yulu nearly burst into laughter, finding the scene amusingly absurd. When it was finally his turn, he stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Qi Yan's, and rested his head on his shoulder. Startled, Qi Yan withdrew his arm, but Song Yulu quickly whispered, "Qi Yan, it's me." In disbelief, Qi Yan turned to him and asked, "What are you doing here?" "It's a long story. Let's take the picture first," he replied. They posed for several photographs, their body language intimate and warm. Other tourists began to grumble, questioning why he could be so close while they could not. "Indeed, what gives? I want a picture like that too. This is so unfair." It dawned on Song Yulu that he might have inadvertently caused Qi Yan some trouble. He pursed his lips, preparing to explain, but before he could speak, a girl remarked, "With looks like that, I'd let him take a picture with me too." It was at that moment that everyone noticed Song Yulu's cap had fallen, revealing his exquisitely handsome face. A universal appreciation for beauty stirred a sense of leniency among the crowd, especially since Song Yulu was undeniably striking. It seemed that the situation was resolved before an actual conflict could arise. Indeed, beauty is justice. Song Yulu let out a relieved sigh, grateful that he had almost caused Qi Yan some trouble. He still had others waiting in line, and Qi Yan was momentarily unable to accompany him. Song Yulu bore no resentment and patiently stood by, quietly waiting for Qi Yan. As expected, Lin Wan called him, persistently ringing his phone again and again. He ignored her calls until he finally silenced the phone, allowing it to ring uninterrupted. Eventually, he waited until Qi Yan finished his shift. Standing up, he felt a slight numbness in his legs and took a moment to regain his composure. "What brings you here?" Qi Yan asked. "I came because I wanted to." "Is that a problem?" "It's not that. It's just that you're still recovering. Why are you out and about? Didn't the doctor advise you to rest?" Qi Yan's tone carried a hint of concern, which Song Yulu readily discerned. "I was feeling down." Song Yulu bit her lip, feeling a wave of discontent wash over her as memories of recent events resurfaced. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Well, it's not a significant matter. Just a blind date I attended," Song Yulu casually remarked. To her, it was merely a trivial affair, a dinner that held no weight. However, beneath the facade, Qi Yan's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of the blind date. "A blind date?" he questioned, his tone betraying an unexpected nuance. "Indeed, you find it absurd too, don't you? I'm still quite young, and here I am, going on a blind date. Not to mention, it was with a man. I don't believe I've even disclosed my sexual orientation to my family." At that moment, Song Yulu realized that whether her affections were directed towards men or women was inconsequential. In Lin Wan's eyes, establishing a connection with the Gu family was of paramount importance. As for her, she was merely a bridge for those connections. Her personal feelings were of little interest to Lin Wan. "Men?" Qi Yan's tone revealed a subtle tension. "Yes, I imagine you're surprised," Song Yulu continued, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, as she fiddled with the jade pendant hanging at Qi Yan's waist. After a brief moment of silence, Qi Yan inquired, "How did the blind date go?" "Not well. I'm not fond of him," she replied. Chi Yin exhaled discreetly, a hint of relief washing over him. Are you tired? Would you like something to drink? Sure. Upon entering, Song Yulu had noticed an abundance of delicious food and drinks, and had it not been for a slight headache, she would have relished the opportunity to explore with Chi Yin. Soon, Chi Yin procured a bottle of mineral water for her. You're still unwell. It's better to drink purified water, she remarked. All right, she conceded, acknowledging his good intentions. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Can I stay at your place tonight? My mother is angry and will surely reprimand me. As she spoke, she opened her phone to show Chi Yin Lin Wan's numerous missed calls and messages. Song Yulu. Answer the phone. Didn't you see that I asked you to pick up? Don't pretend to be clueless. Where have you been? Do you realize you've messed things up? Song Yulu. Come back now. We need to talk. Let us see how Gu Lin Zhou and Madame Gu regard you. There might still be a chance to salvage this. Little dear, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Where are you? Why aren't you home? I'm very worried about you. Lin Wan's attitude shifted from initial anger to a more conciliatory tone, seemingly softened yet ultimately deceptive, aimed at luring Song Yulu back home. It would be quite the surprise if she returned. Although Song Yulu was unafraid of Lin Wan, simply listening to her was irksome, and it was certainly not an opportune moment for confrontation. Chi Yin frowned, perplexed by the nature of Song Yulu's mother. Can I stay at your place? Song Yulu blinked, asking. My dorm isn't convenient, especially with Jiang Lin around. She lowered her head despondently. Though she hadn't held out much hope, the rejection still stung. Very well, Chi Yin replied. I shall arrange a room for you. Song Yulu shook her head in refusal, saying no, my mother will find out. After a brief silence, Chi Yin softly remarked, My dormitory is quite small and the conditions are not very good. If you come, you'll have to share a bed with me. Song Yulu abruptly raised her head, pondering the implications of his words. Did this mean he was in agreement? I don't mind. After all, it's not the first time. The moment those words escaped her lips, an awkwardness enveloped them both. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she questioned her own audacity. Why had she brought that up? She desperately wished she could rewind time by a minute. Chi Yin also felt a twinge of embarrassment, but his mask conveniently concealed his expression. He cleared his throat and said, If you don't mind, then you can stay in my dorm. He then transferred 200 yuan to Jiang Lin, stating, You should find somewhere else to stay tonight. Jiang Lin was taken aback. Why should I leave? Chi Yin offered no explanation, instead insisting, I have some matters to attend to. Before you go, please tidy up the dorm. With that, he sent Jiang Lin an additional 100 yuan. In the dormitory, Jiang Lin rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Something felt off, very off. Why would Chi Yin send him such a large sum of money and ask him clean? Was he planning to bring someone back to sleep? This was the only possibility Jiang Lin could fathom. Curiosity gnawed at him. Who could this person be? Had Chi Yin finally found romance? But wasn't he still entangled with the young master? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Lin found himself in a moral quandary, wrestling between loyalty and brotherhood. Ultimately, he decided to side with Chi Yin. Sorry, young master. With a cheerful disposition, Jiang Lin accepted the money, cleaned the dormitory, and arranged to stay with his girlfriend. Upon noticing Chi Yin's message, the chat erupted in excitement. Wow, he actually sent Jiang Lin away. What's he planning? Could something inappropriate be about to happen? Just the thought is exhilarating. What are you getting excited about? It's not like you can see anything. You'll just end up in the black room again. Song Yulu observed, bemused. Nothing has happened, yet this group is all worked up. How strange. Where did all those who criticized me just now go? Chapter 65. I saw nothing. Song Yulu was quite pleased with Chi Yin's decision to send Jiang Lin away, as she was not fond of sharing a space with strangers. This was one of the reasons she had opted not to stay in the dormitory. Following Chi Yin to the changing room, she was met with several NPCs who suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment. Their gazes were intensely eager, as if they had spotted a tantalizing morsel. Wow, where did you find this person? They are stunning. One of them squeaked, Hello, I am Prince Long San. What's your name? Song Yulu bit her lip. Although she had often received compliments on her looks, few had been so brazenly direct in her presence. Suddenly, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Chi Yin stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Song Yulu, and declared, All right, you all may leave for now. I need to change my clothes. With that, he began to gently usher the others out. The group responded with surprise, and Song Yulu blinked and inquired, "Don't I need to step out?" After a moment's contemplation, Yin replied, "No, you need not." He feared that if Song Yulu exited, he might fall prey to the exuberance of his colleagues. "Oh," Song Yulu settled into a chair, his wide eyes fixed intently on Yin. Yan, feeling somewhat exasperated, instructed, "Close your eyes." Song Yulu pouted, having seen enough already. Nevertheless, he complied, shutting his eyes and covering them with his hands. "Is this sufficient?" Rustling sounds ensued, and unable to resist, Song Yulu peeked through his fingers, creating a small gap. "Wow," he gasped, admiring Yan's physique. He was the type with lean muscle, not overly exaggerated. He appeared slim in clothes, yet well-defined without them, embodying the very physique Song Yulu adored. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a pert backside. Yin had just removed his shirt and was about to take off his pants when he sensed someone observing him. Turning his head, he met the gaze of Song Yulu peering through his fingers. Yin sighed, while Song Yulu hastily covered his hands, exclaiming, "I saw nothing." With a resigned sigh, Yin swiftly donned his clothes and said, "Shall we go?" As Song Yulu opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. How unfortunate that the transformation was so rapid. "Were you so disappointed about?" Yin asked. Upon exiting, they found Yin's colleagues eagerly waiting by the door. Upon their appearance, several approached them with enthusiasm. "Hello, you didn't introduce yourself earlier?" inquired Long Santai Z. "I'm Neza. Do you like Neza? What is your relationship with Yin? Please, do share about yourself." "I'm 22, 8 meters tall, weigh 130 pounds, single and ready to mingle." Song Yulu pondered, what does the single part mean? He had never felt awkward about himself until this moment. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a sensation. However, it soon dawned on him that these individuals were simply overly enthusiastic, perhaps naive university students who did not recognize him. Yin interjected, "You all talk excessively. Aren't you supposed to be working?" The group erupted in playful lamentations. Once they departed, Song Yulu exhaled in relief, remarking on his colleagues' overwhelming enthusiasm. "You need not mind them. Have you eaten?" "I have," Yin confirmed with a nod, deducing that their previous meeting had taken place in a restaurant. The scenic area was a considerable distance from the school. Yin was not particularly reluctant to spend on a taxi. He simply preferred the subway, which was a more efficient means of travel. He led Song Yulu into the subway station. Everything fascinated Song Yulu. This was his first experience riding the subway. "Do you take the subway every day?" he asked. "Indeed," Yin replied. Having never experienced it before, Song Yulu stood before the ticket machine, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "How does one purchase a ticket?" At this, a nearby little girl turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "Brother, is this your first time on the subway?" "Indeed," he replied. The girl, seemingly lost in thought, regarded him with a look of sympathy and said, "Brother, taking the subway is actually quite simple. I can teach you." Her parent, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, he knows how to buy a ticket. Come along, darling." The little girl appeared somewhat disappointed. Song Yulu found her rather endearing. Turning to the destination, Yin stood beside him, ready to instruct Song Yulu on how to procure a ticket, despite being unsure why he felt compelled to help. Someone like Song Yulu would likely have few opportunities to ride the subway in the future. At that moment, the train was bustling with passengers, and Song Yulu followed Yin closely, anxious not to lose his way. After a moment's consideration, he grasped the edge of Yin's garment and asked, "Is it all right if I hold on to your clothes?" Yin consented without hesitation. Upon arrival at their stop, they squeezed into the crowded train, where seats were scarce. Yin positioned Song Yulu in a corner, instructing, "You stand here." All right. The first stop was manageable, but at the next station, a surge of people boarded, causing Yin to feel the press of bodies behind him, significantly reducing the space between him and Song Yulu. At that moment, he could distinctly catch the fragrance emanating from Song Yulu, an alluring scent reminiscent of mint, leaving him somewhat enchanted. The distance from the scenic area to the university town comprised only a few stops, and they soon reached their destination. Yin stepped back, a subtle sense of disappointment creeping into his heart. Exiting the subway station, they faced a short walk to the school, merely a few hundred meters away. Chi-Yin had initially contemplated riding a bike for speed, but since Song Yulu was unable to ride, and the bike couldn't accommodate too, they were left with no choice but to stroll. Fortunately, the night's scenery was delightful, offering a pleasant atmosphere for their walk. "Let us make a quick stop at the supermarket before heading back," Chi-Yin suggested. "Sounds good," Song Yulu replied, not questioning the purpose of their detour, and followed him without hesitation. His obedient demeanor was irresistibly charming, melting hearts effortlessly. In truth, Song Yulu was quite pleasant when he refrained from speaking. Indeed, sometimes his words could be rather infuriating, causing a deep-seated irritation. Upon reading the comments, Song Yulu couldn't help but smile faintly. "Upset? You should be otherwise. What will be the point of my words?" Chapter 66. Do. Arriving at the supermarket, Chi-Yin inquired, "What brand of toiletries do you usually use?" Song Yulu mentioned a brand that Chi-Yin had never encountered. A quick online search revealed it to be an international brand with a rather hefty price tag. Chi-Yin replied, "I'm afraid we can't find that here." Song Yulu shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. I can use yours. There is no need to buy new ones." Ultimately, they purchased only a toothbrush, towel, and slippers, though he initially intended to buy a change of clothes. The laundry situation rendered that impossible, and he had to abandon the idea. Even though Chi-Yin had made an effort to procure quality items, they still fell short of what Song Yulu was accustomed to, leaving him with a tinge of discomfort. In his view, Song Yulu ought to be provided with only the finest, as anything less would be an injustice to him. However, Song Yulu felt quite content, dismissing any notions of grievance. This experience served as a precursory glimpse into his forthcoming life, especially considering that the time until Song Mian was recognized was not far off. Chi-Yin had also procured some beverages and fruits before escorting Song Yulu back to the dormitory. Wearing a baseball cap and having not taken a vehicle that day, he went unrecognized. It was only upon entering the dorm that he exhaled in relief. The thrill of secrecy was rather exhilarating. Yet at that moment, he began to feel a twinge of impulsiveness. To stay in Chi-Yin's dorm was rather bold. If they were merely acquaintances, it might have been acceptable, but given their previous encounter, the situation felt awkward, particularly with just the two of them present. He hesitantly inquired, "Shall you wash up first, or shall I?" "Go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to," Chi-Yin replied. "All right. The toiletries on the top shelf are mine. You may use them," Chi-Yin added. "Okay." As Song Yulu entered the bathroom, he noted that it was as immaculately kept as the dormitory itself. Having visited before, he knew it was generally tidy, unlike the stereotypical male dorms often depicted online. After showering, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring a towel. Accustomed to bathing at home, where everything was conveniently within reach, he felt exposed and somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Chi-Yin was busy when he heard the bathroom door open. Turning his gaze, he caught sight of Song Yulu peeking out, his hair damp and water droplets cascading down his strands. Blushing, Song Yulu softly asked, "Chi-Yin, could you please bring me my towel and a change of clothes?" Of course. Chi-Yin rose and approached the door, handing over the items but inadvertently catching a glimpse of Song Yulu's fair chest, accentuated by a hint of pink. He quickly averted his gaze, memories of that fateful night flooding back. Clearing his throat, he said, "This is my sleepwear, freshly laundered." "Understood." Chi-Yin shut his eyes, inhaling deeply a few times to dispel the distracting thoughts, and resumed studying. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he struggled to concentrate, his mind incessantly replaying those indescribable moments. Footsteps echoed as Song Yulu approached, now clad in Chi-Yin's sleepwear, which hung loosely on him, the neckline revealing his delicate collarbone. Noticing that Song Yulu's hair remained unblown dry, Chi-Yin inquired, "Why don't you dry your hair? Your hairdryer is quite heavy." Song Yulu spoke truthfully. Chi-Yin's hairdryer was indeed an antiquated model, burdensome to handle. After a few attempts, he found his wrist aching and set it down. "I'll help you dry it." Song Yulu did not refuse. He had intended to suggest it himself, but hesitated earlier. Chi-Yin stood behind him, one hand gripping the hairdryer, while the other gently wove through Song Yulu's damp hair, his movements tender and cautious, as if afraid to cause discomfort. The fervor among the fans of the couple was palpable, akin to the excitement of a festive celebration. Oh my goodness! Heavens! Is there really no distinction between this and the act itself? Song Yulu furrowed his brow, perplexed by their provocative words. Once his hair was dried, he blinked and inquired, "Where shall I sleep?" "You can sleep inside," came the reply. The dormitory featured modest single beds, with a configuration of bed atop desk. And Chi Yin was concerned that Song Yulu might fall off if he slept outside. The bed was indeed small, and as Song Yulu lay on his side, he left most of the space for Chi Yin. Chi Yin lay straight, his hands folded across his chest. It was summer, and the heat necessitated the air conditioning to be on at night. Yet, the unavoidable contact between the two, due to the bed's dimensions, felt as though it could scorch Chi Yin. Unbeknownst to Song Yulu, this was his first experience sharing a bed with someone while fully awake, and it evoked a peculiar sensation within him. The scent emanating from Song Yulu was reminiscent of his own, as he wore Chi Yin's pajamas. Chi Yin swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and queried softly, "Is it uncomfortable here? If so, I can sleep in Jiang Lin's room." As he spoke, he began to sit up, only to be halted by a firm grip on his arm. "It's fine. Let us just squeeze together." Song Yulu harbored his own ulterior motives. The more contact he had with Chi Yin, the less likely Chi Yin would be to act against him later. Chi Yin reclined once more, a subtle smile gracing his lips, indicative of his good spirits. Silence enveloped them, the dormitory tranquil enough that they could hear each other's breathing. However, the barrage of comments on the screen surged unexpectedly, rendering Song Yulu nearly unable to comprehend the content. "Oh my goodness, you're both in this position. Can't you just?" "This angle is indistinguishable from watching a film. How thrilling. Both of them are stunning. It's bound to be visually captivating. I loathe you two wooden blocks. Why don't you just act instead of lying there? Do it. Do it. When you finally begin, it'll be intense, fervent, and all-consuming." Song Yulu felt a tinge of embarrassment, wary of being discovered by Chi Yin, as his cheeks flushed slightly. He ventured, breaking the dormitory's tranquility. "Shall we have a chat? It's still early, and I'm having trouble sleeping." "Can't sleep?" "Indeed. I know a method that can help you drift off quickly, but it depends on whether you're willing to try it." Upon hearing the word try, Song Yulu found himself unable to maintain eye contact. He gulped nervously and asked, "What method? Could it possibly be?" As that thought crossed his mind, his heart began to race, wondering if discussing such matters in the dormitory was appropriate. Chi Yin smiled enigmatically and then retrieved a textbook on Mao Zedong thought from beneath his pillow. Song Yulu felt inexplicably as though he had been teased, despite not having any intentions of engaging in anything untoward. "This is indeed a rather clever method," he exclaimed, realizing that Chi Yin was a serious individual, unlikely to indulge in anything inappropriate. It was all the fault of the comments, leading him astray. The barrage of comments had not anticipated Chi Yin's whimsical maneuver. "This is not the content I wish to see. I desire to indulge in some adult content." But it seems that Chi Yin is unable to fulfill that wish. After a while, feeling rather unamused, I sighed in disappointment, lamenting the time wasted in waiting. Song Yulu, Chapter 67. Bitten by a giant mosquito unbeknownst to Chi Yin, he was oblivious to the barrage of insults in the comments. He waved the book in his hand and inquired, "Are you going to read it?" "I don't feel particularly inclined," Song Yulu replied, yawning. "I suddenly feel a bit drowsy. I think I shall sleep." With that, he shut his eyes. Inwardly, Song Yulu scoffed, pondering how someone could possibly choose to study Marxist theory at such a late hour. He felt as though a gaze was fixated upon him, but surely Chi Yin would not engage in such behavior. It must be a mere figment of his imagination. Lost in his thoughts, he eventually drifted off to sleep, unaware that Chi Yin was indeed staring at him intently, his gaze almost tangible as it tenderly traced the contours of Song Yulu's features over and over again. "Quite adorable," Chi Yin mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Song Yulu's phone illuminated briefly before quickly dimming again. Chi Yin discerned the message. "Little dear, I have arranged everything for your birthday party." The subsequent details eluded him. He lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Was Song Yulu's birthday approaching? He realized he was rather uninformed about the exact date. However, Such matters are not private and can be easily inquired about. Each year, he had heard tales of the grandeur of Song Yulu's birthday celebrations, who was invited, and where they would frolic. What surprised him was the fact that Song Yulu had entrusted Xia Wenqing with this arrangement. Xia Wenqing, why does he linger so persistently? After a restful night, when Song Yulu opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Qi Yan's sleeping face. His eyelashes were long and thick, reminiscent of falsies, with a prominent nose and thin lips, which, as the saying goes, are often associated with a lack of affection. Below that, a finely sculpted jawline. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Song Yulu realized he was embracing Qi Yan, one of his legs draped over him. In a sudden rush of embarrassment, he swiftly retracted his leg, only to meet Qi Yan's gaze. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I would end up like this while sleeping, he nervously explained. At home, his bed was quite spacious, so he was unaware if this was a habitual behavior. It's nothing, Qi Yan replied, his voice a bit husky. Song Yulu hurriedly withdrew his leg, inadvertently brushing against something. Pretending not to notice, he rose and said, I will go wash up now. All right. Upon entering the bathroom, Song Yulu splashed water on his face and gazed into the mirror, noticing his cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of being dusted with blush. Was it a contact with Qi Yan? The situation was undeniably awkward. Awoke early and certainly saw what I wished to see. Splendid. Song Yulu, why is your face so red? Hey, why is there a red mark on your neck? Noticing the comments, Song Yulu turned to glance at the mirror, discovering a slight red mark near his nape. He thought little of it and casually remarked, it must be from pressing against something or perhaps a mosquito bite. However, it seemed that he did not encounter any mosquitoes while sleeping last night. After finishing his morning routine, Song Yulu emerged from the bathroom, only to find Jiang Lin standing at the door, staring at him in utter astonishment. Song. Jiang Lin struggled to articulate a complete thought, rendered speechless by his surprise. Uncertain of the cause behind Jiang Lin's astonishment, Song Yulu blinked and remarked, You're back. Jiang Lin had merely intended to retrieve something, never anticipating that the person Qi Yan brought back would be Song Yulu. Should anyone dare to claim that they had become estranged, Jiang Lin would certainly take offense. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained a composed exterior, scratching his head awkwardly and saying, I came back to get something. Please come in. Jiang Lin appeared somewhat flustered, as if he were the true outsider in this scenario. Upon entering, he noticed Qi Yan looking their way, prompting him to clarify his purpose once more. Yes, go ahead, Qi Yan replied. Both Qi Yan and Song Yulu remained remarkably calm, while Jiang Lin fumbled about, and upon exiting the dormitory, he dashed away. He was eager to share this delightful news with his girlfriend. In the dormitory, after changing into his clothes, Song Yulu inquired, What shall we have for breakfast? What do you feel like eating? Should I go buy something? Or shall we eat together? Let us eat together, came the reply. All right. Once they had donned their shoes, the two of them stepped outside. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yulu decided to wear a cap. As they descended the stairs, they encountered several classmates. Although Song Yulu did not recognize them, their astonished expressions indicated they were familiar with him. He pondered to himself, I hope this doesn't end up on the forum. The dining hall was not overly crowded at this hour, with many vacant seats available. Song Yulu glanced around, observing a wide variety of food options, including several items he had never tried before. What is this jianbingguozi? Is it delicious? Very much so, Qi Yan replied, purchasing one and handing it to Song Yulu. Taking a small bite, Song Yulu found the flavor peculiar, yet quite delightful. What else do you want to try? He asked, eyeing another dish. What is this grilled cold noodle? Qi Yan swiped his meal card. This one, please. The prices in the dining hall were remarkably affordable. They bought an assortment of items without spending much at all. Song Yulu was astonished by the cost of the food, as he was accustomed to paying over 100 yuan for a single bowl of fried rice at restaurants. Everything here is so inexpensive. Indeed, it's all quite affordable. Moreover, the school provides subsidies for students in need. Those who frequently eat at the cafeteria but spend little will receive a financial aid to uphold the student's dignity. This process is discreet and not publicly disclosed. Qi Yan receives it too. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the institution. Song Yulu had a small appetite and could not consume much, yet out of curiosity, he sampled each dish. Except for the jianbing guozi, which he took bites from. He shared the rest of the food. I can't eat anymore, he finally admitted. Without hesitation, Qi Yin took the leftovers and finished them off. Song Yulu felt his cheeks flush, inexplicably sensing a hint of intimacy in this action. Truth be told, Qi Yin was the first person to eat his leftover food. Although it was not the first time, Song Yulu still felt somewhat uncomfortable, especially that jianbing guozi. He has taken a bite, and now, if Qi Yin were to eat it, would he taste his saliva? I don't care. Those two have kissed. Since they have kissed, the next step must be intimacy, right? When will that happen? Was anyone watching last night? What were they doing? Nothing at all, but someone did get bitten by a gigantic mosquito, covers mouth, laughing. Song Yulu. What is wrong with this giant mosquito? Chapter 68. Why are you so nervous? During dinner, Song Yulu distinctly felt numerous gazes directed towards them. He lowered the brim of his hat, feeling immensely grateful that he had worn one when he went out, though regrettably, he had not donned a mask. Are you afraid of being recognized? Hearing Qi Yin's inquiry, Song Yulu quietly explained, It's not that I'm afraid. I simply dislike being the subject of discussion. Do you wish to be? Qi Yin shook his head. He too had no desire for that. Recently, he had taken to browsing the forums to see posts about the two of them, which garnered considerable attention, with countless comments daily. Qi Yin found it perplexing. Is it truly necessary for others to be so curious about personal matters? Shaking off his thoughts, he set down his plate and asked, Where do you plan to go next? Song Yulu pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone to check. Lin Wan had sent numerous messages, and upon realizing he wouldn't respond, she had ceased messaging. However, he was surprised to find that Gu Linzhou had also sent him a message. Are you free to grab a meal today? Song Yulu frowned, wondering what Gu Linzhou wanted to dine with him for. Qi Yin glanced inadvertently and noticed the message. Lowering his gaze, he inquired, Do you have an appointment? Does that mean you want to attend the supplementary class later? No, I don't have an appointment. As he spoke, Song Yulu sent a message of refusal. He was not inclined to interact much with Gu Linzhou, especially considering the latter's infatuation with Song Mian, which made Song Yulu want to avoid him even more. Then where will the supplementary class take place? In the dormitory. I don't wish to return home just yet. Song Yulu thought that perhaps Lin Wan would return home to wait for him. I'm too lazy to see her. All right. Qi Yin felt a surge of joy. He was pleased that Song Yulu had declined the dinner invitation and equally delighted that Song Yulu mentioned attending the supplementary class in the dormitory. Song Yulu said, I haven't visited Grandma in several days. Let us go see her first. You mentioned she would be discharged soon. Which day is that? She could be discharged tomorrow. Great, I will accompany you then. This time, Qi Yin did not refuse. Song Yulu intended to bring some items, but Qi Yin firmly insisted he should not buy anything. In the end, Song Yulu, unable to argue, arrived empty-handed. He felt quite embarrassed, but to his surprise, Grandma didn't mind at all. Instead, she said, I haven't finished the things you bought before, so not buying was the right call. Just your visit makes me very happy. Song Yulu turned his head to glance at the previous occupant of the strange bed. It was empty. He curiously asked, Grandma, has that person been discharged? Yes. I heard their condition worsened, and they were transferred to the capital for treatment. Song Yulu frowned. Their condition worsened? What happened? It's nothing. Song Yulu shook his head, choosing to keep his inner doubts to himself, for they were merely his contemplations without any substantial evidence. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with his grandmother, Song Yulu and Qi Yin prepared to take their leave. His grandmother, reluctant to part, held on to Song Yulu's hand, saying, Little dear, once I am discharged from the hospital, you must come and play at my house, and I will prepare delicious food for you. Okay, I will definitely come, he promised. As they were departing, Song Yulu caught sight of a familiar figure and discreetly tugged at Qi Yin's hand, urging him to follow. What is the matter? Qi Yin inquired. Sure, that person looks somewhat familiar, Song Yulu replied. Qi Yin glanced over to see a flamboyant figure with striking red hair, swaggering nonchalantly, accompanied by a girl whose actions suggested an intimate rapport with him. The girl attempted to link her arm with the boy's, only to be shrugged off. Curiosity piqued. Qi Yin wondered about the identity of this individual. Before he could ask, Song Yulu quietly elucidated, That person is my arch-nemesis. I want to see what he is doing at the hospital. With that, he discreetly took out his phone to snap a picture. However, he forgot to silence the device, and the click of the shutter echoed softly. Although the sound was not loud, perhaps due to the boy's acute awareness, he immediately turned his icy gaze back. Upon recognizing Song Yulu, surprise lit up his eyes. "Song Yulu, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, striding over and leaving the girl behind. Song Yulu calmly put away his phone and replied, "Why can't I be here? But what brings you to this place?" He curiously glanced at the girl, whom he had never seen before, shifting his gaze between Hua Zheng and her. After a moment, he let out a prolonged "oh." Hua Zheng hurriedly clarified, "It's not what you think. I don't have any relationship with her." The girl's face instantly paled as she retorted, "What do you mean, Hua Zheng?" "I mean exactly what I said. We have no relationship at all. If it weren't for my mother insisting I accompany you to the hospital, I would have come at all." Perhaps feeling embarrassed by such a public declaration, the girl stomped her foot in anger and stormed away. "Song Yulu, I truly have no connection with her," Hua Zheng reiterated. Song Yulu was momentarily taken aback. "If that is the case, then so be it. Why are you so flustered?" He noticed beads of sweat forming on Hua Zheng's forehead, wondering if he was truly that anxious about the matter being revealed and potentially hindering his chances of finding a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Qi Yin observed Hua Zheng with a contemplative expression. Based on Hua Zheng's recent behavior, Qi Yin suspected he might have feelings for Song Yulu. Yet it was evident that Song Yulu harbored no such sentiments towards him. Qi Yin decided against sharing this suspicion with Song Yulu. Song Yulu, you still haven't explained how you ended up in the hospital. Were you injured?" Hua Zheng scrutinized Song Yulu, his concern appearing genuine. Song Yulu found Hua Zheng's intense gaze somewhat overwhelming, prompting him to clarify, "I'm not injured. I came to visit an elder." Upon hearing this, Hua Zheng visibly relaxed. It was at this moment that he finally noticed Qi Yin standing beside Song Yulu. He had always been aware of the existence of Qi Yin and had even investigated his background. However, he was merely an ordinary and impoverished university student. He was somewhat handsome and academically proficient, but what other merits did he possess? It was perplexing to him why Song Yulu had any affection for him. A flicker of hostility flashed in Hua Zheng's eyes as he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the campus heartthrob, Qi? What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be working today?" Song Yulu frowned. What kind of way is that to speak? Hua Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't said anything particularly offensive, yet Song Yulu was rebuking him on behalf of Qi Yin. Although he was often on the receiving end of Song Yulu's ire, this situation felt distinctly different. A pang of bitterness surged within Hua Zheng. Did Song Yulu truly hold such affection for Qi Yin, or had he fallen short in comparison? Hua Zheng replied with a dismissive pout, "I haven't said anything wrong. Isn't this just a normal greeting? Besides, isn't it true that he often works?" Chapter 69. Why are you following us? Qi Yin was rather unfazed by the exchange. In this world, the impoverished were the majority, and there was nothing wrong with working to support one's education. He was earning money through his own diligent efforts. However, witnessing Song Yulu defend him brought a subtle sense of satisfaction to Qi Yin. He turned to Hua Zheng and said coolly, "You are correct. I am indeed working, earning my keep through honest labor. There is nothing wrong with that." As Hua Zheng opened his mouth to retort, Qi Yin continued, "But it seems we are not well acquainted. Is it appropriate for you to bring me up upon our first meeting?" Hua Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words, questioning how Qi Yin dared to speak to him in such a manner. Qi Yin countered, "Why should I know who you are? Are you unaware of your own identity?" Hua Zheng was rendered speechless, and Song Yulu nearly burst into laughter at his discomfort. He relished witnessing Hua Zheng's embarrassment. Glancing at the time, Song Yulu said, "Qi Yin, let us go. We don't want to be late." "All right." As the two turned to leave, Hua Zheng hurriedly followed. "What are you two off to?" Song Yulu frowned. "What is it to you? Our personal business is none of your concern." Hua Zheng replied, "I was merely asking. If you don't wish to share, that is fine." Song Yulu thought Hua Zheng was about to depart, yet he continued to trail behind them. Stopping in his tracks, Song Yulu turned to Hua Zheng. "Why are you following us? I have every right to walk this way." Song Yulu and Qi Yin exchanged glances. Ultimately, Hua Zheng followed them all the way to the dormitory building. Initially, Qi Yan's impression of Huizheng was not entirely negative, despite his affection for Song Yulu. Huizheng hadn't behaved in any overtly bothersome manner. However, at that moment, he found Huizheng exceedingly irritating, seeing that Huizheng intended to follow them upstairs. Qi Yan knocked on the dormitory supervisor's door and said, "Annie, there's a stranger insisting on coming upstairs." Then, a woman with messy hair emerged from the room, blocking Huizheng's path and inquiring, "What's your name? Are you a student here? What business do you have here?" 3 questions were thrown at him in quick succession. Huizheng pointed at Song Yulu and declared, "I am their friend, and I am with them." The dormitory supervisor glanced at Song Yulu and Qi Yan, only to see both shake their heads in unison, asserting, "I do not know him. We are not friends." "Huizheng what? You don't know me." The supervisor scrutinized Song Yulu for a moment, causing him to feel increasingly anxious, before turning her attention back to Huizheng. "What brings you here? What is your name?" Huizheng replied, "What more can he say?" Blocked from proceeding. Huizheng watched as Song Yulu and Qi Yan swiftly ascended the stairs. Once they entered the dormitory, Song Yulu finally calmed his racing heart and praised, "You are indeed clever. I hadn't thought of that." Truth be told, he had been startled, fearing that the supervisor would stop him, as he was not a resident there. He anticipated that the supervisor would only impede Huizheng. Qi Yan explained, "His striking red hair is too conspicuous. With so many students in this building, it is impossible for the supervisor to remember everyone, only those who stand out." Song Yulu understood. He was rather unremarkable, so it was entirely reasonable that the supervisor did not recognize him. "Let us attend class." All right. Qi Yan's tutoring skills were exceptionally strong. Perhaps due to his engaging teaching, the barrage of comments had significantly diminished, creating a serene atmosphere. By the time the lesson concluded, Song Yulu realized with astonishment that over an hour had passed, and he hadn't felt fatigued at all. "You are truly impressive," Song Yulu sincerely complimented. "You're the one who is clever." Song Yulu chuckled softly. He was aware of his own intellect. After the lesson, Song Yulu prepared to return home. Qi Yan hesitated and asked, "Is it all right for you to go home?" "It should be fine, but I cannot just linger here indefinitely." What he refrained from mentioning was that he had felt somewhat exhausted last night, likely due to the cramped and hard dormitory bed. "Then let me escort you." "All right." As they descended the stairs, the dormitory supervisor was still seated at the entrance. Upon seeing Song Yulu, she inquired with curiosity, "I feel like I haven't seen you before." Song Yulu froze. However, Qi Yan responded nonchalantly, "He's my roommate and rarely stays in the dorm." The supervisor accepted this explanation. She recognized Qi Yan and had a favorable impression of him, being a commendable student, and since many students lived off campus, she harbored no suspicions. "I see." It was not until they had moved far enough away that the supervisor was out of sight that Song Yulu whispered, "I didn't expect you to be capable of lying." He had thought Qi Yan was the epitome of an upright student. "Kaya maintained a calma demeanor, stating, I am just an ordinary person. Naturally, I too can tell a lie. Have you ever lied to me?" Qi Yan's composed expression suddenly cracked. Before he could respond, Song Yulu diverted the topic, saying, "By the way, I will transfer you the tutoring fee." "No need to transfer. I still owe you money from before." Song Yulu paused, puzzled. "What money? Did I lend you anything?" "It's for my grandmother's medical expenses." Song Yulu suddenly understood. "Ah, that. I mentioned before that you need not repay that. Since there is nothing to return, there is no need to pay for the tutoring fees." Song Yulu. "So, I'm just waiting for him here." He has realized that Qi Yan's character is indeed peculiar. Shouldn't a normal person be delighted to receive money? Why does he refuse it? "You truly do not want it?" "No." After pondering for a moment, Song Yulu decided to let it go. Instead, he would find other ways to assist Qi Yan. While he still had some money at hand, he might as well spend it. The thought of the savings accumulating after Song Mion's return, all of which would belong to him, left Song Yulu feeling uneasy. After all, he was a malicious pawn. He certainly needed to engage in more wicked deeds. "All right, I shall take my leave. Come to my house tomorrow." "Sure," Song Yulu reminded him. "Don't forget to skip breakfast. You know how I am since childhood." Qi Yan smiled and replied, "I remember eating alone." Song Yulu chuckled, waved goodbye to Qi Yan, and then rolled up the car window. After watching the vehicle fade into the distance, Qi Yan stood still for a moment before turning to leave. However, upon looking back, He found Jiang Lin standing behind him, eyes wide with curiosity. "Qian, will the young master be returning to stay tonight? Should I continue to stay at the hotel tonight?" Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. The implication unmistakable. Money. Chapter 70. What fate awaits Wang Ma? Upon returning home, Song Yulu did not find Lin Wan. It was only natural. She hardly had the time to waste on him. Wang Ma's expression appeared to be one of hesitation. Song Yulu settled into the sofa and said, "Wang Ma, please speak your mind." Wang Ma hesitated before saying, "Madam seems quite angry. She broke quite a few things. I'm not sure what happened, only that last night." The young master suddenly messaged her saying he wouldn't be returning to sleep. After that, Madam came over and threw a fit, smashing things in the living room. Looking around the living room, Song Yulu indeed noted the absence of several items. No wonder he felt a vague emptiness upon entering. It seemed all of it had been shattered by Lin Wan. Breaking them was better. Now there was no need to leave anything for Song Mian. At this thought, Song Yulu felt a strange sense of wickedness wash over him. Truly, he was a malicious pawn. Never mind, it is best to disregard her. Wang Ma's lips moved, and Song Yulu understood her intention. She merely wished to offer counsel, but it was unnecessary. He directly interrupted her, saying, "Wang Ma, I am a bit hungry. I would love to have your sweet soup." This tactic was simple yet unfailingly effective with Wang Ma. With a resigned sigh, she replied, "I will go prepare it now." After returning to his room, Song Yulu took a shower and changed into comfortable loungewear before descending once more. Wang Ma had already prepared the dish and was sitting nearby on a video call. Out of curiosity, Song Yulu glanced over, observing a tiny child on the other end of the call. Small head, small body, tiny hands, fair and delicate like tofu. He remarked, "She is so tiny. It feels like she could be easily broken with just a little pressure." Wang Ma sighed. The young master was similarly small when he was little. "You were quite a charming child, particularly obedient, never causing a fuss." Wang Ma hung up the video call and retrieved an album, searching for photographs from the past. In that era, few could afford to have their pictures taken, but due to the affluence of the Song family, Wang Ma indulged in capturing many images of Song Yulu, including numerous ones of him in dresses. Song Yulu. He had no recollection of this. Wang Ma pointed to a particular photo of him in a princess dress and said, "Young master, you looked so extraordinarily handsome that I just had to get you a dress of your own. I must say, you looked even more charming in that dress than the little girls." Song Yulu. He incredulously pointed to himself. "I insisted on wearing someone else's dress? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he have ever done such a thing? Indeed, it was the first time I saw you throw a tantrum, but as soon as you donned the dress, you ceased to cry." Song Yulu. Wang Ma must have mistaken the memory. "Ha ha. Wait, were you really that amusing as a child? Not to mention, you looked indeed better in a dress than the little girls." Song Yulu reflected on the numerous childhood photographs, each evoking vivid memories that Wang Ma recalled with clarity. He felt that if he were to leave the Song family, Wang Ma would be the one he would miss the most. Wang Ma is truly wonderful. She genuinely raised Song Yulu as her own child. How heartwarming. Thinking of Wang Ma's fate, I suddenly feel reluctant to continue watching. It feels best to leave it here. Indeed, Sai. Song Yulu noticed this comment and felt a sudden pang in his heart. Wing Mai Sifate. What fate awaited her? Was it truly unfavorable? He etched this concern in his mind while savoring a sweet drink, listening as Wang Ma recounted the stories behind the photographs. Notably, most were solo pictures of Song Yulu, with few featuring Lin Wan or Song Jingming. Afterward, Song Yulu took the album with him. It held significance for him. Though it would mean little to the Song family, it would be unfortunate if it were carelessly discarded later. Once back in his room, he eagerly inquired, "What fate does Wang Ma face?" "Rest assured, it has nothing to do with you. An unfortunate incident. Knowing it would be of no use to you. The narrative cannot be altered. Knowing only brings additional sorrow and anxiety." Song Yulu dismissed this assertion. The narrative had already begun to shift, and he was determined to alter Wang Ma's fate. "Just tell me, what exactly is Wang Ma's fate? After your demise, Wang Ma learns the news and, in a daze, is struck by a car while walking." Song Yulu's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Did this mean that as long as he remained safe, Wang Ma would be too? Yet, Unease lingered. If what the comments suggested were true, Wang Ma might still encounter peril from other circumstances. Contemplating this, Song Yulu resolved to hire a bodyguard for Wang Ma as well. Wait, hiring a bodyguard for a housekeeper. This is truly unprecedented. However, even if you hire a bodyguard, it will be futile. You will die. And Wang Ma will too. Neither can escape. Ha ha ha. Ignoring the malicious comments in the chat, Song Yulu continued to ponder. People may say whatever they wish, but as long as he fulfills his responsibilities, everything else is left to fate. That evening, Lin Wan and Song Jingming unexpectedly arrived together. Song Yulu, who was dining with little appetite, put down his utensils upon seeing them and said irritably, "What brings you here?" Song Jingming, infuriated, had learned from Lin Wan that Song Yulu had actually rejected the Gu family, nearly offending Madame Gu in the process. What a rebellious child. What do you mean? What brings us here? Are you unaware of your own actions? Moreover, this is my home. Why shouldn't I come? My home? Song Yulu tilted his head. Isn't your home that spacious apartment in the city center? Or have you moved again? Song Jingming's expression darkened. Why are you bringing that up? We are discussing your situation. I haven't done anything wrong. I was forced into a blind date and merely spoke the truth. How is that my fault? Lin Wan frowned. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not have embarrassed me in front of Madame Gu. You must understand that we flourish or suffer together as a family. We are connected by blood, and your well-being is tied to ours. Song Yulu replied indifferently, I understand. Do you have any other matters to discuss? His demeanor left Lin Wan feeling powerless. As if striking cotton, she was infuriated, her voice rising uncontrollably. Song Yulu, is that how you speak to your parents? And how should I address you? Should I kneel and bow 3 times first? Lin Wan retorted, while Song Jingming admonished, you have truly been spoiled. You are full of bad habits. Song Yulu pouted. What do you mean spoiled? They hardly ever cared for me. I agreed to your demands, yet you remained dissatisfied. Do you want me to reject you outright? Would that satisfy you? Song Jingming snorted. You need to genuinely take this to heart. Also, remember to cultivate a good relationship with Gu Linzhou. If you can connect with the Gu family, the Song family may have an opportunity to advance. Oh, I understand. While Song Yulu acknowledged this, he did not commit to any agreement. He was simply too weary to engage in further disputes with them. Song Jingming then inquired, by the way, why haven't you taken Qianqian out recently? Song Yulu replied, exasperated, I am recovering from a concussion and need to rest. It was the first time Song Jingming had heard about Song Yulu's concussion. He rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. I see. Then take care of yourself. He shot Lin Wan a disapproving glance, questioning why such significant matters had not been communicated to him. Lin Wan had not anticipated Song Jingming's ignorance of the situation. Why should she be blamed? If he had shown any concern for their child, he would have seen the messages from the hospital. After discussing the pressing matters, the living room fell silent. Song Jingming cleared his throat and said, well, you rest well. I shall take my leave. All right, I shall leave as well. Lin Wan also prepared to depart. Wait. Upon seeing Lin Wan turn back in surprise, Song Yulu smiled. You've shattered everything in my place. It looks so empty now. Lin Wan frowned. What do you mean by that? I have meticulously organized the bill and sent it to you. You may compensate me according to the market price. Lin Wan, in disbelief, she exclaimed, you want me to compensate you? Indeed, is it not common knowledge that one must compensate for broken items? Even elementary school children understand this principle. If you're unwilling to provide compensation, that is acceptable. However, when others visit your home. The remainder of Song Yulu's statement remained unspoken, yet the implication was unmistakable. Lin Wan, suppressing her anger, took a deep breath and replied, fine, I will compensate. However, upon glancing at her phone, she nearly exclaimed in shock. How could she not recall that the items she broke were so exorbitantly priced? The total exceeded 5 million. Are you out of your mind? How could it possibly be that expensive? If you do not wish to compensate, so be it. There is no need to cast doubt upon me. Observing Song Yulu's expression, Lin Wan discerned that he appeared sincere. Could it be that she had wronged him? Had the items she broke truly been so valuable? In that moment, Lin Wan could not recollect precisely what she had shattered. I will compensate, but please remember to annotate it as a voluntary gift. Lin Wan, why must it be noted as such? Am I to reclaim it later? Well, one can never be too sure. Song Yulu remarked, his voice seemingly low, yet audible enough for Lin Wan to hear clearly. Lin Wan, upon receiving the funds. Song Yulu was exceedingly pleased. His gaze drifted to the other decorations within the house, pondering, when will Lin Wan break something next? If she could break a few more items, my retirement funds should be secure. A restful night passed. Upon waking, Song Yulu's hair stood on end. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and shuffled to the bathroom to freshen up. Today, he must visit his grandmother upon her discharge from the hospital. Glancing at his phone, he noticed a message from Xie Wenjing, who had resent yet another version of the birthday party plan. Having already declined 2 of his proposals, this time, Song Yulu did not refuse, but instead stated, "This one will do. Thank you for your efforts." It was merely a matter of typing. It required little exertion. On the other end of the line, Xie Wenjing was elated. It appeared that Song Yulu was no longer upset with him and was quite satisfied with the plan. In truth, this proposal was not crafted by Xie Wenjing himself, but outsourced to someone else. Seeing Song Yulu's approval, he promptly settled the final payment. Subsequently, Xie Wenjing approached his grandfather respectfully, stating, "Grandfather, Song Yulu has accepted my plan and expressed his satisfaction. Good. Do remember to bring your brother along and introduce him to your network." Xie Wenjing paused for a moment before responding, "Understood. You all share the blood of the Xie family. You must support one another. As the saying goes, when brothers work together, their strength can cut through metal. I am aware, grandfather." Despite Xie Wenjing's respectful tone, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his lowered gaze. Brothers? There can only be one heir in the Xie family. After freshening up, Song Yulu first went to the school to pick up Chi Yin, then they would head to the hospital to retrieve his grandmother. He had even brought flowers he had ordered a day in advance. Upon arriving at the school, however, he was met with disappointment as Chi Yin was nowhere to be found. Song Yulu called him, but there was no answer. Furrowing his brow slightly, he wondered what was happening. Had he not yet risen? Song Yulu decided to go in search of him. Due to the previous words of Chi Yin, the dormitory supervisor did not hinder him, merely casting a glance before averting her gaze. Song Yulu exhaled a sigh of relief and arrived at Chi Yan's dormitory door. He gently knocked, and after a moment, footsteps were heard. The door opened to reveal Jiang Lin. Yawning as he inquired, "Young master, what brings you here? Is Chi Yan in?" Jiang Lin, still groggy from sleep, was uncertain about Chi Yan's presence in the dormitory, yet presumed he should be at this hour. Considering that the young master was not a stranger, he simply stepped aside and said, "Feel free to enter and find him." "All right, thank you." Jiang Lin thought to himself that the young master was quite amiable, even expressing gratitude to him. The dormitory was structured with beds above and desks below. Standing beside Chi Yan's bed, Song Yulu softly called out, "Chi Yan, are you there?" There was no response. He then gently lifted the bed curtain, only to discover that the bed was empty, which struck him as odd. Where could he have gone at such an early hour? And why wasn't He answering his phone? Just then, a message from Chi Yan arrived. "Apologies, I'm at the teacher's office. My phone was on silent. I didn't hear the call." A wave of relief washed over Song Yulu. Nothing was amiss. "Then you carry on with your tasks. I'll wait for you in the dormitory." "All right, I'll be back shortly." At that moment, Jiang Lin emerged from the bathroom. Surprised, he asked, "Chi and isn't here?" "No, but he will be back soon." "Oh." With only the 2 of them in the dormitory, Jiang Lin suddenly felt a touch of awkwardness, unsure of what to say. Come on, think. Yet, it seemed his mind was somewhat sluggish that early in the morning, and he struggled to conjure a topic of conversation. Ultimately, Jiang Lin ended up asking, "So, when will you come stay again?" As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. Why did he have to ask such a personal question? Cautiously glancing at Song Yulu, he was relieved to find no sign of anger. Song Yulu truly was not upset. He could sense Jiang Lin's lack of malice. "We'll see," he replied, though he suspected there would not be another occasion, as sharing a small bed was simply too cramped. After exchanging a few awkward pleasantries, the dormitory door swung open. Jiang Lin looked at Chi Yan with the eyes of one who had found salvation. He sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "You're finally back. The young master has been waiting for you for quite a while." With that, he dashed back to his bed, leaving the space for the 2 of them. Chi Yan wore an inscrutable expression, but Song Yulu perceptibly sensed that he seemed somewhat troubled. Connecting it to Chi Yan's early morning visit to the teacher, Song Yulu inquired with concern. What is wrong? Did something happen? Chapter 72. The poverty assistance was canceled. Chi Yin shook his head, saying, It's nothing. Let us go to the hospital now. All right. Seeing that Chi Yin was unwilling to elaborate, Song Yulu chose not to press further. However, he had not anticipated that the comments would directly address the matter. Chi Yin's poverty assistance has been canceled. Sai, who reported it? Why can a student from a poor background use an orange phone? Poverty-stricken students struggle to afford meals. Indeed, it is inappropriate for them to possess an orange phone. However, the device belonging to Chi Yin was not purchased by him, which renders this predicament utterly unwarranted. Song Yulu was taken aback. How could the phone he gifted Chi Yin inadvertently bring him harm? His intentions were pure, yet the outcome was unfortunate. Turning to Chi Yin, Song Yulu's lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to inquire about the source of this misunderstanding, but his thoughts remained unvoiced. With a heavy heart, he made his way to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found his grandmother lying in bed, engaged in conversation with a newly admitted patient. Grandma, Song Yulu said, presenting the flowers he had brought. She accepted them with delight, inhaling their fragrance. Why did you go through the trouble of buying flowers? You shouldn't have spent so much. By the way, I was just speaking about you. The other patient, an elderly gentleman with a kindly countenance, appeared vaguely familiar. Not dwelling on it further, Song Yulu greeted him and turned back to his grandmother. Grandma, we will be discharged soon. Let me assist you in packing your belongings. His grandmother grasped his hand gently. There's no need for you to do that. I have few things. Just wait for Chi Yin to arrive. Keep me company and chat with me. While Chi Yin attended to the discharge formalities, Song Yulu sat at the bedside, engaging in conversation with his grandmother. Despite the significant age difference and divergent life experiences, they found an abundance of topics to discuss, most of which revolved around Chi Yin. Song Yulu learned many anecdotes from Chi Yin's childhood. For instance, Chi Yin was not as aloof as he was now. He used to be quite mischievous. He even helped with household chores at a young age, collecting bottles to sell for pocket money during holidays. His academic performance was exceptional, consistently ranking first in exams and receiving numerous scholarships. A sense of pride illuminated his grandmother's face as she recounted these memories. Hearing these stories, Song Yulu was reminded of Chi Yin's loss of financial aid, and a profound sadness enveloped him. It was all his fault. He had the means to support Chi Yin, yet understood that Chi Yin would never accept such help. This knowledge deepened his discomfort. Before long, Chi Yin returned. What are you talking about? He inquired. We were reminiscing about your childhood, Song Yulu replied. Chi Yin chuckled softly and began to gather his belongings. When Song Yulu offered to assist once more, he was met with refusal. You sit, I can manage this. Reluctantly, Song Yulu acquiesced, having never been required to do much work. He observed as Chi Yin efficiently packed up their things. After bidding farewell to the occupant of the adjacent bed, they descended the stairs and entered a vehicle. This car is quite pleasant, Song Yulu noted, enjoying the comfortable ride. His grandmother, unaware, assumed they had taken a taxi. Song Yulu smiled, but remained silent. Their destination was tucked away in an alley, inaccessible to the vehicle, which had to stop at the entrance. Fortunately, the number of belongings was minimal. Chi Yin managed them alone, while Song Yulu walked slowly alongside his grandmother. Upon reaching home, they spotted a plump figure bustling about in the yard. Aunt Sun, what brings you here? Chi Yin exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you're back, she replied cheerfully. Aunt Sun set down the items in her hands and smiled, saying, I was thinking of you all today as you were being discharged, so I came to help tidy up a bit since I have some free time. Given the close relationship between the two families, and considering her grandmother's advanced age, Aunt Sun often lent a helping hand, which is why she possessed the keys to the Chi family home. Noticing Song Yulu, Aunt Sun warmly called out, Oh, if it isn't our dear bathing lotion classmate. Song Yulu replied, while her grandmother chimed in, You're still stuck on that bathing lotion nickname? Last time, you led me astray. Her name is Xiao Lu, the delightful little deer who hops around. Aunt Sun clapped her hands, exclaiming, Look at me. With my age, my hearing and memory aren't what they used to be. I was just wondering why someone would be called bathing lotion. Song Yulu smiled gently. It's all right. I actually think that nickname is quite charming. With the addition of another person, the courtyard became a touch more vibrant. Song Yulu and Chi Yin were relatively quiet, while her grandmother and Aunt Sun engaged in lively conversation about trivial matters. Song Yulu listened quietly, savoring this serene, yet joyful existence she longed for. Once everything was tidied up, Aunt Sun suggested, "Why don't you come to my house for lunch?" Her grandmother quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, we'll eat at home. It's been ages since we've cooked. Then I'll go slaughter a chicken to bring over to you," Aunt Sun insisted. "No, don't. Those chickens are for laying eggs. Why would you kill them?" Her grandmother replied. "That one with the lame leg, just let me do it," Aunt Sun said while heading back home. Curiosity piqued. Song Yulu had never witnessed a chicken being slaughtered before. She asked, "Can I come and watch?" Her grandmother was taken aback. "You want to see a chicken being killed?" "Yes, I'm just a bit curious." Her grandmother couldn't fathom what was so interesting about it. Perhaps it was a novelty for city children. She didn't stop her, saying, "If you want to see, go ahead." However, Chi Yin seemed hesitant. When Song Yulu inquired, "What's wrong?" he replied, "It's nothing, you go ahead." Upon arriving at Aunt Sun's home, Song Yulu found her just catching a chicken from the coop, expertly gripping its neck. "Aunt Sun, do you personally slaughter the chickens?" she asked. "Indeed, I'm quite skilled at it," Aunt Sun replied proudly. In an instant, with a swift motion of the knife, blood gushed forth. A moment of unsteadiness caused the headless chicken to slip from Aunt Sun's grasp, running wildly about the yard. Song Yulu gasped in horror. How can it still move? The chicken dashed around the courtyard, blood splattering everywhere as Song Yulu dodged to avoid it, while Aunt Sun chased after the frantic bird. Chaos ensued in the yard. What is happening here? Wait, a dead chicken can still move. It's true. I experienced the same when my family slaughtered chickens in my childhood, and I still can't comprehend the phenomenon. The scene was utterly terrifying, and Song Yulu suspected she would never forget it for the rest of her life. After catching the chicken, Aunt Sun awkwardly wiped her brow, saying, "A slip of the hand. Don't be afraid. I'll have it sorted out in no time." Meanwhile, Chi Yin, who was cooking, suddenly noticed Song Yulu returning with a pale face and hurriedly asked, "How was it? Was it interesting?" He had just overheard some commotion next door. Song Yulu, still shaken, replied, "Not interesting at all. It was terrifying. I should have been so curious." It was too late to say anything now. Chi Yin was somewhat astonished that the act of killing a chicken could frighten Song Yulu to such an extent. After inquiring, Chi Yin fell silent. Aunt Sun had previously demonstrated quite adept skills in slaughtering chickens. However, over the years, it had been Sun Cheng who took on the task, and she had likely overlooked Song Yulu's sensitivities. Song Yulu nodded in understanding, having surmised the situation. Yet, this incident could not be blamed on Aunt Sun. Her intentions were pure, and no one could have anticipated the ensuing events. Song Yulu had resolved not to consume chicken meat any longer. He sat on a small stool, observing Chi Yin diligently at work. Remarkably, Chi Yin's technique in chopping vegetables appeared quite proficient. Song Yulu propped his chin on his hand and inquired, "I heard from my grandmother that you could cook at the age of 5. Indeed, then your cooking must be quite delectable, correct?" "It's just ordinary, home-style dishes." Song Yulu was skeptical. His grandmother had indeed mentioned that Chi Yin's culinary skills were exceptional. He was eager to witness for himself whose claims were accurate. Chapter 73. Did he blush? The meal was prepared, a simple array of 4 dishes that looked quite appealing, with a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Song Yulu praised, "I never expected you to be such a skilled cook." "Which cook are you referring to?" "Of course, the cooking of food." "Which food?" "I think both Chi Yin's cooking and the other cooking are quite commendable." Just then, Aunt Sun brought in the braised chicken. Unaware of the earlier incident, Grandma directly served a large chicken leg to Song Yulu, saying, "Here, Xiaolu, you're too thin. Make sure to eat more." "Thank you, Grandma." Chi Yin expressed concern. "Can you eat that?" "Perhaps I should." Before he could finish, Grandma interrupted with a chopstick tap. "Xiaolu has come all this way. How can you snatch his chicken leg?" Chi Yin quickly clarified, "Grandma, you misunderstood. Chi Yin was merely concerned that I might not be able to eat." Grandma chuckled. "Are you still afraid, Xiaolu? If not, give it a try. The chicken raised here is unlike those from outside. It's quite delicious." In truth, Song Yulu was no longer particularly frightened. The aroma of the chicken was simply irresistible, and he was curious about the preparation. taking a bite. He found the meat tender and the flavor exceeded his expectations. Indeed delightful. Upon seeing him eat, Grandma nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Eat more. When she attempted to serve another chicken leg, Song Yulu hurriedly waved his hands. Grandma, one is sufficient for me. The chicken was substantial, with the leg being almost larger than his face. He doubted whether he could finish even one leg. However, it felt impolite to leave food uneaten. Thus, despite feeling full, Song Yulu continued to stuff himself. Suddenly, half of the chicken leg was taken away. Song Yulu glanced at Chi-Yen, who calmly nibbled on the remaining portion of the leg. Song Yulu exclaimed internally. There was nothing wrong with sharing leftovers, but Grandma was still present. He furtively stole a glance at Grandma, feeling somewhat guilty. Grandma first looked taken aback, then smiled. If you wish to eat, there's more in the dish. Why take for Xiao Lu? Song Yulu whispered. I can't eat anymore. Is that all you can manage to eat? I'm shocked. Grandma exclaimed. How can you eat even less than this old lady? Song Yulu explained. I usually have a small appetite. That won't do. You must eat more. Just look at how thin you are. One gust of wind could blow you away. Despite her words, Grandma did not insist on making Song Yulu eat more. I will eat more in the future. After finishing the meal, Song Yulu yawned, feeling somewhat sleepy from waking up early. As he prepared to leave, Grandma said, Chi-Yen, take Xiao Lu to your room for a nap. Immediately, Song Yulu's intention to leave dissipated, and he looked at Chi-Yen with anticipation. All right. Song Yulu followed Chi-Yen to his room. The space was not particularly large, but it was impeccably clean. It contained all the necessary furniture, a wardrobe, a desk with a chair, and a small bathroom. Notably, one entire wall was lined with bookshelves filled with trophies and certificates. Song Yulu was utterly astonished. So many. This is just a part of it. Chi-Yen explained that he participated in competitions to earn rewards, leading to an ever-growing collection of trophies. Song Yulu couldn't help but feel envious. How can there be such a disparity between people? The comments echoed the astonishment. Wow, so many. I knew Chi-Yen was good, but I didn't expect him to be this exceptional. I can only say 2 words. Amazing. Chi-Yen retrieved a new blanket and a pillow from the cupboard and placed them on the bed. You can use this. It's clean. Okay. Song Yulu lay on the bed, and seeing that Chi-Yen was about to leave, he quickly asked, Aren't you going to sleep? Chi-Yen paused and replied, I'm not tired. Song Yulu blinked and then asked, Do you have something to do? Nothing, why? He responded. Song Yulu lowered his voice. I'm a bit scared. Every time I close my eyes, I think of that chicken bleeding and running around. Can you stay with me for a while? Chi-Yen remarked. You weren't scared when you were eating chicken. He knew Song Yulu was feigning vulnerability, but seeing his pitiful expression made it hard for him to refuse. Chi-Yen sat on the chair and said, All right, I'll sit here with you. Song Yulu shifted further into the bed. This bed is big enough. You can lie down here. Chi-Yen remained still, causing Song Yulu to lower his gaze in disappointment. It's fine. You don't have to come over. It's really not that scary. It's just a nightmare. I was imposing on you. Chi-Yen sighed helplessly. I just cooked, and I smell strongly of oil and smoke. I had a meal too. It has its own scent. Why don't you take a shower first and then come back? I'll wait for you. This statement carried an unintended ambiguity. Before Song Yulu could process it, the comments erupted with excitement. I'll wait for you. Oh, is this an invitation? This bed looks quite spacious and sturdy. Since we're going to shower together, we might as well go all the way. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity? I have come to the realization that Song Yulu is nothing more than a green tea. Even I, as a woman, cannot compare to him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Song Yulu mused, regardless of the means, if one achieves their goals, then those means are commendable. He is a green tea through and through, yet he remains unperturbed by the judgments of others. His only concern lies in whether Chi-Yen can truly see through him. Meanwhile, Chi-Yen has gone to take a shower. The sound of water trickling softly filters through the door of the small room. Song Yulu reclines on the bed, awaiting Chi-Yan's return. Perhaps influenced by the barrage of comments, he feels that the atmosphere seems somewhat off. The door creaked open. Chi-Yen emerged, clad only in shorts. His upper body bare, droplets of water cascading down his face and falling onto his skin. Song Yulu's eyes widened in astonishment. Although this was not his first encounter, he still felt a surge of excitement. Yet, Before he could indulge his gaze, Chi Yin swiftly donned a short-sleeved shirt. Why the rush to dress? Song Yulu protested, still yearning to take in the sight. The comments exploded with excitement. Why was there a mosaic? I am utterly fed up with this wretched system. Why the censorship? I am of age. I am willing to pay. Just tell me how much, as long as I can see. Song Yulu, enlighten us. Was Chi Yan's physique truly like? Oh, why is his face so flushed? Noticing one comment, Song Yulu instinctively touched his own face. Am I blushing too? Chapter 74. Hold on. Don't fall, come sleep here. Song Yulu invited, patting the bed. Chi Yin hesitated before responding, I will just dry my hair. Once Chi Yin finished drying his hair, the two lay side by side on the bed. The mattress was firmer than the one at home, leaving Song Yulu feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As he turned over, he accidentally brushed against Chi Yan's arm, the warmth causing him to retract his hand suddenly. They maintained a slight distance between them, as if an invisible boundary had been drawn. Having already been sleep-deprived and feeling overly full from their earlier meal, drowsiness soon overcame Song Yulu. Before long, his breathing became steady and calm. Meanwhile, Chi Yin remained wide awake. He turned his head, gazing at Song Yulu's sleeping face for a while, his expression softening. When Song Yulu awoke once more, he found a space beside him empty. He reached out to feel the mattress, which was cool. Chi Yin must have been up for quite some time. Looking out the window, he spotted Chi Yin assisting his grandmother with chores. Pushing open the door, he found his grandmother sitting at the entrance, knitting. Grandmother, you are awake. Why did you not sleep longer? Glancing at the time, Song Yulu felt a slight flush. He had slept for over 2 hours. Had he not known his grandmother's nature, he might have thought she was teasing him. Have you rested enough? What are you working on? I'm knitting a sweater. This was Chi Yan's when he was young, but he has long outgrown it. I cannot bear to throw away this yarn, so I am unraveling it to create a new garment for him. As she spoke, her hands moved skillfully, the rhythm of her work seamless. Your hands are truly deft, Song Yulu complimented. His grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Dear little dear, do you enjoy wearing knitted clothes? If you don't mind, I could knit you one as well. Song Yulu exclaimed, such a delightful proposition. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all. In fact, I relish the idea. No one has ever crafted clothing for me before. Song Yulu has always donned expensive designer garments throughout her life. It may sound ungrateful to admit, but I truly envy those who have family members who make clothes for them. Such garments are not merely ordinary attire. They embody the profound love and affection that family members have for their children. To my surprise, I discovered that my grandmother also weaves clothing for me. At that moment, I began to anticipate the joy of wearing the garment. Chi Yin soon finished his tasks and strode over to me, inquiring, shall we visit the candy factory? My grandmother, astonished, asked, what do you want to go there for? Are you craving sweets? Chi Yin, please buy a few extra treats for little dear. The candies from this establishment are exceptionally delectable, crafted entirely from fruit without any harmful additives. You can indulge without worry, little dear. I nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Grandma. We shall set off now. All right, be sure to return for dinner. I plan to prepare my signature braised pork. Certainly. As we exited the courtyard, I lowered my voice to ask, is it all right for Grandma to cook? She just got out of the hospital today. There's no problem if Grandma enjoys cooking. Let her do it, as long as she doesn't overexert herself. Hearing Cheyenne reassurance eased my concerns. I then inquired, where's the candy factory? Is it far? If it were too distant, we could have Uncle Lou drive us. It's not far. We can reach it by bicycle. Can you ride? I felt a bit embarrassed as I confessed, I can't. I only know how to drive. That's all right. I will give you a ride. Chia knocked on the door of Aunt Sun's house next door. Aunt Sun, may I borrow a bicycle? Sure, just be careful riding. Chien emerged with a bicycle and returned home to fetch a cushion for the back seat. He then swung his long legs over and perched on the bike, balancing with one foot on the ground, and cheerfully said, "Hop on." My heart raced unexpectedly, youthful and radiant. Wasn't this the quintessential image of a male protagonist from our school days? All right, I settled onto the back seat, relieved that the cushion alleviated any discomfort. The pace was leisurely, and at this hour, the sun was gentler, with a light breeze providing a refreshing touch. My hands felt somewhat uncertain, hovering in midair. I wanted to embrace Chien, but feared he might not appreciate it and was also concerned about others witnessing it. Suddenly, the bike jolted, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around Chian's waist. Through the thin fabric, I could feel the firm contours of his abdomen, a pleasant sensation. Chian's voice drifted back to me. "Sorry, I didn't notice the ground. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." I continued to hold on to him, my cheeks flushing with warmth. Unbeknownst to me, a smile graced Chian's face as well. The comments began to light up. I bet a dime that Yin did that on purpose. No way. Why would he do such a thing? Look, hasn't he achieved his goal? Ah, that crafty rascal. Yulu. What does it feel like to hold Chian's waist? What does it feel like? Chian's waist is so slender, devoid of any excess flesh, and the sensation is quite delightful. I had long since learned not to take the comments in the chat at face value. After all, those who post comments are merely human, and as such, are prone to deception. "Where are you headed, Yin?" A familiar voice greeted. "Just taking a stroll," Qian replied. Yulu froze momentarily. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, Yin grasped it firmly, placing it back at his waist, whispering, "Hold on tight, don't fall." Yulu was taken aback. This was an initiative from Yin. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, and he felt an urge to hum a tune to express his buoyant mood. "Is this your classmate?" "Yes, I brought him for a walk." "All right." The person could only steal a curious glance at Yulu before quickly departing, not uttering another word. "Is she not surprised?" Yulu inquired inquisitively. "What is there to be surprised about?" Hearing this, Yulu was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated such open-mindedness from everyone. Before long, they arrived at the candy factory. Yulu observed the premises, noting the aged architecture, the rusty gates, yet everything was impeccably clean. The gatekeeper was an elderly man with only one leg. Upon seeing Yin, he greeted warmly. "Ah, Yin has arrived." "Yes, Grandpa Wei. Could you please open the gate?" "Certainly." As the gate swung open, Yin led Yulu inside. Once they had distanced themselves, he quietly inquired, "Why does Grandpa Wei only have one leg?" Grandpa Wei is a veteran. He lost his leg in battle and struggled to find work until the factory director offered him a job that provided for his needs. Yulu felt a surge of respect upon learning that Grandpa Wei had lost his leg on the battlefield. Although he had yet to meet the factory director, just hearing Yin speak of him had already elevated his regard for him significantly. He must be a good person. Chapter 75. I have decided to invest traversing the courtyard and entering the factory. The machines lay silent. A few middle-aged men sat together, their faces etched with worry. Upon noticing the two newcomers, they mustered a semblance of cheerfulness to greet them. "Ah, Yin has come. Help yourself to the candy. It's all over there." "This is..." Yin explained, "This is my classmate. I brought him to have a look." He refrained from disclosing Yulu's intention to invest in the factory, not wanting to raise hopes, only to let them down if things did not materialize. Upon hearing Yin's words, the man did not take offense, casually waving his hand. "Go ahead and take a look, though this factory won't last much longer." Those words fell like a heavy stone upon the hearts of the others, their expressions darkening further, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Nowadays, people prefer candy laden with additives and artificial colors over ours. Alas, our brand is just not well known enough. Products are being updated too rapidly, and with our lack of recognition, it's no wonder no one buys. I'm still uncertain about what job to pursue next. At my age, I doubt anyone would want to hire me. The expressions of the men reflected their uncertainty about the future. Yulu listened quietly, following Yin as they explored the factory. Before entering the workshop, they had to undergo several rounds of disinfection procedures. Though the process was intricate, Yulu found no inconvenience in it. Rather, he was quite pleased. Indeed, what one consumes must be of utmost hygiene. However, he was genuinely surprised to discover that such a small factory had such stringent management practices. This revelation significantly solidified his resolve to invest in the factory and resurrect it from its current state. After a thorough tour led by Yin, they emerged to find that most of the earlier visitors had departed, leaving only the individual who had initially conversed with Yin. He presumed this person was the factory director. "What do you think?" Qian inquired. "I have decided to invest," Yin replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Song Yulu, he added. No need for thanks. I only agreed because of your reputation, but this factory indeed shows promise, Song Yulu remarked, intentionally seeking recognition for his benevolent act. He never favored the idea of performing good deeds anonymously. After all, who would know of one's contributions otherwise? Chi Yin understood the underlying implication, his emotions somewhat tumultuous. Song Yulu, Chi Yin said, guiding him to stand beside the director. This is Director Huang Dixiang of the candy factory. Song Yulu extended his hand. Hello, Director Huang. I am Song Yulu. Director Huang looked bewildered, unsure of the situation. Nevertheless, he reciprocated the gesture with warmth. Hello, young man. Have you completed your visit? Here are some candies for you to take home. As Song Yulu gazed at the large bag of candies, his heart softened. He cut straight to the chase. Director Huang, I wish to invest in this factory. Shall we discuss the details? The statement came as a shock, leaving Director Huang momentarily speechless. Was he truly hearing this correctly? Was this a jest? He struggled to comprehend that this young person, who appeared barely out of childhood, could possibly invest in a factory. Looking to Chi Yin for confirmation, he was met with a nod. Director Huang, he is the young master of the Song family, here to discuss the investment. Knowing Chi Yin's character, Director Huang felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the factory was saved? Tears welled in his eyes, and he found himself momentarily choked with emotion, unable to articulate his thoughts. I am grateful, he stammered, a middle-aged man brought to tears, hastily turning away to wipe his face with his sleeve. Song Yulu felt a pang of sorrow as well. The individuals he had just seen appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, the backbone of their families. He could scarcely fathom the plight of those families should the factory indeed close its doors. Has this factory been mentioned in the novel? I have no recollection of it. One voice questioned. I have no recollection either. It seems it was never referenced, came the reply. My father is around the same age as him. And seeing him cry pains my heart, another added. Alas, in reality, there are numerous factories like this one that have succumbed to the relentless march of time, leading to their downfall. From this perspective, Song Yulu has indeed performed a noble deed, rescuing so many families. Director Huang quickly composed himself, turning to express his apologies. I am sorry for the disturbance. I was simply overwhelmed with emotion. Understanding this, he suggested, shall we discuss this in the office? Director Huang was eager to finalize the matter immediately. Very well. For now, let us merely discuss the general terms. Later, Song Yulu will need to consult with a lawyer. He was not overly concerned, as long as the factory remained profitable. However, Director Huang hesitated, adding, I have no other requests. But could you ensure that the long-serving employees are not dismissed? Rest assured, there will be no dismissals, replied Song Yulu, who had never intended to let those individuals go. Once again, tears brimmed in Director Huang's eyes as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, young Master Song. You are a benefactor to our entire factory. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, he bent his knee, ready to kneel. Quick to react, Song Yulu halted him, exclaiming, No, what are you doing? Please stand up. Chi Yin assisted in lifting him up, saying, Uncle Huang, please do not do this. You might frighten others. Feeling embarrassed, Director Huang scratched his head. Anxious not to scare off Song Yulu, he quickly explained, Young Master Song, I am not usually like this. I am quite dependable in my usual conduct. Unable to suppress a smile, Song Yulu replied, I am aware. By the way, I will bring a lawyer tomorrow to finalize the contract. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. That would be splendid. Director Huang nodded excitedly, having been poised to ask the same question, knowing that the sooner the contract was signed, the better he would feel. If it were possible, he would have signed it on the spot. After departing from the candy factory, Song Yulu remarked, Director Huang appeared quite thrilled. Of course he is. You cannot fathom what this factory means to them. It is not just their livelihood, but also a child they have nurtured since childhood, filled with sentiment. Although Song Yulu had never ventured into entrepreneurship, he recalled his previous experience with a puppy, beginning to understand. Still holding the heavy bag of candy, he pondered and asked, May I gift some of these candies to others? Chapter 76. Do you think I possess a keen business acumen? Gift them? Yes. Chi Yin had no objections, as they were candies given to Song Yulu by the director, and he could manage them as he pleased. Song Yulu decided to share these candies with his acquaintances. After all, they were affluent, and it might create an opportunity to open up the market. With this in mind, he promptly sent a message in the group chat. I recently acquired some new candies. Would anyone like some? Although he wished to share them, he certainly did not want to offer them directly. He preferred that they express their interest so that they would cherish the gift. What brand are these candies? I want some. Where are the candies? If Song Xiao recommends them, they must be delicious. Xiao Lu, you should eat less candy. It is not good for your health. Seeing Xie Wenqing's lecturing tone, Song Yulu felt annoyed. He refrained from replying individually and simply stated, see you at the usual place tonight. Furthermore, he intended to send some to Huizheng as well. Qian, you're sending him some too? Yes, Huizheng is surrounded by people. Perhaps they will all come to purchase some. Although their circle is not extensive, the individuals within it are particularly prone to following trends. Those of lesser status, upon observing what they consume, are sure to mimic their choices. Currently, Song Yulu remains the young master of the Song family, a position he intends to exploit. However, he is resolute in keeping his investment plans confidential. When the time comes, he will present it as a serendipitous discovery, sharing it with others only after realizing its delightful taste. Moreover, Song Yulu has decided to increase the price and revamp the packaging, opting for a more sophisticated approach. After listening to Song Yulu's plan, Qi Yin silently gave a thumbs up. How do you like my business acumen? Indeed, Song Yulu felt an immense sense of pride, almost as if he had a tail that would be standing tall at this moment. Let us go back and have dinner. All right. Upon returning home, Huizheng discovered a bag of colorful candies on the table and casually inquired, who bought these sweets? They look gaudy. The aunt explained, young master. They were sent to you by young master Song. Huizheng was taken aback. Who did you say sent them? Had he misheard? It was young master Song Yulu. He had someone deliver the candies. Huizheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Yulu sent him candies? What did this signify? Had he finally acknowledged his kindness? Were these candies exclusively for him, or did everyone receive them? Huizheng was overwhelmed with excitement, promptly pulling out his phone to message Song Yulu. However, after much editing, he ultimately deleted everything and sent a single line. Did you send me these candies? There's no poison, is there? Once sent. He felt a pang of regret and almost retracted the message, but Song Yulu had already replied. What do you think? I thought they were delicious, so I sent them to you. If you don't want them, feel free to return them. This was the first time Song Yulu had replied to him so quickly. Typically, Song Yulu barely responded to his messages. Huizheng joyfully paced around, recalling Song Yulu's earlier words. He immediately tasted the candy and found the flavor to be exquisite. As expected of Song Yulu's carefully selected treats, the taste was indeed superb. He promptly replied, it's quite delicious. What brand are these? I'm thinking of getting some a gift. On the other end, Song Yulu smiled broadly, showing his phone to Qi Yin. Look, I sent this the first order. Qi Yin felt a mix of emotions, both pleased and displeased. He was glad that the factory finally received an order, albeit a small one, but was discontent that the buyer was Huizheng. He had noticed before that Huizheng harbored feelings for Song Yulu, although the latter seemed oblivious to it. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to have a business deal? Of course I am. Song Yulu pouted, showing no signs of joy. Was this really what happiness looked like? After dinner, Song Yulu was on his way home when he was blocked at the entrance of the community. Lowering the car window, he looked at the person and impatiently asked, What do you want? Xiao Lu, where have you been? I've waited for you for ages, and you didn't reply to my messages. Song Yulu frowned. Why do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Since discovering that Xie Wenqing was not the one who rescued him, Song Yulu's patience had completely worn thin. Although she had already decided to expose him in front of everyone on her birthday, at that moment, Song Yulu could not help but retort. Xie Wenqing's expression indeed soured. Yet he managed to force a smile and handed the bag in his hand to Song Yulu, saying, I noticed from the group chat that you've been enjoying some candy lately. These sweets were brought back for you from abroad. They are far superior to that unknown brand you favor. Why not give them a try? Song Yulu replied, What do you mean by an unknown brand? I simply enjoy those. Are foreign products truly the best in your eyes? Is the moon a broad rounder as well? Xie Wenqing furrowed his brow, perplexed by Song Yulu's attitude towards him. He had no ill intentions, and he wondered what he had done wrong. unable to comprehend her behavior. He attributed it to her unpredictable nature, assuming she must be upset about something else and was taking it out on him. "Little dear, I mean no harm. I merely wanted to share some candy with you," he insisted. Song Yulu coolly responded, "I have no ulterior motives either. I was just making a comment." Finally, I can no longer tolerate this person. Yet the thought of the upcoming birthday banquet fills me with inexplicable anxiety. Me too. I keep worrying about unforeseen complications. Ugh, what a jinx. Song Yulu is being rather excessive. Although Xie Wenjing may not be a good person, he genuinely meant well this time. Indeed, how can anyone support Song Yulu? It baffles me. Upon seeing the comments on the screen, Song Yulu chose to ignore them. Let them say whatever they wish. He had already adjusted his mindset, and the remarks on the screen hardly affected him. If he allowed himself to be upset by the comments of others, it would be a victory for them. The calmer he remained, the more infuriated they became. Declining the candy, Song Yulu stated, "I do not like this. You may keep it for yourself." After saying this, without caring about Xie Wenjing's thoughts, he immediately raised the car window. Looking back, he noticed Xie Wenjing exuding a gloomy aura, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, and his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. "Is this truly unbearable for you?" Song Yulu scoffed softly, unaware that there were far worse things to endure ahead. Chapter 77. The contract was signed very smoothly the next morning. Song Yulu awoke around 9 o'clock. After stretching, he felt his entire body relax, a delightful sensation. After freshening up, he made his way downstairs, where he found Qi Yin already present. "Good morning," he greeted calmly. "Morning," Qi Yin replied. Song Yulu stifled a yawn. Despite having slept, he still felt somewhat drowsy. Human beings possess three primal desires: the desire for food, the desire for sleep, and the desire for intimacy. Generally, when one desire is particularly strong, the other two tend to be suppressed. Song Yulu's desire for sleep was quite pronounced, thus leaving him disinterested in food or intimacy. Contemplating this, he turned his attention to Qi Yin. What, he wondered, was Qi Yin's desire? By process of elimination, it seemed Qi Yin had little appetite. He typically consumed simple meals and was not picky, eating whatever was available. The desire for sleep seemed to elude him. He rose early and retired late each day, a routine that persisted. It became evident to Song Yulu that Qi Yin must possess a robust libido. This conclusion inexplicably led Song Yulu to recall the night Qi Yin had been drugged. What nonsensical thoughts is he entertaining? He mused, reflecting on that evening. A familiar ache flared within him, prompting him to grind his teeth in irritation, and suddenly, Qi Yin appeared less agreeable. Receiving a glare from Song Yulu, Qi Yin felt perplexed, unsure of what had incited this reaction. After sipping some water, Song Yulu inquired, "Are we having extra lessons today?" "But we have a contract to sign, don't we?" "It's fine. It won't take long," Qi Yin replied. "All right then," Song Yulu conceded. Strangely, he found Qi Yin more invested in his studies than he himself was. After finishing breakfast, they ascended the stairs to continue their lessons. And Song Yulu found himself less resistant to the idea of supplementary classes, although his inherent disinterest in studying remained. After a few days of perseverance, he felt it was commendable. Yet today, he found his mind wandering mid-lecture. What was I just discussing? He wondered aloud, only to be startled by Qi Yin's question. How could he possibly know where the lesson had left off? He blinked. "If you've forgotten where we were, I can reiterate." "Is it I who forgot, or you?" Qi Yin sighed. "Pay attention. The exam is approaching, and I would rather not have you be the worst student I have ever tutored." "The worst?" Song Yulu protested. "That can't be right. He-Chen's sister must have worse grades than him." His thought escaped his lips. "Is it not better to compare the good with the bad?" Qi Yin countered. "I merely intended to imply that I am not the worst." Song Yulu rubbed his nose, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. It wasn't that he disliked you. He simply did not wish to be at the bottom. Perhaps it was an irrational pride stirring within him. She has made progress recently. The question of who ranks first remains debatable. Upon hearing this, Song Yulu's spirits lifted. "That's impossible. I am certainly not at the bottom. After all, it was merely studying." He was capable. He suspected that Qi Yin might have intentionally provoked him. But his disposition was such that he indeed felt challenged. Once the supplementary lesson concluded, Song Yulu rubbed his temples, feeling mentally drained, as though he had been hollowed out. Let us go. It's time to sign the contract. Okay. He had contacted the lawyer in advance and drafted the contract, ready to head directly to the meeting with the lawyer. He disliked procrastination and preferred to resolve matters swiftly. Upon arriving at the candy factory, he was taken aback by the throng of people at the entrance. Men, women, and children, a significant crowd. Why are there so many people? He wondered. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that most were in their 40s and 50s, with several disabled individuals among them. Chi Yin explained, "These are the employees working at the factory." Song Yulu nodded in understanding, surprised to discover such a number of disabled workers. It seemed that Director Huang was quite a benevolent figure. Contemplating this, Song Yulu felt that his decision was indeed astute. As he alighted from his vehicle and approached, he was suddenly met with a chorus of applause from the gathered crowd, who enthusiastically exclaimed, "Welcome, young Master Song, to the candy factory. A warm welcome to you." Their voices resonated loudly, causing Song Yulu to hesitate in his advance. Wait, no one mentioned anything about this before my arrival, he thought, his toes digging into the ground as if he could burrow into it out of embarrassment. Amidst the commotion, someone set off a few firecrackers, intensifying the spectacle. Unexpectedly, Chi Yin found himself amused by the crowd's fervor, observing Song Yulu's reaction with a hint of a smile. Oh my, if I were in his shoes, I'd be mortified. Goodness, while I understand their goodwill, I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. My composure is fracturing. Look at Song Yulu. His face is flushed. Clearing his throat, Song Yulu attempted to address the crowd. Everyone, there's no need for such a grand welcome. However, his voice was too soft to be heard over the enthusiastic cheers. After a considerable duration, Factory Director Huang finally gestured for silence, and the applause subsided, allowing Song Yulu to exhale in relief. With a smile, Director Huang approached him, saying, "Young Master Song, please do not hold it against them." Upon hearing your arrival, everyone insisted on coming to express their gratitude. You are our savior. This sentiment felt somewhat exaggerated to Song Yulu, who quickly replied, "Please do not say such things. I am no savior. I'm not exaggerating. We have dedicated our lives to this factory, and if it were to close, finding new employment at our age would be incredibly challenging. Your arrival is like a timely downpour, bringing sunlight to disperse the gloom." Song Yulu interrupted. "How about we proceed with the contract first?" Director Huang's face broke into a wide grin. "Yes, let us sign the contract first." He had memorized several phrases, but, overwhelmed with nerves, had forgotten most of them. Although the two had already discussed the majority of the terms, some finer details remained unaddressed, as Song Yulu was not particularly versed in this field. Fortunately, both parties were amicable, with Director Huang content to finalize the agreement, willing to accommodate other conditions. Song Yulu, on the other hand, preferred to avoid petty negotiations. Thus, the contract was signed with remarkable ease, as Director Huang beheld Song Yulu's name inscribed on the document. His eyes glistened with emotion. Grasping Song Yulu's hand firmly, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Young Master Song, you are truly a remarkable person." This sentiment resonated not only with Director Huang, but also with others present, many of whom were significantly older than Song Yulu, with tears in their eyes. The crowd's emotion was palpable, stirring a deep sense of empathy within him. "Youthful Master, thank you so much. Indeed, without you, we would be at a loss. Young Master, please stay and share a meal with us." Director Huang beamed. "Everyone wishes to express their gratitude. If you would not mind, why not stay for dinner at the factory?" "Certainly, I will assist with this." Song Yulu did not refuse the kindness extended by everyone. This was, in fact, his first encounter with ordinary people. Despite their modest means, they maintained a commendable cleanliness. Although their speech was somewhat limited, their sincerity was evident in their actions and demeanor. The employees here were genuinely honest individuals, affirming that his choice was indeed a sound one. Chapter 78. A family without resentments following the crowd to the cafeteria. Song Yulu was surprised to find a considerable number of people present, seemingly family members of the factory workers. Upon seeing him, they rushed over with warmth and enthusiasm, saying, "Young Master Song, These are vegetables grown in our own garden, completely organic and harmless. Please take some home to taste. These are fruits from our family orchard. Incredibly sweet. Do try them. Young Master Song. These are home-raised eggs, packed with nutrition. Oh my, this brings tears to my eyes. These people are so genuine. Indeed, it appears that Song Yulu has indeed done a good deed. These individuals are sincerely grateful. Will Song Yulu accept these gifts? Although the sentiment is heavy, they do not seem particularly valuable. I suspect that even if he accepts them, he might not consume them, perhaps tossing them into the trash shortly after. Surely that cannot be the case. Do not be overly cynical. Initially, Song Yulu felt a bit embarrassed by the title Young Master, but as he sensed the genuine warmth from everyone, a wave of warmth surged within him. He could perceive their heartfelt intention to offer him something. Holding back his emotions to avoid tears, he earnestly replied, "Thank you all. I will accept these gifts, but I have also brought presents for everyone, and you must accept them as well." Chi Yin was momentarily taken aback. He was unaware that Song Yulu had brought gifts. In truth, Song Yulu had not originally intended to bring anything. But after being reminded by Wang Ma that as a new appointee, it was essential to foster good relations with everyone, he hastily ordered a variety of items the previous night. Checking the time, he expected delivery to be imminent. As everyone followed Song Yulu to the factory entrance, they were met with the sight of a delivery truck parked outside. The crowd was utterly astonished. What a large truck! What could the gifts be? Don't ask me. I can't fathom it. As the truck doors swung open, they were greeted by the sight of air conditioners filling the interior. Everyone gasped in unison. Air conditioners. My goodness, the previous units were far from efficient. Who would have thought young Master Song would be so considerate? Indeed, during his visit the day before, Song Yulu had noticed that the factory's air conditioning units were outdated and ineffective. The workers had to don full protective gear to ensure cleanliness, making their working conditions quite challenging. Since he had taken over the factory and found himself in a position to improve things financially, it was imperative to enhance the work environment for the employees. In truth, Song Yulu believed that if he did not spend this money now, there would come a time when he would regret not having done so. The online commentary reflected their astonishment. How was I unaware of this? When did Song Yulu make this purchase? Perhaps you were asleep. The order was placed in the late hours of the night. Everyone had thought that the air conditioning units were a generous gift, but unexpectedly, another delivery truck arrived. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Another one? What could it be this time? A group of individuals approached the entrance once more. This time, the truck was filled with various necessities for daily life. The elderly contributed rice, flour, and cooking oil, while the younger ones provided tobacco, alcohol, tea, and an array of essential items such as sanitary napkins, as well as educational supplies for children. The selection was remarkably comprehensive, catering to all age groups. Director Huang appeared somewhat embarrassed, rubbing his hands together and blushing as he remarked, "This is truly a lavish expense on your part." "It's nothing, really. I haven't spent much. I'll need your assistance in distributing the supplies," he replied. Not at all a bother, Director Huang thought, filled with excitement. The sheer volume of items on the truck amounted to a significant sum, enough for each family to receive a share of 1,000 or 2,000. Not only, but everyone present was equally exhilarated. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to have a meal first. Director Huang called out, "Let us eat, everyone, before the food gets cold. I'll distribute the items later." The atmosphere erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Seeing everyone so joyful, Song Yulu felt that his money had not been wasted. The amount spent was minimal, hardly exceeding what he and his companions would lavish in a night at the bar. Reflecting on this, Song Yulu suddenly realized how much he had squandered previously. Treating those individuals to drinks may have led them to secretly deride him as a fool. Yet, when the money is directed towards those in need, the gratitude expressed is sincere and heartfelt. Contemplating this, Song Yulu felt somewhat foolish for not considering philanthropy earlier. Upon returning to the cafeteria, he found the meals to be homely dishes, yet he discerned from the conversations around him that they had been prepared specifically for him. "What a sumptuous feast today! So much meat!" they exclaimed. "Young Master Song has arrived. We must treat him well." With his handsome features and kind heart, many wondered who among them would be fortunate enough to share a life with him. Clearing his throat, Song Yulu glanced at Qi Yin and quietly inquired, "Would you like this fortune?" Qi Yin met his gaze calmly and replied, "No, thank you." Truly lacking in vision, Song Yulu retorted, unfazed by the rejection, as he had long since grown accustomed to Qi Yan's resolute demeanor. He had come to realize that Qi Yin was tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within, and Song Yulu was confident that he would eventually win his affection. After finishing the meal, as Song Yulu departed from the candy factory, he left with an array of gifts, bundles and bags filled with items. Though they were not of great monetary value, their heartfelt intentions were priceless. He returned home feeling fulfilled. For the first time, he experienced genuine affection from so many people, filling him with immense joy. This was a stark contrast to all his previous experiences, which had been marked by insincerity. The sensation was indescribable. A smile graced his lips, and his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "Are you very happy?" Qian inquired. "Of course, I am quite pleased. However, there is an overwhelming abundance of these items, and I simply cannot consume them all. Would you care to take some away?" Qian appeared somewhat astonished. "Are you truly intending to eat all this?" To which Song Yulu's expression turned even more incredulous. Naturally, one must partake. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of their heartfelt intentions? Qi Yin was genuinely taken aback by the notion that Song Yulu would indeed indulge, given that the young master had always relished only the finest delicacies. Hearing him speak in such a manner caused Qi Yin's lips to curve into a subtle smile, significantly enhancing his fondness for him. Who just claimed that Song Yulu wouldn't eat? Come fort. Are you not now faced with a dose of reality? You merely took their words at face value. Once you grow old, I shall seek you out to peddle health products. Even if he cannot consume all this, will it not ultimately be discarded? Song Yulu furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in that remark. Even if he were to gift some to Qi Yin, the two of them would still be unable to finish it all. Much of the produce and fruit from home is perishable. Contemplating this, Song Yulu turned to Qi Yin. "We cannot possibly consume all of this. Do you have any suggestions? It could be given away. After all, once it is gifted to you, it is yours to manage, provided that no food goes to waste." After some reflection, Song Yulu concluded that this was indeed the only viable course of action. Upon returning home, he selected certain ingredients, divided them into 2 portions, and instructed Uncle Lu to deliver them to Lin Wan and Song Jingming. Aunt Wang's expression was tinged with emotion, noting that the young master had finally taken the initiative to mend relations with Mr. and Mrs. Young Master. "You have finally come to realize." Song Yulu indeed had an epiphany. With only a few months left, it was prudent to earn some money rather than hold onto grievances. With this in mind, he sent a message in their group chat. "I acknowledge that I spoke rather loudly the last time, and my demeanor was less than pleasant. To apologize, I have invested a considerable sum to procure some all-natural agricultural products, which Uncle Lu has already dispatched to you." Perhaps due to a fortunate coincidence of finishing their tasks, the two responded with unexpected promptness. "Lin Wan, it is commendable that you have come to this understanding. Families should not harbor grudges overnight." Song Jingming, "It's all right. What is done is done. Can father truly remain angry with you?" Song Yulu merely scoffed, for it was uncertain indeed. Is it not merely a performance? Let the 3 of them see who can outact him. Chapter 79. Qi Yin, are you my friend? Song Yulu's intention was certainly not to elicit such sentiments from the two. He continued in the group chat. "I have recently engaged a tutor, and my studies have greatly improved." He even shared his completed exercises and class notes within the group. Lin Wan and Song Jingming were astonished. As the sole heir of both the Lin and Song families, Song Yulu's previous lack of academic diligence had been a source of concern for them. Now, witnessing his newfound determination, both were thoroughly satisfied. They certainly desired a son who was diligent and capable in all respects. Lin Wan praised. "Remarkable. It is evident that you have been working diligently of late." Song Jingming also commended. "Good son, continue your efforts. The Song and Lin families shall rely on you in the future." Song Yulu continued. "This teacher's lectures are clear and comprehensible, though the tutoring fees are rather steep, and I have yet to pay." In their excitement, Lin Wan and Song Jingming, both feeling generous, each transferred 2 million without hesitation. due to previous circumstances. They even took the initiative to note it as a voluntary gift. Song Yulu was somewhat taken aback, as this saved him from further persuasion. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Make sure to get some rest. By the way, those agricultural products are beneficial for your health, so please make sure to consume them. After speaking, Song Yulu promptly closed his phone, not even glancing at their replies. The barrage of comments was set ablaze by the 2 million transfers. Oh, now I understand why my grades are poor. My parents haven't given me 2 million. Dear commenter above, you should be studying for yourself, not for your parents. Your mindset is flawed. How enviable. Wealthy individuals casually throw around 2 million, while I can barely scrape together 200. Ouch, this is truly painful. Song Yulu playfully inquired. Is 2 million a lot? One must admit, he was quite adept at provoking others. I'll compete with you wealthy folks. Laughing to death. My monthly salary is 2,008. Do you think 2 million is excessive? What are you so happy about? All your money is from Yinbao. Do you have a single cent of your own? Spending someone else's money is truly shameless. Rest assured, once Mianbao is reclaimed, Song Yulu will be expelled from the Song family. Perhaps he won't be better off than us then. Song Yulu calmly replied, who can blame me? It's the author's design. It's not my choice to be swapped out. If there's anyone at fault, it should be the author. After saying this, he didn't look at the barrage again, but transferred the full 4 million to Qi Yan. Qi Yan's message arrived instantly. Have you lost your mind? The next moment, a video call came through. Was this the first time Qi Yan had initiated a video call with him? Song Yulu accepted the call, finding Qi Yan looking damp, as if he had just bathed. Are you out of your mind? Why transfer so much money to me? Can you help me save it? You know, I tend to spend lavishly, and I want to save some money lately. Can you assist me? Qi Yan found this reason somewhat absurd. However, upon scrutinizing Song Yulu's expression, he sensed that he was quite serious. After a moment of silence, Qi Yan said, You trust me with your money. Aren't you afraid I might run off with it? Song Yulu replied matter-of-factly, I trust you, of course. Besides, you're not that kind of person. Don't you have other friends? Why leave it with me? With a deep sigh, Song Yulu recalled the descriptions in the book. These friends were not true friends. He lamented, It seems I really don't have many friends. Looking at it this way, am I rather pitiable? Qi Yan comforted him. One does not need many friends. Just a few true companions are sufficient for a lifetime. But I currently have no friends at all. As he spoke, Song Yulu blinked and smiled, asking, Qi Yan, are you my friend? Unbeknownst to him, although Song Yulu was smiling at that moment, Qi Yan inexplicably sensed a tinge of sadness emanating from him. We are friends, he said. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Song Yulu's face. Since we are friends, you will surely help me, won't you? I speak the truth. I genuinely need to save money. When I find myself bankrupt one day, you can assist me. All right. Although Qi Yan could not fathom the peculiar notion that occupied Song Yulu's mind, he nonetheless acquiesced. After ending the video call, Song Yulu transferred a sum of money to Qi Yan once more, with a note attached. This is a tuition fee. You must accept it, or else I shall no longer require your tutoring. Qi Yan, feeling somevatel bliss, did not touch the money, but rather placed it alongside the previous 4 million in an unused card, saving it for Song Yulu to retrieve later. To be honest, 4 million was an immense fortune for Qi Yan. He had never encountered such wealth throughout his life. However, he felt no pangs of greed in his heart. He would not claim what did not belong to him. As time passed day by day, after investing in a candy factory, Song Yulu resolved to refurbish the establishment and update the equipment before resuming production. Amidst this busyness, his birthday celebration quietly approached. It was at this juncture that Song Yulu recalled he had yet to see how Xie Wenjing had arranged the festivities. As the sole heir of both the Lin and Song families, the birthday banquet was naturally to be a grand affair. Though it was termed his birthday celebration, it served merely as a pretext. Many of the guests were unfamiliar to him, and their well wishes were insincere, aimed instead at networking and forging connections. Thus, every year after the banquet, Song Yulu would host a private gathering, inviting only a select group of close friends. He had entrusted Xie Wenjing with the organization of this intimate soiree. Upon reviewing Xie Wenjing's arrangements, he found them quite meticulous and commendable, if only he were not deceiving himself. For Song Yulu, deception was a grave matter, the one thing he could not abide. Aunt Wang approached with a gown sent by Lin Wan and Song Jingming, inquiring, "Young master, which outfit shall you wear today?" Song Yulu casually pointed to one. "This one, please." It was sent by Madam, and it is indeed more exquisite. After changing into the attire, he appeared as if he had stepped out of a medieval oil painting, a true nobleman. Aunt Wang nodded incessantly, praising him. "Young master, you look exceptionally handsome. You will surely be the most dashing person in attendance tonight. They say clothes make the man, yet it seems you elevate the garment even further." The online comments echoed the admiration. "Wow, so stunning. My darling." Screaming, twisting, crawling in darkness. "Ah, how I adore you. In my opinion, this is a sight to behold, yet I can't even get a kiss." Song Yulu. Chapter 80. I am the true young master song. The birthday banquet was held at a 6-star hotel. As night fell, Song Yulu rode in a luxurious vehicle toward the hotel. The lavish car glided into the hotel forecourt, coming to a gentle halt as the attendant respectfully opened the door. Song Yulu stepped out, his custom-made leather shoes gracefully treading upon the red carpet, each stride exuding an innate elegance. The hotel manager approached with a bow, saying, "Young master Song, please come in." Song Yulu responded coolly, his gaze unwavering as he strode directly into the hall. Inside, the venue was teeming with socialites, the clinking of glasses echoing amidst the throngs of people. Song Yulu furrowed his brow. He was not fond of such crowded scenes where everyone wore a mask, uttering insincere words, their smiles concealing deep-seated schemes. The atmosphere felt utterly disingenuous. "Young master Song, happy birthday. It's been a while. You seem even more charming than before." As soon as he entered, several individuals converged around him with warm words. These people were merely seeking to align themselves with the Song family. Thus, his indifference would not pose any issue. With a detached demeanor, Song Yulu offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before making his way to the terrace. It was much quieter here. However, tranquility was short-lived as he soon received messages from Lin Wan and Song Jingming, who were looking for him and urging him to join them. It seemed yet another performance awaited him. A flicker of irritation danced in his eyes. He returned to the hall, which had become even more crowded. Upon spotting him, Lin Wan hurried over, grasping his hand with a smile. "Where have you been, my dear? We've been searching high and low for you." This smile was not meant for Song Yulu, but rather for the onlookers surrounding them. "I just had a bit of a headache and needed some fresh air," he replied succinctly. "How could you have a headache? Is your concussion not healed yet?" In truth, he had recovered, but he chose not to refute it. Perhaps it was due to his earlier display of vulnerability, but Lin Wan's demeanor towards him this evening was unervingly amiable. She introduced him to numerous guests, and to his surprise, Madame Gu and Gu Linzhou had also arrived. "Little dear, happy birthday." "Thank you, Aunt Gu." "Happy birthday," Gu Linzhou added softly. Song Yulu forced a smile. "Thank you." At 8 o'clock, the banquet commenced officially. As per tradition, Song Jingming began with a few opening remarks, filled with grandiloquent phrases that Song Yulu found tiresome to endure. While lost in thought, the grand doors suddenly burst open, and a boy in a server's uniform rushed in, his eyes reddened and voice trembling. "I am the real young master Song. Song Yulu is an imposter." The room erupted in uproar. Guests exchanged glances between Lin Wan, Song Jingming, Song Yulu, and this unfamiliar youth, their whispers filling the air. Looking up, Song Yulu saw Song Mian stumbling through the crowd, eyes brimming with tears as he exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, I finally found you." Lin Wan and Song Jingming were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The resemblance between Song Mian and the couple was striking. Song Jingming exchanged a glance with someone nearby and calmly stated, "You must have made a mistake. We only have one child." If not for the way Song Yulu's hand gripped the wine glass tightly, one might have believed he was entirely composed. Lin Wan added with a smile, "Yes, you must be mistaken. Security, please escort him out." Just as Song Mian opened his mouth to protest, a security guard rushed in, covering his mouth and dragging him away. Song Mian. His eyes widened in disbelief. It is quite incorrect. This does not align with his expectations at all. How could Lin Wan and Song Jingming allow someone to take him away? Song Yulu mockingly curled his lips. For those two, maintaining face was paramount, and they would never allow themselves to be the subject of ridicule in front of so many onlookers. With a smile, Song Jingming remarked, "This individual seems to have appeared out of nowhere, causing quite a stir among us. Let's continue." Lin Wan appeared calm, but was, in fact, somewhat distracted. The resemblance of that child. She turned to glance at Song Yulu. Previously, she had only thought her son exceedingly handsome, never realizing that his features bore little resemblance to either of theirs. The crowd, for their part, feigned indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident. Yet what lay within their hearts remained a mystery. Indeed, where was the manager? How could anyone just walk in? This nearly disrupted young Master Song's birthday celebration. The guests voiced their thoughts aloud, but what they truly contemplated was likely known only to themselves. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments was rife with astonishment. This is odd. The timing isn't right. Moreover, the plot deviates. According to the narrative, it was clearly Lin Wan and Song Jingming who sought out Mian Bao. So how did Mian Bao come to them? However, I fail to understand why these two do not recognize Mian Bao. My heart breaks at Mian Bao's look of disbelief. Perhaps the timing is not yet appropriate. If someone suddenly claims to be the genuine young Master Song, anyone would suspect them of being a fraud. But Mian Bao bears a striking resemblance to them. The comments continued to proliferate. Song Yulu maintained a subtle smile, as though this matter were of no concern to him. He could distinctly feel numerous curious and gossiping gazes directed towards him, yet akin to Lin Wan and Song Jingming. He too harbored a distaste for being the subject of ridicule. After being dragged from the hall, Song Mian found himself confined in a small room. The hotel manager was utterly baffled. Where had this person sprung from? If he truly disrupted young Master Song's birthday celebration, it would spell disaster for him. Furrowing his brows, the manager inquired, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Who sent you? Surely, you are not a spy from a rival family sent to sabotage our establishment?" In that fleeting moment, the hotel manager contemplated many possibilities. Song Mian frowned and asserted, "I have stated that I am the true young Master Song. Song Yulu is an impostor who has usurped my place." The hotel manager scoffed, "You claim to be who you are, but I could just as easily declare myself the genuine young Master Song." Song Mian retorted, "Are your eyes defective? Do you not discern that I resemble the Song family?" Upon hearing this, the hotel manager scrutinized Song Mian's features more closely, growing increasingly astonished. He widened his eyes in disbelief. This person indeed bore a striking resemblance to the Song family. Song Mian let out a light huff. "Now, do you believe me? Release me at once. I must see my parents." However, he was taken aback when the hotel manager flatly refused. "I'm afraid I cannot permit you to leave." Song Mian exclaimed, "Why not? How do I know you Haven T deliberately altered your appearance to resemble a member of the Song family? Until Mr. Song authorizes your release, you must remain here." Song Mian. He has stated his case so clearly, yet this person remains obstinate. How frustrating. Chapter 81. Conducting a paternity test. Once the birthday banquet officially commenced, Song Jingming and Lin Wan concluded their pleasantries with several esteemed guests before discreetly departing the hall. They intended to seek clarification from Song Mian. Song Yulu noticed a distinct suspicion in Lin Wan's gaze directed towards him. Nevertheless, he maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding events. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Lin Wan inquired abruptly. "By observing," Song Yulu replied nonchalantly. Lin Wan was exasperated. She never anticipated that even at this juncture, Song Yulu would still exhibit such an uncooperative attitude. In contrast, Song Jingming remained silent, his lips pursed throughout. At this moment, the online commentary had erupted. "Here it comes. Is Song Yulu about to be shown the door?" Honestly, the developments have been too abrupt. I'm still trying to process it. I wonder how the Song family will resolve this. The plot has completely unraveled, and I can no longer comprehend it. I'm quite eager to see how this unfolds. I've long found Song Yulu displeasing. Let him log off already. Despite appearing composed, Song Yulu felt a twinge of anxiety. The situation was indeed too sudden. He had originally planned to expose Xiao Wenqing tonight, but was instead confronted with the revelation of his own false identity as a young master. Outside the door, Song Jingming took a deep breath before pushing it open. He addressed the manager. "You may leave now." Understood, the manager and security personnel exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Now, only Lin Wan, Song Jingming, Song Yulu, and Song Mian remained in the room. The expressions on Lin Wan and Song Jingming's faces were filled with doubt and astonishment. Song Yulu casually chose a seat, preparing to observe Song Mian's ensuing performance. Song Mian did not disappoint. His eyes reddened as if afflicted by an ailment. "Mom and Dad, I've finally found you," he exclaimed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, presenting a pitiful visage. Even Song Yulu was nearly moved, though only nearly. Surprisingly, Lin Wan and Song Jingming did not exhibit excitement. Song Jingming directly questioned, "Who sent you here?" Lin Wan reached out to touch Song Mian's face, startling him. He blinked rapidly, fearing her nails might inadvertently injure his eyes. "No one sent me. I truly am your son. If you doubt me, we can conduct a paternity test." Song Mian hastily defended himself. Song Jingming did not respond immediately, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lin Wan's eyes flickered with concern, revealing a sympathetic expression. "Good child, you must have suffered all these years. How did you uncover the truth of your lineage?" Song Yulu was equally curious about this matter. He had long harbored suspicions about Song Mian. With his head bowed, Song Mian choked out, "My family has always treated me poorly. I never realized anything was amiss until I overheard them discussing the child-swapping incident, which led me to discover that I was not their biological child." Song Yulu. He had previously visited Song Mian's home, where it was evident that her family treated him with kindness, and it was not a deliberate deception, but rather a case of mistaken identity. Song Mian was indeed quite forthright. He refrained from interrupting her, eager to discover what else she might reveal. In a hushed tone, Song Mian explained, "I did not intend to intrude. I merely wished to observe my biological parents from afar." However, she paused, biting her lip, casting a timid glance at Lin Wan. "Witnessing your warmth towards someone who has assumed my identity overwhelmed me. I apologize, dear parents. Did I err just now? Have I caused you any distress?" This performance was undeniably effective. Lin Wan, who had been skeptical, now felt a deep, instinctive sympathy for the child. In terms of appearance, Song Mian bore a closer resemblance to them than did Song Yulu. Initially convinced to a degree, Lin Wan's belief had now intensified considerably. "Good child," she thought, her eyes glistening with tears as she and Song Mian embraced, weeping together. Song Jingming was somewhat perplexed. He had only contemplated the pros and cons. So why had Lin Wan suddenly accepted her? They had yet to conduct a paternity test. Song Yulu understood the underlying cause. It was the aura of the protagonist at play. It seemed that if Song Mian wished for it, she could effortlessly win the affection of anyone. Song Yulu found this ability rather unsettling. He scrutinized Song Jingming, suspecting that if Song Mian exchanged mere pleasantries with him, his attitude would undoubtedly shift. However, Song Jingming did not afford Song Mian the opportunity to speak. He promptly declared, "All right, let us first conduct a paternity test. We will address all matters once the results are in." Song Jingming did not lack for children. He had many illegitimate offspring outside, but those were not suitable for public acknowledgement. What he needed was a son who could bring him honor, not one who appeared timid and as though afflicted by some ailment. After the birthday banquet, they would visit the hospital. By this time, Lin Wan had shed enough tears and glared at Song Jingming, saying, "Can't we go now?" Song Jingming looked at her incredulously. "We are hosting a birthday banquet, and the guest of honor has fled. What will others think? Are you out of your mind? Quickly wipe your tears and touch up your makeup. We cannot let anyone see you like this." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan felt as though she had been doused with cold water, jolting her back from her sympathetic state towards Song Mian. She could not afford to be the subject of ridicule. Song Mian was astonished. Was his protagonist aura ineffective? He cast a fierce glare at Song Yulu. Each encounter with Song Yulu seemed to yield unforeseen complications. It must be his doing. Song Yulu. What does this have to do with him? Why was Song Mian looking at him in such a manner? Why does Mian Bao's gaze seem somewhat sinister? To the one above. I'll voice it for you. That look seems quite devious. I wouldn't dare believe it had I not witnessed it myself. What has happened to my Mian Bao? Why does she seem so unlike the character depicted in the story? I have a bold hypothesis, said Song Yulu, and I wonder if it aligns with what the viewers in the comments are speculating. Good child, please wait here for a moment. I will have someone bring you some food. Do not wander off. We will return shortly, Lin Wan advised. Song Mian nodded obediently. However, once the three had exited, Song Mian's demeanor shifted dramatically as he scoffed derisively. Huh, where is that earlier demeanor now? Chapter 82. Are you planning to eliminate witnesses? Upon returning to the hall, Lin Wan and Song Jingming mingled with the guests, their expressions as serene as if nothing had transpired. In contrast, Song Yulu sought refuge in a corner, yearning for a moment of solitude. Unfortunately, someone approached him. Gu Linzhou sat beside him and quietly inquired, "What is the matter? You seem unhappy." Song Yulu lifted his eyelids to glance at him, replying, "I am not unhappy. You are mistaken. Is it because of what just happened?" Song Yulu chose silence. He had no desire to discuss the matter. Instead, he contemplated his plans once Song Mian was acknowledged. That person was the waiter from last time, right? Gu Linzhou remarked suddenly. Song Yulu was not surprised that Gu Linzhou remembered Song Mian. After all, he would soon be Song Mian's devoted admirer. If he had forgotten, that would have been truly shocking. Noticing Song Yulu's indifference, Gu Linzhou licked his back teeth and offered, "Do you need my assistance?" Song Yulu shot him a sharp glance. "What do you mean?" "To help you." Gu Linzhou leaned in closer, lowering his voice as long as you nod. "The Song family can forever recognize you as the one true heir." Song Yulu responded, "Are you suggesting murder?" Gu Linzhou paused, then clarified, "What I mean is, I can assist you in manipulating the paternity test. So, you're already convinced that I am the false one and he is the genuine heir?" Gu Linzhou's silence spoke volumes. Song Yulu scoffed, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. What is mine will remain mine. No amount of coercion will change that. Except, of course, for Qi Yan." Seeing that Gu Linzhou was about to speak again, Song Yulu promptly opened his phone, choosing to ignore him. Gu Linzhou was both amused and frustrated. He could not comprehend where he had offended Song Yulu, as his previous demeanor had been quite different. At that moment, acquaintances of Song Yulu approached him. "Young Master Song, we have been searching for you everywhere. Are you unhappy? Is it because of what just occurred? Rest assured, we are all on your side. That person must be deranged." Song Yulu thought, "These individuals truly have a knack for bringing up the very topics I wish to avoid." While they conversed openly in front of Song Yulu, their private discussions in another group revealed a starkly different tone. "Oh my goodness, I am utterly shocked. I'm still trying to process this. By the way, do you all know what this is about?" My brother mentioned that a waiter publicly exposed Song Yulu's identity in front of everyone. But we cannot ascertain the veracity of this claim. I have always thought that Song Shao possesses an extraordinary beauty, one that seems entirely uncharacteristic of the Song family. I concur. Let us wait and observe how the Song family addresses this matter. He-chun did not attend the birthday banquet due to a last-minute obligation and could only join the subsequent gathering. He was taken aback to encounter such news. A flicker of excitement danced in He-chun's eyes. If Song Yulu were indeed a false heir, could he entertain such a notion? His expression grew animated. As the birthday celebration concluded, the group made their way to the hospital. A cautious voice emerged from Song Mian beside them. "This car is so comfortable. I hope I won't break anything." Song Yulu rolled his eyes, wondering if she had thorns sprouting from her body. Nevertheless, Lin Wan was enamored by this display of affection. In response to Song Mian's overtures, Lin Wan lost her composure once more. "Good child, this car is yours from now on. Feel free to drive and sit in it. If anything gets damaged, I'll buy you a new one." Song Yulu had never witnessed Lin Wan's maternal affection manifesting so overwhelmingly, even in the presence of Lin Xinyan. The results of the paternity test would not be available promptly, and as the hour grew late, even a confirmation would arrive in the wee hours. Thus, Lin Wan suggested, Mian, why don't you come stay with us?" "But what about my brother?" Song Mian cast a timid glance at Song Yulu, as if fearful of him. "He hasn't said anything, has he?" Lin Wan's expression instantly hardened. "Do not concern yourself with him. He has enjoyed the privileges of your identity for many years, causing you much hardship in the process." "Very well," she conceded. "Let us return and rest for now. We shall see the results in the morning." As Song Jingming spoke, he departed first, Following this, Lin Wan took Song Mian home, while no one paid heed to Song Yulu. He stood alone in the quiet corridor, and after a moment, he let out a soft scoff. How amusing. At this late hour, the home he had lived in for so many years no longer felt like his own, leaving Song Yulu at a loss as to where to go. However, recalling the matter of Xiao Wenqing, he resolved to attend the private birthday banquet after all. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard a conversation inside. Do you think Song Yulu is the true heir or a fake? Surely a fake. If he were real, why hasn't he shown up yet? You haven't seen it, but I have. He resembles the Song couple closely, far more than Song Yulu does. It's evident he is their biological child. How unexpected it is for such a melodramatic scenario to unfold in our midst. It seems fiction indeed draws from reality. Will Song Yulu be unable to act so arrogantly in the future? It is likely, and perhaps we shall not see him again. Song Yulu lowered his gaze. In front of them, they referred to him as Song Xiao, while behind his back, they called him Song Yulu. Though he disliked the title of Song Xiao, he found their duplicitous behavior even more distasteful. He pushed open the door, and the chatter within the room ceased abruptly. Song Xiao, you have finally arrived? Indeed. We thought you wouldn't come. We were preparing to leave. Song Yulu explained softly. Some matters were delayed. He cast a sweeping glance around the room and inquired, where is Xiao Wenqing? Has he not arrived? He answered a phone call and stepped out, but he is yet to return. Song Yulu furrowed his brow. He had intended to expose Xiao Wenqing in front of everyone, but it seemed the protagonist was absent. He called Xiao Wenqing, but was met with silence. Even his texts went unanswered. Song Yulu pressed his lips into a straight line. Where could that man have gone? Meanwhile, Xiao Wenqing had not wandered far. Upon learning about the events of the banquet, he immediately sought someone to investigate. However, results were not forthcoming. Suspecting that Song Yulu might be an imposter, he hastily purchased a modest gift, concealing the original expensive one before returning to his room. To his surprise, Song Yulu was already there. Apologetically, he said, I'm sorry. Little dear, I just realized I left your birthday gift in the car and went back to retrieve it, which took some time. Oh. Song Yulu showed no inclination to accept the gift. Xiao Wenqing felt a surge of anger, though he maintained a calm facade as he placed the gift on the table. At that moment, others who were supposed to present their gifts seemed hesitant, perhaps deterred by the matter of the true heir. Though Song Yulu was indifferent to such gestures, he couldn't help but remark, truly, such a wealthy family. Feelings are but an illusion, while interests are genuine. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he directly asked, Xiao Wenqing, why do you impersonate my benefactor? Chapter 83. This hotel is quite impressive. Xiao Wenqing's expression shifted abruptly. How did Song Yulu come to know of this? When did he find out? Did he possess evidence? Feigning calmness, he replied, Little dear, I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm not impersonating anyone. Song Yulu, uninterested in idle chatter, pulled a stack of documents from his bag and tossed them onto the table. Here, all the evidence you need is right here. Of course, the evidence was insufficient to prove that Xiao Wenqing was a fraud, as Song Yulu had learned of this matter through the comment section. He was merely confident that Xiao Wenqing would not scrutinize the details closely. Song Yulu clicked his tongue. You truly are impressive. Deceiving for so many years, I underestimated you. The onlookers examined the evidence and turned their astonished gazes towards Xiao Wenqing. This man possessed considerable audacity, daring to deceive Song Yulu. Impressive indeed. You've usurped someone else's merit, leveraging Song Xiao's name to reap numerous benefits. Haven't you? Huh. I had thought you were genuinely Song Xiao's benefactor, which is why you received such preferential treatment and ample resources. Little did we know we were all being played for fools. At this moment, Xiao Wenqing was in a state of panic. It was evident that Song Yulu was preoccupied with his own matters. Why then was he intent on exposing him? A flicker of resentment towards Song Yulu began to brew within him. Song Yulu stood, declaring, I mean no harm. I simply wish to ask you one question. What question? Who was the person that saved me back then? I don't know, Xiao Wenqing replied, lowering his head. Song Yulu raised an eyebrow. You don't know? How can it be that you don't know? I indeed did not encounter anyone. It was merely a chance discovery of you while I was fetching medication. Upon your awakening, you directly inquired whether I was the one who had rescued you. In a moment of folly, I acquiesced. Song Yulu raised an eyebrow. So, are you implying that I am to blame? Not at all. That is not my intention. Although Xiao Wenqing had come to learn of the true identity of the young master, he found himself obliged to remain subservient to Song Yulu for an entire day. In his heart, he silently prayed that Song Yulu must indeed be the false one. Otherwise, his fate would be irrevocably sealed. However, with the revelation of this matter, Xiao Wenqing harbored a premonition that others might distance themselves from him as a consequence. He feared he would soon be cast out of this circle. Contemplating this possibility nearly caused him to grind his teeth in frustration. After years of diligent effort, to be so casually ostracized by this group was exceedingly vexing. Little dear. I'm sorry. Little dear? Is that what you dare to call me? Song, young master. I apologize. Xiao Wenqing lowered his head in contrition. Song Yulu discerned the resentment brewing within him. He pursed his lips. Over the years, he had shown considerable forbearance towards Xiao Wenqing. Yet now, this incident seemed to erase all previous kindness from his memory. Desiring to leave, Song Yulu stood and declared, "Well then, I have matters to attend to. You may continue." Once outside, he found himself at a loss as to where to go, ultimately arriving at the foot of the dormitory building of Qiyan. He hesitated, contemplating whether to ascend. Just as he was about to decide, he heard Jiang Lin's voice. "Little young master, are you here to see Qiyan?" Before Song Yulu could clarify, he witnessed Jiang Lin shouting from below, "Qiyan, someone is looking for you." Song Yulu thought to himself, I must admit, Jiang Lin does possess quite the booming voice. Almost immediately, several windows above swung open, with curious heads peering down. Is everyone so inquisitive? Song Yulu mused. After a brief wait, Qiyan descended. Upon seeing Song Yulu, he appeared somewhat surprised. What brings you here at this hour? Based on the information he had gathered, Song Yulu should have been celebrating a birthday with friends, an event that had yet to conclude. Song Yulu found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Lin, sensing the moment, interjected, "Well then, you two carry on. I shall head back upstairs." Qiyan asked, "Shall we take a walk by the river?" Very well. At this hour, the riverside was sparsely populated, with only the occasional couple strolling along the bank. Is something amiss? Qiyan perceptively noted that Song Yulu's expression seemed somewhat off. Indeed, you see, I am not the young master of the Song family. I was switched at birth. Qiyan halted in his tracks. Song Yulu continued, during the birthday banquet today, the true young master of the Song family returned. Qiyan could hardly fathom the circumstances surrounding this revelation, yet merely contemplating it filled him with sympathy. I am managing, though I feel rather lost. The events transpired so abruptly, and I am unprepared for what lies ahead. Is the matter confirmed? Has a paternity test been conducted? Not yet. We shall learn the results by tomorrow morning. Qiyan offered consolation. Perhaps it is merely a false alarm. Song Yulu smiled faintly, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to others, he was aware. I have no intention of returning tonight. He resides there. A fleeting moment of disappointment flickered in Qiyan's eyes, as he had assumed Song Yulu would be staying in his dormitory. Before he could voice his thoughts, Song Yulu continued, I plan to stay at a hotel. Do you know of any nearby that are decent yet affordable? It's time to start saving money. Song Yulu believed that, given his capabilities, he would likely not earn a significant income. I'm not well acquainted with the hotels in the vicinity. Let me ask Jiang Lin, Qiyan replied. All right. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Lin gasped, oh my. Is Qiyan going to share a room with the young master? After some contemplation, he recommended a reliable and clean hotel he had previously stayed at, assuring them, this hotel is excellent. You should stay there. Qiyan sensed something amiss in Jiang Lin's words, but chose not to elaborate. Let's go to the hotel, he said. Okay. The hotel was not far from the school, and the two decided to walk. The cool night breeze alleviated their anxiety. However, upon arriving at the hotel entrance, both Song Yulu and Qiyan felt an inexplicable unease. Lacking experience and trusting Jiang Lin, they proceeded inside. The front desk was attended by a young woman whose eyes lit up upon seeing them. Hello. Do you have a reservation? No. Are there any rooms available? Currently, only the luxurious suite is available. Song Yulu glanced at the so-called luxurious suite, astonished that it cost only 600 yuan, a rather inexpensive rate. He had never stayed in such an affordable hotel before. All right, I'll take that. Very well. May I please see your identification? Song Yulu handed over his ID and explained, it's just for me. The receptionist paused, her expression bewildered. You're staying alone? Yes. Song Yulu nodded, puzzled by her astonishment. Staying in a hotel alone seemed quite normal to him. Chapter 84. The themed hotel, it was only upon entering the room that Song Yulu comprehended the receptionist's surprise. Yin, too, was astonished by the room's decor. Pink lighting, a heart-shaped bed, a ceiling adorned with mirrors, and an array of peculiar items such as strange chairs and rings hung from the ceiling. This was evidently a themed hotel. Jianglin, Song Yulu's expression turned awkward. It seems we've come to the wrong place. However, having already paid, it seemed wasteful not to stay. Yin cleared his throat. It's all Jianglin's fault for not being clearer. Suddenly recalling Jianglin's earlier message, Yin hesitated. Could it be that Jianglin thought he and Song Yulu would be sharing a room? No wonder he recommended this place. The atmosphere felt decidedly strange, leaving both of them somewhat uncomfortable. Yin inquired, have you eaten? Not much. I'm not hungry, Song Yulu replied. Then I'll go out and get you something to eat. As Yin stood to leave, Song Yulu grasped his hand. No, please stay with me for a while. He didn't want to be alone. Before Yin could speak, the barrage of comments had already erupted with excitement. Just do it for a while. Haha, this is quite the place. I've never seen a themed hotel before. It truly opened my eyes. Everyone's here. It would be inappropriate not to participate, right? Song Yulu, listen to me. Hold on to Yin's thigh. Once he is recognized again, he can take care of you. You really know how to suggest things upstairs. Have you forgotten that Yin might retaliate later? The plot is already unraveled beyond recognition. Will Yin still seek revenge? It has unraveled, but the general storyline will remain unchanged. Upon seeing the comments, Song Yulu's heart suddenly sank. He was uncertain if events would unfold as the comments suggested, but the mere thought of potentially becoming enemies with Yin was unbearable, causing his eyes to redden. Yin, mistaking Song Yulu's distress for concern over his identity, hurriedly offered comfort. Don't be upset. Song Yulu forced a smile. I'm fine. Just sit with me for a while. The two sat quietly, exchanging no words. As time passed and the hour grew late, the barrage of comments dwindled significantly. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Song Yulu remained still as Yin opened the door, only to freeze in surprise. Curiosity piqued. He leaned over to glimpse the visitor, discovering it was a police officer. Room check. Please show your identification. Both presented their IDs, and after recording the information, the officer inquired, what is your relationship? Friends. Friends? Song Yulu grasped Yin's hand and clarified, he's my boyfriend, officer. Is there a problem? The officer returned their IDs and stated, no issue, just a routine check. You may continue resting. Once the door closed, Song Yulu, still shaken, patted his chest. You scared me. I almost thought we were caught in a crackdown. As the hour grew late, Yin prepared to leave. Do you think the police are still around? Should we wait a bit longer? All right. Sitting in silence felt awkward, so Song Yulu glanced at the television and suggested, how about we watch some TV? Sure. Yin switched on the television, but before the screen could illuminate, a series of unmentionable sounds erupted from the speakers. Yin? Song Yulu. To their shock, the screen displayed two men entangled in a passionate embrace. Flustered, Yin hastily turned off the television, his ears burning with embarrassment. Song Yulu was equally uncomfortable. Having never watched such content before, he glanced at the scene and mentally critiqued, that physique is subpar, far inferior to Yin's. Wait, that didn't seem to be the main point. Song Yulu cursed his own inquisitive nature for suggesting television. Now, the atmosphere was even more awkward. At that moment, a rhythmic thumping echoed through the wall. Is someone renovating next door? Song Yulu inquired, intrigued. Yin replied, yes, renovations. At this hour? Song Yulu frowned, sensing something was amiss. Huh, who renovates at night? Do you both find this amusing? Are you genuinely confused or merely pretending? Have you even considered the nature of the place you reside in? At such a late hour, what else can one do besides exercising? Are you suggesting one might frequent a romantic hotel for study purposes? Song Yulu, it seems I'm being mocked. Well, I shall take my leave now. As Chi Yin was about to exit, he received a call from Jiang Lin. Chi Yin, I've taken the liberty of arranging your leave. I mentioned that you had some matters to attend to back home. Just be careful not to let anything slip when you return tomorrow. Qian, I truly appreciate your help. Why are you being so formal with me? Chi Yin chuckled in exasperation. Did he genuinely mean his gratitude? However, it wasn't entirely Jiang Lin's fault for misunderstanding due to the lack of explanation. Now, with Jiang Lin having procured his leave, there was no way for him to return. Chi Yin and Song Yulu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The comments urged, what are you both waiting for? Invite him to sleep with you. I can't endure these two any longer. Why not just strip down and get to it? Song Yulu. Such crude remarks. How about you just stay here and sleep? The bed is quite spacious, after all. It's not our first time sharing a bed. There's nothing to be concerned about. Very well, then. I apologize for the intrusion. Indeed, the bed was ample, approximately 2 meters by over 2 meters. Each lay on opposite sides, with enough space in the middle for 2 more. What are you two doing? Is the middle space reserved for me? Song Yulu, are you capable or not? At this point, why are you still hesitating? Are you not a man? Exactly. Why don't you take action? Song Yulu. He promptly shut off the comments, unwilling to engage with the chatter. Chi Yin observed Song Yulu's gesture of raising his hand. He often noticed Song Yulu staring blankly into the void and had witnessed him point at the air a few times. His gaze flickered. What was he doing? Chapter 85. The sole heir of the Song family, Song Yulu, could not recall when he had fallen asleep. He was roused in the morning by the persistent ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lin Wan. Could it be that the results of the paternity test had arrived? Upon answering, Lin Wan's icy voice commanded, return immediately. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Song Yulu pursed his lips. Although Lin Wan's demeanor towards him had always been rather frosty, wasn't this a bit too indifferent? He sighed and began dressing, only to notice that Chi Yin was no longer present. When had he left? Just as he finished washing up, Chi Yin returned, carrying breakfast. I wasn't too sure what you liked, so I bought a little bit of everything. Thank you. Though Song Yulu had little appetite, he managed to sip on some congee for the sake of his health. I'm heading home. Are you returning to school now? Yes. Chi Yin's face bore a look of concern. Song Yulu chuckled. What else with that expression? You'd think I was venturing into a den of lions. Are you sure you can manage alone? Song Yulu nodded affirmatively. Of course I can. However, upon boarding the carriage home, his expression transformed instantaneously. It was his first encounter with such a situation, and although he professed otherwise, he felt an undeniable sense of trepidation within. Upon returning home, Song Mian sat obediently between Lin Wan and Song Jingming. The paternity test report lay on the coffee table. Yet Song Yulu did not even spare a glance and directly seated himself on the single sofa. Take a look, urged Song Jingming as he pushed the report towards him. With a calm demeanor, Song Yulu replied, there's no need to look. Your reactions have already revealed everything to me. Well, over the years, we have certainly made considerable efforts for you. Although we may not have shown enough concern. We have never deprived you of material wealth, he continued. And then? Inquired Song Yulu. Everything you possess is predicated on the foundation that you are our biological child. Now that Mian has returned, you should return all of this to him. Upon hearing this, Song Mian gazed at Song Yulu with anticipation. He was well aware that Song Yulu was exceedingly wealthy. In fact, his fortune surpassed that of Lin Wan and Song Jingming combined. The thought of those assets soon belonging to him filled him with exhilaration. Noticing Song Yulu's silence, Song Mian could not restrain himself. You wouldn't actually want to keep it, would you? At this, Lin Wan cast a doubtful glance at Song Yulu. With a sigh, Song Yulu responded, did I say I wouldn't give it? I shall not claim what does not belong to me. You may handle it as you see fit, and I shall cooperate fully. As he spoke, he rose and declared, since the true young master of the Song family has returned, it is time for this impostor to step aside. May I go upstairs to pack my belongings? You need not leave. We can publicly claim that you are twins, suggested Song Jingming, somewhat reluctant to part with Song Yulu. Song Yulu's striking appearance made him an ideal match for a strategic alliance, and he had heard that Gu Linzhou harbored some affection for Song Yulu. Although Song Mian was his biological son, he could not deny that, in various aspects, Song Mian fell short compared to Song Yulu. He was loath to let go of someone he had nurtured for so many years. Without needing to think, Song Yulu could discern Song Jingming's intentions. The calculations were painfully evident. Meanwhile, Song Mian pursed his lips in displeasure. What did it mean to be twins? Did that imply they intended to keep Song Yulu? Looking at Song Yulu's exquisite visage, he wondered if he stayed. Would anyone else ever truly see him? The mere thought of others comparing the two sent him into a near frenzy, almost grinding his teeth in frustration. No, it was absolutely unacceptable. He must not allow Song Yulu to remain. With reddened eyes, Song Mian implored, "Father, Mother, I don't mind. Let my brother stay." Seeing Song Mian in such distress, Lin Wan felt a surge of compassion and embraced him, saying, "Mian, Mian, rest assured, you are the only young master of the Song family." With that, she impatiently turned her gaze towards Song Yulu. "Weren't you supposed to be packing? Why haven't you started yet?" Song Mian interjected at the right moment. "What belongings? Are they things that father and mother bought for him? I truly envy my brother. Throughout my life, I've worn hand-me-downs and have never had the pleasure of donning new clothes. Song Yulu, it has hardened. My fists have hardened." At that moment, an overwhelming urge to strike surged within him. "If you like them, you may keep those clothes. I will go upstairs to gather my documents. Rest assured, I shall not take anything else." With a cold chuckle, Song Yulu ascended the stairs. He had no intention of taking those belongings with him. However, he believed that even if left behind, Song Mian would not wear them. Song Mian's sole intention was to prevent him from taking them away. Why does Mian Bao look so indifferent? Why does it seem so off? How could Mian Bao be like this? Help! Chi Yan's character has crumbled, and so has Song Mian's. What on earth is happening? I believe Mian Bao is correct. Everything in this house rightfully belongs to him, and Song Yulu should take nothing. 1. Support Mian Bao. As he gazed at the room he had inhabited since childhood, Song Yulu felt a pang of nostalgia. After tidying up, he gently closed the door. Just as he turned, he spotted Aunt Wong, her eyes swollen and red, standing at the staircase. "Young master." Aunt Wong is on the verge of collapse. She never expected that the boy she had raised since childhood was not a member of the Song family. The young master had been pampered and sheltered, and merely contemplating the reality was unbearable for her. Choking back tears, she asked, "Young master, are you truly leaving?" She felt reluctant to part ways. To her, the young master was akin to her own child, save for the lack of blood relation. Song Yulu felt the same reluctance towards Aunt Wong. He embraced her and said, "Aunt Wong, I must depart. Please take care of yourself." "Young master." As he carried his suitcase down the stairs, Song Mian suddenly inquired, "What have you packed? Weren't you only supposed to take your documents? Why are you bringing a suitcase?" Song Yulu replied, "Superficial matters." He opened the suitcase, revealing merely 2 sets of clothes. "If you mind, I can leave them for you." Song Mian paused before retorting, "Who would want your old clothes?" Nevertheless, she approached and rummaged through the suitcase, making a mess and accidentally stepping on a few items. Upon realizing that Song Yulu had not hidden anything, she laughed and said, "Brother, you truly haven't taken anything. How will you manage moving forward? You need not worry about that." Song Yulu haphazardly stuffed the clothes back into the suitcase and closed it. Song Jingming, unwilling to relent, asked, "Are you really leaving? The family can support 2 children. Staying will be a better choice." "Thank you, but that isn't necessary. I've been a burden for many years." With that, Song Yulu exited with his suitcase. Uncle Lu was about to assist with the belongings when Song Mian suddenly spoke up. "Mother, I need to return to school shortly. How should I get there?" Lin Wan replied, "Let Uncle Lu take you." As Uncle Lu was merely an employee, upon hearing Lin Wan's instruction, he had no choice but to comply. The journey from here to the community entrance would take quite a while. Song Yulu walked under the sun, carrying his suitcase. Before long, his skin was flushed from the heat. "I feel sorry for him. Song Mian is being unreasonable. He's clearly doing this on purpose." "What do you mean on purpose? What, is our Mian Bao not allowed to go out?" Chapter 86. Even with this outcome, it remains unsatisfactory. Song Yulu, weary of the comments, felt overwhelmed by the heat. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, the security guard looked at him with astonishment. "Young Master Song, How'd you manage to walk down? He inquired, handing him a bottle of water. Thank you. Song Yulu accepted it without hesitation, as he was indeed feeling somewhat dehydrated from the sun. He had money in his pocket, thanks to some fortunate dealings earlier. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. He had not taken a taxi and was currently perusing a ride-hailing app when a sudden horn blared ahead. Looking up, he recognized Hee-chun. He stepped out of his vehicle, approached, and expressed concern. Young Master Song, are you all right? Please, do not call me Young Master Song. Simply use my name, he replied. May I call you Little Deer then? Hee-chun inquired tentatively. Song Yulu frowned. Address me by my full name. Little Deer is far too intimate. They were not yet acquainted to such a degree. A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in Hee-chun's eyes, though he concealed it well. Where are you headed now? If you wish, you could stay in my place. It's just me and you at home. The entire third floor is yours, and no one will disturb you. Song Yulu furrowed his brow, perplexed by Hee-chun's proposition. Typically, individuals of their standing would associate with him solely due to his status. Upon discovering he was a false heir, should they not seek to ingratiate themselves with the true young Master Song Mian instead? The viewers in the comments shared his confusion. What's going on with Hee-chun? Could it be he is unaware of the situation? I sense there is something more in the way he looks at Song Yulu. Just as Song Yulu was about to decline, a sports car suddenly sped towards them, screeching to a halt just before colliding with Hee-chun. Hua Zheng emerged from the vehicle and approached Song Yulu. I hear you are the false heir. Song Yulu thought to himself that his disdain for Hua Zheng was not without cause. What brings you here? Considering our years of acquaintance, I have an empty room available for you to stay, Hua Zheng offered. Before Song Yulu could respond, Hee-chun sneered. Spare us the pretentious kindness. Who knows what your true intentions are? Hua Zheng retorted, what intentions? I am merely being kind. Rubbing his temples, Song Yulu wished to avoid their bickering. All right, argue as you please. I shall take my leave. As a taxi arrived, he stepped inside, distancing himself from their gaze. He decided to seek out Chi Yin, for at this moment, he felt he could rely solely on him. He had no desire to entangle himself further with those in this circle. Upon reaching Chi Yan's dormitory, Chi Yin was absent, but fortunately, Jiang Lin was there to open the door for him. At that time, the revelation of his status as a false heir had not yet become public knowledge, so the other students remained unaware. Curious, Jiang Lin asked, Young Master, why have you brought your suitcase? Are you planning to stay? Not at all, Song Yulu replied. He had no intention of residing at the school. He wished to rent an apartment, but had never done so before and lacked knowledge on the matter. Thus he hoped Chi Yin could assist him. At that moment, Song Yulu noticed a gift box on Chi Yin's desk. He furrowed his brow and inquired, What is this? Oh, that? Chi Yin bought it yesterday. I have no idea what it's for, Jiang Lin explained. Bought yesterday? Could it be intended for him? After a brief wait, Chi Yin returned. Upon seeing Song Yulu, he paused momentarily, asking, Why didn't you message me when you came to find me? I wasn't in a hurry. I could wait until you finished work. Noticing Song Yulu's suitcase, Chi Yin hesitated before inquiring, What is this about? As you can see, I've been kicked out. Could you help me find a place to rent? Kicked out? It seems the paternity test results have come in. Song Yulu is indeed not a member of the Song family. In that instant, Chi Yin felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Since Song Yulu was no longer the exalted young master, could it be that? Chi Yin abruptly shook off this dark thought and replied, All right, finding a place can't be rushed. You can stay in the dormitory for now. Song Yulu frowned. Isn't it possible to find a place today? Even if we do find one, it will need a thorough cleaning and some new household items before moving in. Song Yulu nodded, feeling lost in this regard. Grateful to have sought out Chi Yin. Well then, it wasn't that Song Yulu was unwilling to live with Chi Yin. It was merely that the bed was rather small, making it quite cramped to share. Jiang Lin blinked, realizing something. He was tempted to suggest, why not stay in a hotel? It would surely be more comfortable than the dormitory. Chi Yin continued his part-time job in the afternoon, while Song Yulu lay on Chi Yan's bed, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, Jiang Lin exclaimed loudly, startling Song Yulu. What happened? Jiang Lin glanced at Song Yulu, his expression somewhat complex. Young master, have you seen the school forum? No. What is being said now? They're saying you're... Jiang Lin didn't finish his sentence. Song Yulu interjected. They're saying I'm a fake young master? Yes, it's true. Jiang Lin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a close-up encounter with the gossip. And while he had a multitude of questions, he felt it inappropriate to pry into someone else's sorrow. Jiang Lin was left feeling quite uncomfortable. Song Yulu opened the forum and saw that the hottest threads were all about him. Shocking. The young master turns out to be a fake. The first post read, "I never imagined the tale of the true and false young masters would unfold right before me. I thought this sort of plot only existed in novels or dramas." The third post asked, "What is going on? Could someone in the know explain?" The fourth simply stated, "Waiting for updates." The 15th post elaborated, "Here, the scoop. I heard the true young master exposed him during the birthday banquet." But it was unclear if the person who posted this comment had been present at the time, but the details were quite vivid. Song Yulu continued scrolling, noticing someone curiously asking, "What does the true young master look like? Is he more handsome than the fake?" Below, someone posted a heavily edited selfie of Song Mian. To be honest, Song Yulu suspected the person posting the photo was Song Mian himself, but he had no proof. The 51st post exclaimed, "Oh, is that what he looks like?" The 52nd added, "Honestly, even with all that editing, he is still not impressive. He pales in comparison to the young master." The person who posted the photo retorted, "I think he is much better looking than Song Yulu." The 58th post chimed in, "Do you need to get your eyes checked?" Song Yulu nearly burst into laughter. One can only imagine how infuriated Song Mian would be upon encountering such comments. Merely contemplating it fills one with excitement. His displeasure brings him joy. Chapter 87. Henceforth, you shall be my dearest friend, my brother. With a loud thud, Song Mian's face flushed crimson as he forcefully hurled his phone onto the floor, shattering the screen into countless fragments. Song Yulu may be pleasing to the eye, but in every other aspect, he is utterly lacking. Are these individuals blind? Their values seem to follow their appearances. Absurd. Song Mian initially believed that revealing Song Yulu's true identity as a faux young master would garner him admiration. To his astonishment, these university students, each more foolish than the last, were merely there to spectate, completely uninterested in anything beyond that. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, prompting Song Mian to quickly compose himself and retrieve his phone before opening the door. "Mom, how's my dear Mian Bao feeling? If there is anything you are dissatisfied with, please do let me know." After Song Yulu's departure, Song Mian had directly taken up residence in his room. He shook his head and replied, "There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. The bathroom here is far more spacious than that of my previous room." As expected, Lin Wan's eyes brimmed with concern. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mian said, "I'm sorry, Mom. I accidentally broke my phone screen." "Not a worry. I shall buy you a new one." Lin Wan produced a card and handed it to Song Mian, saying, "You can use this card freely. I will provide you with a monthly allowance of 500,000. Song Mian frowned. 500,000? Is that not a bit insufficient? If memory serves. Song Yulu had no spending limits previously. Lin Wan, mistaking his discontent for a sense of abundance, grasped his hand and reassured him. "Mom understands that you have suffered in the past, so fret not. You may purchase whatever your heart desires with this money. In due time, I will host a reunion banquet to let everyone know you are the true young master of the Song family." "Thank you, Mom." Song Mian beamed sweetly. While inwardly critiquing the paltry sum, it felt as though she had bestowed upon him 5 million instead. What could one accomplish with 500,000? Upon returning from work, Chi brought along some delicacies. Upon catching the aroma, Song Yulu peeked out from his bed, inquiring, "What did you buy?" "I was unsure of your preferences, so I picked up a little something," Chi Yin replied. Upon inspecting the packaging, Song Yulu realized that a little something was an understatement. The restaurant's offerings were not inexpensive, and given Chi Yan's usual frugality, it was evident that this was a special purchase for him. A warmth spread through Song Yulu's heart. Noticing a gift box on the table, he asked, "What is this box?" Chi Yin hesitated momentarily before responding. "It's your birthday gift. Can I open it now?" "Of course." Song Yulu was filled with excitement, for this was the first time Chi Yin had gifted him something. As he unwrapped the box, however, his smile instantly faded. "What is this? Did you mix up the gifts? Who in their right mind would give a stack of study materials?" Jiang Lin curiously leaned in, taken aback, staring incredulously at Chi Yin, astonished by his thought process. What on earth was Chi Yin thinking? Qi Yin clarified, there is another gift beneath it. As Song Yulu set aside the materials, he discovered a smaller box hidden beneath. Upon opening it, she discovered a talisman. Song Yulu abruptly raised her head, puzzled as to why she had received such a gift. There is no particular reason. I simply wish for your safety. Although the talisman was not expensive, the sentiment behind it was profound. Song Yulu felt a surge of joy, as what she needed most at the moment was peace, not wanting to end up like the unfortunate character depicted in the book. Nearby, Zhonglin exclaimed, wow, this talisman wasn't sought after its Sand Temple, was it? Indeed, replied Song Yulu. Not understanding the significance, she inquired, what is so special about Sand Temple? The talismans there are priceless, and only bestowed upon those who are fated to receive them. Song Yulu scrutinized the talisman once more, unable to discern its uniqueness. Did this fate refer to Qi Yin or herself? Wow, Qi Yin is quite skilled. Let's be honest. This gift is adored by some and utterly detested by others. Are you engaging in verbose nonsense? Thank you, Qi Yin. I truly appreciate it. This is the finest birthday gift I have ever received. Qi Yin's lips curled into a faint smile, though his tone remained indifferent, as long as you like it. By the way, don't forget to review these materials. In an instant, the smile vanished from Song Yulu's face. If only these materials didn't exist. Regarding the apartment rental, I found some listings online. Let us go see them together tomorrow. All right. Just then, Zhonglin suddenly remarked, oh, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now and 1T return night. What could Song Yulu say? Zhonglin's acting was truly over the top. Once again, only Song Yulu and Qi Yin remained in the dormitory. Qi Yin inquired, what are your plans for the future? I haven't decided yet. First, I'll rent an apartment and then focus on the factory. We can figure out the rest later. Qi Yin nodded, harboring some concern for Song Yulu, as not everyone could cope with such circumstances. However, observing Song Yulu's demeanor, she seemed to be faring well. Are you considering searching for your biological parents? Song Yulu paused, momentarily taken aback. She had indeed contemplated it. During her last visit, she found her family to be quite amiable. Yet, they were the ones who had shared countless moments with Song Mian over the years, not her true family. Song Yulu felt a twinge of fear. She dreaded encountering them, fearing they would long for Song Mian and think of her. Thus, it seemed wiser to live alone. After all, without hope, there could be no disappointment. Never mind. Living alone isn't so bad. Song Yulu was financially stable. Yet most of her wealth was invested in the candy factory, with a portion saved with Qi Yin. With limited funds, she believed she needed to be frugal and not squander her resources. Consequently, she asked, do you have any job opportunities suitable for me? Qi Yin replied, none that would be appropriate for you. What? Not a single one? Song Yulu was astonished. Jobs that pay mere tens of dollars per hour and are exceedingly arduous are not suitable for you. Is it that cheap? She realized he genuinely did not wish to pursue such work. I suggest you focus on obtaining your diploma first. We can discuss job opportunities later. Song Yulu considered this advice to be quite reasonable. With a year remaining until graduation, perhaps the candy factory would flourish, and she would no longer need to work for an income. It is indeed more comfortable to earn money while lying down. Time for some personal care and rest. As they lay together in bed, the inevitable physical contact arose. Song Yulu felt as if the skin where they touched had been scalded. A sense of discomfort enveloped him. I apologize for the things I did to you before. Song Yulu realized he owed Qi Yin an apology. Rest assured, I shall never repeat those actions again. The past is behind us. From now on, you shall be my best friend, my brother. He was on the verge of raising his hand to swear an oath. Yet he noticed Qi Yin's expression seemed to darken further. Song Yulu was perplexed. It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, and he felt that the heart of a man was no exception. Chapter 88. Additional updates after 200 donations after a restful night. Upon awakening, Song Yulu discovered his hand resting on Qi Yin's abdominal muscles. Seeing that Qi Yin was still asleep, he couldn't resist the temptation to touch a few times. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he realized Qi Yin was awake and staring at him. Is this how your best friends interact? Song Yulu replied with a forced nod. Indeed, it is. Then, he saw Qi Yin place his hand on his own abdomen and give it a gentle pat. Song Yulu was taken aback. Qi Yin smirked. Observing that Song Yulu's belly was soft and flat, devoid of pronounced abs, yet pleasantly touchable. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand and, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "Reciprocity is essential. It's time to get up, good brother." Song Yulu felt an inexplicable sense of being trapped. After getting out of bed, the two washed up and had a simple breakfast before preparing to go house hunting. The properties Chi Yin had rented were all near the school, looking decent enough, though somewhat cramped. The entire apartment was smaller than his own closet. Ultimately, Song Yulu chose the most affordable option. Let us go with this one. The signing process was swift, and after the contract was finalized, Chi Yin began a thorough cleaning. Song Yulu wished to assist, but having never done household chores before, he felt utterly inept. Chi Yin reassured him, "You may sit this one out. I can manage on my own. I should learn, after all. I'll need to handle it myself in the future." "I can help you," Song Yulu stammered, taken aback, as if he had misheard. "What did you just say?" Chi Yin replied sincerely, "I can come over every couple of days to help you tidy up." Song Yulu, in disbelief, questioned, "Why would you want to help me?" Chi Yin lowered his gaze, murmuring, "Perhaps it's because we are good brothers. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I shouldn't always rely on you." "Why not?" Qian countered. "You are welcome to depend on me as long as you wish." Thump, thump. The sound of Song Yulu's heart echoed loudly in his ears, and he worried that Chi Yin might hear it. I can't take it anymore. Isn't this love? Having a good brother like Chi Yin who helps with cleaning. Why do you accept everything upstairs? The house itself is quite clean, and with two individuals tidying up, it requires little effort. Next, they will procure daily necessities. Fortunately, a large shopping mall is conveniently located adjacent to the neighborhood, offering a plethora of options. However, Song Yulu is uncertain about what to purchase, appearing rather perplexed, leaving most of the decisions to Chi Yin. Noticing that Chi Yin only picked up a pair of slippers, Song Yulu added another pair to the cart, asking, "Aren't you going to wear these?" Chi Yin chuckled, replying, "I completely forgot about that." With Song Yulu initiating the process, Chi Yin subsequently began selecting items in pairs. Even towels and toiletries were acquired in doubles. Song Yulu opened his mouth, intending to voice a thought, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Oh well, they might come in handy someday. As they turned a corner, they encountered a familiar figure, Lin Sinian. Song Yulu initially considered pretending not to see him, but Lin Sinian unexpectedly approached. "Song Xiao, what a coincidence!" Song Yulu grimaced, suspecting Lin Sinian was deliberately provoking him. How could Lin Sinian not be aware of such a significant matter? "Do you need something?" Lin Sinian's gaze lingered on the couple's items in the cart, pausing momentarily before inquiring, "What are you two up to?" Song Yulu maintained his aloof demeanor, retorting, "What does it have to do with you?" Lin Sinian, seemingly unfazed, continued to smile, apologizing, "My apologies for prying." As Song Yulu prepared to leave, he suddenly heard Lin Sinian say, "Song Xiao, do you wish to return to the Song family?" A cold laugh escaped Song Yulu. He was aware Lin Sinian knew. "Since you are already aware, why do you keep calling me Song Xiao? Are you mocking me? In my eyes, you are the one most suited to be the heir of the Song family." Song Yulu rolled his eyes, responding, "I truly appreciate your sentiment, but I have no desire to be the so-called heir of the Song family. I do not wish to return. Moreover, we aren't familiar enough to engage in conversation. Let us act as strangers if we happen to meet again." With that, Song Yulu turned and left with Chi Yin. Yet, he could feel Lin Sinian's gaze lingering on his back, unwavering. What a nuisance, Song Yulu thought to himself. Upon returning home with their purchases, the once empty rental apartment felt significantly cozier. However, glancing at the numerous couples' items scattered about made Song Yulu feel slightly uncomfortable. Although he lived alone, it felt as if two people resided there. Is this cohabitation? Chi Yin is quite capable. How fortunate to have such a diligent boyfriend. Hey, they aren't even boyfriends yet. Just the playful antics of young couples. Chi Yin prepared the new bedding, washed and dried it, and made it up for Song Yulu before saying, "Shall I take my leave now?" "I'll walk you out," Song Yulu offered. Chi Yin declined. "No need. It's late. You should stay in. Remember to lock the door." All right. Once Chi Yin departed, the room instantly felt empty. Song Yulu found himself somewhat unaccustomed to being alone. In the past, even when alone, he had Wang Ma for company. Lying on the bed, while scrolling through his phone, he decided to check his social media and noticed a post from Lin Wan showcasing a plethora of luxury items she had purchased for Song Mian. A photo of Song Mian, beautifully enhanced, was also included. It is worth noting that Lin Wan had previously posted about Lin Xin Yin without any photo editing. Could it be that she finds Song Mian less than appealing? Song Yulu nearly burst into laughter. How could this not be considered good news? Returning to WeChat, he glanced at the unread messages. Many had reached out to him, but after a fleeting look, he chose to exit, disinclined to respond. Whether their sentiments were genuine or feigned, he could discern quite clearly. They were merely seeking to ascertain the Song family's stance. To his surprise, the most persistent messages came from He Chun and He Zheng. It seemed they were still clinging to hope, even sharing photos of their homes. He Chun, this room is specially arranged for you. I wonder if it suits your taste. He Zheng, come to my place. It's spacious, and you won't feel constrained. Since you claim to dislike me, it would be fitting for you to come and bully me to my face. Song Yulu thought to himself. Considering He Zheng's slight frame, it was hard to predict who would be the bully in that scenario. He declined all their invitations. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, a message from Xie Wanjing appeared. Little Lu, I just learned about this matter. Are you all right? Would it be convenient for us to meet? Chapter 89. Someone was incessantly knocking at the door. Song Yulu raised an eyebrow. He had made his feelings clear last time. Why was Xie Wanjing still pursuing this? He felt apprehensive about meeting him, fearing potential retribution. Consequently, Song Yulu promptly deleted and blocked him. Initially, he contemplated blocking others as well, considering there would be little reason to keep in touch. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that they could be potential buyers in the future, and thus decided to retain them. Lying in bed, despite feeling exceedingly tired, sleep eluded him. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Bang, bang, bang. Rising, he approached the door and peered through the peephole, spotting a tall, unfamiliar man. He had never seen this person before. Who are you? You must have the wrong door. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the man did not respond, continuing to knock. Song Yulu felt a wave of anxiety. Who was this person? Upon closer inspection, he noted the man's flushed face and slurred speech, indicative of intoxication. It was futile to reason with a drunkard. The man seemed to grow increasingly agitated, the force of his knocks intensifying, creating an impression that he could break in at any moment. Oh my, this is terrifying. The person outside looks fierce. Surely he must have come to the wrong place? Song Yulu, for heaven's sake, do not open the door. Your combat prowess is a mere fraction of his. He could deliver 3 blows while you would barely withstand one. Song Yulu thought. While these words were harsh, he found them to be accurate. He certainly would not open the door. Only a fool would do so. He dialed Qi Yan's number. As soon as the call connected, his eyes brimmed with tears. His voice slightly choked. Qian, I'm so scared. What is wrong? Song Yulu sniffled. There is someone at the door, knocking incessantly, and I don't know him. Don't worry. Return to your bedroom. Lock the door securely. I'm on my way. Song Yulu quickly advised. No, you shouldn't come. He probably won't be able to get in. I just want to talk to you. Having someone with me eases my fear. Song Yulu spoke from the heart. He genuinely did not intend to have Qi Yin come over. A drunken man is unreasonable. If a dispute arises and Qi Yin gets hurt, that would be unfortunate. All right, I will keep you company. After hearing Qi Yan's words, Song Yulu returned to his bedroom and locked the door. The sound of banging on it diminished significantly. He asked, should I call the police? I have already called them for you. Song Yulu confirmed that he had been chatting with Qi Yan the entire time and had not heard him make the call. Qi Yan explained, inconvenient situations can also be reported via text. Wow, I've learned something new. This is my first time hearing that you can report via text. Are you serious? Do you genuinely not know? Or are you pretending? Honestly, I truly had no idea about this. Song Yulu then shared his thoughts with Qi Yan, mentioning the probing nature of his so-called friends, Lin Wan's social media posts, and the invitations from He Chun and He Zheng. Why didn't you go? Qi Yan's tone was flat, devoid of emotion. Song Yulu pouted, I didn't want to go. Being a guest under someone else's roof is hardly comfortable. Besides, they used to curry favor with me, and now I find myself in a subordinate position. To be honest, I find it a bit hard to accept. There was indeed a slight disparity in Song Yulu's heart, though it was only a little. After all, he had prepared himself in advance. Compared to his tragic fate, this was hardly anything. At that moment, Song Yulu heard the sound of police sirens. Simultaneously, the same sound emanated from Chi Yan's phone. Surprised, Song Yulu exclaimed, "You have police cars over there too?" "Yes." Just after saying that, Song Yulu sensed something was amiss. "You didn't come here, did you?" While chatting, he had heard faint voices on the other end, but Chi Yan must have covered the receiver, so he couldn't hear clearly. He also heard the sound of wind. At that time, he thought Chi Yan was just enjoying the breeze on the balcony. "I have arrived." Those three simple words left Song Yulu utterly astonished. "Don't come up yet. That person is still banging on the door outside." On a side note, Song Yulu thought this person was quite persistent. After so long, why was he still banging on the door without tiring? "Don't worry. I'll go up with the police." Before long, chaotic sounds came from the phone, and Song Yulu heard the police speaking. He immediately exited the room. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed that it was indeed the police before opening the door. Chi Yan looked over, and upon seeing Song Yulu's pale face, he stepped forward, grasped Song Yulu's hand, and reassured him, "It's all right." The two then turned to the police and inquired, "Who is this person? I don't know him at all. Why has he been knocking on my door?" The police explained, "He is the ex-boyfriend of the woman who used to live here, and he has been knocking due to issues arising from their broken relationship. The issue stems from the inadequacies in property management. I shall instruct them to enhance their oversight and prohibit the entry of outsiders. Thank you for your assistance. It is no trouble, as we serve the people." Once the police escorted the inebriated individual away, Song Yulu and Chi Yan returned indoors. Song Yulu tentatively suggested, "How about you stay here for the night?" "Sure." Although there was but a single bed, the two had shared the experience of sleeping together countless times before, rendering the situation not at all awkward. "Let us rest. There is no need to worry." "All right." Song Yulu closed his eyes, initially believing sleep would elude him. Yet, as time passed, his eyelids grew heavier, and before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. It was only after he had fallen asleep that Chi Yan prepared to rest himself. They enjoyed a peaceful night as sleep. The following morning, Song Yulu awoke to the enticing aroma of food. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Chi Yan was absent from the bed. Rising, he ventured outside and discovered Chi Yan in the kitchen, busy preparing breakfast. Curiosity piqued. He peered in to see that Chi Yan had nearly finished. The simple breakfast comprised pan-fried dumplings, boiled eggs, and milk. "What did you get up?" "Not long before you." "Come eat." "All right." As Song Yulu attempted to assist in carrying dishes, Chi Yan deftly sidestepped him, exclaiming, "It's hot. I'll handle it." Unconvinced, Song Yulu touched the items and confirmed their warmth, resulting in his fingertips becoming slightly reddened. "Isn't your skin a bit too delicate?" Song Yulu brushed it off, but Chi Yan insisted on running cold water over his fingers. With a subtle smile, he teased, "You care for me so much?" Chi Yan glanced at him and replied, "After all, we are good brothers, right?" After breakfast, Chi Yan prepared to return to school for classes. Song Yulu pondered, feeling a hint of trepidation about remaining alone. He blinked at Chi Yan and quietly inquired, "May I accompany you?" "Of course." To his surprise, Chi Yan agreed, prompting Song Yulu to promptly change clothes. Fortunately, he had packed several outfits when moving out. Otherwise, he would have found himself without attire today. After some contemplation, he decided to don a cap before following Chi Yan out. The school was in close proximity, making cycling more expedient than taking a taxi. As Song Yulu was unfamiliar with riding a bicycle, Chi Yan summoned a shared bike equipped with a rear seat to transport him. This marked Song Yulu's first experience of rising early for classes, and a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. However, upon standing at the classroom door, he was taken aback by the sheer number of students. Nevertheless, they all seemed to have agreed to sit at the back, leaving the front rows relatively unoccupied. Chi Yan guided him to the very front. "Why so close?" Song Yulu whispered, concerned about being discovered. Chi Yan paused, acknowledging the validity of his concern. He then led Song Yulu back several rows until they found a pair of seats adjacent to each other. With a sigh of relief, Song Yulu settled in, feeling secure that they would not attract attention. He sensed many eyes in the classroom upon him and Chi Yan, and he couldn't shake the apprehension that they might be posted online later. Before arriving, he had neglected to inquire about the subject, only to find it was mathematics class. Song Yulu found calculus to be as incomprehensible as an ancient script, although he had never intended to master it. The utter confusion he experienced was undeniably soporific. At that moment, the professor suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, is Chi Yin not here today?" Upon hearing Chi Yan's name, Song Yulu immediately perked up. Before Chi Yin could speak, other classmates enthusiastically chimed in. "Chi Yin is here, in the back." In a hushed tone, Song Yulu inquired, "Have you always sat in the front row?" "Yes," came the reply. Song Yulu mused that he simply could not fathom the advantages of sitting so close to the teacher. Perhaps this was the hallmark of an academic prodigy. Logically, with so many students, the professor ought not to recognize anyone. Yet, to Song Yulu's astonishment, after posing a question about Chi Yin, the professor's gaze shifted towards him. Song Yulu's heart raced. He instinctively shrank back in his seat, silently praying, "Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me." He realized he harbored a certain trepidation towards authority, fear of teachers in school, fear of instructors during military training, fear of doctors when ill. "Is this student in our class? He seems unfamiliar," the professor remarked. Song Yulu thought, well, the inevitable has come to pass. He was momentarily a loss for words until Chi Yin interjected, "Teacher, he is my friend." Upon hearing this, the entire class cast him teasing glances. "Oh, since you are Chi Yan's friend, your grades must be quite commendable. Why don't you tackle this question?" Song Yulu was taken aback. "What the hell? I can't even comprehend the problem, let alone answer it." Ultimately, Chi Yin quietly provided the correct answer, allowing Song Yulu to evade the situation. Once seated, he noticed beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He muttered softly, "I want to come back next time." After enduring the lengthy class, the two friends had just reached the door when they were suddenly blocked by an individual. The person scrutinized Song Yulu from head to toe and leaned casually against the doorway, saying, "Young master, are you truly a fake young master?" These words pierced the air, and the surrounding atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence, as none anticipated such a direct inquiry. Song Yulu frowned, discerning that the stranger possessed a somewhat thuggish demeanor, and he was certain he had never encountered this individual before. "Who are you? What does my private life concern you?" The stranger raised an eyebrow. "You're no longer part of the Song family, yet you still act so arrogantly? What business is it of yours?" When faced with trouble, one often resorts to phrases like, "What does it matter to me?" or "What does it matter to you?" Song Yulu tugged at Chi Yin, attempting to leave. The stranger abruptly blocked their path, insisting, "Where do you think you're going? Our conversation is far from over." Before he could finish, Chi Yin forcefully shoved him aside, coldly commanding, "Step aside." The stranger was momentarily taken aback. He contemplated advancing, but was rooted in place by the icy glare from Chi Yin. A sudden realization struck him. If he pressed on, Chi Yin would undoubtedly make him regret it. Once Chi Yin and Song Yulu had distanced themselves, the stranger found himself drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling. Yet, what was there to fear from a mere impoverished student? He turned to the onlookers with irritation, barking, "What are you staring at?" Scram! The classmates dispersed like startled birds. Song Yulu queried, "Who was that person? Do you know him?" "No, I don't," Chi Yin replied. Song Yulu could not comprehend the situation. It seemed as if the individual in question had lost his sanity. Nevertheless, perhaps it was normal not to understand. If he did, wouldn't his thought process align with that of the other? He posed a query. Kiyan, feeling Gunizi, remained convinced that such a person could not be trusted to approach him with such nonsensical remarks. Although he was unfamiliar with these individuals, Zhang Lin was somewhat acquainted with them. Zhang Lin replied, "That person is Zhang Rue, a self-proclaimed school bully. He rarely attends classes and prefers to associate with those outside the school." "Why do you ask?" Chi Yin merely responded that it was nothing and relayed the information to Song Yulu. Furrowing his brow, Song Yulu felt even less connected to this matter. Never mind. He would confront whatever came his way. There are thieves who operate for 1,000 days, but there are no defenses against them that last that long. Next, Chi Yin was to engage in a part-time job, leaving Song Yulu alone once more. In a hushed voice, Song Yulu inquired, "May I accompany you?" Chi Yin clarified, "I'm going to the He family to tutor He-Yu. The sessions we agreed upon are still ongoing." He worried that Song Yulu might feel awkward in front of the He family, though he personally saw no reason for embarrassment. Additionally, he harbored a selfish motive. Last night, Song Yulu mentioned that He-chan wished to invite him to stay at the He residence, and Chi-yin inexplicably did not want Song Yulu to meet He-chan. After some reflection, Song Yulu concluded that it wouldn't matter much. He-chan was somewhat different from the others. It's fine. I will go with you, he decided. Wearing his cap, when He family's steward arrived to greet them, he failed to recognize Song Yulu and instead mockingly remarked, "Oh, you're not just here to earn a meager wage alone. You've brought an extra one along. How shameless of you." Song Yulu was taken aback. Was this the true demeanor of the He family steward? Previously, he had been all compliments in front of him. Moreover, Chi-yin had not even mentioned this incident. With a cold smile, Song Yulu retorted, "So this is the He family's hospitality? I have learned something today." The steward was momentarily startled by Song Yulu's words, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that the current Song Yulu was no longer the same as before and thus did not require flattery. He smirked and scoffed, "Isn't this young Master Song? How delightful that you still find time for leisure at such a moment." Chapter 91. It seems he has quite a few rivals. This steward was indeed mocking him for being a false young master. Unexpectedly, he seemed well informed. Truth be told, Song Yulu was not particularly angered. However, he could not tolerate Chi-yin being bullied in his absence. He retorted, "Is He-chan aware of your true nature?" The He family steward hesitated. He remembered how their young master used to follow Song Yulu closely. Yet, he believed that was solely due to Song Yulu's status as the heir of the Song and Lin families. Now that he no longer held such a position, the young master's attitude towards Song Yulu should have changed as well. With this thought, he sneered lightly and said, "There's no need for you to concern yourself with that, young Master Song. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first." As he spoke, the butler gently tapped his lips, mocking, "Look at me, I almost forgot that you're no longer young Master Song. My apologies, my apologies." Ki-yan frowned. It was one thing for the butler to bully him, but to ridicule Song Yulu? He immediately retorted, "Lack of culture can be remedied, an unattractive appearance can be altered, but a malicious heart is beyond redemption. The He family must consider themselves fortunate to have a foul-mouthed butler like you. A good dog doesn't obstruct the path, and a good donkey doesn't bray unnecessarily. Don't just blame your driving skills. Your appearance is already a violation." The butler, he was taken aback. He scoffed. "Without Song Yulu, do you think anyone will protect you? Do you believe I could have young master dismiss you?" "Oh," Ki-yan replied coolly. This indifferent demeanor only aggravated the butler further. In the midst of their exchange, the car had already arrived at the He residence. As Song Yulu and Chi-yin stepped out, they overheard the butler, who had entered before them, complaining, "Young master, you have no idea how outrageous that Song Yulu is." "Song Yulu?" He-chan exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, here?" The butler was perplexed. This situation seemed quite amiss. "Young master," before he could finish, He-chan had already spotted Song Yulu at the doorway and strode over. "Song Yulu, you've come. Are you here to stay with us?" The butler's eyes widened in shock. "What? Stay here?" Seeing the young master's demeanor towards Song Yulu, the butler realized he had perhaps made a grave mistake. Song Yulu shot a glance at the anxious butler and retorted, "Forget it. I wouldn't dare come to your home. Your butler holds me in such contempt. It's just a complaint, as if anyone couldn't do that." He-chan's expression darkened immediately. "What's going on?" Song Yulu recounted the earlier incident with embellishments, causing the butler's tension to visibly escalate. "Young master, it's not like that." He-chan had long been intolerant of this butler. If not for his long-standing service to the family, he would have been replaced long ago. Hearing how the butler treated Song Yulu, He-chan was furious. "You may leave." The butler was taken aback. "Young master, what do you mean?" "What I mean is, you may pack your belongings and leave." The butler, incredulous, exclaimed, "Young master, you would dismiss me for him?" The master wouldn't agree to this. This only infuriated He-chan further. He knew that this butler had often reported on his and He-Yu's affairs to their father. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this person had to go. Right now, immediately, pack your things and leave. I will discuss this with father. The butler exited, though without any luggage. Seemingly unsure of what to do next, He-chan cautiously said, "I've already sent him away. You can come in and stay now." Song Yulu replied, But I never said I would stay here. He reflected carefully. Indeed, he had not made such a statement. No matter. I can wait for the day you agree. The previously overlooked Chi Yin suddenly interjected. He won be staying here. He-chan's expression darkened upon realizing that Song Yulu had come with Chi Yin. How are these two still together? Song Yulu nodded, saying, Indeed, I've already rented a place. Wasn't it mentioned that we need to catch up on lessons? Where's Hiyu? Why hasn't she come down yet? I'll call her down right away. A moment later, Hiyu descended, yawning, and casually plopped down onto a chair. I feel like I just fell asleep. How is it already dawn? Upon noticing Song Yulu, Hiyu exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Song, you're here too? Yes, I'm accompanying him. Hiyu curiously inquired, Young Master Song, I've heard that you are the mistaken heir. Who is the real heir? Is he easy to get along with? Hiyu. Hichin interrupted her. Hiyu stuck out her tongue. All right, I won't ask anymore. Song Yulu was not particularly bothered by the inquiries. He understood that Hiyu was genuinely innocent and meant no harm with her questions. He replied, His name is Song Mian. Your brother has met him. You can ask him. Hiyu glanced at Hichin and quickly averted her gaze, muttering softly, He'd be unlikely to tell me anyway. Oh well, I'm not that curious. They then commenced their lessons in earnest. To avoid disturbing them, Hichin suggested, Shall we go upstairs? After a moment's thought, Song Yulu replied, Never mind, I'll play on my phone for a bit. He recalled the photos Hichin had sent him previously and was eager to see how Chi Yin was tutoring Hiyu, feeling the occasional gaze upon him. Chi Yin asked, All right then, would you like something to drink? Water will suffice. Hichin poured water for Song Yulu and brought out some fruits and snacks. He added, By the way, that candy you had last time was quite delicious. Do you have any more? I'd like to buy some. Song Yulu perked up instantly, of course. How much do you want? Observing Song Yulu's enthusiasm, Hichin's eyes glimmered. I'm not sure how much yet. I plan to gift some. And I'll tally it later. All right. Chi Yin attentively listened to the conversation between Song Yulu and Hichin. He was convinced that Hichin harbored inappropriate intentions towards Song Yulu. First, there was Huizheng, and now Hichin. Would there be more competitors appearing? Although Chi Yin appeared calm, turmoil brewed within him. Why were two individuals so fond of Song Yulu? It seemed his rivals were not few. Wait, why was he even thinking of the term rival? Chi Yin furrowed his brow. I'm finished. Hearing Hiyu's words, Chi Yin quickly regained his focus and continued the lesson. Overthinking was futile. What mattered was not who liked Song Yulu, but whom Song Yulu liked. With this thought, Chi Yin discreetly glanced at Hichin. After years of being by Song Yulu's side, he would never rise to prominence. That was certain. Chapter 92. Why are you still wearing the watch I used to wear? After the lessons concluded, Hichin nervously looked at Song Yulu and asked, Would you like to stay for dinner? He then turned to Chi Yin, smiling. Chi Yin, you should join us too. Although he smiled, the warmth did not reach his eyes. Chi Yin was well aware that Hichin was not genuinely inviting him. Thank you, but I must decline. I have other matters to attend to. Song Yulu initially had no intention of staying, but upon hearing Chi Yin's words, he immediately replied, Thank you, but we have other matters to attend to. Shall I drive you then? Please do not decline me this time, he insisted. After all, Hichin meant well, and this time, Song Yulu felt too embarrassed to refuse. The driver took the wheel, while Song Yulu settled into the back seat. Just as Hichin was about to join, Chi Yin swiftly squeezed in and smiled, Apologies, but it's full in the back. You can sit in the front. Hichin truly detested Chi Yin. He was not oblivious to Chi Yin's deliberate actions. Nonetheless, for Song Yulu's sake, he restrained his emotions and forced a smile. All right, I'll take the front seat. Throughout the journey, Hichin attempted to engage Song Yulu in conversation multiple times, yet Chi Yin monopolized the dialogue, whispering incessantly to him. They discussed trivial matters, leaving Hichin with little opportunity to speak. Frustration bubbled within him as he took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. It was laughable. He could not find any semblance of tranquility. I bet a spicy strip that Chi Yin is doing this on purpose. It's hilarious. Does he have such a strong possessiveness over his friends? Hichin seems to be on the verge of exploding. Actually, I think Hichin is quite decent. He treats Song Yulu rather well. Song Yulu remained oblivious to the comments, fully captivated by Chi Yin's words, which contained information he had never encountered before. Hichin cleared his throat and asked loudly, By the way, Song Mian invited us to the Song residence. Are you aware of this? Song Yulu shook his head. I do not know. So, do you think I should go? If you wish to go, then go. You need not consult me on such matters. Hichin was momentarily taken aback, noticing the slight smirk on Qi Yan's face, which only fueled his irritation. Just as he was about to retort, the car came to a halt. We VE arrived. Thank you for bringing us back. After stepping out of the vehicle, Song Yulu walked a few paces before turning back. Hichin's eyes brightened, only to hear Song Yulu say, "Oh, and don't forget about the candy." On the way home, Qi Yan cautiously inquired, "What are your thoughts on Hichin?" Song Yulu looked bewildered. What thoughts? He is just an ordinary friend. I see. Qi Yan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Song Yulu pondered. Sweet and sour ribs? Certainly. Stir-fried prawns? Of course. How about some garlic greens? Not bad. A good balance of meat and vegetables for nutrition. Song Yulu gazed at Qi Yan in astonishment, unable to believe such words came from him. Why are you looking at me like that? Song Yulu placed his hand on Qi Yan's forehead for a moment. You're not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense? Qi Yan replied, but this is quite good. Let us keep it up. Song Yulu chuckled. The two then headed to the supermarket to buy groceries. With the fridge at home nearly empty, Qi Yan intended to purchase an abundance of items to fill it. Song Yulu blinked. Why buy so much? I don't even know how to cook. I shall cook. Song Yulu swallowed in disbelief and asked, what do you mean by that? I will come and cook for you tomorrow. Song Yulu exclaimed, are you not worried about tiring yourself out? I currently do not have the funds to pay you. Qi Yan remarked, casting him a sideways glance. What happened to the bond of brotherhood? It is merely a meal. No payment is necessary. Song Yulu scratched his head, questioning whether this was the true nature of friendship. He lacked particularly close companions and was therefore uncertain of how friendships genuinely functioned. Contemplating this, he resolved to search online. Upon opening his phone, he suddenly remembered he had yet to check the forum. He clicked in and, as anticipated, discovered that someone had indeed posted about him attending class with Qi Yan. Can you believe they attended class together? Attached is a close-up photo. The young master's complexion is truly remarkable. I wonder how he maintains it. Young master? He is a faux young master, do not forget. However, I thought once Song Yulu's identity was revealed, they would part ways. It appears they are indeed in love. Song Yulu, what are you looking at? The forum. Should we clarify the situation regarding us? Strictly speaking, aside from that one night, Song Yulu felt there was no real relationship between him and Qi Yan. Being misunderstood by others seemed inconvenient. He had not previously considered clarification, as he believed being misconstrued was somewhat beneficial, hoping Qi Yan would eventually come around and be with him. Yet, Song Yulu had now altered his perspective. He deemed friendship to be more reliable. After all, romantic relationships could end in separation, while friendships rarely culminated in estrangement. Of course, he had an overly optimistic view. He overlooked one crucial fact. After that incident, how could Qi Yan possibly be friends with him? In response to Song Yulu's words, Qi Yan paused and said, do not concern yourself with them. The more you clarify, the more they will stir. If you ignore it, they may eventually quiet down on their own. Is that so? Song Yulu was perplexed. He glanced at the comments and found them to be in agreement. Indeed, Qi Yan is correct. Exactly, what is there to clarify? It is utterly unnecessary. But does not failing to clarify imply acquiescence? There is no need to worry about what others say. Just focus on living well yourselves. Since everyone echoed this sentiment, Song Yulu decided to heed their advice. He ceased to follow the comments and focused on purchasing groceries with Qi Yan. Consequently, he missed the subsequent comments. It seems he truly believes it. Huh, is Song Yulu really this naive? Well, given the circumstances, let's not spoil the fun. Let them enjoy the spectacle. After completing their shopping and preparing to head home, Qi Yan suddenly remembered he had forgotten to buy condiments and promptly turned back. Song Yulu stood at the entrance of the store, awaiting his return. A familiar vehicle pulled up beside him, and moments later, the door swung open, revealing Song Mian. He was an entirely different person now, clad in expensive designer attire, adorned with a watch worth millions, and sporting meticulously styled hairdo and makeup. With a smug expression, he raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Oh, is that not young Master Song waiting for a ride? Would you like me to give you a lift?" Song Yulu, disinterested, turned away and continued scrolling through his phone. Song Mian, undeterred, circled in front of Song Yulu and continued speaking. Mom and Dad have destroyed your room and are renovating it for me. I also discarded all your belongings. Who knows if any of them might be contaminated. Had I known you were living in such misery, I would have sent your things back to you. By the way, they should still be in the trash bin. Would you like to go back and retrieve them? Song Yulu's gaze fell upon the watch adorning Song Mion's wrist, and with a slight scoff, she remarked, "Didn't you say everything was thrown away? Why? Then, do you still wear the watch I once owned? Aren't you concerned about the possibility of contamination now?" In a hurry, Song Mion covered the watch and retorted, "This is not your watch. It is a new one that Mom and Dad bought for me. Is that so?" A faint smile graced the corners of Song Yulu's lips. "If I recall correctly, this watch was custom-made for me, and it even bears the initials of my name. May I have a look at it?"